A digital message blazed across the screen, the words emergency maintenance stark against a backdrop of swirling red particles. The ominous glow hinted at something far more serious than a simple system update. The message continued, explaining that a serious error had occurred and that affected areas would be erased. Below, a vortex of cosmic proportions opened, a swirling abyss of dark energy. 3 colossal figures, clad in crimson armor, loomed over a quaint village. Their presence was a harbinger of destruction, their forms casting long, menacing shadows over the unsuspecting townsfolk. Panic erupted as the monstrous figures descended, their movements swift and brutal. The villagers scattered, their terror palpable as the ground beneath them began to crack and crumble. Amidst the chaos, Aiden, a blacksmith, clutched his young sister, Alice, close. The devastation around them was complete, their once vibrant village was now a wasteland of rubble and shattered dreams. His eyes widened in horror as he watched Alice's form begin to disintegrate, the digital particles of her body dissolving into the void. A scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of grief and despair. Alice, her voice barely a whisper, urged him to run, to escape the encroaching digital destruction. Her fading form reflected the fragility of life in this digital world. He desperately tried to shield her, but the digital disintegration continued relentlessly. As he witnessed the horrifying power of the system that had taken everything from him, Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a chaotic scene. A colossal, crimson entity unleashed a devastating blast of energy. A searing beam of light that tore through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the ancient stone buildings, reducing them to rubble as Aiden braced himself against the impact, his body battered and bruised. He stumbled back, his clothes torn, his body emitting a faint, ethereal glow. A silent scream escaping his lips as the light intensified. In a vision, Aiden saw his sister, Alice, disintegrating before his eyes, her form dissolving into shimmering particles. A guttural cry of "No!" tearing from his throat. He clutched Alice's dissolving form, his face contorted in grief. "What did we ever do to you?" Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "Stop! Please!" Aiden, tears streaming down his face, could only utter a heartbroken apology as his sister, Alice, began to disintegrate into shimmering, turquoise fragments. Alice, her own tears blurring her vision, pleaded with him to stay, her voice barely a whisper amidst the fading light. Aiden collapsed to the ground, the last of his village vanishing around him. But he was still alive. A strange bracelet materialized in his hand, glowing faintly. His face, obscured by shadow, was a mask of grief and determination. Elsewhere, a group of imposing figures, their forms vaguely humanoid but clearly mechanical, stood amidst the ruins of what was once Aiden's village. A voice, cold and emotionless, announced that a bug had been located. The threat level was assessed as low. The figures, clad in dark and crimson armor, moved towards the source of the anomaly. The bug was identified as a potentially disastrous virus. A masked figure, its face hidden behind a sleek, metallic visor, observed the scene. It initiated a process labeled NPC_Aiden's permanent deletion. Aiden, caught in the process, felt himself dissolving once more. Aiden, his red hair a fiery contrast to the icy blue fragments swirling around him, stared blankly at the scene. He wondered, why did things turn out this way? All we ever wanted was to live a normal life. His eyes, wide with a dawning horror, focused on the disintegrating pixels around him. The question formed in his mind, a chilling realization, so why, are we being deleted? The narration box explained the world's perilous state, in a world threatened by monsters. One day, those chosen by the system, known as players, appeared to hunt those monsters. The people devoted themselves to these heroes, who brought a fragile peace. For after all, it was thanks to them that they could escape from the threat of the monsters. But this peace did not last for long. As time passed, they began to treat us like toys. As if it were natural to do so. Even when players committed evil deeds, the people could not do anything. For the reason that... The chapter opens with a close-up of a system moderator, their face obscured by shadows, but their attire clearly indicating their role within the game's structure. A stark warning is displayed, anyone who defied the system would be flagged as a bug and dealt with accordingly. And during the next scheduled update and maintenance, the consequences were swift and absolute, deleted. The scene shifts to Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, his face etched with grief. He sits huddled, his thoughts revealing a chilling apathy. He confessed to not caring about moderators, players, or anything else. Because their lives were a constant struggle for survival, relying on the scheduled maintenance periods to avoid deletion. He cradles a small child, Alice, his sister, close to his chest, using these periods as a means to simply survive. The panel shows a flashback of Aiden and Alice amidst a crowd of other villagers, all seemingly unaware of the precariousness of their existence. But when the maintenance began, everything stopped. Except for Aiden and Alice. He didn't care why, he simply focused on survival. Working tirelessly to ensure their survival. The image shows him fleeing the now deserted village, Alice bundled in his arms, his determination hardening into resolve. A desperate struggle for survival depicted in a flurry of motion and energy. The scene shifts to Aiden attempting to enhance a piece of equipment. But the enhancement fails, resulting in the equipment's destruction. Aiden's expression shifts to one of stark fear and desperation. As he realizes the gravity of the situation. His internal monologue is blunt and filled with despair, "I'm fucked." A brutal blow landed squarely on Aiden's jaw, sending him reeling. His attacker roared, "You son of a bitch." Aiden collapsed, groaning. Ugh, it had a 50% success rate. How the hell did you fail that? He glared at his attacker, a large man in heavy armor, seething with rage. You made me blow my precious materials. The rage intensified, fueling another brutal attack. Aiden was pounded into the ground. God, it makes me madder, the more I think about it. Just fucking die. He continued to pummel the helpless Aiden. A voice called out, "You'll kill him if you beat him anymore." Aiden's attacker scoffed, "Ha. I don't care. He's an NPC, anyways. Even if I kill him, the system will just bring him back anyways. Let's just go on to the next region. I'd have killed him already, if it weren't for the karma penalty." Aiden's sister, Alice, appeared, calling out, "Big brother?" Alice rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" Aiden, wincing, replied, "Alice, I told you not to come down. It's dangerous." Alice insisted, "But I want to help." He wiped his mouth, a wry smile forming. It's alright. You know how players are. A young man with fiery red hair and dirt smudged on his face looked resolutely at his younger sister, Alice, whose hair was the same shade but lighter. He vowed, I'll grow up quickly and help you out. Despite the hardships he faced, working tirelessly and enduring harsh treatment from others, he remained steadfast in his resolve. It didn't matter. As long as he could protect Alice. The siblings shared a tender moment, a brief respite from the harsh realities of their world. Then, a sudden, violent energy erupted around them, shattering the idyllic scene. Crystalline shards of energy rained down as the world around them seemed to disintegrate. Aiden, bewildered, could only ask, so why? Aiden's face contorted in agony as he was overwhelmed by a surge of power. The energy coursed through him, leaving him breathless and on the verge of collapse. He raged inwardly, just what the hell does the system think it is? A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, appeared before him. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light, and their voice boomed, what gives you the right? The cloaked figure, seemingly an administrator of the system, casually erased a figure from existence, highlighting the immense power they wielded. Aiden, fueled by grief and rage, vowed, I'll destroy this goddamn system. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. No matter what. The scene dissolved into a chaotic swirl of energy, leaving Aiden's fate uncertain. Aiden, a young man with short, dark hair, plummets through a digital abyss. The background is a chaotic swirl of blue and black data streams, forming a tunnel-like structure around him as he falls. Everything around him dissolving into nothingness. The only other visible element is Alice, his sister, with vibrant red hair and piercing golden eyes, her face partially obscured by the darkness, watching the event unfold. Alice's world is fading, fragmenting into shimmering particles of light and energy. A swirling vortex of purple and pink energy erupts from below, pulling her down into the digital void. A spectral, glowing blue hand reaches down from the digital ether, its form crystalline and fragmented, touching Aiden's forehead. His eyes snap open, a look of dawning comprehension crossing his face. A red error message flashes across the screen, error. Then, another message appears, this one in stark white against a black background, system moderator's deletion command has been cancelled. A bright light engulfs Aiden as a new message appears, restoring NO_000002_Aiden. The text below reads, the time has come for you to carry out your role. Aiden sits amidst the ruins of his village, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination. He has been restored, but the devastation around him is a stark reminder of what he has lost and what he must do. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, the remnants of a village reduced to rubble. Blue energy particles still shimmer in the air, remnants of a catastrophic event. A young man with vibrant red hair, Aiden, stares blankly ahead, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. He mutters to himself, questioning his sudden reappearance in this destroyed place. His thoughts drift back to the moment of the village's destruction, a vivid memory of falling through a digital void. Suddenly, a message appears before him, a system notification of sorts. Aiden's eyes widen in surprise. The message proclaims, you have acquired moderator powers. Moderator LV 1 foot. A final message appears, commands available /update. Aiden stands amidst the ruins, a holographic interface now displayed before him, confirming his new abilities. He has become a moderator, level 1. The scene opens on a bustling encampment outside Edelin Castle in Vanson's forest. Several figures, including a knight in shining armor, a rogue mage, and others in various attire, are seen making their way along a path towards the imposing castle. One of the knights, his face partially obscured by his helmet, remarks on the lack of a recent update, expressing a degree of anticipation for one. He then reads a notice detailing an inspection and the deletion of an area due to an error. The notice indicates that affected players will receive compensation. The knight observes that absolutely nothing has changed, questioning the purpose of the inspection. Suddenly, a bright golden light erupts from the ground, causing a stir among the assembled people. A young man with orange hair, among the group, expresses confusion and concern. Others also react with surprise and uncertainty as the light continues to emanate from the ground. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, is shown observing the event from a distance. He hears someone mention a weapon upgrade event. Aiden, surprised by this revelation, realizes that there was no prior news of this event, concluding it's likely a hidden event. Aiden, with his vibrant blonde hair, exclaimed with satisfaction as he watched his fellow adventurers complete their upgrades. A system notification confirmed their success, their stats visibly increasing. He reflected that such an opportunity might not come again, as others excitedly discussed their own upgrades and the potential for further gains. One particularly enthusiastic individual declared his willingness to pay any price for another upgrade opportunity. Aiden's attention was drawn to a man with fiery red hair, who impatiently declared it was his turn next. His eyes widened, a look of dawning realization washing over him. A silent gasp escaping his lips as a flashback of a grim scene, a man in a suit, visibly distressed, alongside a helmeted figure wielding a large axe, played in his mind. The red-haired man approached a merchant, who displayed a collection of gleaming, magically imbued daggers. The red-haired man grumbled about others cutting in line, but another adventurer dismissed his complaint. Two other adventurers discussed the red-haired man and his companions, noting their reputation for buying low and selling high, their poor behavior, and their likely future punishment in the penalty ground. One of them recognized the red-haired man from a previous encounter. A blacksmith, the sole survivor of a recently deleted village, stood before an unknown individual. He was questioned about his presence, and the blacksmith explained that he was an NPC from the village that had been erased. The questioner pressed further, inquiring about the whereabouts of a young girl who had been with him. The blacksmith, with a calculating glint in his eye, surmised that she had likely left because she was deemed useless. A proposition was made, and the blacksmith was asked if he wished to continue. The probability of success was stated as 25%. He considered the offer, a smirk playing on his lips. Even with such low odds, the potential reward was significant enough to warrant the risk. The blacksmith's companion, a man in green armor, expressed his confidence in the outcome, assuring him that success was guaranteed. He even offered a tenfold payment should the endeavor fail. The blacksmith scoffed at this, dismissing it as a mere fantasy. He angrily raised his hammer, ready to strike. The blacksmith slammed his hammer down, but instead of success, the equipment malfunctioned and was destroyed. He declared that probability was irrelevant, as he was now the one making the decisions. The resulting explosion showered the green-armored man with a pile of broken weapons. The blacksmith, seemingly unfazed, simply remarked that his hands had been slippery, and that the attempt had completely failed. Two men, one with blonde hair and the other with teal, watched a third man, whose back was turned to them, chained and kneeling. The blonde man remarked that the scene was even more amazing, while the teal-haired man declared his heart was growing bigger. Suddenly, a gruff voice shouted, demanding to know what happened to his money. The chained man was grabbed by the throat. He was accused of running away without paying back tenfold, as promised. The chained man, his face visible now, insisted it was all the fault of another. A man they should take their anger out on. Another man, with fiery red hair, questioned this. The teal-haired man, however, vehemently disagreed, and a sudden burst of motion indicated a fight was about to begin. A chaotic brawl erupted in the town square, with the teal-haired man at the center of the conflict. The scene was filled with motion and energy as the fight intensified. He then went to his room, exhausted but relieved. He collapsed onto his bed, muttering that it was finally over. A large sum of money lay beside him. He reflected that with his earnings, he wouldn't need to worry about money for a while. A game interface then appeared, showing a quest milestone is completed. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, pondered his next move. He questioned whether he should examine the reward he had just received. Upon his resurrection, the only thing that met his gaze was a series of unfamiliar words. These words formed a status screen, revealing his new identity, Aiden, level 1, and updater. His stats were displayed, low in most areas, but with a 50% critical hit chance. The update_event command had also been unlocked. Aiden stared at the screen, questioning the nature of these commands. He wondered aloud if this was a system moderator skill. He was astonished. Could he really use these powers? The thought of it was almost too much to bear, reminiscent of. A figure in a dark hooded cloak appeared before him, a moderator. Aiden's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A new quest appeared on his screen, Milestone 01, to start an event. He accepted the quest, still grappling with the implications. Overwhelmed, Aiden questioned the meaning of everything he was experiencing. His confusion was palpable. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He decided to reflect on how it all began, remembering the day his village was destroyed by an unknown force. Aiden, a young man with dark hair, awoke. He had returned from death, a fact that settled upon him with a chilling certainty. But his resurrection was accompanied by an unexpected development. He had acquired administrator rights, a quest he found impossible for someone in his position. He questioned the system's motives, wondering what they hoped to gain by granting him such power. His thoughts turned darker, more suspicious. What were they truly trying to accomplish by using him? The image of his deceased sister, Alice, flickered in his mind, a ghost of the past tragedy that fueled his current resolve. He remembered the day the village was deleted, the day he lost everything. Regardless of the system's intentions, Aiden was determined to use his newfound power. He would use this opportunity to get revenge, no matter the cost. A shadowy figure, cloaked and masked, appeared before him. This mysterious entity offered a proposition. Aiden could use the system to exact his revenge, but in return, he would allow himself to be used as well. Aiden, his eyes burning with a fierce determination, agreed to the terms. He would use the system, and the system would use him. It was a pact forged in vengeance. He accepted a quest, a milestone on his path to revenge. And completed it swiftly. The quest was cleared. As a result, a new command was unlocked, update_unlock. Aiden now possessed the ability to unlock any item within the system. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared intently at a digital interface. A message appeared on the screen, can unlock any item. He contemplated the possibilities before deciding, I'll try it out later. He mused, having moderator power is nice and all, but will I be alright as I am now? His thoughts turned to his current stats, displayed alongside those of other players. He realized, it's obvious that I'm way too weak. I could easily be defeated by a beginner player. A chilling thought struck him, plus, the fact that I am considered a bug dot. A shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, appeared in his mind's eye. The figure seemed to represent the system's authority, and Aiden felt a growing sense of dread. He worried, I could get deleted during the next inspection without getting a chance to do anything. Despite his fear, a spark of determination ignited within him. He resolved, there must be a way. He quickly composed himself, right, let's not be so impatient. It's not like there's another way. He understood the urgency of the situation. He thought, I need to clear quests to stay alive. Luckily, it's in a place not so far away from here. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood silhouetted against the twilight sky. A brilliant beam of light shot up from the village below, illuminating the scene. He resolved, I'll start my journey when it gets brighter. The next morning dawned, revealing a breathtaking vista of a snow-capped mountain, its peak piercing a clear blue sky. Lush green valleys and forests stretched out before it. Aiden's face was etched with worry. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he braced himself for what lay ahead. He set off, his new attire, a dark blue cloak over a yellow tunic, a stark contrast to the verdant forest. A sword was strapped to his side. A massive, imposing dungeon entrance loomed before him, its dark, ornate door hinting at the dangers within. He muttered to himself, it just had to be in a dungeon, huh? A fierce battle raged inside. Players fought monstrous creatures, their clash echoing Aiden's internal conflict. He reflected, it's a place where players come to increase their stats. To think I'd end up in such a place. The dungeon door remained, a stark contrast to the chaos within. Aiden stood before it, his resolve hardening. He steadied himself, reminding himself, let's focus. He steeled his gaze, his inner voice echoing, I can't get scared all because I'm in a place like this. Compared to the things the moderator came with that day. Aiden, a young man with short, tousled brown hair, stood before a colossal, shadowy figure that loomed over the desolate remains of his village. His gaze was fixed on the imposing form, a grim determination etched on his face. He approached a large, imposing doorway, its dark interior hinting at an unknown path. The words "this place is nothing" echoed in his mind, a stark contrast to the burning rage in his heart. A warning flashed across the doorway, entrance restriction must be at least level 80. Aiden paused, his resolve momentarily tested. But then, the message shifted. Entrance allowed due to moderator permissions. A flicker of triumph ignited in his eyes. Aiden found himself facing a terrifying sight. Several monstrous creatures, their red bodies pulsating with dark energy, emerged from the shadows, their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth. The beasts lunged, their roars echoing through the desolate landscape. Aiden, caught completely off guard, barely managed to avoid their attack, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and exertion. He caught his breath, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He muttered to himself, realizing the danger he had just narrowly escaped. Aiden's thoughts turned to the nature of this place, questioning the frequency of such encounters for those who dared to tread here. He realized he was in a dungeon. The scene shifted to show a broader view of the dungeon, a vast, cavernous space filled with more of the same monstrous creatures. Aiden had only come here because of a milestone, a point of interest in his quest. But the sheer scale and otherworldly nature of this dungeon were far beyond anything he had anticipated. He realized this was no ordinary path. A bright, ethereal gateway shimmered into view before Aiden, a single number 1 inscribed upon its surface. It was a clear indication of a new level or challenge. Aiden struggled, his fingers clenching around something unseen. It wouldn't budge. He muttered to himself, frustrated by his lack of progress. He had come too far to turn back now. A solution occurred to him, the skill he had learned the previous day. Aiden focused, his eyes narrowing as he attempted to access the @command update function. The screen glowed, a blue light illuminating his determined face as he initiated the @command unlock sequence. A surge of energy pulsed outwards. A brilliant light filled the space, revealing a glowing, ethereal gateway. He stepped through the shimmering portal, finding himself in a blinding white corridor. Aiden, cloaked in shadow, ascended a grand staircase, his gaze fixed on a luminous pedestal at its apex. Approaching the pedestal, he saw a radiant orb pulsating with inner light. He mused, an egg? Aiden's eyes widened in surprise as he reached out to touch the orb. A blinding flash engulfed him, and he was thrown backward. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards from the pedestal. He gasped, what in the world? How? How is there a fully armored warrior standing before him? The warrior, clad in crimson and black armor, stood menacingly, his sword drawn. The warrior lunged, his blade aimed at Aiden's heart. But Aiden reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a swift movement. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber as Aiden found himself on the defensive, sustaining a wound to his cheek. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair and a determined expression, stumbled through a dimly lit corridor, his body bearing the marks of a recent struggle. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he braced himself for what lay ahead. A brilliant blue energy erupted from his hand, shattering the stone wall before him with a resounding crack. The force of the blast sent debris flying, revealing a towering figure clad in crimson and black armor, a menacing helmet obscuring its face. The armored warrior held a long sword, its edge gleaming ominously. Aiden stood before a formidable foe, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and determination. He was clearly injured, but his resolve remained unshaken. A silent question echoed in his mind. He clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. I don't have anything else to lose anyways, he thought, steeling his resolve. With a roar, Aiden charged, his sword raised high. Bring it on, you bastard, he shouted, his voice filled with rage and defiance. The armored warrior responded with a swift, powerful blow, its fist connecting with Aiden's sword with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying. Aiden struggled to maintain his footing, the force of the blow nearly knocking him off balance. A plan formed in his mind. I need to go straight in, he decided, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. The armored warrior prepared for another attack, its sword raised high, ready to strike. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself in a desperate struggle. Blood streamed down his face as a blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. The attack leaving him wounded and gasping for breath. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and determination, reflected the intensity of the moment. But even as he staggered, Aiden's resolve hardened. He gripped his sword, preparing for a counterattack. With a roar, Aiden lunged forward, his blade flashing. He met his attacker head-on, a heavily armored knight, driving his sword deep into the creature's chest. A triumphant grin spread across his battered face as he declared, I did it. The knight, however, did not fall. Its armor shattered, revealing a strange, pulsating energy within. As Aiden braced himself for another attack, he stood ready, his sword raised. The energy intensified, a cosmic swirl forming within the knight's chest cavity. Aiden watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, wondering what was happening. What's this? Suddenly, a powerful force struck Aiden, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground, his body battered and bruised. Aiden, his body racked with pain, could only register the searing agony that coursed through his every limb. He muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, that his body felt injured all over. He looked down at himself, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could this be happening? Aiden collapsed to the ground, his crimson hair a stark contrast against the gray stone. Blood stained his clothes, a grim testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. His eyes, filled with despair, reflected the harsh reality of his situation. As expected, he realized he couldn't do it. He was defeated. A series of fragmented images flashed before his eyes, his younger sister, Alice, huddled under a blanket, her face etched with worry, the destruction of their village, a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, wielding immense power, the final, devastating blow that ended his life, the cycle of his death and rebirth. The hooded figure loomed over him, a silent, menacing presence. Aiden, defeated and broken, could only watch as the figure's power consumed him. Alice, her vibrant red hair a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape, stood alone, a picture of quiet resilience. A single, desperate command echoed in Aiden's mind, stay alive. Aiden's eyes snapped open, a fierce determination burning within them. His golden irises glowed with newfound power. Blood splattered the ground, a chilling reminder of the battle to come. Aiden, his eyes blazing with a fierce red light, silently vowed, if I stay alive, he would win. With a surge of newfound power, he lunged forward, his attack connecting with the armored figure. A pained roar escaped the knight's lips as he was sent reeling. The clash continued, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Aiden pressed his advantage, trading blows with the heavily armored knight. Sparks flew as their weapons collided. But Aiden's attempt to upgrade his equipment failed, resulting in its destruction. He stared in disbelief, muttering, no way. The system message revealed a shocking truth. The knight wasn't equipment, it was a demon. Seizing a glimmer of hope, Aiden thought, a chance. He attacked again, his movements fueled by desperation. Another failed upgrade attempt resulted in more equipment destruction. The battle raged on. And with a final, powerful blow, Aiden shattered the demon knight's armor, ending the fight. A monstrous, red, vaguely horned creature lunged forward. But Aiden, eyes blazing with crimson fury, met its attack head-on, swinging a mighty blow. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. A series of upgrade failed, equipment destroyed messages flashed across his vision as he gritted his teeth in pain. Despite the setbacks, Aiden continued his assault, his resolve unwavering. The screen filled with cascading upgrade failed, equipment destroyed messages, a relentless barrage of digital failure. Yet, Aiden pressed on, his blows growing more ferocious with each passing moment. A final, devastating blow shattering the creature into fragments. Another upgrade failed, equipment destroyed message appeared, but this time, something felt different. The remains of his equipment lay scattered around him. A triumphant "I did it" escaped his lips as a quest completion message appeared. Quest milestone 02, find the Easter egg. Completed. A surge of blue energy erupted from Aiden, the young man with fiery red hair, as he braced himself against the powerful force coursing through his body. His moderator powers upgraded to level 3, unlocking the /update_edit command. Aiden, his face streaked with dirt and sweat, stared blankly ahead. He silently registered the acquisition of a new skill. He wondered if this was the reason he had come here, a question that lingered in his mind as he coughed, his body aching. Aiden, his body battered and bruised, leaned against a wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He acknowledged the extent of his injuries, his body was a mess. Despite the pain, a grim determination hardened his gaze. He needed to stay conscious. With a final, desperate effort, Aiden collapsed to the ground. He lay unconscious before a large, imposing door. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, observing Aiden's fallen form. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, adjusted the collar of her ornate cloak. A pensive expression settled on her face, her eyes reflecting a deep sadness. A subtle smile played on her lips as she looked down at her hands, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, nearby, lay the body of a young man with fiery red hair, his clothes stained with blood. Aiden, her brother, was dead. A grand hall, bathed in an ethereal blue light, held a dark, imposing pedestal at its center. A single, powerful beam of light shone down upon it. As a swirling vortex of blue energy coalesced within the pedestal, finally solidifying into a small, metallic orb, pulsing with inner light. The orb launched itself from the pedestal, soaring through the air towards two figures in red armor who stood guard. Its trajectory precise and unwavering. Before unleashing a concentrated beam of energy that shattered the guards into fragments. A report flashed across the screen, the dungeon keeper's disappearance was confirmed, and a low-level system bug had been detected. Swift action was deemed necessary. The orb returned to the pedestal, its energy fading as the hall returned to its previous state, leaving only scattered remnants of the destroyed armor. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, lay unconscious on the ground. His breathing was shallow, a faint tremor running through his body. A low hum resonated in the air, barely audible above the rustling leaves. His eyes flickered open, a question forming on his lips as he murmured, "What's that sound?" A woman with bright blue hair, clad in a white coat, knelt beside him, extending a glowing tablet. Aiden's confusion deepened. His eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Question marks swam in his vision. She recoiled slightly, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she asked, "Who are you?" The woman, introducing herself as Arya, calmly stated, "Hello. My name's Arya." Aiden's mind raced. He recognized the term, a chilling realization dawning on him, a player. A surge of power coursed through Aiden's veins as his eyes glowed with an intense red light. A message appeared before him, status confirmed. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, dressed in a dark, ornate outfit, smiled reassuringly. Her words, though soft, carried an undercurrent of authority. There was no need to be so scared. A status screen appeared, displaying status, unknown, and a bizarre karma value, 10-3% 5#6. The turquoise-haired woman's smile widened, a hint of mischief in her eyes. A young man with fiery red hair stared, wide-eyed and sweating, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. He muttered in disbelief, questioning the impossible karma value. Wasn't the maximum karma level 100? The turquoise-haired woman's expression turned serious. A narration box declared, "This girl is dangerous." She approached the red-haired man, who was now sitting on the ground, and commanded him to go away. He looked at her, confused, questioning her actions. The turquoise-haired woman healed the red-haired man's wounds, using the last of her health potions. She then commented on her own surprising kindness, leaving the red-haired man speechless. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, insisted he didn't want a reward. His expression was serious, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, a woman with striking blue hair smiled enigmatically. She found him quite interesting, a first for her. Aiden, however, was left utterly perplexed by her words. As a bright light suddenly appeared before him, revealing a new quest and a level up. A quest, and at this moment of all moments. Aiden's surprise was palpable. He decided to distance himself from the suspicious blue-haired woman, wanting to leave quickly. Before leaving, he thanked her for her help, reiterating that he didn't need anything else. Aiden began to walk away, stating his intention to continue on his journey. But the blue-haired woman's amused expression suggested otherwise. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of a majestic mountain range, hinting at the vastness of the world. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, scowled at a series of friend requests flooding his screen. Each one was from a user named Arya. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted his contemplation. Arya, a girl with bright blue hair and a prosthetic arm, appeared before him, extending a hand in greeting. Arya's friendly demeanor quickly soured. She demanded to know why Aiden kept following her, prompting an irritated Aiden to tell her to stop bothering him. Arya, however, was unfazed. With a playful smile, she countered that she couldn't understand why she couldn't follow him. Aiden, concerned about her fragility, warned Arya about the dangers of her actions, reminding her of her past collapses. Arya, in response, insisted on being there for him in any difficult situation. She then smugly declared that she was right to follow him, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Aiden's expression shifted to one of surprise and apprehension. Arya pointed towards something unseen, her expression full of anticipation. A monstrous wolf emerged from the forest, its teeth bared in a ferocious snarl, charging directly at Aiden. Aiden, eyes wide with alarm, activated his inventory, preparing to defend himself. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was being fiercely attacked by a monstrous teal wolf, its jaws snapping shut inches from his face. The impact of the attack sending him sprawling to the ground. The wolf, weakened but still dangerous, collapsed nearby, its ragged breathing filling the air. But Aiden's ordeal was far from over. He stood, sword drawn, facing a pack of similar monstrous wolves, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. The fallen wolf lay at his feet, a grim testament to his recent struggle. Aiden's breath hitched in his throat. He stared at the pack, a cold sweat beating on his brow. He wondered, when did so many monsters appear? His gaze fell upon the blood staining his clothes. He mused, were they attracted by the scent of blood on my clothes? Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. A young woman with vibrant blue hair, perched on a rock, observed him with amusement. Looks like you're in a pickle, she remarked. She offered a helping hand, should I help? Oh, but Aiden, though grateful for the offer, shook his head. He had a quest to complete. I have to kill monsters for the quest anyways, he muttered to himself, his eyes hardening with determination. He realized that this was an opportunity. A chance to grow stronger before the impending maintenance. The only way to get stronger quickly before the maintenance is this, he thought, a fierce glint in his eyes. With a battle cry, Aiden charged into the pack of wolves, his sword a blur of motion. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, sat upon a grand throne within a dimly lit hall. A single, luminous window cast an ethereal glow upon the scene, illuminating a small, glowing orb held delicately in the figure's hands. The orb, a peculiar Easter egg within the system, pulsed faintly before vanishing completely. A hand, seemingly belonging to the figure on the throne, reached out, a question forming in their mind, the Easter egg disappeared? Another figure, sharply dressed in a dark suit, spoke, his voice a low murmur. It could, if you slay the dungeon keeper, but, he trailed off, a hint of foreboding in his tone. He continued, his words painting a grim picture, that keeper is a special one with the immortal trait. Bring about a change. However, a third figure, Royd, the system moderator, observed the events unfolding before him, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Something's weird, he muttered, his gaze fixed on two fragmented icons representing a sword and a hook. A surge of blue energy enveloped Royd as he stood, his expression hardening. He was ready to act. Looks like I'll have to check for myself, he declared, his resolve firm. The scene shifted to Aiden, engaged in a fierce battle against several monstrous creatures. Aiden, the protagonist, was clearly struggling, his movements frantic and desperate. From above, Royd observed, his voice a low, almost inaudible whisper, it seems like a bug has occurred for sure, he concluded, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Several monstrous wolves lay panting on the ground, exhausted from a recent struggle. Aiden's hand, slick with sweat, gripped the hilt of his sword. He stood amidst the fallen beasts, his red hair a stark contrast against the carnage. The weight of his sword felt strangely light in his hand. Aiden breathed heavily, a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief washing over him. I won. He stared at his hands, marveling at his unexpected victory. To think that he, once a mere NPC, had slain so many monsters. A golden light erupted, and a notification appeared before him, command edit. He was awestruck. This skill's really incredible. I couldn't have imagined things turning out like this. Another golden light engulfed him. But the strain on his body was immense. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a surge of electrical energy. His expression was one of grim determination as he muttered to himself, resolving to use his newfound power wisely. He had just acquired a new skill, status edit, which opened up a plethora of opportunities. A complex network of interconnected nodes, each marked with a question mark, surrounded a central icon depicting a wrench, representing the skill's potential. Aiden's status screen appeared, displaying his current level, LV.1, 0 experience points, EXP, 0, his name, Aiden, and his species, human. Aiden, now in a forest setting, pondered the means of becoming stronger in this new world. He realized that leveling up was essential. A notice board displayed various quests, hinting at the possibilities available to him. The second method was depicted in a dramatic scene, a group of adventurers battling a monstrous creature. Back in the forest, Aiden felt something was amiss. A young woman with vibrant blue hair appeared, observing Aiden with a curious expression. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, found himself in a desperate situation. He hunted monsters relentlessly for days. This was his only recourse, since he couldn't accept quests from the non-player characters, NPCs. A fleeting glimpse of a woman with vibrant blue hair, possibly a player character, appeared in the background. No matter how many monsters he slew, or how many commands he used, his level remained stagnant. This grim reality dawned on him. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He was an NPC, and NPCs have limits. An NPC's growth is inherently capped. Unlike players, chosen by the system, who possess limitless potential. Aiden observed a group of players, their power evident in their bearing. These chosen individuals, a mage, a warrior, and a paladin, stood as a stark contrast to his own limitations. A crushing weight settled upon Aiden as he realized his fate, he was not chosen. This explained his inability to grow stronger. He slumped, his shoulders heavy with despair. Despite the bleak outlook, a spark of defiance ignited within him. He wondered, how can I level up? There has to be a way. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, sat by a campfire, a troubled expression etched on his face. He ran a hand through his hair, his gaze distant and preoccupied. Beside him, a woman with striking turquoise hair watched him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A stick with marshmallows roasting over the fire sat between them. The turquoise-haired woman, Alice, finally spoke, her voice sharp with irritation. She demanded to know how long he intended to follow her. But before Aiden could respond, Alice paused, a thoughtful expression softening her features. Alice's hand moved, a subtle gesture that hinted at a hidden power. She admitted that she didn't know what was driving him, but she noted that he was moving very quickly. Alice crossed her arms, a thoughtful expression on her face. Aiden's eyes widened slightly as he listened. She stated that hunting alone was inefficient. Aiden's eyes widened further, a sudden understanding dawning on him. He blurted out, party play. Alice smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She agreed, adding that if it meant gaining experience points as a party, it might work. Aiden's face lit up with excitement. He thought it might actually work. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before Alice, a girl with striking blue hair, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He simply uttered, "Okay." In response to something she had said, leaving her with a questioning. Alice's surprise continued as she prompted Aiden, "Say, let's do it." Aiden's expression shifted, a thoughtful look replacing his previous neutrality. And Alice, overjoyed by his agreement, embraced him enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yay! You actually accepted it." The scene shifted to a nighttime landscape, a campfire burning faintly in the distance. A voice, presumably Alice's, could be heard off-panel. "Why don't you accept my friend request while you're at it?" Happy face Aiden's response was curt and dismissive, "Screw off." Alice, now standing in a rocky ravine known as the Hecla Ravine, explained to Aiden, "The proper term for something like this is getting carried." 3 large, menacing blue creatures loomed before them. Alice nonchalantly pointed at them, stating, "Killed." Alice's dismissive attitude continued, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she muttered, "Pfft. Won't even accept my friend request." Aiden, observing a data screen, internally mused, "You're super lucky, you know. Normally you'd have to pay me." Judging from her attitude, it looks like she's having no trouble with the hunt. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair and intense golden eyes, pondered his situation. He realized that if he could gain experience points, he could level up quickly. He found himself facing 4 massive, reptilian creatures, their blue scales gleaming under the bright sky. They were perched atop rocky outcrops, their menacing jaws agape. Suddenly, a young woman with bright blue hair appeared, her expression fierce and determined. She launched a swift attack. A whirlwind of motion that sent the creatures reeling. The force of her assault was undeniable. And resulted in a shower of experience points for Aiden. A wave of energy washed over Aiden as he rapidly leveled up, the blue light intensifying around him. His face lit up with a triumphant grin as he continued to level up, multiple notifications flashing before his eyes. Aiden exclaimed that his level had finally gone up, realizing he should have done this from the start. He then noticed a small, spherical device rolling towards him, its smooth surface gleaming faintly. A system notification flashed across the screen, bug detected. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a desolate landscape. He muttered to himself, his expression thoughtful, "Anyhow, that girl. I expected her to be strong, but she might be much more powerful than I thought." The image showed a young woman with bright blue hair, skillfully riding atop 2 monstrous creatures, wielding a weapon with practiced ease. Aiden watched, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, as the blue-haired woman effortlessly controlled the beasts. He mused, "But I wonder why someone like her approached me." The blue-haired woman's expression shifted to one of concern, her eyes wide with a sudden question. The scene then changed, showing Aiden standing before a glowing orb nestled amongst the rocks. Aiden chuckled, "Ha, something that was this easy." He reviewed his quest completion notification, level up. Rewards, gained 1 skill point. He then reflected, "I wasted so much time." It seemed he could use the skill point on the edit skill. He wondered, "I wonder what ability I'll get." The blue-haired girl's voice called out from off-screen, "Hey. Where are you? You said you'd carry me." Aiden looked around in confusion. The next panel showed a glowing orb shattering into pieces, sparking with energy. More pieces of the orb scattered, accompanied by a warning, CA. Caution. Aiden, a young man with vibrant blue hair, stood amidst the ruins, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that there might be many disadvantages. As a warning flashed in his mind, a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. And a powerful foot crashed down, shattering the earth. A woman with striking blue hair and a confident demeanor appeared, declaring him noisy and questioning his audacity to interfere. She asserted that no one could touch what was hers. Meanwhile Aiden, his red hair a stark contrast to her blue, watched her with a determined expression, seemingly unfazed by her threat. A friend request popped up on Aiden's screen, asking if he wanted to add Arya as a friend. He accepted the request with a tap of his finger. And Arya's joyful face appeared on his friend list, welcoming new Aiden. Arya thanked Aiden, commenting on his charm, but he downplayed her compliment. Aiden, level 30, stood in a verdant field, his expression thoughtful. Aiden recounted how he ended up on a trip with Arya, a player he met by chance. He justified adding Arya as a friend because she was a great help and he had nothing to lose. He also mentioned using a skill point he had earned. Aiden gained 1 point in the /update_edit skill, which he considered a crucial acquisition, and he was presented with the option to change class. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood alone, a stark contrast to the blurry figures fading behind him. He was clad in a simple yet sturdy tunic and cloak, his expression resolute. He was no longer an NPC or a player, the system now recognized him as a player. A wave of data flowed around him, culminating in a box displaying his name, Aiden. A flashback showed Aiden engaged in a fierce battle, his movements blurred by the intensity of the fight. He clenched his fist, a surge of frustrated determination coursing through him. If only. Aiden's thoughts drifted to his younger sister, Alice. He remembered a time when he possessed similar strength. A memory of power now lost, but not forgotten. Golden sparks erupted from his eyes, a potent symbol of his inner fire. The sparks faded, leaving Aiden standing in a sun-drenched field, the remnants of his power dissipating into the wind. Alice, a young woman with vibrant blue hair, appeared, calling out to him, concerned about his sudden departure. Aiden continued his journey, ignoring Alice's pleas. In the distance, a colossal, shimmering blue structure materialized, leaving both Aiden and Alice awestruck. Aiden's face was a mask of wonder and apprehension as he stared at the mysterious structure. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood beside Alice, a woman with striking blue hair, as she pointed towards a distant area. Alice declared that it was the bad sector. A narration box explained that the bad sector was a space designated for the system's deleted data. Areas purged by moderators eventually became neglected and forgotten. Aiden, his expression thoughtful, commented that the bad sector was a place where anything could unexpectedly appear. He and Alice stood on a grassy hill, overlooking the ominous bad sector. Alice looked surprised. Alice questioned Aiden's decision to go there, urging him to wait for her. Alice ran towards the bad sector, while Aiden followed, his silhouette visible against the glowing, hexagonal background of the area. Aiden wondered aloud if the place he used to live in had already transformed into this desolate bad sector. Alice, ever enthusiastic, declared that it would be fun. Alice's hand glowed with an otherworldly energy as she approached the bad sector. Aiden's hand also began to glow with a similar energy, a powerful aura surrounding him as he stood before Alice. Alice looked at Aiden with a questioning expression as his power manifested. Aiden's power surged, causing a ripple effect. A young man with vibrant blue hair, dressed in ornate clothing, smirked condescendingly. He dismissed the other with a dismissive wave, stating that they could proceed alone. A thought bubble revealed a crucial piece of information: only those with administrator rights could freely traverse the dangerous bad sector. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, was being roughly manhandled. He struggled, shouting "Get off me," as his captor confirmed their suspicions. The blue-haired man's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he leaned in, declaring Aiden special. A surge of purple energy erupted around them, illuminating the desolate landscape. Aiden, still somewhat bewildered, explained that he had only entered temporarily, but then questioned his own reason for being there in the first place. He concluded that his entry wasn't actually necessary. Despite his conclusion, a lingering sense of unease remained. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face, before turning back towards the source of the purple energy with the blue-haired individual. Aiden's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on something unseen. He sensed something was present. It was a demon. A small, frightened figure emerged from the rocks, confirming Aiden's suspicions. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, found himself face to face with a child, Alice, whose wide, frightened eyes reflected the gravity of their situation. A cold sweat beaded on Alice's brow as she visibly trembled. Aiden's own expression was one of grim determination, his gaze unwavering as he registered the child's presence. He muttered to himself, "A kid?" With a swift, decisive movement, Aiden drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming in the harsh light. The blade arcing through the air in a brilliant flash, leaving behind a trail of shimmering energy as he prepared to face whatever threat lay ahead. Alice, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, watched him, whispering, "Are you players?" Two figures emerged from the shadows, their swords drawn. One of them spoke, "We haven't seen other people in a long while. How are you both able to get in here? You may be suspicious, but at least you seem to be enemies." Aiden's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Then, a third figure appeared, a woman with vibrant blue hair, her expression unreadable. A sudden realization struck one of the figures. The blue-haired woman's eyes glowed with power, a surge of energy emanating from her. A powerful aura enveloping her as she stood defiantly. Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Alice, witnessing the display of power, looked on with a mixture of fear and wonder, whispering, "A juicy." Aiden, his brow furrowed in concentration, felt a surge of unfamiliar energy coursing through him. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of this horrifying power. Meanwhile, two other figures, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair and a man with fiery red hair, watched from a distance. The man voiced his concern, wondering what they should do if she turned against them. Suddenly, a third individual, a man with short, dark blue hair, gasped in alarm. He exclaimed that players had somehow infiltrated their world. The blue-haired man approached the red-haired man and the turquoise-haired woman, hesitantly explaining that Helen's condition had worsened. A wave of dark purple energy erupted from a nearby building, causing significant damage. The red-haired man watched in horror. Jake, the red-haired man, rushed to Helen's bedside, finding her in distress. He questioned what had happened, as there had been no issues until now. The turquoise-haired woman, apologetic, admitted she didn't know what was happening. Jake desperately tried to wake Helen, calling out her name repeatedly, his worry growing with each passing moment. Jake and the turquoise-haired woman looked on in alarm as Helen's condition continued to deteriorate. Jake realized this was no ordinary illness. A system warning appeared before Jake, alerting him to a bug with a low threat level. The warning was immediately followed by a new urgent quest: delete the bug. Aiden, his face etched with worry, questioned the woman with bright blue hair. He desperately pleaded with her to find a solution, any solution, to their dire situation. The woman, Alice, remained silent, her face partially obscured by a white mask, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a young boy burst into the room, his eyes wide with terror, small particles of purple energy swirling around him. He was clearly distressed. Aiden, startled by the intrusion, grabbed the boy, shouting at him for entering without permission. Meanwhile, in another room, a young woman named Helen lay unconscious in a bed, purple energy emanating from her body. Aiden urged Alice to help her, warning her not to touch her. Alice, however, declared it too late. Aiden, confused, pressed her for clarification. Alice explained that Helen was a player and that the situation was beyond their control. Aiden, still bewildered, was then informed by Alice that the problem was a bug. This revelation left Aiden completely dumbfounded, questioning how such a thing could be possible. Aiden, his face contorted in anguish, voiced his bewilderment. The town's destruction had been a brutal reality, yet they had never once defied the system. He questioned the reason behind this inexplicable event. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, calmly explained that defying the system wasn't the only way to become a bug, there were many kinds of bugs. A dark, ominous image filled the panel, depicting a figure shrouded in purple energy. A narration box ominously stated that the more the situation worsened, the more damage Alice's presence would cause. Aiden, his face etched with worry, considered the advice given. To avoid being deleted along with Alice, he should leave and find a place far away. However, as Aiden prepared to leave, he was surprised to find Alice and another man standing in a hallway, waiting for him. A new character, with fiery red hair, reacted with disbelief to a sudden quest notification. The quest was to delete Alice, a fact that filled him with outrage. He was incredulous, the system wanted him to delete Alice? His anger flared, and he contemplated his options. A stark choice presented itself: delete Alice with moderator permissions? Yes or no? His eyes blazing with defiance, the red-haired man vehemently rejected the notion. He decisively selected no, refusing to comply with the system's cruel demand. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair and a determined scowl, clenched his jaw. His expression reflected a burning rage, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. A stark warning appeared before him: failure meant an extreme penalty. A simple yes or no decision loomed, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. He was forced to perform a degrading task, a question forming in his mind: was this the reason he was brought here? To be used in such a way? His eyes blazed with fury as he realized the truth. The moderator, the one responsible for his village's destruction, was behind this. A figure emerged, cloaked and mysterious, their face obscured by a mask. They spoke, their voice cold and detached. "We are different." Aiden, fueled by righteous anger, unleashed a powerful attack, a burst of energy radiating from his body. The force of his blow shattering the air around him. He defied the moderator, his voice filled with defiance. "Do what you want me to." The world around him fractured, data streams swirling in a chaotic vortex. He was determined to find out whether this was a system error or a deliberate act. And with a steely resolve, he vowed to make them all disappear. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before a group of concerned onlookers. His expression was serious, his gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel. He instructed them to move away from an unseen danger. His companions, a mix of men and women in varying degrees of military attire, looked to him with a mixture of apprehension and hope. One of them urgently asked if Aiden had a solution to their problem. Another figure, a young boy, approached Aiden, his face etched with desperation. He pleaded with Aiden, begging him to save his sister, Helen. The boy's desperate pleas continued, his voice filled with anguish as he begged Aiden to save his little sister. Aiden, his face grim, knelt beside a young woman lying unconscious on a bed. She was Helen, the boy's sister, and she appeared to be gravely injured. Purple energy pulsed from Helen's body, indicating a severe magical or technological malfunction. Aiden placed a hand on her forehead, a look of determination hardening his features. A brilliant light erupted from Aiden, pushing back the onlookers. He seemed to be undergoing a significant transformation. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as Aiden's power surged. They were awestruck by the display of energy. A woman with striking blue hair, seemingly unaffected by the event, observed the scene with a calm, almost calculating expression. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and determination. A blinding white light erupted from within him. A wave of energy surging outwards, obliterating the surrounding area in a flash of white and red. The world around him dissolved into a chaotic stream of data, a digital torrent of teal and cyan pixels swirling around a central point of intense white light. Within this maelstrom, shadowy figures, seemingly human, were swept away. Aiden, now appearing with short, white hair, found himself in a dark, digital space. He looked around, his expression one of confusion and apprehension. Is this place the system's space? He surveyed his surroundings, a sense of dread settling over him. There's no end in sight. Moreover, I'm not in the real world anymore. Beside him, a young girl with curly blonde hair floated, enveloped in a purple aura. Aiden's gaze fell upon her, his worry evident. He thought, how can I save this kid? The girl's form flickered, unstable. A narration box appeared, a fatal error that occurs when the system is defied. Aiden clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with resolve. He muttered, then I'll. Aimed at severing the girl's connection to the system. The purple aura around the girl began to dissipate as Aiden's attack connected. He felt a surge of hope. I might be able to save her. Aiden, his form barely visible amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, watched as his sister, Alice, was consumed by the same destructive force. The searing light intensified, engulfing them both in a fiery embrace. Aiden's eyes, though barely visible, held a fierce determination. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light subsided, leaving behind only a lingering warmth and a profound silence. Aiden, now surrounded by ethereal figures, felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. His eyes blazed with newfound strength as he unleashed a furious torrent of energy, a raw display of his newfound power. A wave of destruction radiated outwards, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Aiden, now fully aware of his abilities, stood defiant. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers, 3 figures clad in military-style attire, watched in stunned silence as Aiden's power manifested itself before them. One of them, a woman with vibrant blue hair, spoke. It might just be possible. Her words sparked a reaction from the other two, who reacted with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Aiden, having solidified his resolve, focused his power, and unleashed another wave of energy, this time targeting a nearby structure. The building crumbled into dust. The destruction continued, a testament to Aiden's burgeoning power. He had become the administrator, and his vengeance had begun. A swirling vortex of fragmented, crystalline light filled Aiden's vision. As he slowly regained consciousness, his mind raced, a whirlwind of confusion and uncertainty. What had happened? Had he succeeded? A golden square of light materialized before him, radiating an ethereal glow. A system message appeared, announcing the acquisition of new commands. The /upgrade_delete command had been unlocked. Furthermore, he had been registered as the new moderator of Urge Mountain. Moderator, Aiden. Aiden stared at the messages, a grim understanding dawning on him. So he was supposed to delete the village. The system was testing him, observing his choices. A fiery pillar erupted in the distance, a beacon of destruction. Aiden, along with several other figures, watched from afar, the weight of his newfound power settling upon him. To see what choice he would make. A young woman with vibrant blue hair poured a glowing, cyan liquid onto Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair. He winced. The liquid sparking as it made contact with his skin. Aiden protested, insisting he was fine and to stop. But the woman, unconvinced, continued to tend to his wounds, her concern evident. The woman explained that she thought something had happened to him, expressing her shock and concern for his well-being. She emphasized his importance to her. Aiden, still slightly dazed, looked on with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. 2 young children approached, thanking Aiden for his help in keeping them safe. He was addressed as Sir Aiden. Aiden, touched by their gratitude, vowed to repay their kindness somehow. A bright, ethereal glow emanated from him. As a system notification appeared, revealing that the status of several NPCs had been updated to freeborn. Their levels and former roles were listed. Aiden, reviewing the updated village status, pondered the meaning of freeborn. Aiden, a young man with short, white hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. Several ethereal figures, seemingly detached from the system, floated around him, their forms flickering in and out of existence. He had successfully detached the elements causing the adverse reaction from the system. But something immediately interfered, as if it had been waiting for this precise moment. The ethereal figures pulsed with a renewed intensity, their forms becoming more defined as purple energy surged around them. Aiden's eyes narrowed as he saw several large, pulsating orbs of dark energy coalesce before him. They pulsed with an ominous purple light, their surfaces flickering with digital glitches. He instantly recognized the threat. The moment he saw it, he felt it, the root of the problem. A surge of power erupted from within Aiden, a fiery red energy contrasting sharply with the purple energy of the orbs. He knew this was the source of the system's malfunction. He channeled this energy, unleashing a powerful blast of light that sliced through the air. A searing red beam that collided with the dark orbs, destroying them in a flash of light and energy. He had identified and destroyed the bug, the source of the system's corruption. A catastrophic event unfolds, depicted in a flurry of purple and red energy. Several figures, seemingly lifeless, are enveloped by the chaotic energy, their forms dissolving into nothingness. As a lone figure, Aiden stands amidst the chaos, a surge of red energy emanating from him. His eyes widen in shock and fear as he witnesses the destruction around him. Aiden reflects internally, unsure of the connection between the energy and the victims. He muses that he doesn't understand how they became connected to this phenomenon. However, he is certain of one thing: as freeborns, they are exempt from the system's rules. Aiden approaches another individual, hesitantly beginning a conversation. He apologizes for the abruptness of his question, but he needs to know if the other person believes he is a system operator. The other person, seemingly surprised, questions Aiden's role, suggesting that he used the system to save them. A mysterious figure appears, cloaked and surrounded by other figures, revealing that Aiden saved the top players selected by the moderators. The cloaked figure continues, stating that if Aiden isn't a system operator, there's no other explanation for such a miracle. Despite the uncertainty, the other person expresses gratitude for Aiden's actions. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood tall before a group of villagers. His attire, a rich blue cloak over a yellow tunic, suggested a position of authority. He addressed them with quiet confidence, but quickly deflected their fervent declaration of loyalty. He insisted he wasn't their leader, reminding them of their previous encounter. The villagers, however, remained steadfast in their decision to follow him. Alone, Aiden's confident facade crumbled. Doubt clouded his features as he grappled with his newfound responsibility, questioning his ability to lead and wondering if he should continue the charade of being a leader. A comforting hand rested on his shoulder, interrupting his internal conflict. Alice, a young woman with striking blue hair, offered words of reassurance. She reminded him of the villagers' unwavering faith, emphasizing that their fate now rested in his hands, regardless of his choice. Alice's unwavering confidence continued, urging Aiden to relax and act as he saw fit, as the outcome was already predetermined. Aiden found himself both impressed and slightly unnerved by Alice's seemingly omniscient perspective, but ultimately conceded to her point. He agreed to lead, but only after securing what he considered the most crucial element for their immediate needs. The villagers watched with anticipation as Aiden prepared to take the next step. A table laden with a sumptuous feast is presented, plates overflow with glistening pasta dishes, succulent roasted meats, and rich sauces. A family, a man, a woman, and 2 children, sits around a table, their faces alight with joy as they partake in a hearty meal. The children, Henry and Helen, exclaim in delight. The scene shifts to a more modest setting. A young woman, Helen, eagerly eats, while 2 men, Henry and another, watch over her. One of the men urges them to eat, noting it's been a long time since they had a proper meal. Henry, expressing his gratitude for the shared meal. The other man, concerned about the children's well-being due to previous food shortages, reveals his worries. The family enjoys the meal, but the conversation turns to the village's current state. One of the men observes that while the food is sufficient for now, the village is far from its former glory. He reflects on how the village used to be a thriving community, a beautiful place to live, even attracting many visitors. The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, ruined landscape. Towering, menacing figures, red-armored beings, stand amidst the debris, their presence ominous and foreboding. A dark, celestial body looms in the background. A narration box explains that a mysterious entity, passerby, intervened, providing aid that allowed them to survive the catastrophic event that destroyed their village. The 2 men discuss their shared hardships since the village's destruction, emphasizing their resilience in the face of adversity. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, reflected on his bond with his sister, Alice. He thought of their shared experiences, their resilience in the face of hardship, and how close they had become. Their bond, forged in the crucible of life and death, had made them practically family. The image shifted to a sepia-tone flashback, showing Aiden playfully carrying Alice on his shoulders. A gentle smile played on his lips. Suddenly, the scene changed again. Aiden, now in the present, stood observing a woman with vibrant blue hair from a distance. She stood on a balcony, seemingly lost in thought. The blue-haired woman, startled, turned her gaze towards Aiden, a look of surprise on her face. The scene shifted to a close-up of the blue-haired woman's face, her expression changing to one of intrigue and curiosity. She pointed at a large wooden chest, a question forming on her lips: "What's this box?" Aiden and another man looked at the chest. Aiden commented on its surprisingly good condition, considering the state of the village. The blue-haired woman explained that it was a special integrated storage chest only accessible to players. She continued, explaining that because it was connected to the system, it could be used anywhere. Aiden and the others were surprised to learn that the chest was connected to the system. The blue-haired woman confirmed that she had been its keeper. However, since the village had been abandoned, the chest could no longer be opened. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, frowned in concentration. He muttered to himself, suspecting that the system was preventing a chest from opening. Another young man, this one with short, dark blue hair, approached cautiously. He urged Aiden to let him see the chest. Aiden, his brow furrowed, considered the implications. He recalled hearing that players could collect rare items from such chests. A thought struck him. A sudden burst of light illuminated the chest, revealing a glowing unlock command. The command was activated. The glowing symbol on the chest indicated that it could be opened with moderator privileges. Aiden realized this with a jolt. With a surge of excitement, Aiden opened the chest. He found himself staring at a vast inventory of items. A cascade of gold coins, weapons, and potions poured from the chest. Aiden, however, had a specific goal in mind. The other 2 young men, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment at the sheer volume of items. One of them, a young man with dark hair, exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the overflowing inventory. A young woman with bright blue hair watched with a knowing smile. Aiden, meanwhile, continued to examine his newfound inventory, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. A large, powerful hammer descended, its weight palpable even from this angle. A blinding flash of light erupted from its impact. And a notification appeared, upgrade successful. Stats increased. Aiden, a young man with reddish-brown hair, stood amidst a group of people, examining several powerful-looking items. A companion, a young man with blue hair, voiced his concern. He questioned the wisdom of using such precious items. Alice, a young woman with blue hair, added that there was no need to worry about wasting resources. Aiden had more than enough materials to upgrade them. Another companion, a young woman with brown hair, worried about the possibility of failure, given the value of the items. Aiden reassured them, stating that they shouldn't feel burdened and should simply accept the upgrade. He confidently displayed a self-assured demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the potential risks. Aiden, the newly appointed administrator, hefted a sturdy hammer. His gaze was resolute, his thoughts focused on the task ahead. He mused that the success of his plan depended entirely on him, a fact he accepted without hesitation. His ability to circumvent the system's rules after his resurrection was a key advantage. A crucial element in his plan to rebuild his village and exact revenge. The image of bountiful food and ample money filled his mind, a stark contrast to the devastation he had witnessed. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. For now, at least, the immediate needs of his small community were met. Bags overflowing with gold coins lay before him, a testament to his newfound administrative power. A power he intended to use to his full advantage. A status screen appeared, displaying the current state of Erd's village, 5 residents, resources at 150%, and Aiden himself as the moderator. Alice, Aiden's sister, her bright blue hair a striking contrast to her brother's more subdued tones, expressed her excitement. She eagerly inquired about her share of the spoils, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A question that was met with a slightly exasperated response from Aiden. He gently reminded her that she had already received a significant amount of valuable items. Alice's initial disappointment quickly turned to tears as she realized the extent of her good fortune. Meanwhile, Aiden, seemingly unfazed, reflected on his recent acquisition of numerous items from the integrated storage chest. He silently acknowledged that their immediate needs for food and money were secured. A visual inventory of his newly acquired equipment flashed before his eyes, a Radiant King sword, a Windstorm bow, and a Wall of Glory shield, all powerful items originally intended for players. Items that now bolstered his power as the administrator. The sheer power of these items was undeniable, a significant advantage in his quest for revenge. Aiden, however, remained unconcerned about the origin of these items. He knew that the storage chest was a system function, and the disappearance of his own money and weapons was a minor inconvenience compared to his larger goals. A system message popped up, indicating that players would receive compensation for any missing items due to a system error. A swirling vortex of cosmic energy materialized in Aiden's outstretched hand. He felt a surge of power, a newfound potential. The vortex pulsed with an otherworldly light, growing larger as Aiden gazed at it with a mixture of awe and determination. A notification appeared, illuminating the nature of his newfound ability, a passive skill called Cloud System, a space to store and retrieve any item or equipment at will. Aiden tested his new skill, opening a chest overflowing with an assortment of weapons, armor, and gold coins. He was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that most of the items were useless junk. Disappointed, he moved on to another inventory screen, where a mysterious woman with vibrant blue hair appeared alongside him. He briefly checked the contents of the chest again, simply to confirm if there were any remaining items. And that's when it happened. Aiden's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he experienced an unexpected surge of power. Aiden gasped, utterly bewildered by the sudden, intense energy coursing through him. He didn't understand what was happening. A system message flashed across his vision. Number 00002 Aiden is synchronizing to the system. The synchronization process began, and Aiden felt himself merging with the system's core. The synchronization percentage climbed rapidly, 10%, 32%, 65%, 89%, 99%. Aiden struggled against the overwhelming force, but the process was unstoppable. A wave of golden energy pulsed from a hand, the words synchronization complete appearing below. Aiden, the protagonist, groaned, his voice strained as he shouted for the unseen presence to leave him alone. Aiden stumbled, falling to the ground as a dark energy erupted from a nearby chest. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. Alice, a young woman with vibrant blue hair, watched with concern as Aiden lay on the ground, groaning. She expressed her worry with a simple ugh. Aiden's gaze fell upon his glowing hand, a look of dawning realization spreading across his face. He realized the implications of his newfound power, muttering to himself that he never thought this would be possible, now able to use the integrated storage wherever and whenever he wanted. He examined his hand, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He thought to himself that this would be a big help to him in the future. Aiden clenched his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. Alice thanked Aiden. Alice and 2 other villagers approached Aiden, addressing him formally as Sir Aiden. 2 young children, presumably siblings, expressed their relief, stating that with what Aiden had given them, they wouldn't have any problems going on with their daily lives. The villagers eagerly requested a task from Aiden, pledging their unwavering loyalty and willingness to carry out any command. A voice, devoid of emotion, declared that the villagers were no longer non-playable characters and were free from the narrator's control. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, announced his departure, leaving his companions stunned and questioning his sudden decision. One of Aiden's companions cautiously inquired if he disliked the village, but Aiden clarified that his departure was due to a more pressing matter. Aiden's companions reluctantly accepted his explanation, though their concern remained evident. Aiden's internal monologue revealed his true motivation, to escape the village as quickly as possible. A chilling image of ominous, armored figures materialized in his mind, foreshadowing the consequences of his actions. Aiden revealed that he had already been flagged as a system error by the moderator. He stressed the urgency of his departure, fearing that his continued presence would endanger the villagers. Before his departure, Aiden reassured his friends that even if he left, they would be safe and he would return. Despite his friends' pleas to stay, Aiden insisted he had nowhere else to go and that they should take care of themselves while he was gone. With a heavy heart, Aiden's companions bid him farewell as he walked away, leaving them to face an uncertain future. Aiden and Alice, his sister, walked along a forest path. Alice suggested they could have stayed longer, but Aiden felt the need to hurry. Alice questioned his haste, prompting Aiden to simply invent an excuse for their abrupt departure. Aiden explained that a regular inspection was coming in a few days, and he wanted to level up quickly before then. Alice responded that this was exactly what a player should do. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as Alice retorted that he wasn't a player. His expression shifted to one of confusion and disbelief. Alice's words hung in the air, leaving Aiden speechless. He stammered, clearly taken aback by her statement. Alice, intrigued by his unexpected reaction, questioned his behavior, noting it wasn't what she anticipated. Alice laughed, stating that Aiden didn't look like a player at all. Aiden, however, countered that there would be no reason for her to follow him if he were just a normal player. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, clad in a stylized lab coat over armor, playfully winked at a red-haired man. He stood with his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. The turquoise-haired woman's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly as she posed a question. When did you find out I wasn't a player? A sudden shift in the scene showed the woman, now in a dark cloak, overlooking a devastated landscape. A lone figure, silhouetted against the destruction, fled across the rubble. The red-haired man, clearly distressed. The woman's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air. Since the time your village got deleted? The red-haired man, his face etched with pain and exhaustion, slumped against a tree. The turquoise-haired woman, her expression softening, offered a reassuring smile and words of support. I'll do my best to help you. She continued, her tone firm but gentle, so that you don't get deleted by a moderator or a player. He nodded, his gaze fixed on her. With a determined expression, he declared, I'll make sure that no one will be able to delete you. A look of hope flickered across his face as he spoke these words. The woman's eyes widened, her gaze intense as she responded, absolutely no one. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood in a forest, a look of dawning apprehension on his face. A bright, otherworldly light pulsed in the distance. As a stark red announcement appeared before him, emergency inspection will begin. Please be prepared. A countdown timer materialized, displaying 15. Alice, a young woman with striking blue hair, approached Aiden, concern etched on her features. Aiden? The timer ticked down to 13. Aiden's eyes widened in alarm. What happened? So soon? He muttered to himself, the countdown reaching 10. His face was grim. Not even a regular inspection, but an emergency one? Aiden's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white. The timer showed 10 seconds remaining. How could this happen? Alice watched him with growing worry. The timer showed 6 seconds left. What's wrong, Aiden? You became anxious, all of a sudden. Aiden explained, his voice tight with urgency. There's an inspection starting soon. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. You can know things like that too? How do players act during an inspection? The timer flashed 1, then 0. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted behind Aiden, consuming the landscape. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood defiantly, a surge of emerald energy erupting from the ground beneath him. Beside him, Alice, his sister, her hair the color of a summer sky, maintained a watchful stance, her expression grim. They stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy, a testament to the power Aiden now wielded. A stark announcement flashed across the void, the emergency inspection will begin now. The words, etched in vibrant cyan light, hung heavy in the air, a harbinger of the challenges that lay ahead. The scene opens with a view of a dark, star-filled sky, a single black hole glowing eerily in the center. A narration box reads, The Inspections. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stares up at the sky, a look of dawning horror on his face. Suddenly, a surge of bright blue energy erupts from his hands, propelling him backward with surprising force. He cries out in pain and surprise. A young woman with bright blue hair, Arya, watches in alarm as Aiden is thrown back by the energy. Aiden, struggling to control the energy coursing through him, cries out, Hey Arya. Arya, her expression one of concern, calmly responds, Don't worry, Aiden. Her words seem to offer little comfort, as Aiden's face is contorted in frustration and confusion. He shouts, What do you mean just wait? A young woman with vibrant blue hair stood silhouetted against a breathtaking cosmic backdrop. A celestial stream of energy, radiant and powerful, cascaded down from the heavens, bathing her in an ethereal glow. Suddenly, a young man with fiery red hair plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. A wave of intense blue energy washed over him as he landed. He gasped, clutching at his throat, his face contorted in pain. Disoriented and clearly injured, he struggled to catch his breath. The young man, still dazed, found himself on a desolate shore, gazing out at a vast expanse of land. A massive, swirling vortex of blue energy pulsed in the distance, casting an eerie glow upon a multitude of shadowy figures. He wondered, where is this place? The sheer scale of the gathering before him was overwhelming. A surge of blue energy crackled around him, causing him to flinch. He felt a strange power coursing through his veins. He noticed a sign that read, Welcome to the free notice board. The inspection is in progress, please wait here. He pondered the meaning of this message. He mused, I was wondering where all the players went during the inspection. It seemed like everyone had been summoned to this strange location. He considered approaching the others to gather information, remembering Arya's instructions to wait patiently. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, anxiously awaited someone's arrival, unsure of the exact time. He mused that gathering more information would be beneficial. Amidst a bustling crowd, Aiden stood out, his red hair a stark contrast to the surrounding figures. Others around him laughed, dismissing his words as lies. He remained silent, observing the scene before him. The sheer power of the high-ranking players was evident, even to him. Aiden initiated a status check, a surge of energy emanating from him as he assessed his own strength. He felt he had grown stronger recently, but he was met with a stark reality. Two other players, one a level 300 and the other a level 200, appeared before him, their levels far exceeding his own. One scoffed, stating there was nothing to do here, no content. Aiden realized he was far from his goal, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. He wondered when the inspection would end. He needed to speak with Arya, he had many questions. The inspection, he was told, would conclude shortly. Aiden's curiosity was piqued, he wondered what would happen once the inspection concluded. As the inspection began, an older man with gray hair lit a cigarette, seemingly unfazed by the event. He expressed his exhaustion and frustration with the drawn-out process. Aiden observed the ongoing inspection, noting the presence of many unusual individuals among the players. He decided to avoid getting involved with them. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a tense scene. His face was etched with worry as he muttered a curse under his breath. A blond man, his face partially obscured by a shadow, stood with his back turned, shoulders slumped in defeat. He confessed to making a mistake. Aiden's gaze shifted to a third figure, partially visible, who warned him to stay vigilant. The scene shifted, revealing a heated exchange. Aiden, now more resolute, was challenged by the blond man, who threatened to beat him up. Aiden, however, remained calm, explaining that he couldn't control the situation and was already facing the consequences. The blond man, seemingly resigned to his fate, declared that a single blow would likely end him. The blond man lunged forward, aiming a punch at Aiden. But Aiden effortlessly caught his fist. The blond man then sarcastically questioned Aiden's personality. The blond man, enraged, shouted at Aiden, and then challenged another nearby soldier to a fight. Aiden's eyes fell upon the blond man's armor, recognizing the Griffin Guild's insignia. He was clearly surprised by this discovery. The scene opens with a view of a powerful figure from behind, their back adorned with the insignia of the Griffin Guild, one of the 5 most prestigious guilds known for its high-ranking players. The image then shifts to showcase the emblems of all 5 guilds, highlighting the Griffin Guild as the most renowned among them. A group of players discusses a recent event, their words laced with mockery and a sense of schadenfreude. One of them remarks that it served as a valuable lesson. The focus shifts to a blonde-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and anger. He is clearly shaken. The blonde man, Kevin, is visibly shaken, his fear evident in his posture and expression. He is warned that any future encounter will result in his death. The scene changes to show a different player, who reassures Kevin not to worry, advising him to be cautious around such individuals. Kevin, a Griffin Guild member, is formally introduced. The red-haired player laughs, pointing out that Kevin is a new player. He explains that the other players only target weaker opponents. Kevin hesitates, questioning why he would be invited when he's unlikely to be of any help. The red-haired player admits honestly that they don't really have a goal, explaining that after a recent update, the number of new players has drastically decreased. A fresh newbie appeared in the game, causing quite a stir among the older players and guilds. It had become common practice for veteran players to support and invite these new players to parties. And one such guild member, a blonde-haired man in red armor, approached Aiden, the new player, offering his guild's support and information. He insisted he wasn't pressuring Aiden, simply suggesting it as a positive option, highlighting the numerous benefits of joining a guild. He then informed Aiden that he would be leaving, but to contact him if needed. The blonde-haired man, brimming with confidence, gave one last welcoming wave before departing, reiterating his guild's open-door policy for newcomers. Aiden, however, remained pensive, his expression unreadable. He was clearly considering the offer but remained uncertain. Suddenly, Aiden's quiet contemplation was interrupted. He was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar voice, calling out his name. Turning around, Aiden's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Arya, a girl with vibrant blue hair, standing before him. His shock was palpable. Arya, amused by Aiden's surprise, explained her sudden appearance, hinting at her ability to appear whenever he died and reappeared in the game. She then presented him with a gift. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guild member returned, explaining his lateness due to a troublesome encounter with another player. He seemed annoyed by the interruption. Arya quickly dismissed the incident, urging the blonde-haired man to forget it. She then turned back to Aiden, inquiring about his experience thus far in the game. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a crowd of villagers. His expression was one of quiet contemplation as he muttered that everything was alright, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his tone. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around a man with short, silver hair and a dark suit. He stood with his arms outstretched, a look of intense focus on his face as glowing orbs encircled him. This was the administrator, the one responsible for the village's deletion. The administrator's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as he seemed to absorb the energy, his expression hardening into a grim determination. He had acquired administrator rights, and his quest for vengeance was about to begin. 3 figures stood before a radiant, ethereal gateway. A young, seemingly diminutive individual in the center looked up in surprise, muttering, "What the? Only 3 people today?" To the right, a pink-haired woman with fox-like ears bristled with indignation. Her internal monologue raged, "Lloyd that jerk, doing things without consulting us first." The pink-haired woman's full appearance was revealed. She was identified as Operator Mia, level 490. Mia's anger simmered, but a calmer voice soothed her. "Vovovo, don't be too upset." A woman with white hair and large, feathered wings, Operator Selena, level 400, spoke reassuringly. "He doesn't act without a reason." Selena continued, her tone confident. "He'll contact us soon." A figure in dark armor, Operator Xenon, level 445, appeared behind them, having found the bug. Xenon stated grimly, "He's probably deleting it right about now." Mia responded sarcastically, "Oh wow, it must be so fun." Selena, however, was more focused. "Oof. I'm busy, so hurry up. We'll look at the situation through the screen." Aiden, his back to the viewer, stood before a vast, ethereal landscape. 2 luminous orbs floated in the distance, their surfaces shimmering with an otherworldly glow. In the background, faint images flickered, showing scenes of a bustling village, now seemingly empty and desolate. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair and cat-like ears peered at the scene with concern. "I wonder what kind of bug it is," she mused, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A notice appeared, announcing the end of a temporary inspection. The villagers, relieved, began to discuss the recent events. "It's over?" "It ended pretty fast this time," one commented. Another inquired, "Is there any news about the event?" "Nope, it's just about the bug fix," a third villager explained, attempting to reassure the others. A young woman with vibrant blue hair, however, remained unconvinced. "Early termination, why are they doing something they don't normally do out of nowhere?" she wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in suspicion. The blue-haired woman's gaze sharpened as she sensed something amiss. A surge of energy emanated from her, and the silhouettes of numerous figures materialized around her, their forms shimmering with power. A wave of shock washed over her as she realized the extent of her actions. "I'm interfering with the system," she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, a young man with red hair noticed the unusual energy fluctuations. Someone's using special powers. Something's not right, he observed, his expression serious and alert. He recognized the blue-haired woman and called out to her, Aiden. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, cradled his sister Alice, whose vibrant blue hair framed a worried expression. A powerful blue energy surged around them, threatening to consume them both. He reassured her, don't worry. I'll do whatever I can. Alice, her face etched with desperation, insisted, because I really need you. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing both siblings in a radiant explosion of energy. Leaving Aiden disoriented and clutching his head. He looked around in confusion. A vast, desolate landscape stretched before him, a swirling vortex of blue energy in the distance. He was alone. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. Huh? What just happened? He was overcome with a profound sense of loss and isolation. Why am I the only one left? In the distance, a figure emerged from a pillar of blue energy. It was Alice, seemingly unharmed. Alice gasped, a look of pained surprise on her face. Ah! A surge of intense blue energy erupted from Alice, forming a powerful, swirling vortex around her. A shadowy figure with vibrant turquoise hair and piercing blue eyes glared intensely. The words, you've crossed the line. To do something like this. Hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation of unspeakable actions. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood defiantly before a swirling vortex of blue energy. Fragments of what looked like a shattered world drifted around him. He braced himself, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The thought, someone's coming to delete me, crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He knew this moment was coming. That's why he had been preparing. He stood resolute, ready to face whatever came next. Suddenly, three imposing figures emerged from the swirling energy. They were colossal, armored beings, their forms radiating menace. A man with silver hair and a dark coat stood amongst them, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He declared, just letting them get rid of me, that'll never happen. The silver-haired man's face was a mask of cold determination. His gaze was unwavering, his expression betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. Aiden, however, was surprised. He muttered to himself, NPC. No, a player? The silver-haired man explained, it threatens the system. It'll get deleted. One of the armored figures lunged at Aiden, its fist a blur of motion. But Aiden reacted instantly, drawing his sword with surprising speed. The blade shimmered with golden light as it met the oncoming attack. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, clashed swords with a heavily armored foe. He grunted with exertion, his face contorted in a grimace. His eyes widening as he braced for the impact. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through his body. A surge of energy coursing through his veins as he countered with a powerful thrust. The sheer power of his attack shattering the enemy's armor. Leaving the foe reeling and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden pressed his advantage, his sword a blur of motion as he forced the enemy back. A brutal assault leaving the opponent gasping for air. Aiden's eyes glowing with an unnatural light as he felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before. He coughed up blood, a pained expression twisting his features. His strength amplified, Aiden effortlessly deflected a blow from the now enraged foe, sending the creature crashing into the ice below. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself bound by strange, organic-looking restraints. His expression was one of confusion and alarm, a question mark escaping his lips as he struggled against his bonds. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, clad in ornate, reddish-orange armor. The figure wielded a long, staff-like weapon, its gaze fixed on Aiden with an unnerving intensity. With a swift, powerful movement, the armored figure lunged, the staff hurtling towards Aiden with terrifying speed. The impact sent Aiden flying, a shockwave rippling outwards as he crashed into the ground, the force of the blow leaving him dazed and disoriented. The armored figure continued its assault, unleashing a flurry of blows that left Aiden reeling, barely able to defend himself. Aiden coughed up blood, his vision blurring as the relentless attack continued. He felt a searing pain as another blow landed, the world around him fracturing into shards of ice. Yet, even as he was battered and bruised, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a blinding light erupting from within as he prepared to counterattack. The system's update was complete. The armored figure braced itself for the counterattack, unaware of the power Aiden now commanded. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, hurtled through the air, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He was falling towards a towering, armored figure, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably menacing. His fist clenched, a surge of power coursing through his veins. He was ready to strike. The impact was earth-shattering. Aiden's attack triggered a system update, the command /update_edit_stat and /at command _edit_stat flashing across the screen. A bright orange glow erupted, the number X3 appearing as the armored figure shuddered violently. Its armor cracking and splintering under the force of Aiden's attack. Chunks of metal flew through the air as the armored figure began to crumble. Its form disintegrating into a shower of sparks and debris. Readying himself for whatever might come next. The remains of the armored figure collapsed, leaving behind only scattered fragments. And a new voice, cool and dismissive, cut through the silence. That's disappointing. I thought you were some high-grade bug that destroyed the dungeon keeper, the voice remarked. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood opposite a sharply dressed older man with silver hair. His expression was one of simmering resentment as he muttered to himself, feeling his presence was unnecessary. His eyes widened, pupils dilating as a surge of intense emotion washed over him. A sudden, overwhelming power coursing through his veins. His jaw clenched, a grimace twisting his features as he struggled to contain it. Aiden's eyes burned with a renewed intensity as he felt the weight of the man's words. The silver-haired man, identified as an operator, prepared to use his exclusive skill. A bright blue light erupted as the operator activated his delete skill, a power that borrowed from the administrator's authority to erase targets. His intention was clear, to eliminate Aiden, the bug. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, clenched his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. The word delete blazed in bright blue, a stark visual representation of the power he wielded. Propelling him backward with immense force as he hurtled through the air, a mysterious figure in a dark coat watching from below. Aiden's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. He silently questioned if this was indeed deletion, the same power that had once destroyed his entire village. comparing it to the devastating power wielded by the system administrator on that fateful day. A flashback showed the administrator, cloaked and ominous, unleashing a similar wave of energy. A surge of red energy erupted from Aiden's hands, a stark contrast to the blue energy he had previously displayed. The mysterious figure watched in shock as Aiden's power intensified, a question mark hanging in the air. Aiden, a man with silver hair and piercing eyes, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent's attack had sent him sprawling across the icy ground, a crimson stain blooming on the snow. He wondered, with a grimace, if his skill had been blocked. A system error message flashed across the scene, error, administrator power collision. Below, a smaller box explained, because the administrator's power was insufficient, the target could not be deleted. Aiden's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he processed the implications of the system message. The scene shifted to reveal a group of onlookers observing Aiden from a distance. Among them were a woman with long white hair and a halo-like effect, and another with pink hair and fox-like ears. A powerful energy emanated from Aiden, a red glow centered in his form. The woman with white hair spoke, her voice laced with astonishment. Are you saying that a bug has the powers of an administrator? A man with fiery red hair, also among the onlookers, muttered in disbelief. I've never heard anything like this. A detailed scan of Aiden's status appeared, revealing that his power level was too high to measure. The system could not read his status or assess the threat level. The woman with white hair voiced the question on everyone's mind. Where did someone like him come from? Meanwhile, Aiden's internal monologue revealed his own surprise. To think that I, an operator, am getting pushed back by the system. The red-haired man, seemingly sensing the danger, muttered, this is dangerous. I have resisted deletion, but... Aiden, his body racked with exhaustion, fought valiantly against the system's guards. He had already expended considerable energy taking them down, a testament to the system's formidable defenses. Even if his body were in peak condition, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against the true administrator. His thoughts turned to the potential consequences of leaving the administrator unchecked. A masked figure, likely another administrator, observed the situation from afar, their concern palpable. The thought of the true administrator discovering Aiden's actions filled them with dread. The masked administrator made a decision. A surge of energy emanated from them. They would intervene, holding Aiden in place to prevent further escalation. Meanwhile, a group of three powerful figures, a woman with angelic wings, a pink-haired woman with cat-like ears, and a heavily armored warrior, discussed the situation. They speculated on Aiden's intentions, one suggesting he might use a powerful technique, while another dismissed it as recklessness. The armored warrior, Sir Lloyd, noted that this was his first time witnessing Aiden's execution form. A powerful aura enveloped him as he transformed, his form shifting into something more powerful. The masked administrator launched a swift attack, their movements blurring into a streak of blue energy. But Aiden, in his new form, countered with surprising speed and power, his eyes glowing with fierce intensity. The clash of their abilities was earth-shattering. A title card appears, introducing the concept of the /update_cloud and /at command_cloud. A wave of intense blue energy erupts, shattering the landscape. The force of the blast sends large chunks of rock and ice flying. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, focuses his energy, creating a vortex of dark energy. He unleashes the vortex, seemingly absorbing the destructive energy. An armored figure appears, commenting, you blocked it well. The armored figure questions Aiden, asking, did you absorb my attack with that? Aiden retorts, you've got a lot of cheap tricks up your sleeve. The armored figure presses further, demanding, answer me. How did you obtain the administrator's power? Aiden, his face etched with grim determination, listened to the unseen entity's warning. The method of his demise would depend entirely on his response. He scoffed, a single word escaping his lips, bullshit. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted behind Aiden, mirroring the turmoil within him. He declared, regardless of the outcome, his deletion would remain the same. The vortex expanded, growing darker and more ominous. He challenged his unseen adversary, daring them to discover the truth for themselves. From the depths of the vortex, a colossal, armored figure emerged, its helmet gleaming menacingly. Aiden noted the sudden increase in its size. He realized, with a grim acceptance, that his powers were currently ineffective against these operators. But that was only a temporary setback. Aiden stood defiant within the expanding vortex, his eyes burning with resolve. He vowed to confront his enemies once he was fully prepared. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed, halting Aiden's preparations. Stop! The armored figure lunged forward, its attack a blur of motion. Aiden reacted instantly, countering with a dark, swirling energy of his own. A surge of blue energy crackled, emanating from a mysterious, metallic device. Its form was vaguely weapon-like. The energy coalesced, forming a towering figure clad in ornate, metallic armor. Blazing blue flames licked at the edges of its helmet, obscuring the wearer's face. The armored figure spoke, its voice echoing with authority. Leaving here should be impossible without my approval. Its declaration was followed by a chilling resolve. I need to find him and eliminate him. Three figures, each holding a glowing tablet, stood before it. They appeared to be examining its contents. One of the figures spoke, his voice laced with concern. I heard that because of a storage bug, a lot of items are disappearing. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the chest, startling the three figures. He continued, bewildered. Why is a person coming out of there? When are they going to fix the bug? The operators are a mess. A single thought echoed in his mind, I survived. Three shadowy figures stood before a large, glowing blue rectangle in the night sky, their faces obscured. Lloyd, a figure clad in advanced, icy blue armor, stood amidst a surge of energy. He was engaged in a tense discussion with an unseen companion. Lloyd, come back for now, the unseen companion urged. We have to discuss how to get rid of the bug. But Lloyd remained resolute. No, I'm going to follow him. He's a dangerous bug. Meanwhile, Mia, a woman with striking pink hair and fox-like ears, spoke to someone off-panel. She promised to send analysis data to the other operators, hoping to gather their insights. Mia then announced her departure, stating simply, I'm going to leave for a bit. Mia's departure prompted a reaction from another woman, her hair a silvery white. She suggested they discuss the situation further. Mia, however, dismissed the idea. Ugh, I don't know. I don't have the time to worry about something like that. The storage bug was annoying enough, there's more important stuff to deal with. Mia's sharp gaze turned towards Lloyd, who was still visible in the background. She challenged him with a simple question, do you have a problem? Lloyd's response was immediate and curt, I don't. With that, Mia declared her intention to leave, saying, then I'll be heading out. A soft, almost whispered Mia followed, seemingly from the other woman. The other woman sighed, muttering to herself, ha seriously? Mia, seemingly oblivious, continued her departure. A single, almost inaudible eye. The scene shifts to Mia and the other woman, who is revealed to have bright blue hair. They stand in a grand hall, the tension between them palpable. Alice, her pink hair a stark contrast to her icy blue eyes, glared down at the other girl. Her expression was one of intense anger, barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. The scene opens in Myking City, a quaint town with medieval-style architecture. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stands amidst a bustling crowd, his expression unreadable. He is accompanied by a young woman with gray hair, and another man with dark hair, both seemingly oblivious to Aiden's inner turmoil. Aiden checks his friend list, a digital interface overlaid on the scene. He discovers he cannot contact Arya. A wave of unease washes over him. He wonders if something has happened to her. A grim determination sets in. He realizes he doesn't have time to wait. Aiden's apprehension intensifies as he explains that an operator will surely come looking for him. He is being pursued by a menacing figure, clad in red armor, flanked by 2 imposing guards. Even his cloud ability won't protect him for long. This is why he can't abuse his abilities. Aiden, now cloaked and hooded, decides to find a place to hide, disappearing into a dark tunnel. Aiden, his face partially obscured by a bandage, navigated the squalid alleyways. He muttered to himself, unable to shake the feeling of unease that clung to the place, no matter how many times he'd been there. He continued his trek, his thoughts turning to his sister, Alice. This was his first time in these slums since her death, a stark reminder of his loss and the mission that drove him. Suddenly, a small, glowing orb zipped past him. Causing him to pause, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. He recognized the danger inherent in such a blatant display. His suspicion was confirmed, these places were under surveillance, too. He knew he had to find a blind spot in the system's watch. Then, a faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from within him. A subtle luminescence that spread outwards, illuminating the alleyway. He recognized the source immediately. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the source of the glow. He sensed something was there, something significant. Aiden, guided by the ethereal particles, walked purposefully towards his destination, his resolve hardening with each step. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself in a quaint village street, a puzzled expression on his face. He muttered to himself, questioning the path he was on. As he walked, faint, shimmering particles drifted around him. A strange phenomenon that seemed to hint at something unseen, yet undeniably present. Aiden's brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted from the ground near Aiden's hand. The energy coalesced into a glowing purple maze etched onto the ancient stone wall. Aiden wondered if this was another secret location. With newfound confidence, Aiden declared that there was no place inaccessible to him, now that he possessed administrator powers. A blue unlock symbol appeared, signifying a system update. The purple energy pulsed again, this time revealing a hidden passage. Leading deeper into the unknown. Aiden cautiously proceeded. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair peeking from under a dark hooded cloak, scoffed. Bullshit, he muttered, a hint of defiance in his voice. That system tried to delete me. You think I would care? A surge of purple energy erupted around him, forming a shimmering, unstable gateway. The fragments of data dissolving into motes of light. Leaving Aiden standing within a circle of ethereal energy. He looked around, his brow furrowed in confusion. Where is this place? He wondered, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape before him. Cautiously, Aiden approached a dark archway, peering into the shadowy depths. A long corridor stretching before him, lit by flickering torches. He mused, I don't think it's a dungeon, so there was a place like this near the city. He decided to explore further, I should look around a bit first. Suddenly, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair appeared, startled, dropping a tray. Her eyes widened in alarm. There was a person? Aiden, alerted to her presence, called out, wait. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair peeking from under his dark blue hooded cloak, urgently pleaded, hear me out for a sec. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in the village square. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, her face etched with alarm, cried out, it's an intruder. Aiden's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. A chilling realization dawning on him as he muttered, what, are all these NPCs? A surge of energy emanated from Aiden as he braced himself. Unleashing a powerful force that sent rocks flying. The dark-haired woman launched a sudden attack. Aiden, taken aback by the unexpected assault, found himself questioning, how could she just attack me like that? I can't let her use the spells. He drew his sword, preparing to counterattack. Aiden retaliated with a swift, powerful blow, sending the woman reeling back. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, and asked, are you perhaps a player? Celia, a young woman with dark hair, stood amidst crumbling stone, a surge of teal energy emanating from her. She declared, internally, that she didn't need to control her powers. Concerned onlookers, 2 men with worried expressions, called out to Celia, offering their help. Their concern only served to startle her further, as she exclaimed in confusion. A red-haired man, seemingly the leader of the group, explained that their presence was more of a distraction than help. He muttered about the others being distracting. He paused, a moment of realization dawning on him. Then he simply stated, oh. As he looked at the villagers. A visual display appeared, labeling the villagers as low threat level. He urged Celia to eliminate the red-haired man. Celia unleashed another wave of energy, targeting the red-haired man. Celia, now grim-faced, declared that she couldn't let him leave alive. A young woman with dark hair, clad in a dark brown and gold robe, stood surrounded by shadowy figures. A surge of energy emanated from her, causing the figures to recoil. Above her, a man with vibrant red hair, partially concealed by a dark blue hooded cloak, looked on in surprise. This voice, he exclaimed, recognizing the woman's presence. Sir Sirius. A disembodied voice, calm and authoritative, cut through the scene. He is not an enemy. Bring him to me. The young woman, her face streaked with dirt, looked down, a mixture of weariness and determination in her eyes. The ethereal glow surrounding her pulsed faintly. She spoke, her voice soft but firm. Follow me, I'll lead you there. The red-haired man, Sir Sirius, remained wary. As he began to follow, he cautioned, but remember this, I'm still suspicious of you. He added, his gaze unwavering, if you do something stupid, I won't leave you alone. The scene shifted to a dimly lit stone corridor, hinting at a hidden passage. Sir Sirius and the young woman walked down the corridor together. Torches flickered on the walls, casting long shadows. He spoke, his curiosity piqued. I have something I'm curious about. Sir Sirius turned to the woman, his expression thoughtful. How did you guys survive the inspection? How are? The young woman's eyes held a deep sadness. He even made this area for us, if it wasn't for him. A group of villagers stood amidst the rubble of their destroyed village, a scene of utter devastation. The sky was a dull gray, mirroring their despair. They murmured amongst themselves, their words heavy with grief and disbelief. They had been deleted during a system inspection. Meanwhile, two figures, cloaked and mysterious, approached a desolate, cavernous entrance. One announced their arrival simply, we're here. Alice, her face etched with worry, looked around the desolate landscape. She turned to her companion, Sir Sirius, and remarked on the eerie silence. It doesn't seem like anyone's here, she said, her voice tinged with apprehension. She then called out, Sir Sirius. Sir Sirius's eyes widened in shock as a powerful, dark energy surged around him, revealing a colossal, slumbering dragon before them. Its immense size dwarfed the two figures, its gaze intense and ancient. Sir Sirius, his face a mask of awe and perhaps fear, offered a quiet greeting to the massive creature. Thank you for coming, he whispered. The dragon's golden eye opened, focusing on Sir Sirius. A low, rumbling voice echoed in their minds, Dear Admin. A colossal, dark blue dragon descended from the heavens, its presence casting a long shadow over two figures standing below. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared up at the dragon in disbelief. No way, he exclaimed internally, his eyes wide with shock. He wondered why such a creature would appear in this place. He voiced his astonishment, a dragon in a place like this? Aiden's gaze fell upon a digital tablet, its screen displaying corrupted data. He realized that the dragon was not an ordinary non-player character, NPC. He muttered to himself, Guardian God. It's not a normal NPC. A flashback of a majestic white dragon appeared, accompanied by the narration, dragons were from the days of creation. We only know of their existence in legends. The other figure, a cloaked individual, addressed Aiden, stating, So, you're the new moderator. Aiden, speechless, could only manage a single, questioning ellipsis, how? Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, is shown in a flashback. He is surrounded by the ghostly remnants of a village, his sister Alice lying lifeless nearby. The scene is a stark reminder of the tragedy that befell them, a village wiped from existence. A voice, seemingly from the system itself, announces, You have acquired administrator rights. Administrator LVU1. The present day. Alice, her dark hair framing a concerned face, stares at Aiden in disbelief. You cleared a bug, she exclaims, her surprise palpable. Aiden, his back to the viewer, stands before a brilliant, ethereal light. He mutters to himself, Finally, it looks like I've met the last fated one. The light intensifies, radiating an otherworldly energy. From the light emerges another figure, a man with vibrant blue and red hair, his face serene. He speaks, the other moderator. He continues, his voice soft yet firm, Will you please, listen to my request? The blue-haired man explains the quest to Aiden and Alice. He warns, Your mana will get drained if you remain in this form. Aiden replies, It's fine. This is different from the other quests I've gotten. Aiden's eyes, reflecting an inner determination, are shown in close-up. He thinks to himself, I should probably listen to what they have to say first before I decide. Aiden, Alice, and a group of villagers emerge from a gate, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A figure with vibrant blue hair, adorned in ornate, flowing robes, stood before a bouquet of flowers. He looked up, a hint of weariness in his eyes, and asked, What's your request? A young man with fiery red hair approached the robed figure. He seemed concerned, his expression serious as he spoke of a village. The robed figure, his eyes filled with sorrow, explained that he had managed to protect the villagers from a mysterious bug, but his abilities were reaching their limit. A surge of purple energy erupted from him, causing the red-haired man to recoil in alarm. He cried out, I can no longer suppress this. A digital threat level indicator flashed high. A young woman with dark hair watched from a doorway, her expression one of grave concern. She commented on the difficulty of clearing this high-level bug. The young woman, her voice laced with urgency, pleaded with the robed figure to save the villagers before causing them any further harm. She whispered, If you can do that. The young woman's face was etched with worry and desperation. The red-haired man vehemently objected, shouting no. Alice, her face etched with worry and distress, stood alone, her shoulders slumped. A single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper, Kelly. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication, Why are you saying things like that? A man with vibrant blue hair and a regal blue robe, seemingly a powerful figure, explained his actions to Alice and another man. He stated, resignedly, that he had no choice but to proceed, as he couldn't promise rewards. He continued, his voice laced with a quiet desperation, that this was the only way he could save everyone, given his own weakness. Alice, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief, could only utter a single, breathless exclamation. The blue-haired man approached her, a faint purple glow emanating from him. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant red hair appeared, observing the scene. He declared that he didn't need whatever the blue-haired man was offering, but he would deal with the bug. He confidently asserted that it wouldn't be difficult to resolve, regardless of whether the threat was a bug or a systemic issue. A large, circular chamber was shown, with a crowd of people gathered before a raised platform. Two figures in red robes stood on the platform, a red glow emanating from them. Among the crowd, Alice pondered Kelly's earlier statement about a bug, expressing disbelief and uncertainty about the situation. She concluded that all they could do was wait. A flashback sequence shows Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, standing amidst a mystical circle. He is surrounded by two figures in elaborate robes, one of whom appears to be a powerful mage. The scene shifts to a dark void where numerous figures are being erased from existence, leaving only wisps of energy behind. A man in a white coat, seemingly the cause of this devastation, stands amidst the chaos. The man in white, his face partially obscured, lets out a pained gasp as red energy surges through him. He mutters, "Done." The perspective shifts back to Aiden, who is now observing the aftermath. He comments on the sheer number of people who were just annihilated, estimating around 40 to 50. Aiden notes that only one entity remains, a massive, powerful dragon. The dragon is engaged in a fierce battle, its situation looking dire. Aiden observes, his expression grim. Aiden observes that a powerful parasite has already deeply infected the dragon, and that it is far more powerful than anything he's encountered before. Aiden realizes that leaving the parasite unchecked would be incredibly dangerous. He prepares for action. Aiden unleashes a powerful attack against the parasite, resulting in a violent explosion of purple energy. Aiden, the protagonist, found himself in a dire situation. A monstrous entity, its form obscured by a swirling vortex of purple energy, lunged towards him. A look of shock and disbelief crossed his face as the creature attempted to devour him. His eyes widened in fury, and he muttered, "Trying to eat me up too? How dare this bug?" Aiden reacted instantly. He drew his sword, a flash of light cutting through the darkness, and unleashed a devastating attack. The energy of the strike was so powerful that it caused a massive explosion, forcing the creature to recoil. He roared, "Disappear." The monster, however, was not easily defeated. A look of pained surprise contorted Aiden's face as the creature retaliated, releasing a wave of destructive energy that engulfed the surrounding area. Aiden's attack had created a massive shockwave that sent shockwaves through the nearby crowd of onlookers. Their faces were filled with terror and awe. Amidst the chaos, a voice cut through the air. Kelly was right. A powerful warrior, seemingly unaffected by the blast, watched in horror as another warrior, struck by a mysterious energy, began to disintegrate. A pained gasp escaped his lips. Alice, distraught and tearful, cried out for Sir Sirius, her voice filled with desperation. Meanwhile, Sir Sirius, his chest glowing with purple energy, recognized the marks of a system bug. Aiden, with a determined expression, informed Alice that he would eliminate all the bugs. He confidently declared his intention to rid them all. Aiden reassured Alice that she would no longer be deleted due to a system bug. A system message flashed across the screen, "Update complete. 50 NPCs have been updated to Freeborn." The villagers rejoiced, celebrating their newfound freedom from deletion. Alice expressed her deep gratitude to Aiden, overwhelmed by his actions. Sir Sirius, equally amazed, vowed never to forget Aiden's help. As the three stood together, a sudden, powerful energy surge erupted, leaving them wondering what had just happened. A cryptic message appeared, foretelling the imminent arrival of a powerful entity. In a little more time, a good puppet would have been born. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stared in disbelief as a shadowy, monstrous figure materialized behind him. His face etched with a mixture of fear and anger. He muttered to himself, lamenting the destruction of his efforts, "But you ruined all my efforts in just a moment." A system warning flashed across the screen, indicating a critical failure, warning danger, all abilities restricted, some commands not functioning properly. The monstrous entity loomed closer, its swirling, purple form radiating menace. It questioned Aiden, its voice echoing in his mind, "What are you?" The system identified the threat, displaying a stark message, "Threat level, virus. System is shutting down." Aiden and another man stood before a colossal, shadowy figure emanating an ominous purple aura. The creature loomed large, its form obscured by darkness, yet its imposing presence filled the desolate landscape. The other man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural yellow light, recalled a past event. He remembered a time when a monstrous dragon perished in a fiery explosion. The scene was depicted in sepia tones, emphasizing the finality of the event. A sinister, masked figure emerged from the shadows, its laughter echoing through the desolate space. "You fool," it hissed, its voice dripping with malice. The creature continued, its words laced with cruel amusement. "Did you think I would simply disappear?" Its swirling, purple eye pulsed with malevolent energy. The other man reflected on his past actions, a wave of regret washing over him. Disappear from just that? He lamented his inaction, the weight of his missed opportunity heavy on his conscience. "The more I think about it, the more I regret it." His thoughts turned to the potential consequences of his delay. Had he acted sooner, he could have prevented the spread of the corruption to the nearby town. "If I waited just a little bit more, I could have infected this area as well." Aiden's eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, focused intently on his unseen opponent. A low growl rumbled in his chest. The creature before him sneered, its voice dripping with malice. It seemed to sense Aiden's defiance as a prelude to death. The creature lunged, its shadowy form a blur of motion. Aiden barely registered the attack, but its words, laced with a hint of surprise, echoed in his mind. He questioned whether his actions were truly justified. Aiden's thoughts drifted to the system administrators and operators who had destroyed his village, killing his sister. He recalled their callous actions, and the chilling realization that he was not the true villain in this story. The creature dismissed Aiden's explanation, its dismissive tone clear. It had found a new purpose, and no longer needed him. Aiden's surprise was palpable as the creature revealed its true intentions. It had found something better. The creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, leaving Aiden vulnerable and alone. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a surge of dark purple energy emanating from his hand. His expression was one of intense concentration as he channeled this raw power. A stark purple box with the word infected flashed across the screen, a glitch in the system. The purple energy intensified, overwhelming him. His eyes widened in alarm as the power threatened to consume him. Suddenly, a man with striking blue hair and a regal blue robe appeared, his voice cutting through the chaos. He commanded Aiden to stop, identifying himself as his opponent. Aiden, however, remained focused on the swirling purple energy, now taking on a monstrous form. He commanded the entity to remain silent. The monstrous entity unleashed a devastating blast of purple energy, shattering the ground around it, leaving behind a crater of destruction. The system, however, was clearly malfunctioning, as indicated by another glitch-filled message. "The system is not working." Another message appeared, revealing a critical system failure. "The firewall has disappeared." The blue-haired man and a young woman with long brown hair were both caught in the blast, their faces contorted in pain and shock. The monstrous entity, seemingly empowered by the system's collapse, gloated, stating that it no longer needed to perform tedious tasks. A menacing, horned figure, radiating dark purple energy, loomed over Aiden. Aiden, his red hair ablaze with inner power, struggled against the entity's overwhelming force. Aiden strained against the immense pressure, his face contorted in exertion. Purple energy crackled around him as he gritted his teeth. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized the danger. It's dangerous. I need to get out of it quick, he thought, fear gripping him. Aiden's desperate attempt to escape the overwhelming power triggered a system response. /update_unlock/AT command_unlock flashed across the screen. The system responded with a stark fail error message, the words emblazoned in bold red. A message appeared, the system is not functioning normally. Aiden's surroundings erupted in a chaotic burst of purple energy. Aiden, caught in the maelstrom, gasped, "WH. What?" The horned figure spoke, its voice echoing with disdain, "I don't know what you tried to do, but it's useless." It continued, "Because it's not something you can do with strength alone." The creature mocked Aiden's futile attempt. "Did you think that you, who doesn't even have a firewall, could resist it? Just patiently accept it." A swirling vortex of purple energy consumed everything in its path, a maelstrom of chaotic power. Aiden, caught in the vortex's grasp, could only think, this is ridiculous. This futile attempt to fight back against a force beyond his comprehension. He felt himself falling, the world around him dissolving into nothingness. Aiden's body hit the ground with a dull thud. A brilliant, golden light erupted from below, lifting him back up. A surge of energy coursing through his veins? As colors of the light reflecting in his wide, shocked eyes. He gasped, a question mark forming on his lips. A ghostly image of a young woman materialized beside him, her form shimmering with the same golden light. Aiden reached out, a look of dawning recognition on his face. He whispered, "Alice." A monstrous figure emerged from the dissipating energy, its horns sharp and menacing. It roared, a sound that echoed with raw power. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, clashed with a monstrous, horned entity. The air crackled with raw energy as their powers collided, a maelstrom of purple and red light erupting between them. A title card appeared, proclaiming a new system is being built. Aiden, his face contorted in pain and exertion, stood amidst the chaos, a word floating above him, command. A bright red delete symbol flashed, radiating light and energy, the words /update_delete appearing below it. The monstrous entity began to disintegrate, a blinding white light emanating from its core as it crumbled into nothingness. The scene shifted, showing the entity's remains collapsing as a new, more powerful form emerged from the debris. A dark, swirling vortex of purple energy took shape. The new entity continued its attack, its power overwhelming. Aiden, his expression one of dawning realization, muttered to himself, "Someone that's not even an operator, have the delete command?" A new passive skill activated, a firewall appearing around him, granting him the protection of an administrator. Aiden, resolute, declared, "I will get rid of the power that tried to engulf me." A bright light erupted from Aiden, pushing back the darkness and leaving his enemy stunned. The scene opens on a chaotic tableau. A village, Urged, lies in ruins, its inhabitants scattered and distraught. Among them, a young woman with dark hair, Alice, is visibly distressed, her face etched with grief and fear. Nearby, a young man with dark red hair, Aiden, stares at the devastation, his expression a mask of barely contained rage. He is surrounded by other villagers, their faces reflecting a mixture of shock and despair. Aiden's thoughts are revealed, he believes he can confront the power that destroyed his home and his sister. Suddenly, a small, demonic-looking entity materializes before Aiden, its purple form shimmering amidst a shower of red particles, like digital data dissolving. The entity lets out an unsettling, maniacal laugh, kikik. The laughter continues, growing louder and more menacing as the red particles intensify around Aiden. Aiden, his face grim, confronts the entity. He asks, "What's so funny?" The entity responds, revealing a sinister grin, "I found it. I finally found it." The entity continues, boasting, "Now I can almost stand on par with the administrator." The entity's form shifts, revealing a monstrous, gaping maw. It declares, "You're the one we've been looking for all this time." Aiden, unwavering, replies, "I'll make you mine for sure." The entity responds with a single word, "Definitely." Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The fragments of what appeared to be a shattered digital landscape swirled around him. His expression a mixture of awe and apprehension as he processed the residual energy. A faint scar traced a line beneath his eye. He assured his companions, a group of figures clad in dark robes, that he was fine, despite the recent cataclysm. Their awe was palpable, they marveled at his ability to utilize the delete command, a power previously thought impossible. However, a dark-haired woman, Cirrus, expressed concern. Aiden himself admitted to feeling vulnerable without the system's protection, a stark contrast to his recent display of power. He found the nickname Guardian Deity embarrassing. Despite his vulnerability, Aiden declared the situation far from over. He and Cirrus surveyed the lingering remnants of the deleted village, dark, smoldering patches on the ground. They needed to clean up the remains, concerned about the potential for unforeseen consequences. The scene resembled a carelessly discarded, unfinished task. Cirrus, worried about the unknown potential for further problems, expressed her concern about the unpredictable nature of the remaining energy. With a surge of energy, Cirrus attempted to cleanse the area, unleashing a wave of bright blue energy. However, the energy reacted violently, causing a surge of purple energy that threatened to engulf them both. Leaving Aiden and Cirrus in a state of shock and fear as the purple energy intensified. Cirrus's face was contorted in terror. A shadowy, clawed hand, emanating a malevolent purple energy, reached out from a swirling vortex, it snaked towards Alice, who looked on in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The vortex pulsed with ominous power, a sinister grin forming within its depths as it spoke, a chilling reminder, "Didn't I tell you?" The entity continued, its voice dripping with menace, "My specialty is production and self-replication." Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, gripped a glowing sword. The blade pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its light piercing the darkness. He swung the weapon with deadly precision, the arc of its passage leaving a trail of shimmering light. The blow impacting its target with devastating force, a purple energy erupting from the victim's body as he crumpled to the ground. Aiden stood over the fallen figure, a man in elegant white robes, his face contorted in pain. He urged the man to awaken, addressing him as Sir Sirius. Aiden's face contorted in a grimace. He muttered to himself, convinced that he had definitively deleted Sir Sirius. But then, a surge of purple energy erupted around him, and he laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. He scoffed, revealing his disbelief that anyone would think this was the first or second time he had been deleted. Aiden declared his immortality, asserting that it was impossible to get rid of him unless one possessed the power of a system moderator. Several shadowy figures emerged behind him, their eyes glowing menacingly. Aiden, his red hair ablaze, clenched his fist, a surge of power emanating from his hand. A glowing red delete command appeared, the system's interface overlaid on his reality. He unleashed a wave of energy, a crimson torrent that slammed into the shadowy figures before him. The delete command flashing repeatedly as he effortlessly obliterated them. He scoffed, a mixture of anger and grim determination etched on his face. The word delete blazing across the page as more shadowy figures materialized, their menacing grins widening. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. A chilling laugh echoed as one of the figures mocked Aiden's power. He, you even have the powers to use the delete command excessively? More shadowy figures emerged, their movements blurring into a chaotic storm of malice. Aiden's eyes widened in alarm as he braced himself for the onslaught. He unleashed a devastating counterattack, dark energy erupting from his hand, striking the shadowy figures with brutal force. The impact sending shockwaves through the area. Aiden staggered back, clearly strained by the effort. But his resolve remained unshaken. He was determined to destroy the system, no matter the cost. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair and determined eyes, gripped his sword. A surge of purple energy pulsed from the blade, its power almost overwhelming. But then, unexpectedly, the sword shattered into fragments of purple light, leaving Aiden stunned and questioning what had just happened. Aiden's internal monologue revealed a critical flaw in his understanding. Does player equipment not work against forces that aren't demons? He realized the implications of this discovery with a grim expression. If so, upgrading weapons is pointless. A terrifying, monstrous entity emerged from the shadows, its malevolent grin and piercing gaze radiating an aura of pure malice. Aiden's internal voice registered the threat, is totally messing with me. The creature unleashed a wave of dark purple energy, creating a chasm in the earth before Aiden. He stood defiant, facing the overwhelming power. As the creature taunted him, isn't it time for you to give up? Aiden's frustration boiled over. Damn it. I can't attack or delete them, and they only keep increasing. What in the world is a virus? The creature spoke again, its voice dripping with disdain. You're no fun anymore. I was going to take you with me. But it continued, revealing a new obstacle, but that guy's firewall is quite a burden. Instead, Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. His expression was one of grim determination as he channeled his power, the magical energy crackling around him. His face contorted in a grimace of frustration. Again, he was facing the same destructive force, a relentless onslaught that threatened to consume him. Again, this crazy bastard, he thought, his eyes blazing with anger. A stark red box appeared before him, the word delete blazing in white letters. The ominous warning was a stark reminder of the system's power, a power that had already taken everything from him. Aiden braced himself as the destructive force intensified, a blinding white light erupting from the center of the vortex. The sheer power threatening to overwhelm him. He fought back with everything he had, but it felt futile. It's pointless, he muttered, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its menacing grin a chilling sight. Just accept it. It'll all be over once you close your eyes, the entity hissed, its voice a venomous whisper. Aiden's vision blurred, the world around him fading into darkness. He felt a crushing weight pressing down on him, the darkness threatening to consume him completely. Then, a gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed. Alice, his sister, rushed to his side, her face etched with worry. Erg. Are you all right? She cried out, her voice filled with concern. Close up on Alice's determined face, her golden eyes reflecting the intensity of her focus. Alice's efforts proved futile. You know, this isn't something that can be solved with magic. There's a firewall. This was all due to my carelessness. I'm already past my limit. Soon, I'll become a dangerous virus. I'll be dangerous if you don't let go of me, she said, tears streaming down her face. Alice wept openly, her tears a stark contrast to the blood staining the man's clothes. He explained that they had only just found a way for her to live. But she cried out that it was unfair, her voice laced with anguish. The man, his back to the viewer, apologized. Explaining that she must use her newfound power to help the new moderator, it was the only way. A surge of dark energy erupted from below, a terrifying, ominous presence. From above, the man stated that he could help everyone. Aiden, the man, was engulfed by the darkness, struggling against its pull. He groaned, admitting he could resist no longer. He wondered what he should do, his mind racing. He knew he needed to think of a solution. Something small that could be useful. Aiden's face, contorted in concentration, was partially obscured by the encroaching darkness. He reached for something, his hand gripping a familiar object. The hammer, imbued with power, is revealed to be Alice's hammer. Aiden, wielding a technologically advanced hammer, questioned why this particular tool hadn't broken like the others. His eyes widening in surprise as he noticed something unusual. With a surge of determination, Aiden issued a command. He commanded the hammer to delete. The resulting energy wave leaving him disoriented and confused. Suddenly, shadowy figures emerged from the chaos, their menacing presence filling Aiden with alarm. He realized, with a jolt, that only those authorized by the moderator could wield such a weapon. Aiden was shocked to discover he had just input a command. He wondered if his hammer could be used for this purpose. A sinister voice boomed, acknowledging Aiden's luck but highlighting his weakness. The entity revealed its carelessness in allowing this to happen. Aiden, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, glared at his opponent. You can't beat me with your level of strength, he thought defiantly, his eyes blazing with determination. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, erupted from within him. A crystalline shard of pure power coalesced before him, radiating an intense, ethereal glow. And a system notification flashed across his vision, quest completed. Rewards granted. Aiden stared, speechless, at the glowing blue crystal labeled Sirius's star. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Alice, his sister, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and urgency. Moderator, she cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she pleaded with him, use that. Her desperate plea spurred Aiden into action. With a roar, Aiden hurled the Sirius's star at the encroaching darkness. The crystal shattered upon impact, unleashing a wave of blinding light. A violent shockwave ripped through the air. Aiden stared, aghast, at the horrifying creature that materialized before him. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stared in disbelief at something before him. His mouth parted slightly, a silent question hanging in the air. It was a weapon unlike any he had ever seen before. A sword, blazing with an ethereal, fiery light, appeared in his hand. This was Aiden's execution sword, a weapon exclusive to him. Aiden stared at the monstrous entity before him, its shadowy form pulsating with malevolent energy. He muttered to himself, bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. His internal monologue continued, filled with disbelief and frustration as he realized his limitations. He couldn't replicate himself, he lacked the ability to clone or multiply. He wondered who could be responsible for such a feat. A sudden realization struck Aiden as he gripped his sword. The only beings capable of such power were the administrator and the Trojan. With newfound clarity, he declared that he understood the situation, his resolve hardening. Aiden prepared for a serious confrontation, the dark energy swirling around him intensifying. As he faced the monstrous entity, his determination unwavering. The creature, sensing his shift in demeanor, warned him that it intended to take him whole, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. The creature's form began to disintegrate. As Aiden unleashed a powerful attack, the energy radiating from him obliterating the creature. A voice, cold and accusatory, echoed in Aiden's mind, it would have been so much better if you had simply accepted your fate without causing trouble. But his defiance had brought this upon himself. Aiden stood defiant, a surge of purple energy erupting from him, the ground cracking beneath his feet. A red, technologically advanced blade materialized in his hand. He swung it with furious intent. The command appeared before him, /update_delete/at command_delete. Aiden, fueled by grief and rage, was ready to use his newfound power. With a crimson slash, he cleaved through the dark, shadowy entity that threatened him. The creature roared in pain, its form flickering and unstable. Its essence dissolving into nothingness. The impact of the attack caused a massive landslide, the earth trembling violently. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the landscape, the force of it sending tremors through the very earth. Debris rained down from the sky as a massive shockwave spread outwards, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst the rubble, his face etched with grim determination. He watched as the last of the debris settled. His gaze falling upon a large, heavy warhammer lying broken on the ground. The weapon, once a symbol of power, was now shattered, mirroring the destruction around him. Aiden turned his back on the wreckage, his eyes fixed on a massive chasm that had opened up in the earth. The sheer scale of the destruction was breathtaking. A glowing blue energy pulsed from within the depths of the fissure, a mysterious power emanating from the heart of the devastation. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. As digital streams of data flowed from the chasm, revealing a hidden message within the chaotic energy. A cloaked figure emerged from the purple digital haze, their face obscured by shadows. They stood silently, observing the scene with an air of quiet menace. A purple energy pulsed around them, a stark contrast to the blue energy emanating from the chasm. Their eyes narrowed slightly, as they silently noted the disappearance of one of their clones. A flicker of curiosity crossed their face as they pondered the clone's final moments. A figure with long, white hair and a smirk appeared, a faint purple glow emanating from their body. They mused to themselves, wow, this is a pretty interesting subject. The scene shifted to a warrior with fiery red hair, clad in dark armor, wielding a glowing sword. The figure with white hair continued their internal monologue, planning their next move. If I make use of him well, I can probably give a good blow to the administrator. The white-haired figure addressed someone unseen, their voice laced with amusement. You should be happy as well, Trojan. A surge of intense energy erupted from the white-haired figure. A blinding flash of light and heat engulfing the warrior, leaving behind only a crater of scorched earth. The white-haired figure watched the aftermath with a satisfied smirk, a hint of amusement in their eyes. He chuckled, ha! An uninvited guest has come. A fiery, fox-like woman with pink hair, clad in regal attire, materialized amidst a burst of flames. It's been a while, Mia, she stated. A thought bubble above her head read, I finally. Mia, her eyes blazing with a fierce blue light, retorted, you hid pretty well all this time. A powerful blast of fire erupted from Mia, scorching the earth. The flames subsided, revealing Mia standing amidst the devastation. You managed to find me, she acknowledged. She questioned, how did you know where I was? A man with long, white hair and a glowing purple aura appeared. He asked, are you okay alone? Mia glared at him, her expression hardening. Don't you think you're underestimating me too much? A flashback showed a woman with long brown hair, her finger to her lips and thought. She mused, to think he was really hiding in the bad sector. Why didn't this cross my mind before? She then confessed, I'm a failure as an operator. A fierce battle raged. Alice, with her vibrant pink hair and a determined expression, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy towards her opponent. Her movements were swift and powerful, a whirlwind of motion against the backdrop of swirling flames. The force of her attack sent shockwaves through the earth, causing the ground to crack and crumble. Explosions rocked the landscape as Alice's power continued to surge. But her adversary, shrouded in a purple aura, remained unmoved. He stood defiant, a dark silhouette against the blinding light of Alice's assault. Aiden, his white hair stark against his dark clothing, smirked. A surge of purple energy emanated from him, a stark contrast to Alice's fiery attack. Alice recoiled, a wave of dark energy washing over her, pushing her back. Her face was etched with concern. The dark energy coalesced, forming a vortex of immense power, threatening to consume everything in its path. Aiden watched, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He explained, that's why I told you. His power continued to grow, the vortex intensifying. He admonished her, you should have at least brought an elder guard with you. The dark energy pulsed with malevolent power, a testament to Aiden's growing strength. He coldly stated, you did this to yourself. With a final surge of power, the vortex erupted, engulfing Alice in its darkness. The scene ended with a powerful visual of the destructive energy. Aiden, cloaked in a dark purple aura, hovered amidst a chaotic scene of destruction. Purple energy crackled around him, the remnants of a devastating power. A surge of power that left him with glowing purple eyes, a stark contrast to his white hair. He felt a shift within, a new strength. A raw energy that erupted from him in a blinding blue wave, a powerful counterattack. Forcing his opponent, a shadowy figure, to stumble back, a surprised cook, escaping their lips. Underestimating you, the figure muttered, clearly taken aback by Aiden's unexpected power. A powerful woman with pink hair and sharp features materialized before Aiden. I think the one underestimating someone is you, she declared, her voice filled with confidence and a hint of menace. Her eyes blazed with determination. This time for sure, she vowed, her expression hardening. I'll delete you once and for all. A flashback, Aiden's sister, Alice, stood beside him, a protective hand on his shoulder, as a dark purple energy consumed them both. A man in a blue robe watched from a distance, his face etched with sorrow. Alice wept, cradling Aiden's collapsing form. The purple energy pulsed within him, causing him immense pain. Leaving dark, vein-like markings across his face as his eyes glowed with a fierce, golden light. The scene ended with a close-up on his pained, yet determined expression. A surge of blue energy crackled, forming ethereal chains that shimmered against the inky blackness. These chains, imbued with immense power, bound a colossal, white dragon to the ground, its scales shimmering faintly under the ethereal light. The creature's mighty claws scrabbling futilely against the earth as the chains tightened their grip. Its anguished gaze fixed on something unseen, a silent question hanging in the air, why? A cloaked figure emerged from a swirling vortex of digital energy, their voice echoing with a cold authority, why are you disrupting me? The figure revealed a mask, its single glowing blue eye piercing the darkness. The word administrator hung in the air, heavy with implication. Aiden, the protagonist, found himself amidst a chaotic scene. A powerful energy surged through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He watched in disbelief as the energy subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. His voice, filled with anguish and confusion, echoed the question that plagued his mind, why were innocent people being deleted? Aiden's gaze fell upon a figure being consumed by a dark, ominous energy. He watched, helpless, as the villagers around him were also engulfed by the same force. His heart filled with rage, Aiden vehemently protested the injustice of the situation, his words a testament to his unwavering belief in the role of an administrator as a protector of the innocent. A colossal, ethereal dragon emerged from the chaos, its presence both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It was a symbol of the system's power, yet also a representation of the very injustice Aiden fought against. The dragon, a manifestation of the system itself, revealed a shocking truth. Aiden had been given the mission to protect the innocent, a mission he had failed. The weight of his failure pressed heavily upon him. Aiden, consumed by guilt and a burning desire for vengeance, confronted the dragon, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, observed the unfolding events with a chilling amusement, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Their words hinted at a deeper, more complex game at play. The system administrator, whose village was recently deleted, reflects on the consequences of system updates. The more updates implemented, the more viruses appear, creating an increasingly unstable environment. He decides that he can no longer allow these viruses to roam freely and declares his intention to permanently delete all update skills. This drastic measure targets a specific NPC known as Sirius, identified as a potential threat to the system. The administrator, with newfound resolve, announces his plan to block Sirius from within the system. He extends his hand, initiating a powerful digital attack, which manifests as chains of data cubes binding Sirius, the dragon-like NPC. Sirius roars in defiance, warning the administrator that his actions are only worsening the situation. Despite his efforts, the administrator finds himself unable to control the situation, the system's instability intensifies. The digital structures he manipulated begin to collapse. And he is completely blocked off from the system, leaving him powerless to intervene. Many years passed, and the narrator reflects on a once vibrant existence now faded into obscurity. A colossal, chained dragon lies before the narrator, a symbol of an immutable past. The narrator observes that some things cannot be undone. The narrator contemplates the dragon's significance within the system's design, questioning whether acceptance is the only recourse. A young girl, alone and vulnerable, is discovered near the dragon. The narrator wonders about her solitude. The girl sits forlornly, a testament to the many humans who came before, yet never dared approach the dragon. The narrator surmises that fear kept them at bay, and that many brought offerings as tribute, highlighting the dragon's significance within the game's mechanics. The narrator recalls how players disregarded the dragon, treating it merely as a non-player character, NPC. The dragon addresses the girl, asking if she has anywhere to go. The girl shakes her head, indicating her lack of family or home. A colossal, blue dragon, chained and seemingly ancient, loomed over a small, frightened girl. Its voice, though unseen, offered her a choice, to remain there, under its protection. The dragon, deciding to offer the child a new beginning, prepared to bestow a name upon her. A beam of light erupted from its maw. And with a gentle touch, the dragon named the girl Kelly. She nestled against the dragon's massive scale, finding comfort in its presence. Kelly was no ordinary child, she possessed an innate talent for magic, a gift that allowed her to defend herself. Small orbs of light pulsed around her hands, demonstrating her burgeoning magical abilities with a burst of energy. However, despite her unique gifts, she was still a human child, and the dragon knew it couldn't keep her forever. Recognizing the limitations of his protection, the dragon made a difficult decision. He sent Kelly to live among humans before it was too late. And thankfully, she seemed to be adapting well to her new life. His mission was complete, his strength fading, his old form gone. But the joy of watching Kelly's happiness was reward enough. The dragon's tale concluded, for now. Until the virus returned. The dragon, now infused with a malevolent purple energy, was back, its eyes burning with a sinister light. Aiden, his face etched with a grim determination, stared at a monstrous, shadowy figure looming before him. He muttered to himself, recognizing the unsettling power as the same force that had destroyed his village and his sister, Alice, long ago. The monstrous entity, a colossal dragon-like creature, was bound by thick, glowing blue chains. Aiden recognized it instantly, the virus, the very source of the system's destructive power. One of the chains began to break, and a cold sweat beaded on Aiden's brow. The thought of another village deletion, another loss, fueled his resolve. This time, he vowed, it would be different. He would stop the virus, no matter the cost. With newfound power surging through him, Aiden unleashed a wave of energy, shattering the remaining chains binding the monstrous creature. A warning message appeared, indicating that Aiden had left his designated area. The villagers, oblivious to the impending danger, continued their daily lives in the quaint village. Aiden, however, noticed the administrator and operators had already detected the anomaly. He realized he needed to escape before the system's countermeasures were fully deployed. A powerful, purple entity emerged, its presence a clear sign of the system's response. A fierce battle between Aiden and the system's forces was about to begin. Suddenly, a teleportation option appeared before Aiden, offering a chance to escape. He was taken aback by this unexpected development. A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form vaguely reptilian and terrifying. Aiden, witnessing this horrifying sight, could only utter a stunned, "A dragon." The dragon's gaze fell upon Aiden, its eyes burning with an ancient, malevolent power. A low growl rumbled in its chest as it spoke, its voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the desolate landscape. Were you the cause of this? The dragon unleashed a torrent of raw magical energy, blue orbs of destructive power hurtling towards Aiden. Aiden braced himself for the impact, but before the attack could reach him, a shadowy figure materialized from the void, its laughter echoing like a death knell. Kakik, this is quite. The shadowy figure unleashed a blast of purple energy, obliterating the dragon's attack in a blinding flash, leaving only silence and lingering purple energy in its wake. The shadowy figure addressed Aiden, its voice dripping with malice. You probably came here to stop me, but you were too late. The dragon, now seemingly under the shadowy figure's control, began to glow with a malevolent purple light. The middle of infecting many in different areas right now. You're a worthy being, so I'll plant you something special. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupted from the dragon, aiming directly at Aiden. The shadowy figure issued a chilling warning. Do me a favor, don't get deleted. Try to escape from it. The purple energy engulfed Aiden, threatening to consume him entirely. A new scene opens, showing Alice walking down a path. A notice appears, notice, a serious bug error has been encountered. Aiden found himself amidst a scene of chaos. Four imposing figures, clad in crimson armor and adorned with what seemed like spectral halos, loomed over a knight in dark, horned armor. The knight appeared to be the focus of their attention, his expression one of grim determination. A message flashed across the screen, the set area and NPCs will now be deleted. A red figure, possibly a mechanized suit, stood poised, a beam of energy emanating from its hand, ready to execute the command. The beam struck, and a wave of energy washed over the village. From the perspective of a massive, blue dragon, the once vibrant town was reduced to rubble, swallowed by the destructive force. Aiden's thoughts echoed, is everything repeating again? Another message appeared, the administrator still can't use any other method than deleting. Alice, Aiden's sister, stood amidst the devastation. Her expression was resolute as she spoke, instead of letting them be deleted, I'd rather. A magical circle glowed beneath the dragon's massive form, a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. Teleport. Try saving them. The dragon prepared to use its power. The scene shifted to a smaller, younger dragon. A hand reached out, and the dragon nuzzled it gently. That's your name. Aiden, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood amidst a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A fierce determination hardened his features as he silently vowed, I want you to light up a path for those who are lost. A close-up revealed a brilliant, golden eye, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The celestial glow intensifying as it transformed into the brightest star in the vast, dark expanse of the night sky. The image served as a powerful visual metaphor for the hope Aiden sought to ignite. Aiden, cloaked and hooded, stood before a towering, futuristic landscape. Digital streams of data cascaded around him, forming ethereal, glowing structures that resembled ancient monoliths. He was in a digital realm, a place of raw code and immense power. His face was obscured by the mask, but one glowing blue eye was visible, piercing and intense. A message appeared on a nearby screen, process start. Error 2203, access, followed by success. More screens flickered to life, displaying lines of code and cryptic messages. Amongst the data streams, the numbers no_00012 Prokian, no_00013 Sirius, and no_00014 appeared, hinting at a system of identification or classification. A surge of energy erupted from the screens, bathing Aiden in a brilliant blue light. And he reached out, his hand glowing with the same ethereal energy. Aiden touched a screen displaying the number no_00013 Sirius. A silent affirmation passed through him, he had chosen his target. A flashback, a vibrant explosion of light and energy, a scene of devastation. Aiden, younger and without his mask, watched in horror as the world around him crumbled. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a shower of sparkling particles. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, this is amazing. He marveled at his newfound abilities, muttering to himself, a skill this convenient. Alice, a young woman with long dark hair, approached him. She expressed her gratitude, saying she was able to reach him comfortably. Alice pointed towards a distant, fiery peak, explaining that it was the area she moderated and that they would reach it soon. Aiden, slightly perplexed, looked at Alice. Alice expressed her gratitude again, stating that if it weren't for Aiden, everyone would not have been safe. She then revealed a somber truth, Sir Sirius had been deleted. A flashback showed Sir Sirius, a blue-haired elf, succumbing to a dark energy. Aiden reflected that if they had left him, he would have likely become a virus. Aiden stated that he was sure Sir Sirius wouldn't have wanted that. A burst of red energy erupted from Alice's hands, illuminating the scene. She then explained that Aiden had opened a new pathway for them. Alice, her face determined, urged Aiden forward, shouting, follow you, Sir Aiden. Aiden and his sister, Kelly, walked along a path, flanked by a group of villagers. They were headed towards Erd's town, their new home. Aiden, holding a hammer, turned to Kelly. He expressed his curiosity about a mysterious object called Star. Kelly admitted she wasn't entirely sure what it was. Kelly then revealed that the star was the source of Sir Sirius' power, a fact that held great significance for him. It was incredibly precious to him, and he had mentioned the existence of more such objects. Kelly concluded her explanation, stating that this was all the information she possessed. Aiden's thoughts turned to the moderator's power, which had remained dormant for a considerable time. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through him. The moderator's power had risen to level 4. A direct result of absorbing the star. Aiden's mind raced. He wondered what would happen if the star was actually a virus. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, and Alice, a girl with long dark hair, walked through a verdant landscape. Alice, her expression calm, stated that they had arrived at their destination. Before them lay a scene of devastation, a village in ruins, its buildings reduced to rubble. Aiden noted the extensive damage, while Alice pointed out the small number of remaining residents. Suddenly, a group of people emerged, shouting a greeting to Aiden. They had been waiting for him. Aiden, surprised, questioned whether they knew he was coming. One of them, a young man, explained that someone had arrived earlier, revealing that someone had arrived before him. A young woman approached Aiden, calling his name. A look of apprehension crossed his face. The woman, Arya, embraced Aiden, expressing her knowledge of his return. Aiden, startled, exclaimed her name. Arya's eyes held a determined glint as she vowed to stay by Aiden's side from that moment on. Aiden, observing the large group that had gathered, commented on their considerable number. Alice, meanwhile, stood alone, a look of intense anxiety etched on her face. Aiden, the protagonist, was overcome with shock. He exclaimed, questioning the identity of the person before him. The sheer amount of mana and power emanating from this individual was staggering. A woman with vibrant blue hair stood before him, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She remarked that the power was nearly as immense as Sir Sirius's, if not equal to it. Prompting a red-haired man to ask what she had been doing, since he couldn't contact her. Her intense, focused gaze hinted at a hidden depth, a secret she was unwilling to reveal just yet. She simply replied that he would know soon. And a sudden, violent energy erupted, sending a shockwave through the area. The red-haired man watched in disbelief as a figure fell from the sky, questioning if it was a player. A woman with pink hair and cat-like ears gasped, recognizing the figure as an operator. The operator, covered in dirt and grime, looked up, her expression unreadable. Amidst a desolate landscape, a group stood, their faces etched with apprehension. One of them nervously questioned the need to flee, but another, with fiery determination, rebuked their fear, asserting that they were no longer mere bugs. The red-haired man's gaze hardened, his golden eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and weariness. He silently reflected on the relentless pressure they faced, a constant barrage of attacks leaving them no respite. A towering figure emerged, her feline features and vibrant pink hair striking against the backdrop of a swirling, ethereal energy. The red-haired man's eyes widened as he wondered if this was a different operator than before. He gripped the handle of a large warhammer, his thoughts turning to the possibility of needing to use it again. The weight of the weapon seemed to mirror the weight of his responsibilities. The red-haired man stared at the pink-haired woman, a silent exchange passing between them. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Tears streamed down the pink-haired woman's face, her distress palpable. Her silent anguish spoke volumes. She sobbed, her shoulders shaking with grief. The red-haired man watched, his own emotions mirroring hers. A new character, a woman with vibrant blue hair, appeared, offering a sincere apology. The blue-haired woman gently comforted the distraught pink-haired woman, her actions speaking louder than words. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair gently cradled a pink-haired girl in her arms. The pink-haired girl's face was partially obscured, but her expression seemed one of distress. A speech bubble above the turquoise-haired woman contained a single word, really? The turquoise-haired woman chuckled, her expression amused. Beside her stood a young man with bright red hair, his face a mask of utter bewilderment, punctuated by a multitude of question marks swirling around his head. The turquoise-haired woman remarked that he seemed quite surprised. She continued, introducing the pink-haired girl as Mia, an operator. The red-haired young man listened intently as the turquoise-haired woman explained that Mia was one of the people she trusted most. His expression was serious, thoughtful. A group of people, their faces partially visible, stood before a large, imposing double door. An air of anticipation hung in the room. The turquoise-haired woman sat at a large table, her expression pensive. She reflected on the scene before her, noting that it reminded her of the past. The red-haired young man, his gaze sharp, observed the scene alongside Mia. He identified the situation, an NPC had acquired the powers of both an operator and a moderator. The turquoise-haired woman continued her explanation, noting that even people who had escaped the system were present. Mia's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. The red-haired young man spoke, pointing out that the person sitting before them was the one trying to erase them. A young man with fiery red hair, dressed in simple yet sturdy attire, sat across from a woman with striking pink hair and cat-like ears. He questioned the necessity of their actions, prompting a curt response from the woman. Poof. What's wrong with that? We're just trying to do our duty. In order to protect the system, in order to protect the world, we need to get rid of all the bugs, she stated, her tone unwavering. He countered, his expression hardening. There had to be a better way. His internal monologue echoed his frustration. Why did they need to be deleted? The pink-haired woman's retort was sharp and dismissive. She vehemently insisted there was no alternative to deletion. The red-haired man's frustration boiled over. He challenged her, pointing out his own ability to fix bugs. Don't joke with me. Then why is it that I can fix bugs, he demanded. The pink-haired woman scoffed, her disbelief evident. Ha! There's no way that's possible, she exclaimed. A third individual, a woman with vibrant blue hair, intervened, attempting to calm the escalating argument. She expressed her astonishment at the red-haired man's ability to fix bugs, emphasizing that even the moderator couldn't perform such a feat. The blue-haired woman appeared thoughtful, her hands clasped together. The blue-haired woman then turned to the red-haired man, proposing a significant change in his role. She suggested he consider becoming an actual moderator. She explained that given their current goals, he had no choice but to accept this new position. The red-haired man's response was a defiant, "No, you." Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared wide-eyed, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was speechless, his thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief as the words echoed in his mind, become the moderator? The question hung in the air, unanswered. He turned to Alice, a woman with striking blue hair, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion. What are you talking about? He demanded, his voice laced with incredulity. Alice, her gaze fixed on her hands, calmly explained that the system had unexpectedly called for her, and now, it wanted Aiden to become the moderator. I have no idea what you want me to do, she stated, her voice soft yet firm. Aiden, his confusion deepening, pressed further. What exactly is your goal? He asked, his voice strained with a mixture of apprehension and determination. His goal, Aiden learned, was to bring down the moderator from his position. The revelation was accompanied by a chilling image, a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, loomed behind Aiden, a silent, ominous presence. Alice, her back to Aiden, stood bathed in a brilliant blue light. I'm sorry, I can't tell you everything yet, she said, her voice echoing with a hint of sorrow, but I'm not lying to you. She continued, explaining that Aiden also wanted revenge on the moderator. Aiden, his face a mask of contemplation, muttered, how do I do that? Alice's words hung in the air, a bridge between their shared desires. The shadowy figure, now more clearly visible, stood between them, its presence a silent suggestion. Our goals are the same, it stated, its voice a low, resonant hum. Don't you think we should work together? Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, sat across from a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, elegantly dressed in a white and gold robe. He explained that he couldn't accomplish his goal alone, emphasizing his need for her assistance. The turquoise-haired woman, whose name is Alice, revealed that she was currently under penalty from the system's moderator, temporarily preventing her from using its functions. Aiden, intrigued, expressed his curiosity about various aspects of the system, but suspected that Alice wouldn't readily share information if directly asked. Alice, smiling brightly, clasped her hands together in anticipation. She explained that simply having moderator permissions wasn't enough. To truly become a moderator, one needed to form their own content. A dramatic image showed a towering, dark castle under a stormy sky, with a masked warrior engaged in a fierce sword fight, labeled PvP. This illustrated the kind of experience needed to gain moderator status. The scene shifted to show a chaotic battle scene, with various combatants and magical effects, underscoring the scale and intensity of the world's content. A new character, a pink-haired woman with cat-like ears, appeared, expressing disbelief that a person like Aiden could become a moderator. Alice, however, simply smiled subtly. The pink-haired woman, seemingly unconcerned, reassured Alice that everything was fine. Sir Aiden, a young man with worried eyes and a hand covering his mouth, stood beside a red-haired companion. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair watched them with a curious expression. A group of people, including the turquoise-haired woman, happily devoured a large spread of food. Their expressions showed contentment and relief. But even this feast seemed insufficient. A concern clouded the turquoise-haired woman's face as she turned to Aiden and his companion, prompting her to ask if Aiden could access his integrated storage space once more. Aiden, with a determined nod, prepared to do so. With a gesture, Aiden opened a portal to his storage, revealing a treasure chest overflowing with supplies. However, a series of system error messages began to flash across the pink-haired woman's face, indicating a problem with the storage system. Aiden reassured the others, offering to provide more supplies if needed. The pink-haired woman, however, seemed increasingly agitated by the system errors. The pink-haired woman's frustration grew as she realized the storage was malfunctioning, and she angrily confronted Aiden about the situation. She angrily questioned him about the meaning of free access to the storage, her expression filled with fury. The turquoise-haired woman, witnessing the outburst, realized the truth. The pink-haired woman was the thief who had been pilfering from the storage. The scene ends with the turquoise-haired woman's furious demand for restitution, under a night sky. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, the remnants of a village smoldering under a night sky. A lone tree, glowing faintly, stands as a silent sentinel amidst the ruins. Two figures stand before it, their forms indistinct in the twilight, while villagers, their faces etched with grief and despair, gather around dying embers. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair and a determined expression, clutches his injured hand. His face is marred by cuts and bruises, a testament to the violence he has endured. Aiden confronts a group of system operators, his anger barely contained. He accuses them of their negligence, their callous disregard for the lives lost. A pink-haired woman with fox-like ears intervenes, urging restraint. Aiden's fury intensifies as he recalls his sister's death. A blue-haired woman, Mia, attempts to calm him, explaining the circumstances that led to the village's destruction. Aiden, still seething, listens to Mia's explanation. He is clearly struggling to reconcile his grief with the information she provides. Mia continues, explaining that she had made a difficult request to another individual, a request that was surprisingly accepted. She reveals that her previous unavailability was due to her involvement with this individual. A scene shift shows a mysterious man with silver hair, dressed in elegant attire. He speaks of a plan requiring the diversion of attention from Aiden. Aiden questions Mia about the plan, his curiosity piqued. Aiden contemplates this revelation, his expression a mixture of shock and determination. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of shadowy figures. Their forms were indistinct, yet their malevolent grins and glowing eyes were unmistakable. A palpable sense of dread hung in the air. He was clearly disturbed by this ominous presence. Then, a woman with striking blue hair appeared, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. She questioned him, her voice laced with apprehension, by another existence. Do you mean the virus? Aiden, seemingly unfazed, responded with a curt, yeah, prompting the blue-haired woman to ask, you know about the viruses? She continued, explaining, I fought with them before I came here. The blue-haired woman, whose name is Arya, revealed a startling observation. After helping the people, I noticed. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Aiden, causing Arya to exclaim in alarm, Arya. What are you doing? Arya, however, quickly assessed the situation, muttering to herself, luckily, he doesn't seem to be infected. She then pondered aloud, did they approach Aiden because they found out about his ability? Her worry was evident, her eyes wide with concern. She repeated, Arya, before declaring resolutely, I don't care about anything else, but he can't get the virus. I need to find a solution. Aiden, noticing Arya's distress, urged her to calm down, asking, what's up with you all of a sudden? Arya, still frantic, explained, you had contact with the virus. Why did you do that, you dummy? Next time you see them, make sure to run away. A mysterious woman with white hair appeared, warning Aiden about the danger of the viruses, stating, they are even more dangerous than the modern and system operators in their own different way. You could get swallowed in a second. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, reflected on his survival. He mused that his safe return was nothing short of a miracle. Alice, his sister, with striking blue hair, confirmed his assessment, adding that she had deleted the virus. Alice questioned Aiden about the virus, to which he replied that he had received help. Alice acknowledged that without help, deleting the virus would have been impossible, but still considered it a difficult task. Aiden's eyes glowed with a sudden realization. He was destined to be the moderator, a revelation accompanied by a surge of intense energy. Aiden then turned to Alice, stating he had a question for her. He inquired about the reason behind NPC deletions. Alice responded that it was due to the virus. She explained that if the virus wasn't handled quickly, the entire system would collapse, revealing a visual representation of a system crash. A monstrous, crimson-hued figure loomed over a terrified village, its presence casting an ominous shadow. The villagers, their faces etched with fear, watched helplessly as the creature wreaked havoc. A voice, calm yet resolute, stated that there was no other option than to delete the non-playable characters, at least for now, and that the circumstances were understood. Aiden's face was obscured by shadow, but his eyes, burning with an intense, fiery red, were visible. A surge of dark energy crackled around him, hinting at the power simmering beneath the surface. Aiden's shadowed face was filled with a burning rage. His vow echoed in the silence, he would never forgive the moderator. The image shifted to show a heartbreaking scene. Innocent NPCs, caught in the crossfire, were deleted for simply being there, despite having nothing to do with the virus. Aiden's grief was palpable as he mourned their loss. His thoughts confirmed his suspicions. The current system was flawed, whether it was the moderator or the virus itself that was at fault. Aiden, his face resolute, declared that he would take on the role of the new moderator. Alice, his sister, appeared, her expression a mixture of sadness and hope. She voiced her belief in Aiden's ability to fill this role, emphasizing that he was the only one capable of doing so. Because he was the only one who could do it. Alice continued, explaining that now that Aiden had decided to become the moderator, she would tell him how to commemorate this event. She revealed the first step: Aiden needed to choose the system operators. Aiden, even as a moderator, found it difficult to manage the sheer volume of information the system constantly transmitted. He was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of data. A disembodied voice, seemingly emanating from the system itself, urged him to make a choice, addressing him directly. Choose me, Aiden. A mysterious woman with vibrant turquoise hair appeared before him, her expression a mixture of mischief and determination. She declared, I'll be. The scene opens in a grand hall, bathed in an ethereal light filtering through tall, arched windows. Empty chairs are arranged in rows, facing a single occupied seat at the far end of the room. A lone figure sits in the chair, their back to the viewer, seemingly awaiting something or someone. In a different setting, Operator Lloyd, level 405, a man with silver hair and a serious expression, observes a bustling scene. He comments on the unusual amount of activity. He notes that most operators are present due to an emergency meeting, expressing doubt about the reason for such a gathering. A pink-haired woman with cat-like ears, seemingly an operator, is questioned about the reason for the meeting. She is asked if there's a valid reason for the emergency. She dismissively replies that it's probably nothing. Operator Isabel, level 411, and Operator Dyke, level 430, are shown in conversation. Isabel has dark hair and horns, while Dyke has bright green hair. Dyke suggests they hurry and finish the meeting, expressing a lack of patience for idle chatter. The pink-haired woman is shown again, her expression turning angry as Dyke's words seem to have angered her. She threatens Dyke with violence. An elf, distinguished by his vibrant green hair, addressed a pink-haired woman. He explained the reason for the emergency meeting, urging her to listen carefully. The scene shifted to a grand council chamber. Seated around a large table were several individuals, including the pink-haired woman from the previous panel. A dramatic announcement was made: they had located the body of the worm virus. A woman with silver hair and a regal bearing expressed certainty that the virus was indeed the worm, confirming its identity. A terrifying image filled the panel. A monstrous entity, seemingly composed of countless shadowy figures with gaping maws, was revealed. Its method of attack was described: it caused immense system damage by constantly cloning itself. The pink-haired woman, now seen from behind, revealed that the virus had been hiding in the bed sector. This discovery presented an opportunity to finally track it down. She reported the situation to the administrator, confident that this time, they would succeed in eliminating the threat. A sharp command echoed: delete it. A digital rain of blue light cascaded down, a visual representation of the system's response. The council members watched in stunned silence. A powerful, radiant beam of light appeared, leaving the observers awestruck and questioning the nature of this newly revealed power. Prokian, a guardian with striking blonde hair and piercing golden eyes, was shown in a regal pose. Her attire, a lavish gown adorned with intricate gold embroidery, spoke of her high status. Prokian extended her hand, a soft blue glow emanating from her palm. As a figure cloaked in dark, high-tech-looking robes, with a blank, white mask concealing their face, appeared before her. The text box declared, the admin has arrived. Prokian's eyes widened slightly. She murmured that the admin himself had arrived, a rare occurrence, as he doesn't usually show himself in situations like these. Elsewhere, a group of individuals watched the arrival of the administrator with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. One of them questioned what could have brought him there. A pink-haired woman with fox-like ears offered a possible explanation: perhaps he had read the report she sent. The administrator's masked face was shown in close-up, his presence radiating power and mystery. Aiden and Alice stood together under a tree, silhouetted against a twilight sky. The scene hinted at a shared past and a bond of affection. A man with fiery red hair and intense eyes looked down at a woman with vibrant blue hair. He muttered, "My," while she questioned, "Operator." Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stared in disbelief at a translucent, red-tinged window that appeared before him. The window displayed a stark message: would you like to appoint Arya as an operator, with options to accept or decline? He murmured, "I see. This must be my first step as an admin." Aiden reflected on Arya, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, who had been a constant source of support. He thought, I've received a lot of help from Arya up to now. His thoughts continued, she has a good understanding of the system and she's extremely good at combat. There's no one more befitting for the role of my first operator. Aiden, his expression resolute, reached out his hand, a faint red glow emanating from his fingertips. With a surge of energy, Aiden activated his newfound administrative powers. A bright light engulfed him as system messages appeared, system operating allowed. A firewall has been created. Arya, bathed in a radiant glow, stood ready, her expression a mix of anticipation and determination. The system officially recognized her as Operator Arya. Arya's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Aiden, a slight gasp escaping her lips. Yuk. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, tearfully embraced Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair. She cried out her thanks, overwhelmed with relief. Aiden, still holding her close, chuckled, explaining that she couldn't possibly understand the depth of his suffering. Alice, however, insisted that he let go. Aiden released her, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he questioned her strength. He wondered what level she was at. Aiden's gaze sharpened as he focused on his own status, a red glow emanating from his body. Only to be met with an error message. The system informed him that he lacked sufficient administrative power, his access denied by another administrator. Aiden, shocked, questioned whether his newfound power was truly enough. He looked at Alice, his expression filled with a mixture of frustration and determination. The aftermath of a catastrophic event was evident, the village lay in ruins. A crimson tide, reminiscent of a cataclysmic flood, receded into the distance, leaving behind a landscape of destruction. Villagers, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief, worked tirelessly amidst the rubble, attempting to salvage what remained of their homes and lives. Their efforts focused on rebuilding, a grim determination in their eyes as they carried salvaged materials and began the arduous task of reconstruction. The air was thick with the scent of dust and despair, yet a quiet resilience permeated the scene. A young man with vibrant red hair, his expression a mixture of concern and weariness, spoke to someone off-panel. He inquired about the building materials, receiving a curt affirmation. A woman with dark hair, her face impassive, explained that the provided materials were insufficient due to the village's growing population. The red-haired man listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. The woman continued, explaining that the increased number of monsters in the surrounding area made farming and hunting extremely difficult, hindering their ability to be self-sufficient. The images of monstrous creatures flashed across the panel, emphasizing the severity of the situation. She theorized that their proximity to a nearby dungeon was the cause of the increased monster activity. A map illustrated the village's precarious position near the dungeon's entrance. The woman proposed investigating the dungeon, acknowledging the inherent danger of such an undertaking. She suggested that she would go with the red-haired mage. The red-haired man, however, insisted that it was unnecessary to involve others, dismissing the offer of assistance. He then displayed a dark, swirling vortex emanating from his arm, a clear indication of his magical abilities. A woman with pink hair and fox-like features appeared, her face contorted in distress. She tearfully pleaded with the red-haired man, claiming that his actions caused people to hate him and begging him not to use his powers. Ignoring her pleas, the red-haired man clenched his fist, the dark vortex intensifying. A surge of dark energy pulsed from his arm, suggesting a powerful, potentially dangerous ability. A young man with vibrant red hair, Aiden, grinned mischievously at a blue-haired woman, Alice. Alice, dressed in ornate, fantasy-style clothing, had just commented on how something sounds fun. Aiden chuckled, clarifying that the fun wasn't for him, but for others. Alice, however, seemed unconcerned, a playful smile on her face as she stated that she didn't know about others, but... Alice abruptly instructed Aiden to leave, her expression shifting to a more serious tone. The command was simple, you have to go. Aiden, along with 3 other figures, approached a large, ominous red gateway set within a rocky cliff face. The entrance to a dungeon loomed before them. Aiden walked towards the dungeon entrance, his expression resolute. He was followed by 2 other individuals, their faces partially obscured. As Aiden entered, a powerful, shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the dungeon. The figure, clad in dark armor and wielding a large sword, loomed over Aiden. Aiden wondered if this was the second time he had faced this. Aiden, still accompanied by his 2 companions, turned to leave the dungeon. He simply stated, "Let's go." Alice, along with the other 2 individuals, watched Aiden's departure. Alice remarked that she knew Aiden would head into the dungeon. Alice expressed her frustration with Aiden's recklessness, highlighting his lack of preparation and understanding of dungeon exploration. She questioned his knowledge of the monsters, necessary items, and even a plan. Alice's eyes glowed with a piercing intensity as she questioned Aiden's experience with killing monsters. A group of shadowy figures, unlike any wild animals typically found near villages, were described. They were capable of using magic and setting traps, indicating a level of cunning and organization beyond that of ordinary beasts. These creatures acted with a calculated strategy, almost as if they were players in a game. However, for those strong enough, eliminating them entirely was a possibility. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, was addressed. He was informed that the use of his administrator skills was strictly forbidden. A woman with striking blue hair announced that they would be raiding numerous dungeons from that point forward, emphasizing that understanding the nature of these dungeons was crucial, and that they would have to overcome them independently. This experience was deemed essential for their growth and development. The opportunity to gain experience and become stronger was highlighted, a path to self-improvement now available to them. Because they were no longer simply non-player characters, they had evolved. A monstrous creature, clad in crimson armor and bearing horns, lunged forward, its terrifying shriek echoing through the cavern. A searing red energy beam sliced through the air. But Aiden, with his fiery red hair, stood firm at the center of his party, deflecting the attack with a large shield. 2 companions, one wielding a sword and the other a bow, stood ready by his side. Aiden exclaimed in surprise, questioning the sudden appearance of the enemy. He wondered where they were coming from. The 3 adventurers found themselves in a vast, icy cavern. A young woman with long brown hair knelt before them, seemingly distressed. Aiden's face was etched with concern. He realized he had underestimated the dungeon's dangers, and acknowledged that without Aria's guidance and support, their situation would have been far more perilous. A trap was clearly visible ahead. Despite the ambush, Aiden and his companions braced themselves, ready to face whatever came next. Aiden reflected that the battle would have been significantly harder without Aria's help. He then encountered a creature immune to physical attacks, while Arya faced a different foe, one resistant to magic. Aiden, a young man with red hair and a determined expression, stood before a group of adventurers. His companions, Jake and Kelly, looked to him expectantly, while a blue-haired woman watched from behind, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, the blue-haired woman, whose name is Alice, unleashed a burst of energy, summoning fantastical creatures to aid her. Her joyful expression contrasted sharply with the startled looks on Aiden's companions' faces. Alice effortlessly dispatched a skeletal warrior with a casual flick of her wrist, demonstrating her superior power. She continued her assault, easily overcoming the remaining monsters with a powerful energy blast. The sheer force of her attack sent shockwaves through the area, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Alice, noticing his expression, commented that it seemed like they had made some progress. She explained that she had been worried about the high dungeon level, but given their struggles, she was impressed with their performance. Aiden, Jake, and Kelly's levels were then displayed, Aiden at level 50, Kelly at level 48, and Jake at level 43. Alice concluded by saying that considering their difficulties, they were doing great. A surge of energy enveloped the three figures. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, and two companions, a woman with vibrant blue hair and another with dark hair, felt their bodies thrum with newfound power. The intensity of the experience leaving them breathless. Aiden's companions marveled at the surge, finally understanding the allure of power levels. The blue-haired woman expressed her gratitude, attributing their newfound strength to Aiden's unique abilities. She affectionately placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder, her smile bright and genuine. He, however, remained pensive. Aiden's expression was one of deep concern, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He was clearly troubled by something. He urged his companions to move on, dismissing their earlier awe with a curt command. Ahead of them loomed a foreboding entrance, a skull with large horns mounted above a dark red door, hinting at the danger that lay within. The group approached the ominous entrance. The dark-haired woman sensed a powerful energy emanating from within. The blue-haired woman, however, urged them forward, expressing her frustration at Aiden's hesitation. Aiden, despite his apprehension, voiced his own fears, revealing a deep-seated anxiety about their safety if they proceeded. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood alongside a companion with darker, purplish-red hair. A pensive expression settled on Aiden's face as he voiced a question that had been weighing on his mind. Wondering aloud about what would happen to them after death. His companion, concerned, pointed out that normally the system would revive them. However, a young woman with dark hair joined the conversation, expressing her fear that they might be permanently deleted. A fear quickly dismissed by a woman with bright turquoise hair, who assured them not to worry. The turquoise-haired woman's reassurance was immediately followed by a startling revelation: the system's protection firewall had activated. The firewall's activation indicated that it was receiving support from the system itself, its purpose being to prevent external attacks. The turquoise-haired woman explained that, starting from the moment of death, the firewall protects players. Aiden's hand glowed with a faint energy as he listened. She clarified that while the dead don't revive, their bodies are restored and transported to a designated village. The turquoise-haired woman chuckled, revealing that only operators, not normal players or NPCs, could see the firewall's activation. Suggesting they stop talking and experience the system's protection firsthand, the turquoise-haired woman concluded the conversation. A dark, ominous portal, framed by cracked stone and glowing with an eerie blue light, loomed before them. A skull with curved horns served as its unsettling centerpiece. The words "We want to get stronger" hung in the air, a declaration of purpose. Three figures stood before the portal, a man with fiery red hair, a woman with dark hair, and another man with dark purple hair. They were clearly preparing for something. A close-up on the red-haired man's eye revealed a burning, orange glow within his pupil, a stark contrast to the sweat beading on his brow. He was clearly tense. The scene shifted to a sun-drenched landscape, showing a makeshift camp nestled amidst the ruins of a village. Several people milled about, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. A man with blue hair, carrying a heavy wooden crate, was suddenly jolted by an unseen force. A woman with blue hair and a clipboard watched with a mixture of surprise and concern. The crate exploded into splinters, sending the man sprawling. He looked up in shock, shouting, "What is that?" The red-haired man and his companions were caught in the blast of debris. The purple-haired man rushed to his side, asking, "Shit, are you okay?" The red-haired man replied weakly, "Yuk, yes." The group then pondered the strange events that had just transpired, clearly shaken by the unexpected attack. A powerful, ethereal being with flowing turquoise hair and a striking headdress descended, radiating an intense blue energy. For crystalline shards hovered around her, amplifying her otherworldly presence. The energy coalesced into a blinding orb of light before unleashing a devastating wave of power. Aiden, along with his companions, watched in horror as the attack bore down on them. The resulting blast engulfed them completely, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. But after a wide-area attack, we all died, one of them recalled, the memory still fresh in their minds. Aiden found himself back in the familiar surroundings of his village, but something was different. A woman with vibrant blue hair and a striking outfit approached him, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She explained that the previous attack was a complex skill, a boss attack akin to the flower of a dungeon, a technique only a few powerful entities possessed. Aiden, still reeling from the experience, questioned her, incredulous that such a devastating attack could have been so easily unleashed upon them. He wondered how they could have possibly anticipated such a thing. The woman calmly explained that all bosses possess unique attack methods, implying that their lack of knowledge had been their downfall. She then added, with a knowing smile, that experiencing it again was the only way to truly understand. Aiden, fueled by a renewed determination, braced himself for another onslaught. He was ready to face whatever came next. The attack came, and Aiden, gritting his teeth, endured the brutal assault. Cook, how many times has it been now? He wondered, his resolve unwavering despite the repeated trauma. He was determined to master this attack method. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood his ground, shield raised, amidst a fierce battle. Beside him, a dark-haired woman braced herself, fear etched on her face. Before them loomed a towering, ethereal figure with flowing turquoise hair, radiating an otherworldly power. Aiden's gaze was fixed on the creature, a question forming in his mind: what must he do? The ethereal figure raised her hands, and a blinding blue light erupted from her, a surge of raw power that threatened to consume everything. Aiden reacted instantly, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He understood, this was the enemy's attack. He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as he disrupted the attack. The force of the blow sending the dark-haired woman sprawling. He had successfully deflected the attack, but at a cost. The ethereal being recoiled, a frustrated cry escaping her lips. Her attack had failed. Arrows whizzed past her, narrowly missing their mark. Aiden's eyes burned with determination. He knew that if this continued, they would be overwhelmed once more. Suddenly, a new power surged within him. It was different. A wave of energy washed over him. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a crimson energy slicing through the air towards the ethereal being. The attack connected, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The ethereal being was thrown back, her form flickering and unstable. Aiden had found a way to fight back, but the battle was far from over. A monstrous figure, clad in teal and gold armor, roared in defiance, its face contorted in a furious grimace. A surge of blue energy erupted from its body. As Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, watched with wide, determined eyes. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I did it." Aiden's triumphant expression quickly shifted to one of urgency. He turned, his mouth agape, and shouted, "This is our chance." He gestured wildly, urging his companions into action. "Attack," he commanded, as a wave of dark blue energy erupted from the monster, threatening to engulf them. Aiden stood amidst the chaos, his face etched with concern as the blue energy dissipated. His companions, a young man and woman, looked on with worried expressions. As the remnants of the blue energy faded, revealing a scene of destruction, a congratulatory message appeared, signaling the completion of a significant task. Aiden, his face streaked with sweat and grime, stared blankly ahead, a mixture of relief and exhaustion evident in his expression. He had cleared the Urge Mine dungeon. The name Aiden appeared on a white background, hinting at a shift in perspective. Aiden, along with two other individuals, celebrated their recent success. They exclaimed their victory, with the others praising Aiden's efforts. Aiden's eyes gleamed with anticipation as a treasure chest materialized before him, overflowing with golden coins. A message then appeared, confirming that his reward had been granted. The chest, now open, revealed a dazzling array of jewels and precious stones. Aiden's companions reacted with awe. Their excitement palpable as they realized the implications of their newfound wealth. Aiden, however, seemed less concerned with the riches, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He reflected on his reliance on an external system, Cloud, and his desire for self-sufficiency. He then distributed some of the gems to his companions, ensuring their future security. A young woman with vibrant blue hair, appearing suddenly, offered her congratulations. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair, dressed in a white and gold tunic, addressed a group of people. She explained that there were still other matters requiring their attention. Turning to a red-haired man named Aiden, she asked him to accompany her somewhere for a short while. Aiden looked at her with a questioning expression. The turquoise-haired woman's face was shown in close-up, her expression serious and determined. Aiden and the turquoise-haired woman walked down a long, columned corridor together. Aiden noted that the place looked familiar, reminding him of a dungeon he had been in before. Aiden's thoughts turned to the possibility of encountering something similar to what he had faced in that previous dungeon. The turquoise-haired woman called out to Aiden. A large, imposing figure, described as a dungeon keeper, emerged before them. The woman explained that it was a system guard sometimes placed in dungeons. The scene opens with a narration box explaining the purpose of the dungeon keeper's role, to eliminate system errors and prevent demons from escaping the dungeon. Below, the remains of a destroyed village are shown, with a young man with fiery red hair kneeling amidst the rubble. A look of intense determination hardens his features. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair approaches him, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. She asks if there will be significant problems if the dungeon keeper dies. The red-haired man, seemingly unfazed, replies that the position will likely be filled by someone else. He lets out a sigh of relief, stating that there won't be any major issues to deal with. His relaxed demeanor suggests a certain level of confidence. The turquoise-haired woman then shifts the conversation, asking him about the reason for her presence. A powerful, red-armored figure is subtly visible in the background, hinting at the true scope of their task. She explains that, with his newly acquired administrator permissions, he needs to gradually take control of the system. Making drastic changes all at once would raise suspicion. A map of the game world is shown, highlighting a central, red-colored area. She suggests starting with smaller changes, emphasizing that it's not difficult and encouraging him to try. She uses the example of his previous actions with the non-player characters, NPCs. The red-haired man extends his hand towards a large, red-armored figure, a surge of energy flowing between them. This is a clear demonstration of his newfound administrative powers. The energy intensifies, engulfing the armored figure in a brilliant white light. The turquoise-haired woman watches intently. A close-up on the armored figure's face shows a glowing red eye, suggesting a successful alteration. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood defiantly before a colossal, crimson behemoth. The creature, a towering figure of immense power, knelt before him, its form radiating an aura of raw energy. A voice echoed, congratulating him. The weight of the moment settled upon Aiden as he processed the implications of this unexpected turn of events. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair appeared beside him, explaining that the area was now under his complete administration. Aiden, though surprised, simply replied that it was a good start. She assured him that with his new administrative powers, he would face no further problems. His gaze hardened, a steely determination settling in his eyes. Despite this, Aiden knew he needed to recruit more system operators. His focus remained unwavering. The turquoise-haired woman, whose name was Alice, looked at him with a mixture of concern and apprehension. Her expression hinted at unspoken worries. Alice questioned Aiden's contentment with her assistance, suggesting she could easily manage the area alone. A sense of unease hung in the air. Aiden, in turn, questioned her trust in him, prompting a moment of tense silence. Alice responded with a simple "I understand," her expression revealing a hint of sadness and resignation. Alice admitted that she was hiding many things from him. Despite this, she pledged to follow his wishes. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair approached Aiden, her gaze intense. She stated that he needed to come with her. She questioned whether he wished to remain where he was, prompting Aiden to explain his reasons for needing to leave. He needed to gain more experience and find something specific. Aiden's explanation continued, he needed to find something, and a glowing blue crystal appeared in the panel, seemingly related to his quest. The woman dismissed the importance of any secrets Aiden might possess. She revealed her intention to keep Aiden under her control, given his status as a system operator. She confidently declared that she would continue to direct his actions, warning him to be prepared. Aiden responded with a carefree laugh, expressing no concern. The woman reiterated her promise to help him become a true administrator. Emerging from the gateway, they found themselves before a quaint house in a verdant landscape. Aiden exclaimed in surprise. Alice, a young woman with dark hair, looked at Aiden with wide, questioning eyes. Aiden, a young man with reddish-brown hair, exclaimed, his surprise evident in his expression, to become system operators? Aiden sat at a table, his expression thoughtful. He continued, his tone serious, no, that's not it. It's just such an important duty to leave in our hands. Aiden clarified his statement, emphasizing his sincerity. I'm not just saying it thoughtlessly. He added, his voice low and reflective, I've felt that way for a while now. Observing the scene, a third individual, a woman with teal hair, spoke, her words carrying a sense of authority. The citizens seem to rely on you two the most. I think you two are best suited for the operator roles. The teal-haired woman embraced Aiden, her words of encouragement echoing through the scene. Yeah, Aiden is right. Just do it. Alice, seemingly reassured, offered a lighthearted comment, it's not such a difficult task. Aiden, showing a willingness to help, offered his assistance to Alice. I'll teach you how to get the hang of it if you need help. Aiden, with a determined expression, declared, let's do our best. Aiden looked forward to the collaboration, his tone optimistic. I look forward to working with you from now on. A crimson sky, choked with furious lightning, crackled ominously over a desolate, rocky landscape. The air itself seemed to hum with barely contained power. A storm of purple energy erupted from the ground, twisting and surging like digital code made manifest. The raw power coalesced, forming two spiraling columns of light. Then, a figure emerged, bathed in the ethereal glow. Aiden, his long silver hair flowing, stood with arms outstretched, a serene expression on his face. His eyes fluttered closed as he absorbed the energy, a faint smile playing on his lips. He felt a surge of power, a newfound authority. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense purple light. The change was complete. Aiden stood before a gathering of shadowy figures, their forms barely visible in the purple light. We have all gathered, one of them announced, their voice echoing across the desolate landscape. Another figure stepped forward, his voice low and menacing. You probably already know the reason why we are gathered here, right? He hissed, his words dripping with malice. The administrator has begun to personally take action, the figure revealed, his tone laced with a mixture of fear and anticipation. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by a mask, spoke in a hushed tone. He'll probably come looking for us. My clones are being deleted quickly, he whispered, a palpable sense of dread hanging in the air. A swirling vortex of purple and blue energy filled the panel, hinting at a recent, powerful event. Within the chaotic energy, shadowy figures, vaguely resembling monstrous creatures, were barely visible. Two figures, silhouetted against the vibrant background, watched the scene unfold. One, a young man with long, white hair, spoke, suggesting a change in strategy. He advised against continuing their pursuit for the time being, prioritizing information gathering instead. The young man with white hair, his expression hardening, issued a chilling warning. He emphasized the severe consequences of continued defiance, painting a grim picture of deletion for those who disobeyed. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from a distant peak, momentarily obscuring the scene. The young man, now seemingly alone, pondered aloud, his voice laced with concern. He questioned the whereabouts of someone named Trojan, expressing uncertainty about his current location. A sinister smile played on the lips of the white-haired youth as he revealed a startling discovery. Within his grasp, a miniature, energy-contained image of another individual flickered, hinting at a significant development in his investigation. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, addressed a group of villagers. He declared, I'll leave the village in your care, then. The villagers, a mix of ages and appearances, listened attentively. A young woman with long dark hair, seemingly a leader among them, reassured the others, stating that they could contact her whenever needed. The conversation continued. She promised to use her magic to help immediately if necessary. Aiden, however, expressed concern, questioning how hard she had been training them, given they were still children. He admitted he had no choice but to proceed as planned, though he noted that they had followed his instructions well. Arya, the young woman with turquoise hair, and another girl reviewed documents. Arya reported that, at this rate, they would have no trouble operating the village. She then informed Aiden that she had completed the project he had assigned her. Arya explained that the location was secure, hidden from the public eye, making it difficult to find. Aiden expressed his satisfaction, thanking her for her work. He stated that with this, all preparations were complete. But he also acknowledged that, as the administrator, he couldn't remain hidden in one place. The scene shifted to show Aiden surrounded by several figures, including a powerful-looking warrior. He reflected on the challenges ahead, mentioning players, system operators, and viruses, emphasizing that he couldn't afford to lose to them anymore. A bright light enveloped Aiden. He looked up in surprise. A message appeared, tutorial milestone complete. Then another, congratulations. You have completed the administrator's basic skills. Finally, a third message, version 0.2 update complete. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, found himself in a state of bewildered confusion. A golden light enveloped him as he questioned the appearance of a tutorial message, wondering if this was the start of something new. A radiant glow emanating from behind him as he turned to face an unknown future. The light intensified, promising a significant change. The scene shifted to a verdant landscape. Aiden, now in a different outfit, stood alongside a young woman with striking turquoise hair. They discussed their next steps, with the woman suggesting a guide for new adventurers. Aiden, however, was distracted by a peculiar, glitching interface appearing before his eyes. A question mark hovered above the strange symbol, reflecting his uncertainty. The turquoise-haired woman, whose name was revealed to be Alice, expressed surprise at a voice message Aiden received. He was confused, questioning the origin of this unexpected communication. Aiden decided to accept the message, a decision that seemed to stem from a sense of curiosity and a need to understand the situation. The message was from someone named Kevin. The message was addressed to Aiden, and the sender's voice was familiar. Alice, concerned, asked if he was all right. Aiden, seemingly unfazed, responded that he was fine and inquired about the problem. He appeared calm despite the strange circumstances. A blonde-haired man approached, inviting Aiden to join a party he had previously invited him to, emphasizing the good pay. Aiden remained hesitant, unsure if this was a good opportunity. Aiden received a message from someone named Kevin, who suggested that it would be nice to team up with someone else, making it easier to blend in with other players. Aiden agreed to meet Kevin. Aiden's decision to meet Kevin was met with concern from his companion, who questioned his motives and expressed worry about his safety. She wondered why he would help another player when she was already there to assist him. Aiden dismissed his companion's concerns, explaining that his reason for meeting Kevin was simply to meet him briefly, any other reason was pointless. Aiden and his companion arrived at Duntown City and found Kevin at a tavern. The tavern was bustling with other players. Kevin spotted Aiden and his companion from across the room and enthusiastically waved them over to his table. Aiden's companion noted Kevin's immediate arrival, commenting on his punctuality. Aiden's companion seemed to be having a moment of internal reflection, her expression shifting subtly. Kevin's surprise at seeing Aiden's companion led him to inquire about her identity, to which Aiden simply replied that she was just a friend. A young woman with vibrant blue hair questioned two men, one with blonde hair and the other with red. Her expression was serious as she asked if the blonde-haired man considered the other man merely a friend. The blue-haired woman's thoughts revealed her intention to investigate the blonde man's motives for befriending Aiden, noting that he had apparently helped Aiden during an emergency inspection. The blonde man, introducing himself as Kevin, attempted to befriend the blue-haired woman, but she politely declined, suggesting there might be another opportunity later. Kevin, the blonde-haired man, introduced his party to Aiden, explaining that they would be hunting together. Level indicators showed their respective levels, 41, 39, and 36. The red-haired man greeted Kevin and the others, while Kevin noted that their levels were quite low. Kevin, addressing his party, assured them he would explain their mission. Kevin described the monster they were to hunt, a creature wielding a spiked club, and assured the party that their combined strength should be sufficient, offering assistance if needed. Kevin confidently declared, "All right, let's go." The group arrived at Troll Canyon, a location marked as recommended level 45. Kevin instructed everyone to wait. Kevin remained behind to watch over the group, while the blue-haired woman advised them against relying solely on easy tasks for growth. A young man with fiery red hair and a dark eye patch stood beside a blonde man in ornate red armor. The red-haired man grumbled about the boss's delayed arrival, while the blonde man chuckled, mentioning that the area was under their control. Their nonchalant conversation was interrupted. Four cloaked figures were visible in the distance, silently observing them from behind a large rock formation. The red-haired man's expression shifted to one of surprise. He muttered to himself, realizing that another party was also there to confront the boss. A group of adventurers, including the blonde man and the red-haired man, confronted a rival party. The blonde man questioned the other group's presence. A female elf among the blonde man's group explained that they had arrived first and that there was no room for another party in their hunting grounds. A tense confrontation ensued. The leader of the rival party scoffed at the elf's claim, insulting her low level and demanding she leave. The tension escalated sharply. He continued his verbal assault, emphasizing the absurdity of their presence at their level. The red-haired man stood by, observing the situation, and angrily demanded to know if he wasn't ashamed of his behavior. The rival party leader defiantly refused to apologize, suggesting a player versus player (PvP) match instead. He implied that the blonde man was acting out of line with the Griffin Guild's reputation in mind. The blonde man's group attacked the rival party. The blonde man shouted a warning to stop, threatening to retaliate if they took another step forward. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood silently before another, a gray-haired youth with a worried expression. The gray-haired youth questioned Aiden's blank stare, prompting a curt dismissal from Aiden, "Get lost this instant." Aiden's eyes, now glowing with an intense golden light, reflected a surge of inner power. A sudden, violet energy that manifested as a swift, powerful punch, sending the gray-haired youth sprawling as a shockwave of force shattered the surrounding earth. Two onlookers, witnessing the scene from a distance, reacted with shock and disbelief. Aiden, having unleashed his power, stood over his fallen opponent. The onlookers' stunned silence was broken only by Aiden's muttered words, "W what the?" The gray-haired youth, recovering slightly, angrily confronted Aiden, accusing him of his actions. Aiden responded with cold indifference, "It's first come, first served, you piece of shit." Aiden, a young man with vibrant purple hair and sunglasses, found himself surrounded by three figures. Two were masked individuals, their faces obscured, while a third, cloaked in shadow, loomed behind them. "What are you doing?" one of the masked figures demanded. Aiden's red-haired adversary, appearing suddenly, barked an order, "I told you to deal with them quickly." A close-up on the red-haired man's eyes revealed a fierce intensity, his golden irises blazing with barely contained power. The red-haired man launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion as he engaged Aiden in close combat. Aiden, despite his initial surprise, reacted with surprising agility. Aiden grunted in pain as he was thrown back, a pained irk escaping his lips. He glared at his attacker, his anger evident as he muttered, "This fast dash." The red-haired man delivered a final blow, sending Aiden sprawling. Dust settled, revealing the red-haired man standing over his fallen opponent. "You're pretty good," he conceded. A new figure emerged from the shadows, a man with a stern expression and imposing stature. He addressed the red-haired man, "However, you should look at your opponent." A level indicator appeared next to the new man, displaying LVU 120. He continued, "I, the next head of Hydra Guild, will deal with you myself." Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood before a figure in dark robes. The symbol on the robe was instantly recognizable, it belonged to one of the 5 great guilds. Aiden's companion, Kevin, a blonde-haired youth in ornate armor, warned him to stop, not to cross any further. Kevin's warning was met with defiance. Kevin's face hardened, his eyes blazing with determination. He declared that he would no longer sit idly by. Kevin questioned whether he should consider this a decision made by the Griffin Guild. He then turned his gaze to Aiden, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. He asked Aiden how he planned to deal with the consequences of his actions. Kevin's name was then spoken, confirming his identity. Aiden responded calmly, assuring Kevin that he would handle the situation. Meanwhile, the robed figure observed Aiden and Kevin from a distance. He mused that, given Aiden's self-important nature, this might not be as serious a problem as it initially seemed. Aiden's confident smirk suggested he agreed with the robed figure's assessment. Aiden's words were met with immediate action. He unleashed a powerful attack, the force of which caused the ground to crack and crumble around him. He scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. The robed figure was caught completely off guard by the sudden, overwhelming power of Aiden's attack, his expression shifting from amusement to shock and disbelief as he was sent flying backward. The robed figure, now airborne, mocked Aiden, suggesting that his earlier bravado was nothing but empty words. He questioned Aiden's perceived insignificance. Aiden, enraged by the continued disrespect, unleashed another devastating attack, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared a final insult before the panel ends. Aiden, with fiery red hair and a determined expression, unleashed a powerful blow against his opponent. The force of the strike sent shockwaves rippling outwards. His adversary, eyes wide with disbelief, could only stammer in shock, "What the? So quickly?" Aiden's fist, now glowing with an ominous red light, connected with his opponent's face. The impact triggered a system notification, /update_edit_stat/at command_edit_stat x2 status increase. Aiden's enhanced strength sent his opponent flying backwards, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. The impact resulted in severe damage to his opponent, who was left with 0 HP out of 4,400, as indicated by a clear display of his status. As Aiden's opponent fell, his allies cried out in alarm, "Leader," as they watched him fall, while Aiden moved towards a resurrection site. Aiden stood amidst a crimson glow, his eyes burning with an intense red light. His enemies, realizing the danger, desperately shouted, "Run," as they fled in terror. One of the fleeing soldiers, observing Aiden's sudden surge in power, remarked, "I can't believe how strong he became in such a short while. I mean, is this all possible in just that short while?" Aiden said he was in level 60. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He wondered if the others were concealing their true strength. Aiden was then approached by a blonde-haired man in ornate armor. He apologized for the delay in allowing Aiden to join their guild, explaining that immediate acceptance could cause significant problems if Aiden were to attack other guilds. The blonde man continued, expressing concern about the potential impact on Aiden's karma points if he engaged in such actions. Aiden, however, reassured him, stating that there would be no such issues. A notification appeared, confirming that Aiden's karma had increased by 17 points. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large, heavily armored man slumped against a wall, clearly injured and in pain. The injured man was furious, exclaiming that his injuries were inflicted by a low-level opponent. He raged about the humiliation of being so badly injured by someone he considered weak, vowing revenge and questioning if his attacker thought they could escape the consequences of their actions against the Hydra Guild. He swore to repay the insult tenfold. Elsewhere, a woman with bright blue hair, seemingly a member of the Hydra Guild, demanded to see the person responsible for the injury. Her expression was grim, determined to find the culprit. Aiden, moving with surprising speed, launched a powerful attack, a red energy blade slicing through the air. A monstrous Hydra, its flesh a sickly pink and marred by bloody wounds, roared in defiance. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, launched himself at the beast, his sword a blur of motion. The blade finding its mark with deadly precision. The Hydra crumpled, defeated. Cheers erupted from Aiden's companions, a level-up notification flashed before his eyes. Aiden, his breath still ragged, reflected on the ease of the victory. He mused that his prior knowledge of the Hydra's attack patterns had made all the difference. One of his companions wondered aloud if they should send Aiden a friend request. He dismissed the notion of reward, considering the experience more valuable. Another companion, a blonde man in red armor, approached, praising Aiden's skill and noting his impressive strength for a new player. The blonde man then posed a question. An invitation to join their guild, the Griffins. A flashback revealed the Hydra Guild's reckless pursuit of revenge, jeopardizing their reputation. The blonde man emphasized the protection and influence that guild membership would provide, even against powerful adversaries. He reiterated the offer, emphasizing the benefits of joining. A guild invitation popped up on Aiden's screen, offering him membership in the Griffin Guild. Aiden considered the advantages of joining a guild, acknowledging the numerous benefits it would offer. Aiden, the protagonist, found himself grappling with a difficult decision. He wished he could consult Arya, but she had vanished without a trace, leaving him alone to ponder his next move. A troubled expression clouded his features as he contemplated his options. The scene shifted to the Hydra Guild's 13th branch base, where two cloaked figures stood guard outside an imposing tower. Aiden was confronted by someone who questioned his sudden return after a significant loss. He offered a simple, apologetic response to the accusation. His superior expressed doubt about his ability to lead, given his recent setback. Aiden, however, remained resolute, emphasizing the need for revenge against those who had wronged them. The scene cuts to a powerful figure seated on a throne, surrounded by wealth, who seems to agree with Aiden's plan for revenge. Aiden's resolve is strengthened by his superior's approval, but a sinister figure appears, promising to make Aiden pay for his actions. Aiden, his face etched with a look of pained surprise, let out a strangled gasp. His eyes widened, reflecting the shock that rippled through him. A guttural sound escaping his lips as he recoiled. Before him, a young woman with vibrant blue hair and a striking white and blue outfit stood, her expression unreadable. She held a man by the throat, his face contorted in agony. A scene of violence unfolding before Aiden's horrified gaze. Another figure, shrouded in shadow, lurked in the background, their presence adding to the growing sense of dread. A blue-haired woman's power crackling with energy. She glared at Aiden, her eyes burning with intensity as she demanded to know his identity. "Who are you?" she hissed, her voice sharp and cold. A high-ranking officer, seated on a throne, berated his subordinates for their incompetence. He angrily questioned their failure to apprehend an intruder, a woman with striking blue hair, who had managed to infiltrate their stronghold. Regardless of the intruder's identity, he ordered them to immediately pursue and capture her. The blue-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the approaching guards, stood defiantly before them. Her expression was one of cold determination. A man, observing the scene from afar, scoffed at the woman's audacity. He mused that no matter how skilled she was, coming alone was a grave mistake, and boasted about the strength of his guild, preparing to demonstrate their power. Another man, however, cautioned against killing her, emphasizing the need to identify her guild affiliation, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, stood amidst the devastation. Several bodies lay scattered around her, their forms half buried in the sandy ground, the remnants of a brutal battle strewn across the scene. A grim tableau of fallen warriors. From a nearby vantage point, a man in commanding attire observed the scene, commenting that the fallen were all level 100 players. An enraged man, his face contorted in fury, confronted Alice. He accused her of daring to cause this chaos in his branch, his words laced with righteous indignation. As he gestured towards a glowing interface displaying various symbols and icons. Alice, unfazed, met his anger with a defiant glare. She countered his accusation, telling him to stop being arrogant, her words sharp and cutting. And unleashed a powerful energy blast, a wave of blue light erupting from her hands. The force of the blast caused significant damage to the ceiling, leaving behind large, irregular cracks and splotches of what appeared to be melted material. A clear indication of the immense power Alice wielded. Elsewhere, in a library, a pink-haired man, clearly disturbed by the commotion, struggled to focus amidst the noise. A woman approached him, informing him that an intruder had entered the building. He seemed surprised but not overly concerned. The pink-haired man, however, soon discovered something alarming. He found a single book missing from the shelves, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to one of grave concern. Aiden, a young man with vibrant pink hair, stood amidst a surge of golden energy. His expression was one of disbelief and dawning comprehension, a silent question hanging in the air. As he was informed that the branch manager was currently in his office. With newfound purpose, Aiden and his companion approached the imposing, heavy wooden doors of the office. The doors burst open, revealing a bright light within. Aiden entered the room, his confident stride contrasting with the shocked expression of the man he found there. The man's surprise was palpable. Aiden smirked, his words laced with disdain as he observed the scene unfolding before him. He scoffed at their incompetence, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent the branch manager reeling. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sudden appearance of Aiden startled the onlookers, particularly the guild elder, Avand. Avand's shock was evident as he questioned Aiden's unexpected arrival. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by the events, reflected on the situation. Aiden, a young man with short, reddish-brown hair and a determined expression, observed a woman with vibrant blue hair. He noted that the current battle seemed to have little effect on her. Wondering if she was a high-level player like himself, he concluded that he would have to take the fight seriously. Aiden's expression hardened. He declared that anyone unwilling to fight should leave. He explained that if others got caught in his attack, it wouldn't be his responsibility. With a burst of energy, he launched a powerful attack, forcing several nearby soldiers to flee in terror. A fiery blast hurtling towards the blue-haired woman, who braced herself for the impact. The attack connected, creating a massive explosion of energy. Dust and debris filled the air, leaving Aiden surprised to see the woman seemingly unharmed. Undeterred, Aiden prepared another attack, determined to test her limits. He unleashed a new wave of energy, charging towards her. Alice, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, unleashed a devastating attack. A surge of radiant energy erupted from her, the force of the blast obliterating everything in its path. Debris rained down as the energy dissipated. Aiden, a young man with short, reddish-brown hair, stood amidst the dust and rubble, his expression one of disbelief. He muttered to himself, "What the?" Alice, seemingly unfazed, addressed Aiden. "My ultimate move should have hit you accurately. How are you this normal?" Alice let out a short, amused laugh. "No matter how I look at this, it looks like I'm the strongest." Aiden, however, remained unconvinced. "It's disappointing, but there's nothing I can do." Alice explained her presence. "The reason I came here was because you guys crossed the line. So keep that in mind." She continued, issuing a warning. "And make sure to familiarize my face well. Also, tell your guild leader that if I see you guys threatening me once more, I'll erase your entire guild." Aiden recoiled, coughing up blood. He questioned his defeat. It doesn't make sense. Me losing this easily?" Alice revealed a shocking truth. "She's not your average high-level player. Is she a ranker?" Aiden, his cyan hair a stark contrast to the ravaged earth around him, crashed into the ground, a powerful shockwave emanating from the impact, the force of the blow cracking the very ground beneath him. His vision swam, the world a blur of dust and debris as he struggled to regain his bearings. He could hear a guttural roar in the distance, a sound filled with rage and pain. The scene opens on a desolate landscape. A once thriving village now lies in ruins, reduced to rubble and ash. A lone, crimson flag, emblazoned with a dragon, stands defiantly amidst the devastation. A hand, bloodied and bruised, emerges from the debris, clawing desperately for purchase. As the owner struggles to rise from the wreckage. He is a young man, his body battered and broken. Despite his injuries, a flicker of defiance shines in his eyes. He reflects on his past efforts. "After all the leveling up I did." The young man, Aiden, is revealed to be a level 230 warrior, now reduced to level 220. His face contorts in a grimace of rage and grief. "I'll make sure to repay this disgrace." The scene shifts to Duntown City, a seemingly peaceful town in stark contrast to the destruction Aiden witnessed. Aiden is approached by another individual, who expresses concern for his well-being and suggests he join a guild for safety. "You sure you're going to be alright? It's safer to join a guild." A young man in shining red armor, Aiden, stood before another, a youth with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark blue cloak. Aiden's expression was one of concern, his brow slightly furrowed. The red-haired youth, confident and self-assured, declared that he was capable of protecting himself. Aiden, however, seemed unconvinced, his worry deepening as he displayed a glowing, ethereal sword. And offered his continued support, advising the red-haired youth to contact him if needed. With a final wave, Aiden departed. Before leaving, Aiden issued a stern warning, to stay away from the Hydra Guild. The red-haired youth, now alone, waved goodbye, a slight smile playing on his lips. He walked away, seemingly unconcerned, but a young woman with vibrant blue hair watched him go. Her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. She called out his name, Arya. Arya questioned his whereabouts, to which he responded with a nonchalant chuckle and a cryptic question mark. He revealed that he had dealt with some individuals who were harassing her. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, dressed in a striking white and gold outfit, confidently addressed a red-haired man in a dark blue cloak. She explained that she had paid a visit to a Hydra Guild base, implying a recent act of destruction. The red-haired man, seemingly surprised, inquired about recent news. He learned that one of the Hydra Guild's bases had been destroyed. A wide shot depicted the aftermath of a devastating attack. The remains of a building lay in ruins, a testament to the destruction. The scene was punctuated by a discussion about the incident, with the implication that a powerful ranker was responsible for the destruction of a top 5 guild base. The red-haired man expressed disbelief that such a powerful guild could be so easily defeated. The turquoise-haired woman reassured the red-haired man, stating that he had nothing to worry about. He smiled confidently, stating that he would handle everything, mirroring the actions of someone named Arya. The turquoise-haired woman reflected on the situation, surmising that the attacks were likely a calculated move to prevent future interference. Suddenly, the turquoise-haired woman offered the red-haired man an item, stating, "Take this." She explained that she had intended to give him the item earlier but hadn't had the chance because it was her first self-made creation. The turquoise-haired woman appeared slightly embarrassed, expressing her feelings about her first creation. Aiden, his red hair a vibrant contrast to the muted tones of the worn wooden surface, held out his hand. A dark, ornate pendant rested there, its central gem dull and lifeless. The word incomplete appeared beneath it, a stark reminder of its unfinished state. A fine dust mote danced in the air as the pendant pulsed faintly, a subtle shift in its energy. Arya, her bright blue hair a striking complement to Aiden's fiery locks, examined the pendant. She explained that it possessed a unique skill, allowing them to communicate each other's location. Aiden listened intently, his expression serious. Arya's concern was evident as she urged him not to disappear without warning. Arya offered a quiet, heartfelt thank you, Aiden, her gratitude palpable. Arya carefully fastened the pendant around her wrist, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she vowed to treasure it. Aiden stood before a grand palace, a sigh escaping his lips as he murmured, "Ha, it's over." Inside, a pink-haired girl with cat ears and a green-haired man stood near the entrance, their expressions hinting at a departure. The word always hung in the air. A figure in dark armor, his face obscured by a horned helmet, questioned the pink-haired girl's sudden departure. A pink-haired woman with fox ears, dressed in ornate clothing, questioned a large, armored figure. She inquired about the reason for his query, suggesting he had something to tell her, before revealing that it pertained to the ongoing search for the worm. Explaining that a significant event had transpired during the search, and unfortunately, she had missed it. The armored figure, seemingly impatient, stated that if that was all she had to say, he would leave. The woman countered that they all had work to do. The armored figure's perspective shifted, and he questioned why she hadn't reported to him first. He continued, suggesting she should have informed the administrator first, implying that a different outcome might have been possible. The armored figure's face, illuminated by a bright blue light, was shown in close-up. He then asked if she had personally verified the information. Finally, he questioned whether she was in contact with anyone else. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and possessing a monstrous visage, loomed over a smaller individual. Their hand reached out, fingers outstretched, as if to grasp something. And a woman with vibrant pink hair and piercing blue eyes glared back, her expression hardening into suspicion. "Are you trying to test me?" she challenged, her voice laced with barely suppressed fury. The figure, clad in dark armor with glowing blue accents, responded calmly. "This is just a simple check procedure," it stated, its voice devoid of emotion. It continued, its voice resonating with authority. "I'm sure you know it's my job to root out internal threats. No matter your operator position, you cannot refuse my question." The armored figure turned, revealing a mysterious figure in a dark cloak, their face obscured by a mask. "All this is for the sake of the system and the people within it," the cloaked figure finished, their voice echoing with a sense of solemn duty. The pink-haired woman remained unconvinced. The pink-haired woman, her expression hardening further, responded sharply. "I haven't heard your answer yet." The armored figure warned, their voice low and menacing. "If I don't hear a convincing response, I have no choice but to continue suspecting you." The pink-haired woman's eyes narrowed, a chilling thought crossing her mind. Going down the same route as the traitor Arya? A sudden, violent explosion rocked the scene, sending debris flying. The source of the blast was unclear. A fierce battle raged. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and wielding a glowing blue energy, clashed with a fiery-haired woman, her hands ablaze with intense orange flames. The shadowy figure lunged forward, its movements swift and precise. Drawing a glowing red blade, its energy crackling with power. The fiery-haired woman, her eyes blazing with fury, roared her defiance, "How dare you!" The impact created a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled outwards. When the light subsided, the fiery-haired woman stood, her expression one of surprise and uncertainty. Meanwhile, a blonde woman with elven ears watched from afar, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The blonde woman's expression shifted, her eyes hardening as she observed the scene unfold before her. A moment later, she revealed a more serious demeanor, her features sharp and determined. A masked figure loomed over a young woman with vibrant pink hair, her wide eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and fear. The masked figure's glowing eyes seemed to pierce through her. A powerful woman with long blonde hair and feathered wings appeared, her presence radiating authority. The pink-haired woman cried out, "Miss Prokian." The blonde woman's face was a mask of stern determination, her gaze unwavering. A word appeared below, "Is prohibited." Her expression hardened further as she commanded, "You two, please back off." Immediately, a section of a grand stone archway crumbled, sending debris raining down. The masked knight addressed the pink-haired woman, "Please don't do anything foolish, since I'll be keeping my eyes on you. I do not wish for you to become my enemy." The pink-haired girl, now visibly distressed, hugged herself tightly, her face buried in her arms. A silent ellipsis hung in the air. A woman with teal hair extended a hand towards her, offering comfort. Mia, a young woman with fox-like ears and vibrant pink hair, addressed someone off-panel. Her expression was serious, almost grim. She insisted that they not forget what had transpired that day. Mia and another figure, cloaked and shadowy, walked away from two onlookers. One onlooker had silvery hair, the other bright green hair. The scene was set in a grand, stone corridor, dusted with snow. One of the onlookers, the one with green hair, commented that they had come because of the commotion, but the green-haired onlooker exclaimed about the unexpected situation unfolding before them. A woman with dark hair and devil horns stood between them and the silvery-haired onlooker. She appeared furious. The green-haired onlooker questioned whether Xenon taking matters into his own hands was problematic, especially considering Mia's anger. The silvery-haired onlooker, seemingly unfazed, calmly suggested they wait and see, expressing confidence that everything would work out. The scene shifted to a quaint village. A narration box simply stated, "So." A young woman with bright blue hair questioned a red-haired man, asking if he had declined something. He confirmed that he had, explaining that he had initially considered declining but ultimately said no. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, calmly assessed the situation. She mused that if the need arose, another opportunity would surely present itself. It wasn't a significant setback, merely an inconvenience. Meanwhile, Aiden, a man with striking red hair, considered the advantages of joining a guild. He silently acknowledged to himself that it wasn't a bad option. Alice and Aiden continued their conversation. Alice pointed out that guilds were, in fact, part of the game's content. And that the Griffin Guild's master was someone she knew personally, describing him as a pretty good guy. The symbol of the Griffin Guild, a majestic blue griffin, glowed brightly in the panel. Aiden pondered joining the guild. Alice offered to contact the guild master immediately if he was interested. Alice then proposed an alternative, creating their own guild. The image showed a distant view of Urge village, with a red, energy-like structure erupting from the ground, suggesting destruction or a significant event. A woman named Kelly, with dark hair, reported to Aiden that she had assigned the location he requested. Aiden thanked Kelly. The panel showed a large, golden building materializing, seemingly in response to Kelly's actions. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, reviewed a document. He reassured someone off-panel not to worry about the materials. He explained that he would use the cloud to send the document to the village's integrated storage chest, and to let him know if anything was needed. Kelly, a dark-haired woman in a dark robe, and several other villagers, responded affirmatively to his instructions. Two other villagers, observing Kelly, questioned what she was doing. One of them recognized Aiden's voice in the previous communication. Urged by Sir Aiden's orders, the villagers immediately began moving. Aiden, back at his location, confirmed with Arya, a person off-panel, that everything was taken care of. Aiden and Arya discussed the next steps in their plan. Arya pointed out that building a guild hall would allow them to officially form a guild. Arya confirmed that the guild hall was the minimum requirement for creating a guild. All that remained was to wait for its completion. Arya then asked Aiden what their next course of action would be. Aiden revealed that he had something else in mind, reminding Arya of a suggestion he made earlier. He asked if she was ready to proceed. A colossal tower pierced the sky, its dark stone a stark contrast to the vibrant blue heavens. Dark energy crackled around it, a storm brewing within its imposing structure. The Tower of Challenge, a place of trials and rewards within this digital world. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, and Alice, a woman with striking turquoise hair, walked towards the tower. Alice explained, the Tower of Challenge is one of many game modes players use. The rules were simple, defeat the monster on each floor to advance. Aiden listened intently, his expression serious. Alice continued, explaining that experienced players sought valuable treasures within the tower. But for Aiden and Alice, simply experiencing the challenge was enough. A timer on a nearby screen counted down the seconds. Aiden, however, harbored a different goal. He confided in Alice, I'm going to become an administrator, I have to take this seriously. Alice nodded, adding, this place is designed for enjoyment regardless of skill level. That's why skill synergies are so important. Alice suggested Aiden review his skills before entering the tower. She asked to see them. Aiden readily complied, displaying a fiery red, pixelated skill icon. He was ready. Alice, a young woman with vibrant blue hair, stared in disbelief, a question mark forming in her mind. A red screen flashed before her eyes, the word max repeated multiple times, indicating a maximum level. A skill list appeared, showcasing a range of proficiencies, all at maximum level. The list continued, revealing even more maxed out skills, including magic attack, critical hit probability, and healing, leaving Alice utterly astonished. Alice's astonishment grew as she questioned Aiden, the red-haired young man beside her, about his maxed out skills. Aiden, bewildered, explained that his skills had been at maximum level since the beginning. Aiden confessed that he had assumed this was normal for all players, never having seen anyone else's skill list. Alice, however, remained skeptical. Alice conceded that even if Aiden's stats had increased, his strength had always been noticeable compared to other low-level players. A flashback showed Aiden in combat, effortlessly overpowering his opponents. This was the reason for his seemingly impossible skill levels. He had maxed out skills that were normally incompatible. Alice concluded that Aiden was truly special, confirming her suspicions. A young man with vibrant red hair, Aiden, stood before a cloaked figure, a powerful aura emanating from him. Aiden's companion, a woman with striking blue hair, observed the scene, her expression thoughtful. She mused that if Aiden continued to grow stronger at this rate, becoming an administrator would be inevitable. And that this was a fortunate development. Before them loomed a massive structure, and a group of figures stood at its base, silhouetted against the bright light emanating from the building. The woman noted that with Aiden's newfound power, they wouldn't need to worry about the complexities of synergy or similar tedious tasks. Aiden's confidence swelled. He realized he could simply unleash his power without needing any additional coordination or effort. Alice, Aiden's companion, suggested they attempt to reach the top of the structure. She grasped Aiden's hand, her expression determined. She urged him forward, calling out his name. Alice, brimming with excitement, encouraged Aiden to move forward. However, Aiden cautioned her to proceed slowly. A burst of light erupted as they began their ascent. A blinding flash of light engulfed them, revealing a complex system interface before them. Data streams and complex code scrolled across multiple screens, a testament to the system's intricate workings. The screens displayed various processes, including one marked process start, indicating the initiation of a significant operation. The system's interface continued to display various processes, including a successful access log, hinting at Aiden's growing administrative capabilities. A sense of mystery and power filled the air. A monstrous creature, its maw agape in a terrifying roar, lunged forward. Aiden, his crimson hair a stark contrast against the dark background, met the attack head-on, a crimson energy blade materializing in his hands. He deflected the blow with a powerful strike, the force of the impact shattering the ground beneath their feet, leaving him facing three more towering, demonic figures. With a swift, decisive movement, Aiden brought one of the demons crashing to the earth. A surge of energy enveloped him as he leveled up, his power visibly increasing. A young woman with vibrant blue hair observed from a distance, commenting on his impressive speed and skill. She noted his skill and efficiency, comparing his level and abilities to her own, and concluded that his combat prowess was truly exceptional. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, and Arya, a woman with striking turquoise hair, stood within a mysterious tower. Aiden commented that the initial challenges were less difficult than he anticipated, while Arya cautioned him against complacency, advising him not to let his guard down. Their conversation was interrupted by the ominous presence of several imposing, dark figures, their forms vaguely humanoid but clearly hostile, looming before them. Arya observed that conquering the tower's floors would prove difficult using conventional methods, prompting Aiden to inquire about the tower's height. Aiden pondered whether they had reached the halfway point of their ascent. Arya urged Aiden to press on, suggesting they quickly overcome the remaining challenges. As they continued their climb, the narration confirmed Arya's earlier assessment. The difficulty of the tower increased exponentially with each floor. Aiden faced increasingly powerful beasts, far stronger than those encountered on the lower levels. These formidable creatures appeared one after another, and he was also confronted by boss-level monsters. Despite these challenges, Aiden's considerable skill set allowed him to overcome each obstacle. Reaching the 49th floor, Aiden found himself facing a new, powerful foe. The monstrous creature lunged, wielding a massive hammer. Aiden, with a frustrated grunt, countered the attack, sending debris flying as he defended himself. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood facing a hulking demonic figure wielding a massive hammer. The demon radiated a menacing aura, its shadow stretching across the desolate landscape. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he assessed the threat. That was dangerous. He thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He continued his internal assessment. Its strength is incredible. And on top of that, he's pretty agile as well. It won't be good if he lands a proper hit on me. The demon raised its hammer, preparing to strike. But before the blow could land, Aiden's hand glowed with an ethereal, turquoise light. If that's the case then, he muttered, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. A status window appeared before him, displaying magic proficiency LV max. A surge of power coursed through his veins. Another window followed, showing physical strengthening LV max plus haste LV max. He prepared to unleash his full power. It's my first time using this combination, but... Aiden thought, readying himself for the counterattack. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of turquoise light erupting from his hand. Aiden lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the demon crashing to the earth. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably grotesque, loomed before Aiden. Its eyes glowed with malevolent crimson light, and a chilling aura emanated from its gaping maw. Aiden, however, stood firm, a surge of golden energy erupting from within him as he braced himself for the confrontation. He was ready. With a mighty roar, Aiden unleashed a devastating attack, the force of which shattered the very stone around him. The shockwave sending tremors through the very ground beneath his feet. A wave of energy washed over Aiden as he leveled up, two glowing orbs appearing in his hands. He muttered to himself, pleased with his progress. He looked towards the horizon, a determined glint in his eyes. All that remained was to continue his quest for vengeance. Aiden approached a grand staircase leading to a mysterious, ominous structure, a storm raging above. He began his ascent, his silhouette a stark contrast against the stormy sky. A swirling vortex of darkness opened before him, promising further challenges ahead. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted before Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, partially obscuring his form. From the depths of which emerged a monstrous, crimson-skinned creature, its features vaguely reptilian, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Aiden's expression hardened, he recognized this foe. The creature stood tall and imposing, wielding a wicked-looking staff. It was clearly the final boss, a formidable opponent. The final boss raised its weapon, a surge of blinding pink energy emanating from the tip, unleashing a devastating blast of energy that tore across the battlefield. Aiden, however, stood firm within a protective magical circle, the energy barely grazing him. A system message appeared before Aiden's eyes, the effects of his general skills were declining, and he would receive damage in timed increments. All his abilities would be decreased by 50%. The final boss lunged forward, its eyes burning with anticipation. Aiden watched the final boss approach, a grim expression on his face. He knew that a debuff of this magnitude would make things extremely difficult for any player. Despite the overwhelming odds, a subtle smirk played on Aiden's lips. He was ready. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood defiantly before his opponent. His orange and blue tunic rippled slightly as he declared, I'm a bad matchup for you. A monstrous figure, its crimson skin glowing with an inner light, reacted with surprise. A message appeared, the debuff has been removed. The monster sneered, its words dripping with malice, it seems like even your best skill doesn't work on me. Aiden, undeterred, gripped the hilt of his large sword, its blade glowing faintly. He prepared for battle. The monster lunged, its terrifying maw open in a silent roar. But Aiden met its attack head-on, his sword flashing in a blur of motion. A fierce clash of steel and monstrous hide erupting in a shower of sparks and energy. The force of the impact sent Aiden reeling, but he quickly recovered, his eyes burning with determination. He launched a powerful counterattack, which he unleashed in a devastating barrage against the monster. Aiden, the protagonist, stood amidst a maelstrom of chaotic energy. The ground cracked and shattered around him, radiating an intense, turquoise light. A powerful, crimson-armored demon lunged at him from the depths of the swirling chaos. But Aiden met the attack head-on, his movements a blur of motion as he deflected the creature's blows. A crimson energy beam shot across the panel, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Aiden, wielding a large hammer, braced himself against the demon's onslaught. The force of the collision causing a shockwave that ripped through the air. The demon roared in pain as its body began to crumble, its form dissolving into particles of light, revealing a shimmering staircase leading upwards, bathed in a radiant glow. Aiden, exhausted but victorious, stood at the top of the staircase. He let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that the battle was finally over. He also commented that the fight was more challenging than he initially anticipated. Aiden found himself standing before a gaping chasm of swirling, blue energy, its edges jagged like shattered crystal. He pondered his next move, a question forming in his mind. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before a swirling, luminous blue portal. He gazed at it, a question forming on his lips, wondering when the portal had appeared. Its unusual nature struck him. As a woman with bright turquoise hair, Arya, appeared, congratulating him on his unexpected achievement. She expressed surprise at his speed in completing a seemingly impossible task, remarking on the difficulty of ascending 50 floors on the first attempt. Aiden, however, was more concerned with the portal itself. Aiden and Arya stood together, gazing at the mysterious portal. He questioned its nature, while Arya, equally perplexed, wondered about its destination. The scene was filled with uncertainty. Aiden pointed towards the portal, a new concern dawning on his face. As he realized Arya couldn't see it, his expression shifted to one of disbelief and confusion. Aiden, the protagonist, found himself in a bewildering situation. Blue energy crackled around him, a phenomenon he alone seemed to perceive. He wondered, what's happening? Am I the only one who can see this? Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair appeared beside him, her expression a mixture of alarm and concern. The blue energy intensified, surrounding Aiden in a swirling vortex of light and power. He gasped, "What is this?" The turquoise-haired woman, whose name was Alice, urged him to escape the growing energy surge. "Hurry! Get out of there! Aiden!" Elsewhere, another figure was caught in a similar energy phenomenon, engulfed in red flames. He cried out, "What's going on?" His thoughts raced, connecting the strange events to the system's administrators. Is this related to the administrator or the operators? Aiden, witnessing the chaos from afar, felt a surge of fear and determination. His eyes widened in alarm. The scene shifted to a city under siege, crystalline structures rising amidst the chaos. A fiery figure battled shadowy antagonists in this surreal landscape. Aiden, observing a scene of intense conflict from a distance, questioned if the figures battling within the glowing blue cubes were players ascending a tower. He plummeted through a radiant blue vortex, the light intensifying as he fell into a surreal landscape of floating, glowing blue structures, each etched with intricate circuitry. Aiden, now standing amidst this strange environment, appeared disoriented but resolute. He was a young man with vibrant red hair, clad in a dark cloak. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Was a beacon guiding him forward? He approached a mysterious elevator marked Ver 0.5 Beta, its door glowing with an ethereal blue light. He wondered if some unseen force was guiding him. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through him, leaving him breathless and questioning what was happening. The quest, The Forgotten Ones, concluded with Aiden receiving Administrator Authority Level 1 and a new command. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before a digital quest completion screen, his back to the viewer. He mused that the ordeal wasn't over yet. A voice called out to Aiden, asking if he could hear them. A surge of red energy erupted behind him. He recognized the voice as Arya's, a wave of relief washing over him as he confirmed her safety. Arya explained that she couldn't message him through the usual means, so she used the June pendant to contact him and asked if he could determine her location. Aiden confirmed that he had come to find her, but there was a problem. Arya expressed her bewilderment at the unprecedented situation. She believed she could break through to Aiden's location, but the distance was 9,999 meters. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood before a vast, shimmering cityscape. He wore a dark blue cloak over a gold-trimmed tunic, his expression unreadable. A single thought bubble above him contained only 3 ellipses. He dismissed a request, stating simply, "No, there's no need." A new quest appeared before him, The Forgotten Ones, 1. Update? He muttered to himself, something only I can do. A swirling vortex of dark energy opened before him, a cosmic abyss promising untold dangers. He reassured an unseen companion, "Don't worry. During that time, I can escape whenever I want." Because he possessed the power to leave at will. He added, "Just wait for a bit. If anything happens, I'll contact you." Aiden stepped into a glowing blue portal, marked with the number 3. From the other side, a voice called out, "I got it, for now. Anyways, be careful." The scene shifted to a mysterious figure's hands, reaching out to a cold, metallic surface. A bright light erupted from the portal, illuminating a vast, desolate landscape. Aiden emerged, his eyes wide with surprise. He gasped. Before him stretched a long corridor, flanked by rows of monstrous, demonic creatures. They stood motionless, their eyes fixed on him. A chilling sight that filled him with apprehension. One of the beasts loomed closer, its features grotesque and menacing, prompting Aiden to question the scene before him. Why are there beasts in a place like this? On top of that, there's no movement at all. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, explained the reason for the village's deletion. They were unable to update their systems. He stood defiantly, a surge of energy emanating from him as he prepared to confront the system's defenses. A powerful, metallic guardian materialized before him, its presence imposing and threatening. The guardian, surprised by Aiden's intrusion, questioned his presence. "How did you get in here?" The guardian explained that only the system administrator could access this area. It identified itself as a system high guard, an unpublished entity. Aiden found himself facing not only the high guard but also a legion of menacing, armored figures. The high guard sensed a power similar to the former administrator emanating from Aiden, but recognized him as a different entity. The high guard declared that all intruders must be eliminated. Aiden was immediately surrounded and attacked by the system high guard's forces. But he countered with a powerful burst of energy, unleashing a fierce counterattack. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, charged forward, his dark blue cloak billowing behind him as he wielded a gleaming sword. He moved with a speed that blurred his form, his blade a blur as it connected with a monstrous creature, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow was immense. But even with his swift attack, Aiden found himself surrounded by more of the grotesque beasts. Their forms were varied, but all were menacing. He realized that his normal weapons would not be enough to overcome this horde. There'll be a limit with just normal weapons, he thought, his gaze hardening. Aiden considered his options. Then, should I give it my all as well? He questioned himself, his eyes fixed on a heavy warhammer at his side, readying himself for a desperate, all-out assault. With a mighty swing, Aiden unleashed the full force of his newly acquired power. A blinding flash erupted from the impact, sending the surrounding monsters flying. His eyes glowed with an intense red light, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. The resulting shockwave spread outwards, creating a vortex that swept the remaining creatures away. Aiden stood victorious, but his expression was grim. He knew this was only the beginning of his fight. The remnants of a village, reduced to scattered debris, floated amidst a turbulent, azure sky. A fiery, incandescent sword, blazing with an ethereal light, pierced the heart of the destruction. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst the chaos, his grip firm on the weapon, his expression resolute. Aiden, the protagonist, found himself in a digital space, a cascade of blue code swirling around him. He questioned the simplicity of the task before him. A system connection was established, and a triumphant "it worked" escaped his lips. A calm voice reassured him, "All right, it's working well." Then, a question, "Do you hear me?" A blue-haired figure appeared, a towering mech behind him. He explained, seeing that you're reacting, there seems to be no problem. You will be watching over this tower instead of me. The blue-haired figure continued, countless players are waiting for you guys to update. So, I'll leave it to you. A declaration of purpose, I need to protect this position. The mech vowed to hold its ground until the update, stating, until the update happens, that is my mission. Suddenly, demonic creatures attacked, and the mech prepared for battle. A surge of energy, a torrent of blue light, erupted from Aiden's core, propelling him forward with blinding speed. He moved like a streak of light, a blur against the vibrant blue energy. Aiden's eyes burned with fierce determination as he gripped his sword. His face was grim, his expression resolute. He braced himself for the coming onslaught. And with a powerful thrust, he lunged forward, his blade a fiery streak against the backdrop of the blue energy. He met the monstrous creatures head-on. Aiden's sword sliced through the air, a crimson arc of destruction, leaving a trail of shattered rock and pulverized earth in its wake. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the very ground itself. The monstrous creatures were no match for his power. A large, imposing mechanical figure emerged from the dust and smoke. Aiden's opponent. He wondered if the creature had hidden itself within the smoke cloud, but dismissed the thought. This wouldn't matter. He was ready. Aiden met the mechanical creature's attack head-on, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He scoffed at the opponent's attempt to use a cheap trick against him. Aiden's powerful footfall shattered the ground beneath him. His gaze fixed on something unseen, a question mark forming in his mind. Before him, a monstrous creature emerged from the depths, its terrifying form filling the landscape, its roars echoing through the desolate terrain. Aiden, undeterred, charged towards the beast. His movements a blur as he engaged in a fierce battle. With a mighty swing, Aiden's sword cleaved through the air. But the exertion was immense, damn it. I'm already this exhausted just from waving this around a little bit. He noted the weapon's incredible power but also its unsustainable energy drain. Its performance is amazing, but its energy consumption is insane. I should end this quickly. A mysterious, powerful entity descended from the heavens, its presence ominous. Aiden, the newly minted administrator, found himself facing a formidable foe. A towering, metallic behemoth loomed before him, its form both menacing and alien. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that his current abilities were insufficient to overcome this threat. The system's message echoed in his mind, he was completely isolated. Despite the overwhelming odds, Aiden stood firm. He gripped his sword, its familiar weight a small comfort in the face of such a powerful enemy. The digital landscape around him shimmered and fractured, reflecting the intensity of the moment. As the mechanical monstrosity unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each projectile crackled with raw power, threatening to obliterate Aiden in an instant. But Aiden, with a surge of adrenaline, deflected the attack with his sword. The impact sent shockwaves through his body, but he held his ground. Aiden prepared for a counterattack. He channeled his newfound administrative powers, focusing his energy into a devastating blow. The digital world around him seemed to bend to his will, releasing a wave of energy that tore through the enemy's defenses. The impact was earth-shattering, sending fragments of the digital landscape flying in every direction. Aiden pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of speed and precision. He lunged forward, his sword flashing as he sliced through the enemy's weakened defenses, delivering a final, decisive blow that shattered the mechanical monstrosity into countless digital fragments. With his enemy vanquished, Aiden stood amidst the digital debris, his breath ragged but his resolve unbroken. He had proven his strength, but the battle had left him exhausted. A colossal, metallic structure, seemingly composed of fragmented stone and ice, loomed over the battlefield. Its surface, scarred and cracked, hinted at a history of immense battles. A single, piercing blue light emanated from its core, pulsating with an ominous energy. The air crackled with anticipation as the structure began to violently shatter. A wave of energy, a blue maelstrom of destruction, erupted from its fractured core. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood defiant amidst the chaos. He wielded a flaming sword, its light a stark contrast to the icy blue of the collapsing structure. With a powerful swing, he cleaved through a large shard of the structure, sending it flying, the fragments exploding into a shower of icy dust. His movements were precise, his resolve unwavering. He stood amidst the ruins, the remnants of the structure crumbling around him like shattered glass. His breath hitched in his chest, a mixture of exhaustion and triumph evident in his stance. Aiden's eyes, usually bright and full of life, now held a somber intensity. The weight of his actions, the destruction he had wrought, settled heavily upon him. The camera focuses on a dark, shadowy area, hinting at a hidden, deeper layer to the system he is fighting against. A large, imposing machine, sleek and powerful, is shown. It is surrounded by a multitude of figures, their forms indistinct but clearly subservient to the machine. The text reads, "Was made for the system." The machine's perspective is shown, with the text, "So I move for the system." The implication is that the machine, and by extension, the many figures surrounding it, are acting according to a predetermined program, regardless of their own will. The final panel shows a close-up of the machine's weapon, with the text, "It doesn't matter what I think, I just follow the mission I was given." For the end. A cryptic message appeared on the screen, "That will come soon." The screen displayed a series of complex code sequences, interspersed with Korean characters. A flurry of hacking attempts filled the screen, each line representing a failed login attempt. Until finally, a successful access was achieved. The system was being rebuilt. Aiden, a young man with red hair, was shown in a blurry image. He opened his eyes. He was in a room with Alice, a woman with vibrant blue hair, who looked at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Alice commented that his awakening was good news, but she found it surprising that a system guard could have self-consciousness. Aiden replied that it was his first time experiencing such a thing. Suddenly, another figure appeared, a man with silver hair and a mysterious red gem on his chest. He seemed surprised. A wave of energy washed over the landscape, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst the debris, his expression one of quiet surprise. He mused on the unexpected power displayed by one of the guards. A glowing red orb pulsed within the fractured earth, emanating an intense energy. Aiden watched, his breath catching in his throat as he leaned closer to investigate. His golden eyes widened, reflecting the strange light emanating from the orb. A sense of dawning understanding washed over him. a question forming in his mind. Aiden's name echoed in his mind, a whisper of recognition and newfound power. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a snowy landscape, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A look of grim determination etched itself onto his features. Alice, a woman with striking turquoise hair, contacted Aiden. She expressed concern that nothing had happened, prompting Aiden's response. Alice instructed Aiden to go to the downtown area first, promising to arrive shortly. She then questioned if something had happened, hinting at a significant event. Aiden, holding a glowing red orb, revealed he had something to ask Alice. The red orb pulsed with energy in Aiden's hand. As he prepared to show Alice the mysterious object he possessed, Alice, upon seeing the orb, immediately questioned Aiden about its origins. Alice revealed that the orb was the core of a high-ranked guard, leaving Aiden surprised. A young woman with vibrant blue hair questioned a red-haired man in a dark, wood-paneled room. She inquired about the existence of entities beyond the dungeon keeper, explaining that these other entities were incredibly powerful, far surpassing the strength of ordinary guards. She continued, noting their rarity due to the administrator's control, but emphasized their immense power. Depending on the entity, they could even surpass the operators in strength. The panel showed 3 shadowy figures, powerful and imposing. The red-haired man, surprised, questioned why such powerful entities were left unguarded. The woman, gazing at a glowing red orb on the table, offered a possible explanation. She further elaborated, stating it was likely not just 1 or 2 high-ranking guards left unattended, but many more. The woman explained that these powerful entities were all born with a purpose but had yet to fulfill it. She then revealed a shocking truth to the red-haired man. Aiden, this world was paused. The woman emphasized that the problem extended beyond the high-ranking guards. A vast army of forgotten beings was shown, highlighting the scale of the problem. Finally, the woman stated that unless the administrator intervened, the problem would remain unsolved. Aiden's determined expression filled the panel. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stared intently at a glowing orb. He remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, a single word escaped his lips, I see. Alice, a woman with striking turquoise hair, watched the orb with a mixture of curiosity and concern. She leaned forward, her brow slightly furrowed. Aiden, meanwhile, pondered the implications of a cryptic quest titled The Forgotten Ones, and the mysterious update that appeared before him. A realization struck him: if he could update everything, everything would be solved. With newfound determination, Aiden focused his energy on the orb, a surge of power emanating from his hands. The command edit appeared, bathed in a golden light, signifying his newfound administrative power. A wave of energy washed over Aiden as he began the update process, his body momentarily dissolving into particles, leaving behind only a faint trail of light. He was gone, but his quest to restore the world was far from over. Aiden, his white hair stark against the fiery red backdrop, grappled with the enormity of his task. His eyes, wide with determination, reflected the chaotic energy swirling around him. He pondered his next move, a question forming in his mind: should he attempt to connect with the system directly? A surge of energy pulsed from within him, a visual representation of his connection to the system. He hoped for a response. But the system responded with a flurry of error messages and access denied notifications, a stark reminder of the system's defenses. Suddenly, a system alert flashed across his vision: a new entity had been detected. A vortex of energy erupted from Aiden, a manifestation of his newfound power. A process of creation, a body being formed from pure energy. Aiden watched in stunned silence. The system was creating something new. The newly formed entity materialized before him, a blank slate. And the system prompted Aiden to choose a name for his creation. Aiden, once nothing more than a non-player character in the game's world, found himself in disbelief. He had become an administrator, a position of immense power within the system itself. A strange, unsettling feeling washed over him as he contemplated his newfound abilities. He had made a decision. A surge of energy enveloped Aiden, a fiery red light emanating from his very being. His form became obscured by the intense radiance. As he stood, silhouetted against the brilliant light, a symbol of his transformation. From the ashes of his old life, a new identity emerged. He declared his new name: Theodore. The title No_AG01 flashed, a mark of his newfound administrative power. Elsewhere, Alice, Aiden's sister, and another individual watched the transformation from afar. Their expressions were a mixture of surprise and concern as they witnessed the birth of Theodore, the new administrator. A question hung in the air, a query directed at Theodore's newly acquired power. How did this transformation feel? Theodore, now possessing the power of an administrator, held a mysterious red gem, his expression unreadable. The weight of his new responsibilities settled upon him. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before a figure cloaked in dark attire. His expression was one of questioning uncertainty. As he inquired, "Did you update me?" Aiden's gaze hardened slightly as he confirmed, "That's right." The cloaked figure knelt before him, a gesture of subservience. Aiden simply replied, "Thank you." The cloaked figure, his face partially obscured, expressed his gratitude, stating, "You fulfilled my long-wished desire." Aiden, his expression resolute, declared, "From now on, whatever happens, I'll follow you, Sir Administrator." He swore by it, his words echoing with unwavering determination. The panel reveals Theodore, Aiden's high-rank guard, his face grim and resolute. A surge of energy, reminiscent of digital data streams, erupted from the ground, forming a towering, ethereal tree. A monstrous shriek pierced the air, echoing through the desolate landscape. A surge of dark energy erupted from the creature's core. A wave of destructive power that threatened to consume everything in its path. The creature's form shifted and writhed, its malevolent energy intensifying. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene. When the light subsided, a frustrated curse escaped the lips of a cloaked figure. "Damn it." He glared at the monstrous being, his thoughts filled with bitter resentment. "That monster bastard." The creature sneered, its sharp teeth bared in a predatory grin. "To think they would find this place." The creature continued, its voice dripping with malice. "Hundreds of my replications have already disappeared." A figure, cloaked and shrouded in shadow, stood amidst a storm of crackling energy. The intensity of the electrical discharge was immense. A stark contrast to the dark, ominous energy surrounding him. He realized his precarious situation. "It looks like I'll be deleted as well if I stay here." With a sudden burst of power, he unleashed a wave of energy towards the monster. The creature recoiled, utterly surprised by the unexpected attack. WH. What? How? A hand, clad in a dark glove accented with cyan energy, reached upward. A powerful energy surge emanated from it, the hand's owner declaring, "I didn't detect you at all." The scene shifted to a violent eruption of blue energy, the words permanent deletion emblazoned across the top. A monstrous roar, quack, echoed through the panel. From the heart of the blue energy storm, a figure emerged, Aiden, cloaked in a dark, high-tech hooded coat with cyan accents. He stood defiantly, a blue aura surrounding him. Aiden's eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, were the only visible feature beneath his hood. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. As I thought, a big one was hidden. A purple energy wave erupted, shattering the ground around him, sending chunks of rock flying as Aiden stood firm, revealing a monstrous, shadowy creature with horns and glowing purple eyes. The creature loomed large, its presence filling the panel. Aiden, still cloaked, watched from a distance. The creature spoke, its words echoing in a thought bubble, "I've been waiting." A swirling vortex of dark purple energy consumed the scene, its ominous center glowing with an intense white light. The vortex pulsed, radiating beams of violet light outwards as if it were a malevolent star. Aiden, fueled by grief and rage, channeled his newfound power, unleashing a wave of energy. A blinding purple force that shattered the encroaching darkness. A desperate surge of power emanating from him as he vowed, "I won't lose you." He focused his will, his resolve hardening into a beam of pure, concentrated energy. The concentrated beam of energy sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. A destructive force tearing through the heart of the vortex. The vortex imploded, collapsing into a brilliant flash of light before fading into nothingness. Aiden, consumed by grief and rage after the catastrophic deletion of his village and the loss of his sister, Alice, found himself inexplicably imbued with administrator privileges. A surge of purple energy, potent and destructive, erupted from within him. A swirling vortex of purple energy crackled with raw power, its ominous form vaguely resembling a monstrous silhouette. From its heart, a blinding white light erupted, radiating an intense energy that threatened to consume everything. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in ornate clothing, watched the spectacle with a grim expression. Her face was etched with worry and determination. She called out a name, Prokian, summoning a powerful being clad in dark armor, who stood beside her, ready to face whatever threat emerged from the vortex. The blonde woman, Prokian, glared with fury. "How dare a mere lizard get in my way," she roared, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Someone asked, "Are you all right? There's no need for you to step forward." Prokian raised her hand, a beam of pure energy forming, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The words Prokian's judgment, Prokian exclusive, appeared below her, highlighting the power she was about to wield. Aiden, his face obscured by shadow, gently touched the injured Prokian. He murmured words of reassurance, "That's all right, Prokian." Alice, a striking woman with long blonde hair and angelic wings, stood beside Aiden. He looked at her, his expression grim, and stated, "I'll deal with it." A surge of power erupted from Aiden, a brilliant blue light emanating from his form. The word administrator echoed in the air, marking a pivotal moment. Aiden stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy, his power growing. He muttered to himself, "There's really no end to you viruses." His gaze hardened as a realization struck him, to think that in the short time I was focused on Prokian. A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its power palpable. Aiden's eyes widened as he recognized the threat. "You guys grew this much." Aiden's face was partially obscured by a mask, revealing a determined expression. He was ready to confront the growing threat. Aiden's blue hair glowed with energy, his eyes blazing with determination. He was ready. He held a fragment of a shattered orb, radiating blue energy. His resolve was unshaken. A swirling vortex of dark purple and electric blue energy erupted, consuming everything in its path, leaving behind only a void of chaotic energy. Aiden, caught in the maelstrom, could only stare in disbelief as the world around him dissolved. What is this? He found himself in a dark, oppressive space, a stark contrast to the vibrant world he'd just known. This dark space. A chilling realization washed over him, this was no ordinary void. He suspected a sinister intent behind this confinement. Is he planning on making it so that I can't escape? Aiden focused his will, a surge of power emanating from his hand. But the effort proved futile. No. The darkness continued its relentless advance. A terrifying thought pierced through his mind, at this rate, everyone's going to be deleted. With a surge of determination, he commanded the energy to disperse. A desperate gamble to escape the encroaching void. He had to find a way out. Find a way to escape. We have to run away. Aiden's resolve hardened as he braced himself for whatever lay ahead. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackled with raw power, its center a blinding white light. From its depths emerged Aiden, a young man with vibrant turquoise hair, his eyes blazing with determination. He raised his hands, channeling the energy into a shimmering blade of light. A cold fury hardening his expression as he muttered, "Your annoying behavior. I'll delete it in this space entirely." Shadowy figures, vaguely humanoid, materialized around him, their forms writhing with malevolent energy. Aiden unleashed a wave of energy, a blinding flash that engulfed the shadowy figures. The resulting explosion sending shockwaves through the space. A guttural sound, KKKUAK, echoed through the void as the figures were annihilated. The energy subsided, leaving Aiden standing amidst the fading remnants of the blast. A new, glowing shield forming around him, pulsating with a dark, emerald core. He stood resolute, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Aiden extended his hand, a smaller, similar orb of energy coalescing in his palm. A glowing icon of a trash can appearing within, the words /@command_permanent delete flashing beneath it. Aiden clenched his fist, his eyes filled with a mixture of grief and steely resolve. Crystalline shards of blue energy shattered around him, mirroring the fragments of his broken world. Fragments of data, shimmering with a faint blue light, scattered across a white void. A surge of energy, a brilliant white streak against a backdrop of dark purple and black, crackled with power. The energy arced and branched, resembling a lightning bolt, its intensity growing within the digital landscape. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene. leaving behind a figure cloaked in darkness, silhouetted against a purple sky, standing amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. Aiden, his white hair stark against the purple hues, stood alone, the aftermath of his power evident in the crackling energy still lingering in the air. A surge of power erupted from within him. A violent energy coursed through his body, transforming his form. His features distorted by the raw power, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. A question mark filled the panel, reflecting the uncertainty of the transformation. Aiden's sister, Alice, clutched at her chest, a pained expression on her face as dark energy pulsed from within her. She gasped, "Quack!" Alice's pained expression deepened as she muttered, "Shit. My replications, all at once. It will be a bit hard to recover the ones this time." Aiden, a young man with striking white hair and intense purple eyes, smirked, a cruel glint in his gaze. He muttered to himself, curious to see just how long his newfound power would last. The words "you can reign over like this." Administrator echoed in his mind, confirming his newly acquired status. Aiden, clad in a sleek, black coat with glowing cyan accents, turned his back to the viewer, his form radiating power. A worried woman with blonde hair and elven-like features approached him cautiously. She asked if he was alright, her voice laced with concern, but trailed off, unsure of how to address his new status. Aiden, still turned away, remained silent for a moment before simply stating that he was going back. A dark, shadowy figure emerged from a swirling vortex of blue energy, its presence ominous and foreboding. The blonde woman watched the figure with a mixture of fear and apprehension. Aiden, back in his administrative interface, began to work, his movements swift and precise. Seated in a high-tech chair, surrounded by holographic displays, Aiden reviewed system logs, his expression unreadable. Aiden, his face obscured by a mask, sat before a screen, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. He was reviewing data, his expression unreadable. A question mark hanging in the air as he pondered the information before him. New files appeared on the screen, marked top secret. The names Xenon and Loy were visible. And Aiden recognized them as classified reports sent by Xenon. The reports contained images of Mia, a woman with pink hair, in various situations. One showed her unleashing a powerful energy blast. And Aiden noted that her recent behavior had been highly suspicious. He concluded that Mia had likely encountered Arya at some point. Aiden wasn't surprised, he had anticipated this development. Because Mia had been following Arya more closely than him for some time. Elsewhere, Arya, a young woman with vibrant teal hair, whispered the name Arya. In a distressed tone. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, sat before a multitude of computer screens. The figure seemed to be monitoring various data streams, a slight furrow in their brow suggesting intense concentration. Meanwhile, Xenon, a young man with vibrant red hair, reviewed a report. His expression was grim as he detailed Mia's unusual behavior and the potential leak of data to the outside world, suspecting Arya's involvement. Aiden, the protagonist, stood amidst a desolate, ruined landscape. Towering, monstrous figures loomed in the background. A wave of memory washed over him, he remembered. The act of his own hands, the deletion of a life. He had definitely deleted him with his own hands back then. The cloaked figure from earlier continued to monitor the screens, their thoughts turning to the fact that the deleted individual had somehow acquired administrator powers. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be Aiden, pondered the situation. A new virus? Regardless, action was required. Aiden initiated a system process, his fingers dancing across a holographic interface. The screen displayed system commands and a password prompt. He began a search for information on Aiden. Aiden's search was met with failure, access was denied. Aiden's eyes, wide and filled with a dawning horror, stared out from beneath a shadowed hood. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, something that filled him with a chilling dread. A silent gasp escaping his lips as he whispered, "What the?" The sheer shock of what he was witnessing was palpable. His mind reeling from the influx of information, he muttered, "Information that I can't see." A torrent of data flooded his senses, a chaotic cascade of numbers and symbols. His vision blurred, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. A question forming in his mind, does this mean? He realized, with a jolt of understanding, that his number was lower than another's. His number is higher than mine, he thought, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Finally locating the one he sought, NO000002, Aiden. Below that, he saw NO000003, Arya. I've been looking for him all this time, he realized, a grim determination hardening his features. Arya, her face obscured by shadow, spoke, her voice laced with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. To think that I would find him like this. Aiden, however, seemed to notice something else entirely. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. He questioned, is that it? Is that what it is? The implications of his discovery were staggering. Aiden, cloaked in shadow and digital camouflage, stood before a cascading torrent of blue data streams. Hexagonal code structures, like intricate molecular models, swam around him, forming a mesmerizing, ethereal backdrop. A silent, powerful presence amidst the digital storm. The word Trojan echoed in the void, a stark warning. Suddenly, a woman with striking blonde hair and ornate clothing materialized before him. She was Alice, his sister, her voice calm yet resolute as she stated, "Yes, Administrator. There's something I have to do." Alice's instructions were clear and concise, proceed discreetly. Aiden, his face obscured by a mask, nodded in understanding. Aiden's concern was palpable, a young man with vibrant red hair appearing on screen, his expression unreadable. The young man responded, "Yes, understood. I'll put my everything on the line." Alice, her expression solemn, concluded, "And definitely secure him." A cataclysmic event unfolds in a verdant valley. A crimson energy surge erupts from the ground, shattering into jagged fragments that rain down upon the landscape. A young man with striking silver hair and pointed ears, clad in dark, ornate robes, observes the scene with a grim expression. He silently vows to handle whatever the situation may bring. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, approaches the silver-haired man. He assures him that he will handle the situation to the best of his abilities. Aiden, focused and determined, requests a moment to address the unfolding crisis. Aiden and the silver-haired man discuss the situation. Aiden expresses surprise at the high-ranking guards present. The silver-haired man explains that these guards only answer to administrators. A blue-haired woman, accompanying Aiden, adds that the guards' long period of inactivity has made them even more motivated. She also notes the presence of unattended demonic beasts. Aiden questions the presence of the demonic beasts. The blue-haired woman reveals that the demonic beasts are part of the system, leaving Aiden shocked and speechless. A powerful, armored demonic beast stood in the center of the panel, its form radiating an ominous blue energy. A screen displayed technical data, suggesting a systematic approach to managing these creatures. Even with Theo's assistance, several other demonic beasts were left unattended, their forms suggesting a similar level of power to the first. A young woman with vibrant blue hair questioned the nature of the threat, her expression a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. She wondered aloud if the danger posed by the demonic beasts was a fabrication. A young man with fiery red hair confirmed her suspicions, his expression serious and confirming. The blue-haired woman explained that the demonic beasts served a purpose, they were tools for player growth within the system. The panel showed only the word think, suggesting a moment of contemplation. The red-haired man questioned the validity of the demonic beast threat, his eyes wide with disbelief. A woman with pink and blue hair confidently asserted that they were invulnerable to the demonic beasts due to the system's protection, explaining that only a virus or deletion could truly kill them. The final panel revealed a sinister figure surrounded by shadowy figures, their presence hinting at a greater, more insidious threat. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared into the distance, a profound shock etched onto his features. He muttered to himself, finding the truth he had uncovered utterly appalling. He continued his internal monologue, acknowledging the unsettling strangeness of the events that had transpired. A map depicting Urged Village showed ominous red symbols marking its boundaries, a chilling revelation of the system's insidious control. Suddenly, a woman with bright turquoise hair appeared before Aiden, her cheerful announcement cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Aiden and the turquoise-haired woman, along with a third individual, observed Urged Village from afar. The village appeared altered, prompting Aiden to comment on the changes. Aiden encountered two younger individuals, a boy and a girl, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern as they greeted him. The children's excited greetings startled Aiden, their joyful cries of Sir Aiden echoing through the air. Overwhelmed with emotion, Aiden expressed his longing to see them, while the children enthusiastically welcomed him back. A man, cloaked and imposing, gently cradled two young children. He asked if they knew the whereabouts of Kelly and Jake. The children excitedly reported that Kelly and Jake had gone to the dungeon. The scene shifted to a quaint village house under a bright sky. A sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Aiden and another individual arrived at the house, their arrival marked by a sudden burst of energy. Aiden and his companion were greeted by Kelly, who exclaimed his name in surprise. Aiden sat across from a woman with vibrant blue hair. She questioned his sudden arrival, but he simply stated he was paying a visit. Aiden's eyes glowed intensely as he internally noted the definite effects of the experience point event. Kelly and Jake's levels were displayed, Kelly at level 101 and Jake at level 92. Jake noted that Aiden's power was growing rapidly. Kelly hesitantly interrupted Aiden. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood before a figure with striking silver hair and sharp features. The silver-haired individual, dressed in ornate dark clothing, questioned Aiden, demanding to know who was behind him. Observing Aiden and his companions closely, the silver-haired man noted their resemblance to system operators. The silver-haired man, introducing himself, stated that he was there to assist the new administrator, revealing himself to be Theodore, a high-ranking guard. Theodore's polite request for comfortable treatment was met with surprise by Aiden's companions. Aiden's female companion, visibly shocked, questioned the high-ranking guard's presence. The scene shifting to a simple room, suggesting a change of location. Aiden explained that he had heard of the high-ranking guard's exceptional talent, acknowledging the difficulty of their tasks. His companions listened intently. Theodore concluded his introduction, prompting Aiden to inquire about events in the village during his period of inaccessibility. Aiden's companion considered whether to reveal something to him, while Aiden himself noticed his companion's unusual reaction, sensing that something significant had occurred. Alice, a young woman with dark hair, sat with a worried expression. Her hands clasped together, a nervous energy radiating from her posture. She began to explain, her voice tight with apprehension. The close-up shifted to Aiden's intense gaze, his golden eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and suspicion. He listened intently as Alice continued her explanation. She insisted that the travelers who had recently passed through their village were harmless, simply trading goods and fulfilling a few requests from the residents. They had stayed only a day before departing. However, this seemingly innocuous visit left Aiden unconvinced. Aiden, however, remained skeptical. He explained that while they were unprepared for another incident, they were taking precautions. He expressed relief that nothing worse had happened, but a lingering unease clouded his features. Arya, a woman with vibrant blue hair, chimed in, revealing that she had foreseen this event, though its swift arrival surprised even her. Aiden revealed that his efforts to locate the village on the map had been fruitless. The search for the village's location continued, highlighting its absence from official records. The lack of sufficient authority further complicated their investigation. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, pondered the implications of a recent revelation. He mused that it was impossible to completely block certain threats. He acknowledged the limitations of their current situation, leading him to consider the need for a proactive strategy regarding future visitors. Aiden then turned to a dark-haired woman, possibly named Arya, and a man with burgundy hair, instructing them to immediately report any unusual occurrences. Meanwhile, Aiden addressed another individual, a figure with striking silver hair and a dark, ornate garment, requesting a command. The silver-haired figure readily agreed, offering immediate assistance. Aiden found this quite convenient. The silver-haired man explained that his return to the village was connected to a matter he had intended to address anyway. A woman with vibrant blue hair then suggested they begin testing something. Aiden, intrigued, questioned the nature of this testing. He then revealed that he had gained another command. A large, ominous structure materialized in the sky, witnessed by Aiden and a group of onlookers, marking a significant development. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst a crowd, his expression unreadable. He listened as someone nearby commented on the unfolding events, suggesting they simply observe and wait for a resolution. A subtle shift in his gaze revealed a flicker of understanding. He realized that this quest had been unexpectedly beneficial to him. A surge of power coursed through him, his administrator level had increased to 5, granting him a new command/copy. A thought struck him, with this new ability, he might finally be able to achieve his goal. He turned to Arya, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, and asked if she had mentioned something similar before. He was ready to create something new. With a surge of power, Aiden announced his intention to add some new content to the system. A brilliant red light erupted, and a new structure materialized in the landscape, a testament to Aiden's newfound power. Aiden, a young man with white hair, fell from a great height, surrounded by a brilliant blue energy. He plummeted towards a bright light below. His eyes squeezed shut as he braced for impact. He needed to recall the sensation from that day, the day everything changed. A flashback showed a desolate, rain-swept city, a scene of chaos and destruction. Aiden, smaller and seemingly weaker, fought against monstrous figures in a desperate struggle. A powerful red energy erupted, forming a colossal tower that pierced the sky. The command/update_copy appeared, signifying a system-level action. The tower pulsed with energy, its structure shifting and reforming. Aiden, now back on the ground, declared that he didn't want a simple copy, he wanted more. He raised his hands, and a brilliant white light emanated from them. Aiden, a young man with short, light hair, stood with a determined expression. He held a glowing red orb in his hands, a complex wireframe structure shimmering around it. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered to himself, the need for change evident in his tone. It needed to be improved, a new look. With a surge of energy, Aiden channeled his power. The orb pulsed, radiating intense red light. From it, a towering structure of white cubes began to materialize, rising into the inky blackness above him. The cubes expanding and shifting, forming a colossal tower that pierced the darkness. Aiden stood at its base, a small figure against the immense structure he had created. Aiden stared, his face etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He was unsure, hesitant as he considered the implications of his actions. The new content's name was a revelation that seemed to both excite and frighten him. A wave of energy washed over him as he braced himself for the unknown. He finally spoke, the words barely a whisper, yet carrying the weight of his determination, the Tower of Trial. A brilliant flash of light erupted from a central point, bathing the scene in an intense red glow. Aiden, a young man with crimson hair, stood alongside a woman with dark hair, both their faces etched with shock and awe. As a young woman with vibrant blue hair stood silhouetted against the light, her back to them. A sense of wonder and perhaps fear filled the air. The blue-haired woman, Alice, turned, her expression one of breathless amazement. "This is huge, Sir Aiden," she exclaimed. A surge of energy pulsed outwards, forming a towering structure of intricate, glowing red and white components. The structure solidified into a colossal tower, its design both elegant and imposing. A wave of dust and debris settled as the tower fully materialized, its entrance a dark, inviting void. A narration box appeared, simply stating, "A tower appeared." Aiden, exhausted but resolute, stood amidst a snowy landscape. He breathed heavily, a faint smile playing on his lips as he muttered, "I'm finally done." Aiden, his face grim, stumbled through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the remnants of a village reduced to dust swirling around him. He clutched his sister Alice's hand, his grief palpable. But even in his despair, a voice echoed in his mind. Theo, a figure with silver hair and piercing eyes, appeared before him, his expression serious. "From now on," Theo stated, his tone firm. Theo gestured towards a towering, futuristic structure, its design both elegant and imposing. "I'll leave this tower's administration to you," he announced, his words carrying the weight of immense responsibility. The tower pulsed with an inner light, its intricate systems humming with unseen energy. And, Theo continued, his voice trailing off as if hinting at something more. Aiden, now standing before a crowd of villagers, looked towards Theo, who offered a reassuring smile. "You can leave it to me, Sir Aiden," Theo said, his confidence unwavering. Theo's gaze hardened, a surge of power emanating from him. He was ready to take on the mantle of responsibility. A vibrant energy crackled around Theo, a visual representation of his immense power. His determination was absolute. Aiden, watching Theo, felt a sense of relief wash over him. A faint smile touched his lips, he had found someone he could trust. The villagers, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, called out to Aiden, their voices filled with hope and gratitude. "Sir Aiden! Sir Aiden!" they cried. A young woman with vibrant blue hair approached Aiden, offering him a comforting embrace. He finally felt a glimmer of hope amidst the devastation. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, slumped against a tree, his head bowed low. Beside him stood Alice, her long, bright blue hair cascading down her back, her expression one of gentle concern. A palpable sadness hung in the air between them. Alice's gaze softened as she looked at Aiden. She began to speak, her voice laced with a mixture of worry and uncertainty. A bead of sweat trickled down Aiden's temple as he struggled to maintain his composure. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow. Alice's words, though unspoken, carried a sharp edge, she demanded the truth. The image shifted to show a distant view of Urge village, a quaint town nestled amidst rolling hills. Aiden's internal turmoil intensified. Aiden, his voice strained, insisted on the truth of his claim, but a blond man, clearly skeptical, countered that Aiden had misled him before. He pressed on, emphasizing the unusual abundance of rare items in the village. The blond man's initial surprise gave way to disbelief. A cart overflowing with precious goods was shown, further supporting Aiden's claim. The blond man, initially skeptical, was now visibly perplexed. Urging the blond man to see for himself before anyone else discovered the situation. A third man, with dark hair and a serious expression, joined the conversation, expressing skepticism but acknowledging the unusual nature of the situation. He recalled a time when Urge village was ordinary, before an administrator blocked it, ending his visits. The blond man dismissed the historical context as irrelevant, focusing instead on the immense opportunity presented by the abundance of rare items. He urged immediate action, but the dark-haired man remained hesitant. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, smirked, muttering hee fools to himself. He continued, his voice laced with a hint of menace, for being so talkative. Aiden's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was exactly what he needed. This is great information. He adjusted his worn leather gloves, a confident grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, a heavily armored knight, his face obscured by his helmet, grumbled, "Hey, stop it, I'm sick of this shit." Aiden, exasperated, retorted, "Have you forgotten the reason why we're in this mess? Nowhere else will accept us, so do some work or something." He added, his voice dripping with contempt, "This is why you're a fool, you piece of shit." Undeterred, Aiden thought to himself, this is a good chance to change our lives. A wicked smile played on his lips as he declared, I smell something, the smell of money. His companion, a blonde-haired man, agreed, you're right, you really can't see it on the map. See, I was right. A map of Urge Village is shown, a quaint settlement with a medieval aesthetic. Two figures, a young man with purple hair and a young woman with blonde hair, observe the map, their expressions hinting at anticipation. The scene shifts to three individuals, the blonde woman and the purple-haired man from the previous panel, along with a third, green-haired man. They stand amidst a verdant landscape. The purple-haired man observes something in the distance, his expression shifting to surprise. He remarks that no other players are present, implying a shared online game context. A swirling vortex of energy appears in the sky, a sudden and unexpected phenomenon. The green-haired man exclaims in astonishment, noting the absence of anything similar moments before. From the vortex, a towering, otherworldly structure emerges, a colossal, vibrant red and orange tower with a complex, almost technological design. The three adventurers gaze up at it in awe and apprehension. The purple-haired man, his curiosity piqued, wonders aloud if the structure resembles the Tower of Trials, suggesting a familiar element within their game world. The green-haired man, his eyes wide with a dawning realization, questions if this is new content, a term commonly used in online gaming to describe updates or additions to the game. The blonde woman, equally surprised, exclaims that there must have been an update to the game. The purple-haired man checks the in-game announcements, finding no mention of any updates or new content. He expresses his confusion. Urgently, he calls for his companions to hurry. The green-haired and blonde-haired adventurers eagerly agree, excited to be the first to explore this new addition to the game. Aiden, a man with weary eyes and purple hair, ran a hand through his hair, letting out a sigh. He muttered to himself, resigned to his fate, that there was nothing he could do. He walked away, his shoulders slumped, muttering about how he had gotten everything wrong. The word ruthless kids appeared in a thought bubble above him, hinting at his frustration with the situation. A group of young men, seemingly soldiers, walked through the village square. One of them had purple hair, similar to Aiden's. Aiden and one of the young men, blonde-haired, were talking. Aiden commented that the place didn't look special, to which the blonde replied that that's what he thought back then. The blonde insisted that Aiden would know once he saw it for himself. They approached a blacksmith's shop, the sign clearly visible above the door. Aiden expressed surprise, suggesting they check it out. One of the blacksmiths suggested they take a break, indicating the intensity of their work. The other blacksmith expressed gratitude towards Aiden, stating that their lives had changed significantly thanks to him. A village elder addressed a crowd, explaining how a certain individual had taught them various skills and techniques. The scene shifted to show a warehouse filled with barrels of colorful, glowing materials. The narrator noted that this individual only selected and provided the finest materials. A villager, awestruck, commented on how the villagers' tools had become extravagant thanks to this individual, showcasing high-quality tools like a mithril axe and a diamond pickaxe. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh! Look at that!" The focus shifted to a reinforced door, prompting a comment that it was a good thing they had come there. A group of adventurers entered the scene, prompting a question about their identity. Another adventurer observed the quality of the weapons and armor on display, noting their excellence. The adventurer expressed interest in purchasing some items, but noted the lack of prices. He then directly asked if the items were for sale. One of the shopkeepers responded that they didn't need money, but had a request for the adventurers. A knight, clad in light armor and a green cloak, offered a proposition to a shorter, blonde man in a dark tunic. He declared, "I'll give you what you want." The blonde man, seemingly surprised, questioned the knight's offer. Meanwhile, the knight continued, explaining that the village was prosperous. As you can see, this village is very abundant compared to before. But admitted a crucial deficiency, but we lack one thing. The scene shifted to three children, two girls and a boy, looking longingly at a picture of meat in a thought bubble. One of the girls, carrying a basket of vegetables, explained, "The food here isn't great because it's hard to get good ingredients around." The blonde man, initially shocked, quickly devised a plan. He exclaimed, "Just ingredients? Really? No take-backs." He instructed his companion, "Well, go get them from the warehouse now." The knight, observing this exchange, reacted with excitement, "They're going to trade food for equipment here? Wow, this is awesome." He quickly dismissed his concerns, focusing on the immediate task. "This isn't the time to worry about that. I should find it quickly." The knight began his search for the warehouse, his gaze scanning the village. Approaching it, a smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Hee, great." He shared his discovery with his companion, to think there was a hidden village not on the map. "We'll use this chance. Let's open up the hidden items first." Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair and determined eyes, bursts through a door, his expression a mixture of anger and resolve. He kicks the door shut behind him, and is immediately confronted by a worried-looking man with blue hair and a woman in a blue and white robe. Their expressions show alarm and confusion. The three of them stand around a wooden table in what appears to be a sparsely furnished room. A large, armored figure stands silently behind Aiden. Aiden comments that the item in question doesn't look important, but suggests they open it anyway. With a sudden, violent movement, Aiden and the armored figure forcefully open a wooden chest, smashing a clay pot inside. The blue-haired man shouts in protest. The blue-haired man, Logan, orders Aiden to leave immediately. Aiden scoffs, daring Logan to stop him, a player. Aiden grabs Logan by the throat, explaining that things haven't been going well lately. Aiden, a young man with vibrant blue hair, stood braced against an unseen force, his body radiating a bright, teal energy. He was clearly exerting himself, his face strained with effort. The energy coalesced into a hexagonal shield, deflecting an unseen blow. His eyes narrowed in determination as he gritted his teeth. A wave of the same teal energy rippled outwards, catching the attention of a woman with long dark hair and a man in shadow. The woman gasped, clearly surprised by the display of power. The man in shadow, his features obscured, demanded, "What are you doing?" Aiden, unfazed, retorted, "Do you want to die?" Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, lay asleep, his face relaxed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He awoke with a start, a question mark forming in his mind as confusion clouded his features. He sat up, a hand instinctively reaching for a nearby cloth, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wondering aloud how he had lost consciousness. He concluded that he had simply overexerted himself. Aiden realized that using his abilities took a significant toll on his body. As he reflected on the strain, Alice, a young woman with striking blue hair, entered the room, a knowing smile on her face, reminding Aiden of his importance. Aiden awoke. His mind was clouded, but a single, pressing thought pierced through the fog. How long had he been like this? Alice, a young woman with vibrant blue hair, approached him. She explained that he had been unconscious for a full day. He was likely exhausted, she reassured him, but it would get better with practice. A sudden commotion outside announced Aiden's awakening to others in the village. The sound of a door creaking open brought a rush of concerned villagers to his side. They expressed relief at his recovery. Alice, however, seemed distracted. A sudden interruption caused her to abruptly excuse herself. Alice explained that one of the players visiting the village was causing trouble. Aiden's eyes snapped open, his gaze intense, reflecting an inner turmoil. A single exclamation point punctuated the silence of his awakening. A surge of energy erupted around him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Two figures, a man and a woman, watched in stunned silence as the earth cracked and crumbled. The force of the blast propelled him upwards, soaring above the quaint village below. His red hair streamed behind him like a fiery banner. His eyes, burning with a newfound power, scanned the landscape below. A grim determination hardened his features. Aiden descended, landing near a group of villagers gathered outside a building. A woman stepped forward, her voice calm yet firm as she spoke. "I found you." The news of Aiden's arrival spread like wildfire. Panic rippled through the crowd as the villagers scattered, shouting warnings. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast sent one of the villagers flying backwards. He crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. "Damn it," he cursed, his body battered and bruised. Alice, watching from a distance, observed the scene with a mixture of concern and determination. A subtle glow emanated from her as she prepared herself for action. Alice, a young woman with long dark hair, stood amidst a surge of turquoise energy. Stone fragments shattered around her, propelled by the force emanating from her outstretched hands. Her expression was one of controlled power, yet a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes as she silently wondered at her own strength. A close-up on Alice's face revealed wide, astonished eyes, reflecting her inner shock. Two men, one in full plate armor and the other in a green military-style uniform, watched her in stunned silence. The uniformed man, his face a mask of disbelief, gasped, "Alice." "Aiden." Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The armored man and the uniformed man exchanged worried glances. The uniformed man, clearly agitated, knelt down, his face etched with concern. Aiden's presence seemed to further unsettle the uniformed man, who looked even more anxious. Alice, still radiating energy, looked at Aiden and softly replied, "Well, a bit." Aiden, however, seemed to already understand the situation. He stated, "I can already tell what happened. He's probably poking around here and they're looking for valuables." The uniformed man, clearly frustrated, angrily retorted, "You still haven't learned after losing all your money? You're dead today." He activated a digital inventory interface, revealing a grid of various items. He then angrily exclaimed, "Do you know how much trouble you caused us?" Aiden, a young man with short, pink hair, lunged forward, his emerald green jacket billowing behind him as he swung a glowing blue blade at a red-haired opponent. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. But the attack was met with a powerful counter. A dark, shadowy force slammed into Aiden, sending him reeling backward, a spray of dust and debris erupting around him. Aiden coughed, a pain sound escaping his lips as he stumbled back. He landed hard on the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. A heavily armored figure loomed over him, their helmet obscuring their face. "How dare you?" Aiden gasped, his voice laced with disbelief and pain. The armored figure responded, their voice cold and menacing, "You got too close to him." Another figure, a young man with red hair, appeared, his expression stern. He addressed Aiden's attacker, stating, "He's not someone you can treat with disrespect." Aiden, his face bruised and bloodied, looked up in confusion. "What is this? I'm a player chosen by the system, so how?" Suddenly, two imposing figures, their faces obscured by shadows, appeared before Aiden. He found himself in a dark, ominous place. "What is this place?" The red-haired man from before spoke, a hint of understanding in his voice. "I see, so it's because of me, huh?" The red-haired man continued, his voice low and regretful, "None of this would have happened if I had successfully upgraded your item that day." Aiden, his face bruised and bloodied, stood before a cloaked figure in heavy armor. The armored figure expressed concern, noting that Aiden had probably had it rough. Aiden, his red hair vibrant against the bright background, held a large hammer. A question mark filled a thought bubble above him, suggesting uncertainty. He raised the hammer, preparing to strike. Aiden resolved to act decisively, stating that he would do it seriously this time and would not fail. With a mighty swing, he brought the hammer down. The impact was intense, resulting in a loud kayak, sound effect and a visual explosion of energy. The upgrade failed, leaving Aiden frustrated and cursing. The armored figure winced in pain. Kelly, showing remarkable composure, urged Aiden to focus on preventing the return of the fleeing figures, regardless of his methods. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood resolute. His gaze burned with determination as he declared that as long as he remained the moderator of this place, he wouldn't allow the players to do as they pleased. His companions, a young man with dark purple hair and a young woman with long dark hair, nodded in agreement. They were done working tirelessly for the players. The woman, whose name was Alice, quietly voiced her thoughts. They should start getting ready, too. More players would soon arrive, making their current strategy of hiding futile. Aiden pondered this, his expression thoughtful. Alice, sensing his concern, urged him to formulate a plan. Kelly, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, agreed. The system in this village differed from others, they couldn't predict the players' actions. Aiden's brow furrowed in concentration as he considered the implications. He knew that if the village's contents proved useful to the players, everyone would flock there. The group discussed the situation, their faces etched with worry. Aiden's companion suggested that it would be best to remain hidden to avoid attracting unwanted attention. However, Aiden countered, arguing that remaining hidden would only delay the inevitable, they would be discovered eventually. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood resolute. His expression was grim, his jaw tight. If that happens, neither the operators nor the admins will be able to get rid of this place, he stated, his voice laced with grim determination. He continued, addressing two others, a young man with dark purple hair and a young woman with bright turquoise hair. We should get ready before we attract more players, right? He said, his tone suggesting a sense of urgency. Aiden extended his hand towards the others. A young woman with dark hair stood between the two others, her expression unreadable. Hold my hand, he instructed, his voice calm but firm. He explained his plan, his gaze unwavering. I've thought of this with Arya. I plan to do this when everyone's here. Don't get shocked no matter what happens, he reassured them, a hint of anxiety underlying his words. Aiden's face contorted slightly as a surge of energy began to emanate from him. A powerful red light erupted from him. A blinding flash engulfed him. The scene shifted to a dark, ethereal space. Numerous figures, seemingly digitized, were being pulled apart, their forms dissolving into red energy. Aiden and the others were at the center of this chaotic event. The turquoise-haired girl gasped, her eyes wide with shock. This is, she stammered, her voice filled with disbelief. Aiden, now seemingly more powerful, stood beside her. Another figure, a woman with long white hair, looked on in alarm. Mr. Aiden, she exclaimed. Aiden calmly explained, this is the system space. Aiden, his face pale but resolute, addressed the villagers. He reassured them, saying it was all right and urging them to stay calm. He then announced that he would share some of his strength with them. The synchronization was complete. Aiden had shared his moderator permissions, unlocking access to the cloud for the villagers. Aiden explained that this cloud storage would help them manage and protect their village. He indicated that it contained items he and Arya had collected. Items they could use as needed. He reiterated his commitment to supporting the village, offering them whatever they required. Arya, standing beside him, looked on with a mixture of hope and apprehension. And then, she simply said okay. The update was complete. Aiden, now radiating power, declared it was time to get serious. A few days later, two figures stood before a towering structure, its design a blend of futuristic technology and ancient architecture. One, with vibrant green hair, pointed towards the imposing building, his gaze filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, a young woman with blonde hair engaged in light-hearted conversation with a man possessing striking silver hair. Their laughter echoed softly, a stark contrast to the shadowy figures lurking in the background. Observing them from afar, a man with fiery red hair mused, I guess the tower is serving its purpose properly. He turned to a woman with bright blue hair, asking, the players seem to like it. How do you feel? She responded, I've still got ways to go. All I did was make slight changes to the tower. Still, it doesn't change the fact that it's new content. The red-haired man smiled wryly, guys, thanks to that. My karma ended up increasing because of them. He then addressed the silver-haired man, thanking him sincerely, anyhow, thank you very much, Theo. Theo, the silver-haired man, responded humbly, you made things a lot easier for me. I simply carried out my duty. The red-haired man nodded, observing the tower's smooth operation, the tower is being maintained well, too. And there's a clear difference with the contents from before. A new game mode, Survival, is now available, showcasing a significant upgrade in the tower's capabilities. Aiden and Alice, clad in dark attire, stood before a large, circular puzzle. A glowing key rested on a pedestal nearby, its light illuminating the intricate design of the puzzle. A control panel with directional arrows sat between them, hinting at the puzzle's interactive nature. Aiden, his face etched with worry, observed three holographic panels displaying in-game perks, increased healing speed, increased attack speed, both with limitations to specific tower floors. Meanwhile, Alice and another individual reviewed the positive player response to a recent in-game event, a key element seemingly well received by the community. Great, let's keep this up, Alice stated, pleased with the results. Alice instructed the other individual to contact her immediately if any issues arose or help was needed. He readily agreed, responding with a respectful yes, sir. Despite the success, Alice mused, but still, indicating a lingering thought. And that the key to attracting more players was offering something players truly wanted, growth. With a determined expression, Alice announced a new in-game event, double experience points. A celebratory graphic appeared, signifying the start of the event. The announcement was met with enthusiastic reactions from the players, who were visibly excited by the unexpected bonus. The players celebrated the sudden influx of experience points, their excitement palpable. Overwhelmed by the scale of the event, one player exclaimed, whoa, what's this? This is insane. Another added, this kind of event never happened before, highlighting the unprecedented nature of the bonus. An in-game event notification appeared, a 2-hour experience buff would be granted to players who completed a villager's request. This buff did not stack with other active event buffs. A brown-haired woman urgently addressed a group, emphasizing the need to inform others about a pressing matter, urging anyone who could hear her to immediately proceed to a designated location on the map. A red-haired man chuckled, deeming the current strategy highly effective. A montage of images showed various players responding to the call. The red-haired man's success in drawing attention to himself meant more people would target them. A woman with bright blue hair cautioned against complacency. The blue-haired woman anticipated that the moderators would soon notice their actions. She considered contacting Mia to monitor the situation. Someone asked if the recipient had also received a call. News spread through the Urs village that a previously blocked-off area had reopened, containing new content and events. One villager, however, claimed to have seen nothing on the notice board. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a dark blue hooded cloak, urged her companions to hurry, stating that now was not the time for idle chatter. She wanted to reach their destination before it became too crowded. The blonde woman, with her striking golden eyes, continued to eat an apple as she walked, her expression hinting at a sense of urgency. Inside the Hydra Guild's headquarters, a meeting was underway. Guild members reported their situations, all indicating no problems. However, one member questioned the lack of news from the downtown area. Another member revealed that the entire district had been destroyed, causing concern and disappointment among the others. Aiden, a young man with pink hair, stood before a group of shadowy figures. His expression was one of grim determination as he uttered a single word, Avand. From the shadows, a figure emerged, his face partially obscured by a dark eye patch. He demanded an explanation with a sharp, intense gaze. Explain. He sat upon a throne, his posture radiating authority. You better have a proper explanation for what happened. The figure, identified as Douglas, Hydra Guildmaster and Ranker, level 400, offered a hesitant apology. I apologize. Aiden listened intently, his expression unchanged. Although the management on the hunting grounds as well as other tasks were operating smoothly. Douglas continued, his voice low and serious. Someone who I suspect to be a ranker suddenly appeared and... A ranker. The image showed a woman with striking blue hair. Aiden stared at the image, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. She seems oddly familiar. Am I just imagining things? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, there's no way. Aiden, a man with a striking eye patch concealing his left eye, sat across from a fiery-haired man. The fiery-haired man exclaimed incredulously about something, his words echoing Aiden's own stunned reaction. Interrupting him with a curt question about the issue. The fiery-haired man apologized, explaining he'd received an emergency call. Aiden's expression shifted to one of serious concern as he processed the information. A single exclamation point punctuated his internal turmoil, prompting him to immediately confirm the details. He was informed that no official notice had been received. The fiery-haired man explained that a tower had appeared in Urge Village, and a large event with rewards was being held there. He then asked which guild currently occupied the village. To which Aiden responded that no guild had claimed it yet. This realization spurred him to immediate action. Aiden's thoughts raced, players would flock to see the changes, and the impact would be unimaginable. Leading him to make a decisive move, he would claim the village before other guilds could. He ordered the immediate dispatch of his elite members to Urge Village, preparing for whatever might await them. Aiden watched as his elite team prepared to depart. Aiden, a man with a striking eye patch concealing a crimson mark, pondered a troubling question. He wondered if the system, dormant for so long, had begun updating again. A surge of purple energy crackled around him as he questioned the suddenness of this event. He felt a growing unease. The energy coalesced into a single, ominous word, an update. The purple energy intensified, swirling around Aiden in a chaotic display of power. Until it finally subsided, leaving Aiden standing amidst the fading purple light. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "How interesting." The purple energy continued to dissipate, leaving behind fractured remnants of its power. Aiden, startled by the sudden display, exclaimed, "Ugh, you scared me." A voice, seemingly emanating from the very energy itself, chided him, "I believe I told you not to appear like this." From the dissipating energy, a figure emerged, cloaked in purple and gold, with a mask obscuring its face. The being radiated an aura of immense power. Aiden, clearly annoyed, retorted, "Less about what you tell me." What a creepy bastard. Aiden, his dark hair contrasting sharply against the vibrant purple background, stood before a towering figure clad in ornate golden armor. The armor pulsed with an inner light, its glowing eyes fixed intently on Aiden. He requested an explanation, demanding details about the situation. Another man, his face partially obscured by a dark eye patch, responded that they were still in the dark about the recent events. There was no mention of it in the official notices. All they knew was that new content had appeared in Urge Village. The armored figure pondered this, noting that the current administrators lacked the power to create such content. The armored figure mused that only one person possessed the ability to perform such an action. And then realized who it must be. A sudden understanding dawned on him. A third individual, with long, gray hair, confidently stated that it was Aiden, the worm guy, who had acquired administrator privileges. A miniature image of Aiden, bound and helpless, appeared within his hand. He wondered what Aiden's reaction would be when he learned of this. The armored figure ordered that those be sent to Urge Village, indicating a need to capture someone. The eye-patched man protested, arguing that the project was still in its experimental phase and that discovery by the administrators would be disastrous. The armored figure reassured him, stating that the administrators were currently preoccupied with other matters. He added that the cheat players were created by both of them. Two shadowy figures emerged from a purple vortex, their eyes glowing ominously. Their forms were indistinct, barely visible within the swirling energy. The scene opens on a vast, circular chamber, bathed in the ethereal glow of numerous arched windows. A single, imposing throne sits in the center, empty and awaiting its occupant. Suddenly, a figure is seen at the throne, reacting with shock. A sharp exclamation escapes their lips. What? Mia's words hang heavy in the air, exactly what I said. Elsewhere, a young woman with pink hair and cat-like ears reveals her intentions. Today marks her last day. A green-haired man reacts with disbelief to Mia's announcement, questioning her sudden decision. Mia calmly responds, explaining that she's been contemplating this for some time. Mia reveals the true reason behind her actions. Her decision to become an operator was to help Arya. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair, clad in dark robes adorned with gold accents, offered a comforting hand to a young girl with pink hair and fox-like ears. The girl, clutching her arms, seemed withdrawn and apprehensive. The turquoise-haired woman's hand gently touched the girl's, a silent gesture of acceptance. She reflected on the girl's unique position, noting that she was the only one who had accepted her without reservation. This realization solidified her resolve. The woman, her expression resolute, affirmed her decision to herself. The woman's thoughts shifted to her original plan, which involved waiting for a specific event involving the girl. However, a new development rendered that plan obsolete. A man with vibrant green hair appeared, declaring that waiting was no longer necessary. The green-haired man, addressing a figure in dark armor with horns, explained that the current group was different from the previous one, emphasizing that only he and Mia knew about the girl. The armored figure listened intently, his face obscured by the helmet, before confirming that only he and Mia possessed this knowledge. The green-haired man bid farewell, promising to return a weapon. Mia, the pink-haired girl, appeared in a new, more formal outfit, ready to depart. Mia's departure was marked by a subtle, almost imperceptible sigh, hinting at unspoken emotions. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her departure, questioning her attempt to leave so easily. Mia, a young woman with striking pink hair and cat-like ears, narrowed her eyes. A defiant glint shone in her blue eyes as she challenged her interlocutor, "And what if I did?" A heavily armored figure, their face obscured by a helmet, responded. Their voice was measured, but firm. That would normally be the case, however. By order of the administrator, I can't just let you go. The armored figure continued, their words laced with a hint of concern. Are you going to go search for Arya? Did you forget that she broke the taboo? A bright, ethereal light erupted, showcasing a woman's hand reaching upwards. The narration box explained, she laid her hands on something she shouldn't have and put the administrator in danger. The scene shifted to a darker, more somber setting. The armored figure addressed Mia again. The administrator changed after that incident. Don't you know this as well? Mia and the armored figure were shown in a brighter setting. The armored figure spoke again, Mia, your work as an operator was excellent. I don't want to do this to a longtime comrade, but... So do not. Try to stop me if you can. Mia's expression turned sinister, a cruel smile spreading across her face. She declared, ha. What do you know? A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the conflict, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast causing significant damage to the surrounding structures. Dust and rubble filled the air as a figure with silver hair landed heavily amidst the chaos. 3 other individuals approached, their expressions grim. One of them lamented, damn, this had to happen when Prokyanin wasn't around. Another responded, let's quickly chase after them. A woman with long, white hair and a regal bearing brushed herself off, stating, I'm fine. The likes of me will only be in the way. The green-haired man, however, remained unconvinced. He declared, I won't interfere in this matter. A beat of silence hung in the air before. The woman with white hair revealed a powerful aura, a radiant light emanating from her. Her eyes, a striking blue, held a determined glint. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a series of powerful explosions. A wave of energy obliterating everything in its path. A powerful vortex of energy formed, engulfing a cloaked figure. The scene ends with the vortex dissipating, leaving only dust and debris. A fierce-looking woman with pink hair and fox-like ears stood poised, a determined glint in her bright blue eyes. Her expression was one of focused rage as she unleashed a powerful, teal-colored energy blast. The attack hurtling towards a heavily armored figure, whose dark helmet bore a pair of menacing horns. He raised a hand, a fiery orb forming within his palm, and retaliated with a blast of searing flames, creating a massive explosion that rocked the earth, sending the armored figure sprawling backward through the air. He crashed into the ground, the force of the impact creating a small crater. He slowly rose, his helmet slightly askew, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The pink-haired woman, however, was not finished. She launched herself into the air, a fiery aura surrounding her as she prepared another attack, releasing a volley of explosive fireballs that rained down upon her opponent. The armored figure barely managed to deflect the onslaught, his movements quick and precise despite the intense heat. But the pink-haired woman continued her assault, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that streaked across the battlefield. The armored figure, battered but not broken, stood defiantly amidst the chaos, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He braced himself for the next attack, his resolve unwavering. A massive explosion rocked the landscape, a fiery maelstrom consuming everything in its path, leaving 3 figures silhouetted against the billowing smoke and dust, their forms stark against the vibrant blue sky. A young elf with vibrant green hair watched from a distance, his face etched with worry. He desperately needed to stop them, but the sheer power on display filled him with dread. He knew intervening would mean certain death. The 3 figures, cloaked and ominous, stood unmoved amidst the devastation. As a woman with dark hair and a mask suggested they cooperate with someone named Xenon, the elf, caught in a dilemma, urged them to wait. Mia, a woman with vibrant pink hair and fox-like ears, ignored his pleas and charged forward. Another figure, a man with silver hair, tried to stop her, their clash resulting in a blinding flash of light and energy. Mia's hand blazed with fiery power, a stark contrast to the man's icy attack. A fiery-haired woman, clad in ornate armor and with fox-like ears, confronted a man with silver hair, dressed in a dark coat. She leveled her flaming sword at him, her eyes blazing with intensity. Lloyd, she stated, her voice sharp, you plan to get in my way as well? Lloyd, his expression strained, responded, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. He was clearly conflicted. He muttered, we must follow the administrator's policy. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her voice, though quieter, carried a weight of moral judgment. It's a great sin to break the taboo. Helping someone like that will only bring great chaos. Lloyd, his patience clearly exhausted, snapped, shut up. He lunged forward, his sword flashing, aiming a blow at the woman. The speed of his attack was surprising. The woman barely managed to deflect the blow, sending her reeling backward. But she quickly recovered, a surge of fiery energy gathering in her fist. She unleashed a powerful counterattack, a fiery blast aimed directly at Lloyd. The impact sent Lloyd flying, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he crashed into the ground. The woman stood victorious, her fiery aura still crackling. Aiden, a man with silver hair partially obscured by a mask, knelt amidst a desolate, cracked landscape. He held a large, ornate sword, its dark blade reflecting the dim light. A sense of profound loss hung heavy in the air. He looked up to see a fiery figure emerging from a cave in the distance. This woman, with vibrant pink hair and fox-like ears, radiated intense heat. She questioned those around her voice laced with a hint of menace, demanding to know what they knew about the recent events. Another voice, filled with righteous anger, cut through the air. It revealed that the village's destruction was not random, it was an act committed for the sake of the administrator. 2 figures emerged from the shadows, a cloaked individual with a mask and a woman with striking teal hair. They observed the unfolding scene with a mixture of apprehension and determination. The fiery woman, her arms now engulfed in flames, warned her opponents to prepare themselves if they intended to stop her. Her eyes burned with fierce resolve. Aiden, a young man with reddish-brown hair, stood with a pained expression. A searing fire erupted from within his body, radiating outward from his hands. He gasped, a pained cook, escaping his lips, as a wave of immense power surged through him. Another man, older with silver hair, watched in disbelief, his own hands outstretched as if to grasp at the energy. Such power, to think I'd end up like this after one blow, he muttered, defeated. Elsewhere, a powerful woman with fiery orange hair and a demonic appearance unleashed a torrent of flames. 2 figures watched her, clearly concerned. How should we suppress her? One of them asked anxiously, as the woman responded with a defiant roar. Commands are useless against us operators, she declared, her power growing. The fiery woman launched a devastating attack, a massive explosion erupting behind her. as she was met by a swift counterattack from a pink-haired woman with fox-like ears. The pink-haired woman moved with incredible speed, deflecting the initial blast and unleashing a flurry of blows. The fiery woman was clearly taken aback by the speed and power of her opponent. The pink-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, continued her attack, forcing the fiery woman into a defensive posture. The fiery woman attempted a desperate counterattack, but the pink-haired woman was too quick. A figure cloaked in red, their face obscured by shadow, unleashed a torrent of fiery energy. The force of the blast was immense, the ground trembling under its impact. The resulting explosion engulfing everything in a searing inferno. Debris rained down from the sky as the shockwave rippled outwards. The cloaked figure, wielding a glowing blue blade, lunged forward. Shit, they swore, the intensity of the battle evident in their strained posture. As a powerful blast erupted from the ground, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Observing from a distance, a man with vibrant green hair muttered, "Wah, that's no joke." A woman with pink hair watched the scene unfold, her expression grim. "She's nothing like her usual self," she commented to a nearby companion. "To think there'd be this much of a gap between us operators." The pink-haired woman's companion, a tall, imposing figure, simply stated, "Isabel." The scene shifted to two other individuals, one with silver hair and the other with dark hair and horns. "Can you move?" the silver-haired man asked, to which the horned woman replied, "Of course, worry about yourself." The silver-haired man continued, "I'm not sure we can win even if we attack her together." "To think Mia would be this strong." The horned woman's body stiffened, a numb sensation washing over her. "My entire body is numb." "Ah, this sensation, it's been a while." The silver-haired man launched a powerful attack, but the horned woman countered swiftly, her blade flashing. "You don't stand a chance. We need to work together." A fiery, clawed hand erupted from a burst of energy, the word that doesn't matter. Mia, the strongest operator, faced her opponent. Mia declared her long-held desire for a real fight. Mia questioned the claim of being the strongest, a smirk playing on her lips. Her opponent, shrouded in shadow, countered that only one truly deserved that title. Aria Uni. Mia, surprised, recoiled slightly as a powerful blast of energy erupted from her. A look of determination hardened her features. As a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a glowing blue blade. The figure, a man with silver hair and a masked face, launched a swift attack, his blade leaving a trail of blue energy. A flurry of blows aimed at Mia. Mia countered with a fiery punch, meeting the man's attack head-on, resulting in a massive explosion of energy. Alice, a young woman with vibrant pink hair and striking blue eyes, found herself in a perilous situation. A searing energy beam hurtled towards her, leaving her with a look of utter shock and fear. The beam struck her, but she braced herself, her expression twisting into a grimace as she endured the impact. The force of the blow caused a massive explosion, creating a deep chasm in the earth. Alice, battered but not broken, found herself flung through the air, landing hard on the ground. The impact created another massive crater, the earth trembling from the force of the attack. From above, a figure emerged, their presence commanding attention. Aiden, a man with short, white hair and a mysterious mask, appeared, drawing a glowing blue sword. He unleashed a powerful attack, a wave of blue energy slicing through the air. The energy struck the ground with devastating force, creating a massive shockwave. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air as the attack subsided. A woman with dark hair, red horns, and a dark cloak watched from afar, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. "Ha! I hope that worked," she muttered to herself. The woman, seemingly surprised by Aiden's sudden appearance, reacted quickly, shouting, "Dodge!" Aiden, his silver hair partially obscuring a determined gaze, channeled his newfound power. A crimson orb pulsed at his core, radiating outward in a dazzling display of energy. The force erupting in a wave of searing light and heat, obliterating the immediate surroundings in a fiery explosion. Amidst the chaos, Aiden and Alice stood firm, their expressions grim but resolute. The destructive power they unleashed had left a crater in the earth. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, caught in the blast's periphery, gasped, a pained cook escaping her lips. She looked up at the devastation, a question forming in her mind, is it impossible with just us? Alice, her face partially obscured by a mask, focused her energy, a blazing sphere of light coalescing in her hand. The intense light growing brighter, threatening to consume everything. Aiden and Alice unleashed a combined attack, a blinding wave of energy engulfing the area. Aiden and Alice braced themselves against the force of their attack, their faces etched with exhaustion and determination. A final, devastating blast engulfing everything in its path. Aiden, his silver hair contrasting sharply with the fiery backdrop, stared in disbelief as a masked figure with crimson horns materialized before him. The air crackled with energy as the figure unleashed a blinding flash of golden light, shouting the name Xenon. The masked figure transformed, their form shifting into a powerful, armored warrior. A brilliant blue energy blade materialized in their hand, ready to strike. With a swift, decisive movement, the warrior lunged forward, their blade arcing through the air in a brilliant blue streak. The impact of the attack creating a massive explosion of light and energy. Amidst the chaos, a woman with vibrant pink hair watched with a grim determination. Her piercing blue eyes reflecting the intensity of the battle. The woman, Mia, is addressed by a voice, noting how incomparably stronger she has become since first becoming an operator. A fierce battle raged. One combatant, cloaked in dark, imposing armor, its face obscured, fought with terrifying power. His opponent, a smaller figure, seemed to be struggling against the overwhelming force, muttering to themselves that they couldn't win at this rate. Suddenly, the smaller figure's demeanor shifted. A surge of energy erupted from them, a fiery aura surrounding their form. They addressed their opponent, noting that they seemed to be getting serious now. As the energy intensified, the armored figure began to crack and crumble, revealing a young man underneath. He winced, muttering that this power wasn't meant to be used in such a way. The young man's appearance changed dramatically. Small horns sprouted from his head, and his eyes glowed with an eerie light. He explained that his actions were unavoidable, as the administrator's orders were absolute. A menacing figure, clad in dark, imposing armor, loomed over Aiden. Its face was obscured by a helmet, yet two glowing points of light pierced the darkness within. Aiden, with fiery red hair and determined eyes, met the threat head-on, his sword flashing in a swift, powerful strike. The force of his blow shattering the creature's defenses. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Aiden stood amidst a surge of energy, the words level up blazing before him. His level had increased to 250. He reflected that he needed a personal training area, a sandbox to hone his skills. Aiden requested a stronger magical beast from Theo, his companion, who expressed concern for his well-being. Aiden, however, was focused on capitalizing on his heightened state, dismissing Theo's worries. He spoke to Arya, another companion, but received no reply, a message appearing on screen, MIA and no reply. Alice, Aiden's sister, urgently informed him that something had come up, requiring his immediate presence elsewhere. Alice, enveloped in a radiant blue energy, reassured Aiden that he should be fine, as Theo would be there to assist him. Aiden, promising to return shortly, vanished in a burst of blue energy, leaving behind a crater where he once stood. Theo, left alone, wondered about Alice's sudden departure. He reassured himself that if it was Arya, there would be no problems. Suddenly, he was called out to by someone. A messenger alerted Theo to a massive influx of players approaching their location. Theo, initially unconcerned, dismissed it as nothing unusual. However, the messenger insisted that this situation was different, suggesting the players were from one of the 5 great guilds. This revelation caused Theo to visibly tense, his expression shifting to one of concern. A surge of intense, blue energy erupted from the ground, shaking the very earth. The raw power was palpable, radiating outwards in a breathtaking display. A figure emerged from the heart of the explosion, cloaked in shadow. A woman with crimson horns and a dark red cloak watched in disbelief, her words echoing the astonishment, "How is this possible?" She continued, her gaze fixed on the mysterious figure. When he took off his mask, his level rose. Who would have guessed that he was hiding this much power? The horned woman turned to address a companion, a figure clad in dark armor and a fur-lined cloak. She gestured towards the energy still dissipating in the distance, her expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. He didn't give me a proper answer. But a new revelation struck her, a realization that sent a shiver down her spine. But to think that he was in the same dragonoid race as me. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be Aiden, unleashed a devastating attack, a powerful blast of energy that sent the horned woman flying backwards. Aiden's attack continued, a swift, precise strike aimed at another opponent, a pink-haired woman with fox-like ears. She barely managed to deflect the blow. Aiden's sword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. He moved with incredible speed and precision, his movements a blur. The force of his attack carved a deep chasm into the earth, a testament to his overwhelming power. He stood amidst the devastation, his silhouette stark against the ravaged landscape. Aiden continued his assault, his movements fluid and deadly. He effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a swift, decisive strike, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in his wake. Alice, a young woman with pink fox ears and fiery determination, unleashed a torrent of flames from her hands. A guttural sound, "cook," escaped her lips as she channeled her power. The searing inferno engulfing her shadowy opponent. The impact of her attack sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Meanwhile, Aiden, a young man with dark hair and horns, moved with surprising speed. He wielded a glowing blue blade, its energy crackling with raw power. His hand outstretched, a surge of energy emanating from his palm. Aiden's attack collided with the fiery blast, creating a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The shadowy figure was engulfed in the combined energy. Alice, her eyes blazing with intensity, continued her assault, her flames now infused with a new, vibrant blue energy. Aiden's attack proved devastatingly effective. The shadowy figure, weakened and exposed, was left vulnerable. Aiden's blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The force of the blow sent debris flying, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction. Dust and debris settled as Aiden stood amidst the chaos. Aiden, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, stared out at the ravaged landscape. A single, unspoken thought hung heavy in the air, the system would be destroyed. A figure, cloaked in shadow and wreathed in swirling blue flames, stood defiantly against a backdrop of a desolate, sandy landscape. Their form was partially obscured, but a powerful aura emanated from them. Observing the scene from a distance was a young man with vibrant green hair, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He muttered to himself, questioning if the powerful display was Mia's judgment mode. The green-haired man's question was answered as a woman with striking pink hair and a fox-like appearance materialized, her powerful energy crackling around her. She was clearly in a state of intense focus and power. Her eyes narrowed, and she unleashed a wave of energy, a swirling vortex of blue light emanating from her hands. The blue energy intensified, forming a massive, spiraling blast that shot towards the shadowed figure. The shadowed figure braced themselves and countered with a blast of their own, a mirror image of the attack, meeting Mia's energy head-on in a blinding clash of power. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves across the landscape. Debris flew as the force of the collision ripped through the earth, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The shadowed figure, now revealed to be a young man with dark hair and glowing red eyes, emerged from the dust cloud, seemingly unscathed. He glared at Mia, his eyes burning with intensity. He prepared for another attack, and shattering the ground beneath them. A powerful shockwave ripped through the earth, shattering the ground into countless fragments that scattered across the desolate landscape. The force of the blast sending debris flying as a monstrous figure emerged from the dust and rubble. Observing from a distance, a man with silver hair and a woman with dark hair and horns exchanged worried glances. Even if it's Xenon, suppressing Mia is difficult for him, the man stated, his voice laced with concern. The woman responded sharply, Xenon, use your attributed weapon as well. Xenon, a young man with dark hair and horns of his own, stood resolute. He muttered to himself, that's the only way to block Mia. He seemed to be fine, though slightly winded. Xenon gripped his weapon, a sleek, futuristic blade. A surge of energy coursing through it as it glowed with an intense blue light. The silver-haired man and the horned woman watched with bated breath. Suddenly, Mia attacked. What are you doing just standing there? Xenon, she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Xenon's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he prepared to meet her assault. He gripped his weapon tighter and unleashed a wave of energy, creating a protective barrier around himself and Mia. Mia, a young woman with pink hair and pointed ears, gasped, her mouth stained with blood. A look of sheer terror filled her eyes as a wave of blue energy washed over her. Three figures watched in stunned silence, a green-haired elf, a man with silver hair, and a woman cloaked in dark red. The elf's expression was one of disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground, engulfing Mia. The silver-haired man exclaimed, "How is this possible? I couldn't see anything." A young man with brown hair and a determined expression appeared, his hand glowing with blue energy. He declared, "Using the special authority I received from the administrator, I will strip you of your position. It'll be a problem if you act that way again, so I will also retrieve your attributed weapon." He continued, "From now on, I recommend that you stay more obedient." Mia's power was stripped away. A narration box appeared, "Mia's operator authority has been removed. The administrator will decide what to do with you." The young man, the administrator, looked down at Mia with a cold, calculating gaze. Mia lay defeated, her body weakened and her expression filled with despair. His eyes, glowing red, focused intently on his next action. Alice, her pink hair a stark contrast to the blood staining her lips, lay wounded, her large blue eyes wide with a mixture of pain and fear. A faint blue energy crackled between her and another woman. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair, who looked down at her with a concerned expression. "Arya," she cried out, her voice filled with urgency. A young woman with pink hair and fox-like ears, Mia, lay wounded in the arms of another woman with vibrant blue hair. Dirt and blood stained Mia's face, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The blue-haired woman, seemingly concerned, expressed regret at her delayed response. She apologized for not noticing Mia's condition sooner. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from below. A young man with dark hair and red horns appeared, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He unleashed a wave of energy, a vibrant blue force that shattered the ground around him. The force of the blast sent a large figure flying backward, its form obscured by the dust and debris. The young man, surprised by the unexpected resistance, visibly strained. She stated that the system had blocked most of his abilities and skills. Despite the system's interference, the young man's power continued to surge, causing further destruction around him. The blue-haired woman, seemingly resolute, declared her intention to take Mia with her. Aiden, his face partially obscured by shadow, sneered. "Don't make me laugh," he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. He then added, with a chilling resolve, "I'll never let you go." Aiden stood defiantly before two figures, a man with silver hair and a woman with dark hair and horns, both exuding an aura of power. Their expressions were a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The silver-haired man, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, questioned, "Is this the person Mia talked about?" His companion, the horned woman, responded, "Yeah, it'll be a good idea for everyone to take out their attributed weapons." A flashback sequence began, showing a woman with vibrant blue hair, her back to the viewer, standing in a radiant light. A voiceover stated, "At one point, she was at a place high enough to have powered souls." The silver-haired man and the horned woman reacted with shock. "The first operator," the man exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. The flashback continued, showing the blue-haired woman in a powerful pose, surrounded by energy. The voiceover concluded, "Was because of that." The horned woman reacted with surprise, her hand reaching out as if sensing something. A question mark floated above her head, indicating her confusion. She gasped, "What?" The horned woman's hand trembled. "I'm shaking," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She then explained, "I was just going to take Mia." The blue-haired woman, looking downcast, concluded, "But it turned out like this in the end." Aiden, cloaked in shadow and wielding newfound power, stood resolute. His face was obscured, but a fierce determination burned in his eyes. He silently resolved to test the limits of his newly acquired administrator privileges. He wanted to see just how much his power affected Alice, the only family he had left. The earth trembled beneath his feet as he prepared to unleash his abilities. A surge of energy erupted from him, a wave of raw power that shattered the ground around Alice. She stood defiantly, her bright blue hair a stark contrast to the destructive force unleashed. Aiden lunged forward, his movement a blur of motion as he aimed a blow at Alice. The attack was swift and brutal, a torrent of energy aimed directly at her. Alice barely managed to brace herself against the impact, the force of the blow sending tremors through her body. Aiden's attack continued relentlessly, each blow more powerful than the last, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground cracked and crumbled under the sheer force of their clash, a testament to the raw power Aiden now commanded. Aiden, battered but unbowed, stood amidst the devastation. He had tested his power, and the results were terrifyingly clear. It was a good thing Prokian was not present to witness the extent of the damage caused by Aiden's power. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and intense. A palpable tension filled the air. She lunged forward, a burst of energy propelling her towards a towering, armored figure. A blinding flash of light erupted as she unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling across the ground, shattering the earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The armored figure staggered, a muffled groan escaping from behind its helmet. Alice stood poised, her expression unreadable. The armored warrior attempted to strike back, but his hand passed right through Alice, as if she were a ghost. He muttered in disbelief. Alice, sensing his inability to touch her, smirked slightly. A surge of energy crackled around her hand. With a determined expression, she channeled her power, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the warrior with immense force. The impact sent him flying backward, leaving him stunned and questioning the nature of her power. Aiden, the protagonist, is shown in a powerful pose, surrounded by crackling blue energy. He muses to himself, questioning the immense power of a seemingly intermediate-level skill like lightning. Alice, Aiden's sister, is introduced. She stands amidst a storm of blue energy, her teal hair flowing around her. Her expression is serious and determined. Alice's power surges, a shadowy, horned figure is shown behind her, seemingly under her control. Aiden, moving at high speed, approaches Alice and the shadowy figure. Aiden draws his weapon, a glowing blue blade, preparing for battle. The motion is depicted with speed lines. The energy slashes cut through the air, aimed at the shadowy figure. The attack connects, and the shadowy figure is visibly impacted. Alice retorts, stating that Aiden is underestimating her. Aiden confidently counters Alice's claim, asserting that she is in no position to dictate his actions. Alice, with a determined expression, stares back at Aiden, the tension between them palpable. Aiden, his face obscured, gripped his glowing blue blade. He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on an unseen opponent, "Whenever I look at you." A surge of power coursed through him. His anger, long suppressed, threatened to consume him. "I can't hold back my anger." The raw energy erupted from him in a blinding flash of blue light, shattering the earth around him. Aiden clashed with his opponent, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. He glared at her, his eyes burning with fury. Antivirus, the one who protects the most important thing. He continued, his voice laced with bitter resentment, that was your role. The turquoise-haired woman, seemingly unfazed, responded to Aiden's outburst. If you just performed your role right. Aiden's blade shattered, the blue energy dissipating. Sir Aster wouldn't have had to change. Aiden channeled his remaining energy, his form shifting as he prepared for a final, desperate attack. He unleashed a devastating blow, a wave of blue energy engulfing his opponent. The impact sent tremors through the land. A wave of energy, a brilliant, cerulean blue, pulsed outwards, radiating from an unseen source. The force of it throwing back a cloaked figure, dark against the light. While another, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, stood defiant, a similar energy crackling around her. The power building to a blinding crescendo. The turquoise-haired woman gasped, her eyes wide with surprise as the energy subsided. Revealing a young man with electric blue hair, a cybernetic scar across his eye, and a glowing sword. Administrator. He looked at her, his expression unreadable. The young man's gaze was intense. It's been a while, Arya. A swirling vortex of dark energy, rimmed with a vibrant blue glow, materialized in a tranquil forest clearing. Alice, a young woman with striking pink hair and fox-like features, stumbled out of the portal, her expression one of pained exertion. Gasping for breath as the energy of the portal pulsed around her. She collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion, but her eyes burned with fierce determination. She had to keep moving. Alice clutched a crimson gem embedded in a dark metal pendant, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold sweat beating on her brow. She knew she had to reach Aiden, to tell him the truth. A desperate need to convey this crucial information fueled her onward. One of them, a man with purple hair, voiced his suspicion. Hey, could that be? A flag with the Hydra Guild's insignia is shown, a symbol of a three-headed serpent. The text reads, it's the Hydra Guild. A group of figures is seen approaching a village from a distance. One of them expresses a desire to avoid involvement with the Hydra Guild, stating, let's just go. I don't want to get involved with them. A man with reddish-orange hair observes the village from afar, commenting on its small size, what a small village. The man reflects on the number of troops he brought for the takeover, muttering, to think I had to bring this many people. The man and his subordinate continue their discussion. He remarks on the ease of the takeover, stating, to take over this kind of place. The recon team reported no movements from the other forces. Ha ha. How fortunate, we can occupy it without worries then. The Hydra Guild members celebrate their successful occupation of the village, shouting, enjoy yourselves. This is our property now. The subordinate addresses the man, calling him master. The man responds with a questioning what? A figure appears at the village gate, engulfed in flames, signaling an unexpected arrival. The man with reddish-orange hair and his subordinate observe the newcomer, with the man commenting, ha. There's always people like these who can't take a hint. The newcomer, seemingly unfazed, orders them to leave, stating, stop loitering around and get lost. Aiden, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, stood atop a precipice. Before him, a volley of obsidian pyramids hurtled towards an unseen target. Each pyramid trailing a fiery red wake as they streaked across the sky. Exploding in a shower of brilliant light upon impact, engulfing their target in a blinding flash. Leaving behind only a cloud of dust and debris. A man in dark armor, caught in the blast, cried out in pain. His face a mask of shock and disbelief as he stammered, what the? Meanwhile, a woman with fiery orange hair, watching from a distance, exclaimed, this crazy. Another figure, a man with angry red hair, lunged forward, roaring, die. He unleashed a swift, powerful attack. But before the blow could land, a young man with silver hair appeared, deflecting the attack with a shimmering red shield. The force of the impact sending the red-haired man reeling back. His face contorted in agony as he crashed to the ground. The silver-haired youth then grabbed the red-haired man by the throat, muttering, Kohak. The Vice-Guild master, Theo, stared in disbelief at the monstrous figure before him, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of this terrifying creature. A mysterious figure with silver hair observed Theo, a cold glint in his eyes. He wondered if Theo was a rancor, a powerful individual capable of significant destruction. From his vantage point, the silver-haired man had already assessed Theo as a threat to the area. The silver-haired man, his hand glowing with dark energy, declared that he guarded this place in the name of Lord Aiden. He declared Theo and his companions targets for elimination. A wave of dark energy erupted from the silver-haired man, striking Theo with immense force. Theo, barely able to react, was sent reeling back by the attack. As dust settled, revealing a group of people in the distance. Another man, with fiery red hair, spoke, stating that they would simply be revived regardless of what happened to them. He decided to at least hear their reasons for being there. Suddenly, Theo was struck again, this time by the red-haired man, who identified himself as the owner of the area. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, let out a frustrated exclamation. His face contorted in a grimace of anger and disbelief. His eyes narrowed as he realized the grim truth, someone had already taken over his village. A wave of grim determination washed over him as he muttered to himself that things had become complicated. Aiden glared at a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, a powerful being who had clearly taken control. He considered using force, but decided against it for now. Instead, he opted for a more diplomatic approach, choosing to try and persuade the mysterious figure. Aiden approached cautiously, stating that there must be a misunderstanding. The shadowy figure explained that they hadn't come to fight, they merely sought to establish a base in the newly discovered village. The figure clarified that the men with him were simply personnel deployed to the new base. Aiden, seeing the potential benefits, stated that this arrangement would also be advantageous for the villagers. The presence of a large guild would boost the local economy, attracting more people to the village. He presented it as a mutually beneficial agreement, prompting Aiden to consider the offer. The shadowy figure confidently predicted that Aiden, in his naivete, would accept the proposal. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, sat with a self-assured smirk. His gaze held a glint of determination as he confidently declared that once they seized control of the guild hall, the village would be theirs. His expression remained unchanged, a subtle hint of a smile playing on his lips. A calculated calmness masking the intensity of his ambition. Another individual, seemingly a villager, approached, expressing curiosity about Aiden's intentions. He questioned Aiden's plan to profit from the village's resources. The villager's face contorted in disbelief and anger as he vehemently rejected the proposal, questioning the sanity of anyone who would agree to such a thing. He accused Aiden of thinking himself special, merely for playing king in a small village, and scoffed at the notion of Aiden considering himself an administrator or operator. Aiden's response was met with a look of stunned silence from the villager and his companion, a young woman with dark hair. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers appeared, their numbers overwhelming. The villager exclaimed that not even a high-ranking warrior could handle such a force. Aiden's allies, their faces grim, issued a command to leave nothing behind. Aiden, his face partially obscured, stood amidst a fiery, radiant explosion. He listened intently as a voice, unseen but clearly heard, reassured him, "We will protect you after that." The words hung in the air, a promise of safety in the face of overwhelming power. Then, a single word, sharp and commanding, cut through the chaos, "Command." Aiden, eyes wide with a dawning understanding, raised his hand, a surge of energy emanating from his palm. He was ready to act. The scene shifted. Aiden, now observing a scene from afar, questioned aloud, "One of the 5 great guilds?" His gaze fell upon a detail, a subtle clue. Did their insignia look like several snake heads? A sudden realization struck him. He confirmed, "How did you know?" "Yes, it's the Hydra Guild's insignia." Aiden's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He was considering his options. A pause, then a sudden shift in his demeanor. "Wait a minute." He looked at the image of the Hydra Guild members again, a new plan forming in his mind. The Hydra Guild must have a lot of enemies, so I have a good idea. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair and piercing golden eyes, is shown. A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at a hidden resolve. Suddenly, a wave of red energy engulfs several figures, their forms momentarily obscured before resolving into silhouettes. Aiden watches from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. The energy dissipates, revealing a group of people, seemingly unharmed, though visibly shaken. The intensity of the event is palpable. Among them, a man with bright orange hair stares, a question mark forming in a speech bubble above his head, reflecting his confusion and surprise. Aiden himself is shown, his voice filled with disbelief as he mutters, What is this?" Approached by 2 concerned individuals, Aiden is asked if he is alright. He replies that he is okay, now accustomed to the situation. Aiden lets out a chuckle, reflecting on the hardships endured to reach this point, his expression hinting at a sense of satisfaction and anticipation. A guttural sound, a monstrous quack, echoed through the air, causing Aiden, a young man with fiery orange hair, to visibly flinch. His expression was one of clear distress, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Before him, a large group of figures were being relocated to what appeared to be a revival zone. A commanding voice boomed, "It's time to show me your worth, players." The players, a diverse group of individuals clad in various armors and wielding an array of weapons, stood ready. Among them, a blonde-haired man and a woman with vibrant green hair stood out. A pink-haired woman, seemingly a player, was shown in close-up, her face partially obscured by her hair. A powerful impact was implied by the motion lines surrounding her. 2 figures clashed swords, a flurry of blue energy sparking between their blades. One, with teal hair, grinned confidently, the other, with blonde hair partially obscured by a hood, was on the defensive. The blonde figure was struck, their body dissolving into digital fragments as a message appeared, "You will be relocated to the revival zone due to suffering serious damage." A group of adventurers materialized nearby, seemingly unaffected by the digital disintegration. A knight in shining armor stood at the center, flanked by a sorceress and a warrior. A voice praised Aiden, the knight, for his ability to recruit the players voluntarily. Aiden, slightly relieved, confirmed that this method reduced their burden. Suddenly, another attack erupted. Aiden braced himself. A new enemy appeared, wielding a large sword, and he scornfully referred to the adventurers as insects. Members of the Hydra Guild, undeterred, declared their elite status, ready for battle. The Hydra Guild members confidently asserted that they would not be defeated so easily. A fierce battle raged. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair partially concealed by a hood, wielded a glowing blue blade, clashing against a group of opponents. He roared at them, his attack a blur of motion. His eyes blazing with intensity as he fought members of one of the great guilds. The sheer force of his strikes sent shockwaves through the air. Observing the prolonged fight, a man with silver hair and pointed ears spoke to Aiden. "They'll be fighting all day at this rate. I'll have to step in." He offered to take over the battle, addressing Aiden as Lord Aiden. Aiden, however, declined the offer. He gestured towards a swirling vortex of dark energy emanating from his arm. A newly created weapon. "I want to test out the weapon I made." Aiden stood before his troops, his expression resolute. He declared that the players would handle the remaining enemies once the commander was defeated. With a powerful surge of energy, Aiden unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating his target with terrifying efficiency. The impact left an opponent wide-eyed and speechless, a single question mark expressing his shock and disbelief. A fierce battle raged. The Vice Guild Master, a fiery-haired man in a crimson coat, roared at his men, urging them to defend properly against the onslaught. Arrows rained down, and the sound of battle filled the air. The Vice Guild Master, caught off guard, sputtered in disbelief. He had prepared for long-range attacks, but this was something else entirely. He realized with dawning horror that his defenses were useless against the arrow of execution, a weapon that ignored all protection. The arrow, a blur of motion, hurtled towards him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attackers were silhouetted against the bright sky, their forms indistinct in the chaos. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the din. A young man with silver hair and a dark robe appeared, advising the archer to aim slightly to the left. The Vice Guild Master, enraged, cursed at the perceived incompetence of his attackers. His face contorted in a mask of fury. Another archer stood his ground, a lone figure amidst the chaos. His comrades warned that he would continue shooting if left alone. They decided to eliminate him immediately, charging forward with weapons drawn. The silver-haired man unleashed a rapid-fire volley of arrows, his skill evident in the precision and speed of his attack. A fierce battle raged. Aiden, clad in dark attire, engaged his enemy with a swift, deadly attack. The impact echoing with a resounding kiak as his opponent was sent sprawling. Aiden found himself surrounded, the sounds of battle closing in. From a distance, a young man with vibrant red hair, his face obscured, aimed his bow with deadly precision. He loosed an arrow. A blur of motion streaking across the battlefield, striking its target with brutal force. The commander fell, a cry of alarm rising from the ranks. Panic spread among the soldiers. The commander is down, someone shouted, urging their comrades to keep pressing the attack. The remaining soldiers fought desperately, but they were overwhelmed. A relentless assault pushing them back. One soldier, his face partially visible, braced himself against the onslaught. He cursed, realizing their dire situation. Outnumbered and outmatched, he gave the order to retreat. The battle was lost. Lord Aiden stood amidst the chaos of battle, his gaze fixed on the retreating enemy forces. A subordinate reported that the enemy was falling back, to which Aiden responded with a grim satisfaction, hoping they would never return. His companion, Alice, voiced her concern, pondering the implications of harming the villagers and the challenges they faced. Alice continued, explaining the enemy's strength and the villagers' plight. The panel shows a victorious army, celebrating their hard-fought win. Aiden, however, noticed something amiss. He spotted a few figures emerging from the dust, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He recognized them as stragglers from the defeated army, but dismissed their presence as inconsequential, claiming that their continued attacks were only increasing his buff time. Suddenly, one of the stragglers launched a surprise attack. The attacker's face was hidden by a hood, but a sinister smile was visible beneath it. Aiden reacted with surprise to the unexpected attack. The hooded figure grabbed Aiden, and a pained cry escaped his lips. Aiden, the newly minted administrator, found himself facing a group of hostile figures. Their leader, cloaked and imposing, bellowed a command to kill him, while the others, two young men in simple armor, charged forward. Aiden's pursuers were clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of their enemies. One of them voiced his alarm at the seemingly endless wave of attackers. Aiden reacted instantly, unleashing a devastating blow. The force of his attack sent a shockwave through the ground, shattering the earth and throwing debris high into the air. The impact left a gaping crater in the earth. A stunned silence followed, broken only by a guttural cry of pain from one of the attackers. But the assault continued. Another powerful blast rocked the battlefield, sending another wave of earth and rock flying. One of the surviving attackers, a man in heavy armor, stared in disbelief at the scene, wondering aloud if Aiden was a high-level player. The force of the attack sent the armored man sprawling, leaving him vulnerable. Aiden moved swiftly, striking a decisive blow that left a deep wound on the man's arm. Another of Aiden's pursuers, a young man with light blue hair, watched in shock, questioning when Aiden had acquired such power. Aiden finished the fight with another earth-shattering attack, leaving his opponents in ruins. A hooded figure, radiating an ominous purple energy, hurtled towards Aiden and his companions. Its form was indistinct, a blur of motion. The impact of its arrival sending a shockwave through the earth, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Aiden's red-haired comrade, momentarily stunned, watched in disbelief as the creature unleashed a barrage of purple energy blasts. He barely registered the speed of the attack, his only thought being that it was far too fast to react to. His eyes wide with terror, the red-haired man shouted, "Shit, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this before. Run away." Aiden, however, remained calm amidst the chaos. He observed the fleeing villagers, a grim determination settling on his face as he watched them disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, another man, his face partially obscured, felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. A realization dawning on him as he muttered, "The power I desired. You're feeling good too, right?" A newly empowered figure emerged from the dust, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. He declared, "With this power, we can stand up to the rankers." Two figures, cloaked in an ominous purple aura, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. One, larger and imposing, wore heavy, dark brown armor. The other, smaller and more slender, sported a similar but less ornate outfit, their crimson eyes burning with intensity. From a distance, a pair of boots, clad in sturdy leather armor, observed the scene. A voice, cold and calculating, echoed in the air, "They must find Aiden." A young man with vibrant red hair, dressed in a dark blue jacket and yellow undershirt, appeared on screen. A warning flashed, a new dangerous element had been detected, triggering emergency maintenance. A digital prompt appeared, asking if the young man, Theo, would initiate emergency maintenance. He responded with a resolute yes. His suspicion confirmed, Theo knew those figures were connected to the virus. The two figures from the earlier panel reappeared, their menacing presence growing more intense. A voice, filled with grim determination, stated that at this rate, they would harm the village. Theo, his face set with resolve, vowed to stop them before they could cause any harm. A swirling vortex of crimson energy erupted, its core a void of absolute darkness. The chaotic energy radiating outwards, engulfing the landscape in a bloody hue. A towering, futuristic structure stood defiant amidst the devastation. Two figures, one masked and armored, the other with a worried expression, observed the scene. "What? This is maintenance. Is the administrator here? He's not here for us, is he?" Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, Siri, addressed a red-haired man, "Aiden. Do not worry, Lord Aiden." Siri showed Aiden a holographic image. "I've moved everyone, including the players, to a safe location, as you instructed." Aiden's golden eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his expression. Aiden declared, "Let's take care of them." With a burst of red energy, Aiden launched a devastating attack, sending the masked figure flying backward in shock. A violent explosion rocked the landscape, sending earth and debris flying into the air. The force of the blast creating a massive crater in the ground, leaving a man, Aiden, shocked and disoriented. Aiden's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "What the hell?" Another figure, observing from a distance, reacted with surprise. He exclaimed, "Wait, this guy." Aiden, seemingly empowered by some unknown force, unleashed a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The attackers, having witnessed Aiden's unexpected power, approached cautiously. One of them stated, "Found you, you matched the description we were given." Adding ominously, "Kukuk, to think you would come to us." A third attacker emerged, his face obscured by shadow, and declared, "You're coming with us." The attacker lunged at Aiden, a purple aura surrounding him. Aiden, his face obscured by a dark, metallic mask, stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. His eyes, glowing an intense violet, burned with a fierce determination. From him, a wave of destructive power erupted, a crimson shockwave that tore through the landscape, leaving behind a trail of devastation. He collapsed, exhausted but resolute, amidst the wreckage. A voice boomed, echoing through the ravaged area, those who dare harm Lord Aiden would be swiftly dealt with. A young man with striking silver hair and piercing eyes appeared, his expression cold and unwavering. He declared that any who threatened Aiden were marked for death. He approached Aiden, stating his intention to personally handle the situation. Aiden, though weakened, simply replied, "All right." Suddenly, another figure emerged, a young man with vibrant red hair. He questioned the silver-haired man's focus, seemingly unaware of the situation. A powerful blow that sent the red-haired youth reeling. The force of the impact created a massive crater in the earth. A sinister grin stretched across the face of a man with short, dark hair. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he declared, "Got him." Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, reacted with a grimace, his expression one of intense concentration as dust swirled around him. His hand outstretched, seemingly struggling against an unseen force. The man from the previous panel, his face partially obscured, watched from behind. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Aiden's eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, were fixed on his opponent. He muttered to himself, "How?" He braced himself, his hand clenching into a fist as he prepared for the next attack. A violent clash of power erupted between the two. A sound of impact echoed, "Quack." The man, now clearly visible, roared in pain and frustration, "Let go. Let me go, you fucker." Aiden retaliated with a swift blow, sending the man reeling back, leaving him stunned and disoriented. The man's eyes widened in fear as he realized the true nature of his opponent. He stated, "You're connected with something dangerous." Aiden, his strength amplified tenfold, unleashed a powerful punch. He felt the surge of newfound power coursing through his veins. The force of the blow sending his opponent reeling backward. A red energy beam erupting from his fist, obliterating the foe in a flash of light. The enemy, defeated, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Aiden, relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. He felt significantly less burdened now that he had increased his stats. From the shadows, voices hailed him as Lord Aiden. His thoughts turned to Theo. He wondered how his subordinate was faring. Aiden's concern was quickly assuaged as he saw Theo effortlessly subdue their target. Theo, having swiftly apprehended the enemy, reported his success to Aiden. Aiden praised Theo's efficiency, noting the enemy's speed but acknowledging Theo's quick capture. The scene ends with a final burst of energy as Theo's attack concludes. Aiden, the protagonist, observed the scene unfolding before him. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, followed the movements of his opponent. He noted, internally, that the opponent's movements were surprisingly slow and predictable. The battle concluded with Aiden's victory. Two figures lay defeated on the ground, their forms still and lifeless. Aiden turned his gaze to them, a question forming in his mind: how would he deal with the aftermath? He considered the implications of his actions, the weight of his newfound power. The act of deletion, of erasing lives, weighed heavily on his conscience. Aiden contemplated the moral implications of his actions. He realized that simply deleting the defeated figures would make him no different from the previous administrator, the one who had caused so much pain. He resolved to handle the situation differently, in a way that aligned with his own sense of justice. A determined expression settled on his face. A surge of energy emanated from Aiden, a visible aura of power surrounding him as he declared his intention to deal with the situation in his own way. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appeared, their form shrouded in an ethereal glow. They observed Aiden from afar, their thoughts focused on the source of his power. The mysterious figure reflected on the events, certain that the defeated individuals had abused their privileges. They resolved to sever their connections to the system. With a surge of power, the figure unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. The attack was aimed at severing the connections of those who had abused their power as players. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood defiantly before a group of cloaked figures. A surge of purple energy emanated from him, illuminating the scene with an otherworldly glow. The energy subsided, leaving two figures collapsed on the ground. A voice, seemingly belonging to one of Aiden's companions, observed, "You got rid of their powers as players. Now, they're no different from ordinary people." The narration box declared, "Your rights as a player have been deprived." The image showed the aftermath of Aiden's actions, highlighting the deactivation of the player's abilities. Aiden, his expression grim, spoke to his companions, "They must be related to the virus. We'll imprison them until they wake up. Then interrogate them to find out who's pulling their strings." A voice, seemingly belonging to a woman, countered, "That's not necessary." She continued, "Since I'm already here." Aiden, his eyes widening slightly, looked surprised. She stated firmly, "You're coming with me." Dark, purple tendrils erupted from the ground near Aiden's feet. Aiden's eyes widened in alarm as he was enveloped by the purple energy. One of his companions shouted, "Lord Aiden," as the scene ended. Aiden, the newly minted administrator, found himself in a perilous situation. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, urged him to move, shouting, "Get out of the way." Another voice, filled with awe, cried out, "Lord Aiden." A surge of dark purple energy erupted from Aiden, pushing back the two figures. The energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex of dark power. Aiden, silhouetted against the purple maelstrom, seemed to be drawn into its depths. A narration box appeared, explaining, "This is the anti-debugging zone." Another figure, seemingly a system administrator, appeared, explaining, "Like the maintenance you use, we have a space like this as well." Aiden, his face contorted in frustration, clenched his fist, muttering, "In here, at your level." The administrator continued, explaining that within this zone, Aiden's firewall would weaken, and his commands would not function properly. He added, "They couldn't even do one task after I gave them power. I guess incomplete cheat players have their limits. Useless bastards." Aiden, cloaked in shadow, observed the unfolding events from a hidden vantage point. He muttered to himself, "I was observing them, just in case." A surge of power emanating from his very being. He felt a surge of satisfaction, looks like it was the correct decision. His expression shifted, a flicker of doubt giving way to unwavering resolve. He thought, "I was skeptical at first, but now I'm sure." Aiden's eyes glowed with newfound power, his confidence growing. He mused, you wouldn't know this, but if I had your power, your authority, I could even surpass Trojan. A dark, clawed hand reached out from the shadows, a menacing presence. Aiden, however, remained defiant. He declared, but first, I'll destroy this annoying firewall. With a burst of speed, Aiden launched a powerful attack, a wave of energy slicing through the air. The energy coursing through his body, his eyes blazing with intensity. And shattering the firewall with a resounding quack. A new weapon materialized before him, a magnificent blade of light. He gasped, what's this? The shadowy figure, weakened and defeated, collapsed into nothingness. A pained groan escaped his lips as he muttered, Cook. Shit. Why are you? Aiden, the newly minted administrator, found himself in a state of disbelief. His eyes widened, his jaw slackened, as he stared at the figure before him. Who's always beside the administrator, in this place, he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of shock and dawning horror. A powerful, ethereal figure materialized before him, radiating an intense blue energy. Procyon, Aiden breathed, the name a mixture of recognition and dread. The figure, Procyon, descended, her blonde hair flowing around her as she landed gracefully. Her eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, fixed on Aiden. She was beautiful, yet terrifying. A surge of dark, purplish energy erupted from the center of the scene, swirling violently. The words Lord Aiden appeared in his speech bubble, indicating the source of the disturbance. Three figures watched from a distance, their faces etched with worry. One, a woman with dark hair, cautioned, what should we do, Theo? Lord Aiden is. The other, a man with silver hair, seemed to agree, adding, you must not approach it carelessly. The woman continued, her voice laced with apprehension, you could become infected, as the panel showed three figures engulfed in the ominous purple energy. Theo, the silver-haired man, turned sharply, his expression hardening. He seemed to be responding to something unseen. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Theo, a bright blue light that pushed back against the encroaching purple darkness. The dark-haired woman gasped, kayak. The blue energy intensified, forming a powerful beam that sliced through the air. The beam struck the source of the purple energy, causing a massive explosion and creating a large, swirling vortex of dark energy. The three figures watched in stunned silence as the vortex consumed the area. One of them, a blonde woman, spoke, this place should be under maintenance, so how can you? A powerful woman, clad in a flowing blue and gold robe, stood defiantly. Her blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face both beautiful and fierce. A staff, ornately carved and tipped with a golden orb, rested in her hand. Her eyes, a striking golden yellow, narrowed as she gazed intently at something unseen. Below, a faint, ethereal image flickered into existence, a young woman shrouded in a soft, blue light. The woman's gaze held a mixture of sorrow and determination. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair watched, a question mark hovering above her head as she witnessed the woman in blue vanish into a swirling vortex of energy. A companion asked if she knew the woman, but she denied any acquaintance. However, she acknowledged the undeniable power emanating from the vortex. The vortex dissipated, leaving only the name Lord Sirius in its wake. A man then approached the young woman, asking if she had any family. The question startled her, she pondered the meaning of family as a colossal dragon's head filled the panel. She affirmed that if other dragons existed besides Lord Sirius, they would be her family. The dragon, revealing himself to be Lord Sirius, explained that only 3 dragons existed in this world. Aiden, the protagonist, reflected on his situation. He mused that while he had become weak, his parents were likely fulfilling their roles faithfully, a stark contrast to his own current state. Unlike him. He lamented that he would have liked to introduce his new acquaintance to his parents, but it was a shame that this was impossible. The panel shifts to show Alice, Aiden's young sister, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Her wide eyes reflect a sense of unease as she takes in her surroundings. Alice's apprehension intensifies. She whispers to herself, realizing something shocking. A swirling vortex of blue energy appears before her, and from it emerges a figure cloaked and wielding a spear. Alice's disbelief is palpable. Aiden's clenched fist, radiating dark purple energy, suggests a surge of power. Aiden, his red hair a fiery contrast to the dark purple energy surrounding him, is shown in a moment of intense action. He reflects on his survival, attributing it to a distraction, and resolves to find a way to escape. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared in disbelief as a figure materialized from a swirling vortex of blue energy. He wondered who this person was, appearing so suddenly. The newly emerged woman, with long blonde hair cascading from beneath a dark hood, regarded Aiden with a disdainful smirk. How impertinent of you, she hissed, her voice laced with contempt. While the woman continued to berate Aiden, she explained that as an administrator, his actions were disruptive to the system's processes. You're openly doing such things instead of hiding yourself, she accused, her tone sharp and accusatory. She leveled a serious accusation at him, stating that his actions were tantamount to a request for self-deletion. You're practically saying that you want to be deleted, she declared, her hand glowing with an ominous energy. Aiden reacted instantly, drawing a glowing blue sword. He lunged forward. The blade a blur as he aimed a powerful strike at the woman. But she effortlessly parried his attack. If that is your desire, then I shall delete you, she stated coldly. Aiden, undeterred, retorted, delete me? Try it if you can, the masked figure challenged, unleashing a surge of dark purple energy. The resulting clash of powers was devastating, a maelstrom of purple and black energy engulfing the scene. A woman with long blonde hair, clad in white and blue robes, stood poised, a glowing blue spear held aloft. Her expression was one of grim determination, her eyes narrowed in focus. She hurled the spear, a trail of shimmering blue energy following its trajectory. The spear striking its target with a violent burst of purple and blue energy. A figure with purple hair and dark robes was shown from behind, seemingly impacted by the attack. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A man, his silhouette visible against the vibrant purple and blue energy, coughed, muttering about a surprise attack. He looked up, his face obscured by shadow, to see his attacker. The attacker revealed that stealth was his specialty. The blonde woman reappeared, seemingly unaffected by the attack, and declared that he wouldn't be able to find her. She ominously stated that she would watch him slowly die from the infection. A beam of purple energy shot towards the man, as the woman commanded him to die. A dark figure, cloaked and wielding a spear, descended from above, a swirling vortex of purple energy erupting around them. the energy wave impacting a blonde woman with striking golden eyes, who stood with her back to the viewer. Her gaze hardening as the purple energy washed over her. The blonde woman's eyes glowed intensely as she countered the attack, releasing a blinding flash of blue energy that shattered the purple vortex, leaving behind only a brilliant, expanding light. The blonde woman, Alice, questioned, how? The masked man, his surprise evident, wondered how Alice had discovered his attack. Alice, radiating power, stood defiant. Alice's eyes blazed as she stated, did you think such a crude skill could deceive my eyes? A title card appeared, proclaiming Aiden's new exclusive skill, Dragon Eyes, capable of identifying a target's true nature. Aiden, wielding his newfound power, unleashed a blinding flash of energy, the intense light momentarily obscuring the scene before revealing a powerful foe, now visibly injured and shouting in pain. The enemy, his armor shattered, coughed up blood as he fell from the sky. His face, now visible, revealed a mask-like helmet with glowing purple eyes. Meanwhile, Alice, wielding a radiant spear, prepared for her next attack. She unleashed a powerful beam of light that struck the ground with devastating force. The impact created a massive crater, sending debris flying through the air, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. She stood tall and proud, her magical staff held firmly in her hand, ready for whatever might come next. A powerful warrior, clad in dark armor, lay defeated on the ground, his body dissolving into purple energy. A woman, her legs visible beneath a flowing white and blue robe, stood over him, her blue-handled spear resting casually at her side. She looked down at him with a cold, calculating gaze. Do you have any last words? She asked, her golden eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. The defeated warrior, his face now obscured by shadows, let out a sinister chuckle. Cuckoo cuck. Just ended already. The woman responded with a chillingly calm tone. After all, your ends are also not far away. She added, a cruel smile playing on her lips, enjoy, looking down on us. With a swift movement, the woman's spear pierced the warrior, who began to disintegrate into nothingness. While it lasts. The warrior's final moments were met with a surge of purple energy that dissipated into the air, leaving only the woman standing. A man with reddish-brown hair watched from afar, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed the scene unfold. The woman's actions left him speechless. Amazing. She deleted the virus in an instant. Moreover, her atmosphere is similar to Sirius. He pondered, a question forming in his mind, is she related to him somehow? The man's thoughts lingered on the mysterious woman. Just who is this woman? A surge of energy, a vibrant purple and blue, crackled around Aiden. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the power coursing through him. A spear of pure energy materialized in his hand, its tip glowing with an ethereal light. A look of utter disbelief washed over his face. As words NPC Aiden, who has been given administrative authority, appeared in a thought bubble above him. He was an administrator, a system administrator, with newfound power. A woman with striking golden eyes and long blonde hair appeared before him. Her gaze was intense, unwavering. Please follow me, she commanded, her voice calm yet firm. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupted from the ground, expanding rapidly, consuming everything in its path, before unleashing a powerful beam of light that shattered a nearby rock formation. The beam of light struck the ground with immense force, leaving behind a shadowy figure, seemingly defeated. Aiden, witnessing the aftermath, questioned the events unfolding before him. He wondered what had just happened. He then pondered the incredible power he had just witnessed, marveling at its scale. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure with long purple hair observed the scene from afar, a knowing smirk playing on their lips. They had anticipated this outcome. The figure, confident in their prediction, declared that they had warned Aiden about this eventuality. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and purple energy, addressed Aiden. Their voice, though unseen, carried a chilling warning, to not get ahead of himself, or else watching him be deleted would be quite fun. The figure's face, finally revealed, was a study in cruel amusement. A sinister smile played on their lips as they posed a question, what do you think? The scene shifted. The shadowy figure, now more clearly visible, stood amidst a desolate, purple-tinged landscape. Aiden watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. Aiden's gaze was intense, focused on the figure as they spoke. He found their sudden appearance quite peculiar. The figure, now identified as Beetlejuice, introduced himself. Beetlejuice questioned Aiden's skill, wondering if he was capable of helping. Aiden, however, dismissed the question as a joke, stating that he wouldn't let the other man die. Aiden explained that the man had played a crucial role in a spy operation, making him too valuable to simply discard. A wave of dark energy erupted from Aiden, showcasing his power. A wave of purple energy erupted from a central point, obliterating everything in its path, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of dark purple particles, from which a shadowy figure emerged, clutching their chest in pain. A cold sweat beaded on their brow as they gasped, Quark. A man with long, white hair appeared before the shadowy figure. He scoffed, stupid idiot, you're lucky I'm here. He continued, you owe me. The shadowy figure, their face still obscured, muttered, fuck, to be indebted to a bastard like him. From a distance, two other figures watched. One of them warned, be careful and don't forget we have something big planned. We don't know what will happen if someone's power, who is on our side, decreases. As the shadowy figure, seemingly regaining some strength, whispered, please wait for me, moderator. The white-haired man looked on, his golden eyes gleaming. He vowed, I will definitely give you freedom soon. The scene opens with a sweeping vista of a fantastical landscape. A colossal, futuristic tower pierces the twilight sky, its metallic form stark against the backdrop of a star-dusted heavens. Below, in a verdant valley, two figures stand silhouetted against the ethereal glow, their forms barely discernible in the soft light. One of them, a man with striking silver hair and sharp features, appears to be in distress, his expression etched with worry. He mutters something about an inspection. The other figure, a young woman with dark hair, calls out to a third individual, addressing him as Sir Aiden. The panel shifts, revealing a burst of vibrant energy. This energy seems to shatter, creating a wave of purple light that engulfs three cloaked figures standing in the distance. The perspective shifts again, showing Sir Aiden facing off against three shadowy opponents. A powerful energy radiates from him, matching the intensity of his adversaries. The silver-haired man and the young woman watch in stunned silence, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and disbelief. The young woman cries out again, calling for Sir Aiden. A new character, a blonde woman wielding a spear, appears, joining the fray. She explains to a red-haired man that Aiden is someone of higher rank than Aster. The red-haired man, observing Aiden's resilience, expresses his astonishment at his survival after being deleted, considering him a potential new threat. The blonde woman, her eyes glowing ominously, vows to personally deal with Aiden, should he prove to be a threat. Aiden, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. Before him, Alice watched with wide eyes, the chaotic energy seeming to emanate from him. Alice's gaze was fixed on Aiden, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. What, this? Aiden, his form obscured by the intense red light, spoke, his voice barely audible above the storm of energy. He noted the similarity to a past event, but questioned if this was merely coincidence. It's a little different, but it has the same sensation as Aster. Is this bug really just a mere coincidence? Suddenly, a figure with vibrant red hair appeared, wielding a weapon, confronting a shadowy entity with glowing eyes. The red-haired figure unleashed a powerful attack, the impact echoing in a silent roar. His eyes widened in recognition. This skill is the same as that time with Sirius. No, is this girl a dragon? Alice, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the fiery background, spoke resolutely. There was no time with Sirius, but it's different now. I won't let you look through me the way you want to. Aiden's form was once again engulfed in a surge of red energy. A brilliant, golden light erupted from within him, transforming him into a radiant, ethereal being. The transformation was complete. A blonde woman, possibly a mage, recoiled in pain, a red energy blast erupting from her staff. A pained groan escaped her lips. The words "access denied" flashed across the screen, indicating a failure of her magic, leaving the woman surprised and confused as her power was abruptly repelled. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, watched the scene unfold, his expression one of disbelief. He muttered to himself that this was an unprecedented event, a situation he had never encountered before. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, her eyes glowing ominously, made a grim assessment. A warning to Aiden to stay behind him. The silver-haired man, addressing Aiden as Theo, explained the gravity of the situation, stating that he couldn't guarantee how long he could hold off the blonde woman and urging Aiden to flee to safety. Commenting on Aiden's newly acquired power and the fact that he already had someone under his protection. A man with striking silver hair and pointed ears, adorned in ornate clothing, gazed pensively into the distance. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, hinting at a deep-seated anger barely contained beneath a calm exterior. He mused that even the highest-ranking guards protecting Aster lacked his strength. The man continued his internal assessment, acknowledging the sheer power he possessed. A young man with vibrant red hair approached, his words suggesting a familiarity with the silver-haired man's identity and power. He noted that the way the silver-haired man spoke implied a close relationship with the administrator. A series of panels flashed before the red-haired man's eyes, a younger version of himself, his sister, and a shadowy figure in a dark suit. The images were clearly painful memories, triggering a fresh wave of grief and sorrow. Tears streamed down his face as he relived the trauma of his village's deletion and the loss of his sister. The red-haired man, his face now obscured by shadow, spoke with a newfound intensity. He demanded answers, rejecting any further attempts at evasion. He directly questioned the administrator's motives for seeking him out. The red-haired youth scoffed at her warning, his defiance clear. He revealed his burning hatred for the administrator, fueled by the loss of his sister and his own unjust deletion. His rage was palpable. Readying himself for battle. Drawing his sword, a fiery aura surrounding the blade as he prepared to unleash his full power. Aiden, his eyes blazing with crimson fire, stood defiant. His face was partially obscured by shadow, but his resolute expression spoke volumes. No one can command me to do anything, he declared, his voice echoing with newfound power. He stood before a powerful-looking woman with silvery hair, who simply responded with a curt, Aiden's defiance was met with a flurry of blue, crystalline projectiles launched at him from the woman's side. He braced himself for the impact, dodging the barrage with practiced ease. The projectiles continued to rain down, but he moved with supernatural speed and agility. Meanwhile, a blonde woman with a regal bearing watched the scene unfold. If he has something to say, tell him to come find me, she commanded, her voice carrying an air of authority. The blonde woman, Alice, focused her attention on the unfolding battle. Her expression hardened as she muttered to herself, I guess it has come to this. A surge of energy enveloped her, her eyes glowing with an intense golden light. She prepared to unleash her power, releasing a devastating wave of energy that shattered the ground beneath her feet. The crystalline projectiles were deflected with ease, sending a shockwave that ripped through the battlefield. The two figures in black, who had been attacking Aiden, were caught in the blast and sent flying. Alice and Aiden exchanged a tense glance, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Aiden let out a low chuckle, ha. Alice, seemingly unfazed, responded with a similar chuckle, ha. A fierce battle raged. Two figures clashed, one cloaked in a vibrant blue energy, the other engulfed in a crimson glow. The blue figure launching a powerful attack that sent shockwaves across the landscape. A woman with pink hair and fox-like ears, Mia, watched in alarm, shouting for the fight to stop. As two onlookers, a man with fiery red hair and a blonde woman with striking golden eyes, shared a look of stunned disbelief. Mia, injured and distressed, cried out for help. The blonde woman, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise, responded to Mia's plea. She questioned Mia's presence there, her voice laced with astonishment. The blonde woman noticed Mia's wounds, her concern deepening. She questioned the source of the injuries. Mia, her face etched with pain and exhaustion, remained silent, her expression conveying the severity of her ordeal. Her silence spoke volumes, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The scene opens in a large, circular chamber, bathed in an ethereal blue light. Several figures, cloaked and indistinct, sit around a long table, their faces obscured by shadow. Three individuals stand apart, their features more clearly visible. One woman has vibrant turquoise hair, another man has silver hair, and a third has bright green hair. They appear to be observing the meeting. The turquoise-haired woman now sits upon a throne, her presence commanding attention. The other two remain standing behind her, flanking her position. It has been some time since they last convened like this. The turquoise-haired woman asks if the others agree with her assessment. Suddenly, a figure, seemingly encased in a protective energy field, appears before them. It is a young man with short, vibrant blue hair. He seems distressed, explaining that these actions were necessary and asks for his understanding. The turquoise-haired woman continues, suggesting that the young man likely had his own plans, but that his actions have led to unforeseen consequences. A blinding light filled the panel, emanating an immense power capable of reducing the entire world to nothingness. Aiden, a young man with vibrant blue hair and a cybernetic eye, was shown. He possessed a lost power, one that no one should wield. A voice warned Aiden about the consequences of breaking taboos. Simultaneously, a vision of a woman, Arya, appeared, engulfed in light. Arya, fading into the light, expressed her fear of losing Aiden too. Aiden, resolute, declared he would use this power just this once. Arya, appearing calm, asked Aiden to leave the system operations to her, urging him to return to his original role. Arya then stated that Aiden was deluding himself and proceeded to explain the situation. Aiden, in response, revealed that he was no longer an operator of that place. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Aiden, signifying a shift in power. Arya revealed that she was now Aiden's operator. Alice, a young woman with vibrant blue hair, stood defiantly amidst a group of armored figures. A surge of bright blue energy emanated from her, shattering the restraints that bound her. The shock evident on the face of a man with silver hair, who watched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He held a large, dark sword, his grip tightening as he muttered to himself, questioning how she could have broken free so easily. Alice, seemingly unfazed by the onlookers, calmly observed her surroundings, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She mused internally on the unbelievable power she now wielded. The silver-haired man, his expression hardening, questioned her, specifically mentioning the name Aiden. The scene shifted to reveal Aiden, a young man with bright blue hair, seated regally amidst the same armored figures that had previously restrained Alice. He appeared calm and collected, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Alice, still observing from a distance, questioned the silver-haired man's knowledge of Aiden. The silver-haired man, increasingly agitated, challenged Alice's actions, questioning her sanity and the implications of her actions. He expressed concern over Aiden's potential betrayal. A new character, a young man with reddish-brown hair, appeared, explaining that Aiden was a dangerous anomaly, possibly a rogue program, and that his actions needed to be carefully monitored. The reddish-brown-haired man urged a change in strategy, highlighting the inherent risks involved. Alice, however, remained resolute, stating that she would assess the situation once Aiden's impact on the system became clear. Alice's expression shifted to one of anticipation as she learned that Aiden was on his way. She acknowledged that their concealment could not last forever. Alice, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair, sat with her hands clasped together. A determined glint shone in her eyes as she resolved, with things as they are, let's bring an end to this. Her voice was firm, carrying a threat, I will definitely drag you down from your moderator position. Alice's expression hardened, a cold resolve settling upon her features. A radiant light pulsed behind her, emphasizing her unwavering determination. Aiden, observing a tranquil forest scene, reflected, so that's what happened when I was away. And to stop being an operator, at that. A blonde woman, her face etched with concern, addressed another with pink hair and cat-like ears. She said, leave Arya to me and look after your body. You've worked hard up till now. Aiden, from a distance, watched the interaction with suspicion, muttering to himself, what on earth are they talking about? His eyes widened in shock as a horrifying realization dawned on him, Arya was taken by the moderator. The blonde woman spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of weariness, it's as you heard. By the looks of it, you're here to take that guy away. A blonde woman, adorned in a regal blue and gold robe, looked downcast. Beside her stood a pink-haired woman with pointed ears, her expression stern. I'm sorry, the blonde woman stated, I can't listen, even if it's your request. The pink-haired woman responded, her voice firm, I must follow through with this, it's an order from the moderator. The pink-haired woman's face was shown in close-up, her eyes narrowed, a hint of something akin to desperation in their depths. The blonde woman's eyes widened, her gaze intense. A thought struck her, that guy, he can fix bugs? The blonde woman's disbelief continued to grow. She questioned, he can fix bugs? Is what she's saying true? It is. A new character, a red-haired man, appeared. The pink-haired woman explained, Arya Uni told me that he is really important. It's not a lie, even when looking through these eyes. The blonde woman's expression shifted, a profound thought dawning on her. She pondered, if fixing bugs is possible, then what was Aster trying to achieve? The red-haired man looked concerned, muttering, Arya. A split image showed a man with teal hair, one side appearing normal, the other with a dark mask over half his face. The blonde woman watched intently. The blonde woman's eyes glowed with a newfound understanding. She concluded, then, if my guess is correct, it might even be possible. A narration box declared that he could return to his original state. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood before two cloaked figures. One of them appeared to be a woman with fox-like ears peeking from under her hood. One of the figures, extending a hand, offered Aiden a pendant with a dark, triangular gemstone. It was a gift from his sister. The figure explained that the pendant was something they had made for their sister, Alice, and that Alice had instructed them to deliver it to Aiden and to relay a message. A second, teal-haired woman appeared, seemingly materializing from a swirling portal. She was the one who would deliver the message. The teal-haired woman, apologetic, explained that she would be delayed in returning, but asked Aiden to wait for her. Aiden received the pendant and clutched it tightly. He looked at the pendant, a worried expression on his face. He wondered if his sister, Arya, was all right. Aiden's internal monologue revealed his worry, but he tried to reassure himself that Arya would be fine. Procyon, a blonde woman with a staff, approached Aiden and the two cloaked figures. She asked if they were finished talking. A young woman with pink hair and fox-like ears looked distressed as a red-haired man addressed her. He stated his intention to take her with him, regardless of the circumstances. A blonde woman with piercing yellow eyes appeared, her expression resolute. She declared that letting the pink-haired girl go was out of the question. The red-haired man continued, explaining that many others would come looking for the pink-haired girl, making it best for her to come with him. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment of quiet contemplation before. The blonde woman responded, agreeing to his terms. She agreed to go with him, but with a condition. She warned him that he shouldn't expect politeness from her once they reached the moderator. The red-haired man's expression hardened, his eyes burning with intensity. He stated that he would say whatever he wanted, regardless of the consequences. The blonde woman, understanding his resolve, agreed that there was no need to delay any longer and initiated a teleportation spell. Aiden, cloaked in darkness, stood before a swirling, ethereal portal. He questioned the method of travel, his voice a low murmur, so we're teleporting there? 3 figures emerged from the background, their concern evident. One, with vibrant red hair, urgently pleaded, it's dangerous going alone. Please take me with you. Another, with silver hair, added, Sir Aiden. Me too. Aiden, however, firmly rejected their offers. He stated, no, all of you, stay here. He then turned to Theo, the silver-haired individual, entrusting him with a crucial task. I'll leave this place to you, Theo. Protect the people here. Theo's expression shifted, a determined glint appearing in his eyes as he nodded silently. A silent promise etched onto his face. Until his final words hung in the air, until Sir Aiden returns. Theo's resolve hardened. A solemn vow escaped his lips, I will protect everyone no matter what happens. As Aiden prepared to depart, a surge of energy crackled around him. A brilliant beam of light erupting, engulfing him as he vanished into the portal, leaving Theo and the others behind. A purplish, otherworldly energy pulsed and dripped across a desolate, rocky landscape, casting an eerie glow over the scene. From the depths of a chasm, monstrous, shadowy figures emerged, their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, their eyes burning with malevolent energy. A horde of terrifying creatures, their forms indistinct yet menacing, rising from the abyss. The creatures swarmed across the landscape, their numbers seemingly endless, a terrifying tide of darkness consuming everything in its path. Until, atop a rocky peak, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the purple sky. Aiden, with his white hair and dark attire, stood defiantly amidst his allies. Aiden spoke, his voice heavy with grim determination. He had faced this before, but this threat was different. Another ally, a man with dark blue hair, added that even reaching Procyon, their next objective, was uncertain. Aiden listened to their concerns, his expression unreadable. Then, with a surge of power, he revealed a new ability, a potent energy crackling in his hand. The golden-armored ally's eyes widened in surprise. With this new power, the situation had changed dramatically. Aiden stared, disbelief etched onto his features, as a powerful, purple energy pulsed from a mysterious artifact in his hands. A sinister smile spreading across his face as he recognized the object, a Trojan's device. His eyes glowed with newfound power, a wicked gleam reflecting the light of the artifact as he gripped a glowing sword. A sense of grim satisfaction washing over him as he realized his preparations were complete. He declared, with chilling certainty, that the time for his enemy's downfall had arrived. Aiden's eyes burned with vengeful intensity as he issued a chilling warning to his target, Aster. A brilliant, ethereal light erupted from the center of a desolate, metallic landscape, its energy surging outwards in a wave of radiant blue. The light coalesced into a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, watched the spectacle unfold from a distance. His expression was one of quiet determination, a steely gaze fixed on the unfolding event. The vortex began to recede, revealing a futuristic cityscape of towering, glowing blue structures. A sense of awe mixed with grim resolve filled Aiden's eyes. He recognized the place instantly. A cold dread washed over him as he realized he was back in the system, the very system that had destroyed his village and his sister. Aiden's thoughts turned to revenge. He clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He had been given a second chance, and he would not waste it. Alice, his sister, appeared beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and relief. She spoke to him, her voice soft but firm, acknowledging his efforts. A shadowy figure emerged from the city, his presence radiating power and menace. He identified himself as the moderator, a title that sent a chill down Aiden's spine. Another figure, this one with vibrant blue hair, appeared, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He beckoned Aiden closer, his voice a low, ominous whisper. Aiden's eyes, blazing with an intense orange light, reflected the burning rage within him. His expression was one of steely determination, hinting at the immense power he now wielded. The scene shifted to a futuristic cityscape, a stark contrast to the village Aiden had lost. 5 cloaked figures stood silently in the center of a vast, icy plaza, their presence ominous. Aiden, his fiery hair a stark contrast to the cool blues of the city, stood alongside a man with silver hair and a stern expression. He mused to himself that the task he couldn't complete before would finally be resolved here. The silver-haired man, observing Aiden, spoke of the system administrator's intervention, placing the blame on himself. He noted Aiden's significant change in demeanor since their last meeting. Aiden's face remained impassive, his fiery red hair seeming to glow against the dark background. He was clearly harboring a deep, unresolved anger. Aiden, directly addressing the silver-haired man, demanded an explanation for his summons. The man, in turn, asked Aiden what he had to say. The close-up on the silver-haired man's eyes revealed intricate, glowing blue patterns, hinting at advanced cybernetic enhancements or a unique power. The silver-haired man then asked Aiden if he knew of a person or entity called Trojan. Aiden responded negatively, questioning the relevance of this individual to his current situation. A mysterious, powerful entity is introduced. She is described as an existence from another world, defying the moderator's authority. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, is shown. He is currently being pursued by this powerful entity. Aiden's companion explains that while it's just a hunch, they believe the entity is after the moderator's authority, which is why they needed to secure Aiden quickly. The scene shifts to a flashback. Aiden is confronted by a cloaked figure who questions the strangeness of his survival after being deleted. Aiden questions whether external intervention was responsible for his survival, his face partially obscured by shadow. He dismisses the idea, only to be interrupted by a sudden, bright flash of light. The flash reveals a quest notification, the Forgotten Ones, I. Aiden is shown in a state of shock and confusion. Another character, a woman with bright blue hair, appears, stating that she clearly remembers the day of the inspection. She clarifies that it wasn't an ordinary inspection, but a special one she personally conducted to investigate traces of a Trojan virus. The woman explains that the entity's trace vanished from the village where the infection was most advanced. The narration box declared a stark truth, this was no ordinary virus, it was a Trojan. Even the system moderator, it turned out, found it difficult to distinguish Alice from the rest of the villagers. The following panel showed a bustling town square, filled with villagers going about their daily lives. Among them was Alice, almost impossible to pick out from the crowd. Aiden, consumed by grief and rage, resolved to take action. To prevent further harm to Alice and everyone else. He questioned whether there could have been another way. Aiden's face was grim, his eyes filled with a burning intensity. His gaze hardened, his determination unwavering. The word cut appeared, suggesting a decisive action. Aiden confronted the moderator, questioning the deletion of his sister and the others, emphasizing the moderator's responsibility as the highest-ranking person in the system. He vehemently accused the moderator of incompetence, arguing that there should have been another way, and that they shouldn't bear the consequences of the moderator's failure. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a futuristic cityscape. A faint glow emanated from him, hinting at a power yet to be fully understood. He was confronted by two figures, one with striking green hair, the other with silver hair and a stern expression. They declared him a security risk and warned him to stay away from the moderator. The warning was punctuated by a threat: any unexpected moves would result in immediate retaliation. Aiden's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with defiance. Aiden retorted, questioning their authority, given that they were the ones who brought him there. He demanded they move out of his way. A surge of power erupted from Aiden as he challenged their perception of him as an ordinary NPC, non-player character. The raw power emanating from Aiden was immense, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He declared his independence from anyone's commands. His opponents recoiled, recognizing the power as similar to the moderator's, and marveling at his rapid growth. One of them urged caution, recognizing the danger Aiden now posed. Aiden, from a distance, issued a final warning: anyone who touches him will make an enemy of him. Aiden stood silhouetted against the vast, futuristic cityscape, a lone figure on a towering structure, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His journey for vengeance had only just begun. The panel focuses on Arya, a striking woman with vibrant turquoise hair styled in a high ponytail. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation, tinged with a hint of sadness. The word Arya is prominently displayed in a speech bubble above her. Aiden, a man with dark hair and small horns, stands alongside two other figures, their faces partially obscured. Aiden's expression is one of disbelief and shock. He exclaims internally, questioning how Arya could be free, given his understanding that she was imprisoned. His surprise is further compounded as Arya, seemingly unfazed, defiantly challenges those who would imprison her. A thought bubble from another character suggests that while Arya's laughter is unsettling, it is also undeniably cute. One of the figures beside Aiden suggests that if the discussion is about a time-based punishment, then perhaps Arya's release is acceptable. Meanwhile, Arya approaches Aiden, concern etched on her face. She expresses her apologies for the troublesome situation he finds himself in. Aiden's companion, a young man with bright red hair, offers an apology on behalf of his older brother. Arya reacts with a look of surprise and confusion upon hearing mention of his brother. The panel shifts to show a man with similar features to Arya, further fueling her confusion. The red-haired young man reveals that he should have explained the situation earlier. A sudden realization dawns on Aiden: Arya is the moderator's younger sister. Aiden observes the striking resemblance between Arya and the man he now knows to be her brother, confirming his suspicions. Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair and striking purple eyes, wore a thoughtful expression. A slight furrow in her brow hinted at her deep contemplation. A single word, stark against the white background, commanded attention: stop. Aiden, with his own bright blue hair, stood before two others, his back to the camera. He declared that they were going off topic and should finish asking their questions. A sepia-toned flashback revealed a quaint village. Text above the image read, Nia's report. The narration box explained that Aiden had gathered people and created this village just for them. The flashback continued, showing a towering, futuristic structure in a mountainous landscape. Another narration box added that he had also created new food for the village. Alice's voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the flashback: I need to know what you're doing since you have the authority. Aiden, his face grim, was asked, what is your goal? Aiden's response was clear and unwavering: to completely destroy the current system. His declaration hung in the air, leaving Alice and the others speechless. Their shocked expressions reflected the gravity of his statement. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood before a moderator, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. He muttered under his breath, calling the unseen figure a crazy bastard, while another voice questioned the absurdity of his outburst in the moderator's presence. Wondering when the last system update had been. A figure with vibrant blue hair and dark clothing appeared, their face mostly obscured. They explained that the world had stagnated, lacking originality and change. Their solution to this problem, they stated, was deletion. Because the viruses plaguing the system hadn't been properly addressed, leading to widespread damage. Aiden, facing the blue-haired figure, declared that he was different. The implication hung heavy in the air. The blue-haired figure revealed their unique ability: they could heal bugs within the system. This revelation shocked a nearby observer with bright green hair, who was accompanied by several animalistic figures. The green-haired observer reacted with disbelief to the claim of healing bugs, questioning its validity. They suggested that if the green-haired observer still doubted them, they could ask Procyon, though they believed Procyon had already confirmed the ability. Procyon, a blonde woman in elegant attire, remained silent, her expression unreadable. As the blue-haired figure closed their eyes, lost in thought. A blinding flash of blue light erupted from the center of the scene, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of energy. Leaving two figures silhouetted against the intense glow. A sense of awe and perhaps apprehension hung in the air as they watched the spectacle unfold. The light intensified, coalescing into a swirling vortex of dark energy. A young man with vibrant red hair and piercing golden eyes appeared, his expression stern and resolute. He declared, do not interfere without my permission. He turned to address another young man, this one with bright blue hair, who stood beside him. He asked, what did you need to talk about separately? The red-haired youth's gaze hardened, a hint of worry in his eyes. The blue-haired youth responded, I'm very aware that everything is going wrong. I'm the moderator, there's no way I wouldn't know. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, appeared. They stated, even though I knew, that was the only way. However, looking at you, there might have been another choice. The cloaked figure continued, I'd lost my emotions. However, recently I've started to feel things again. Aiden reflected on the past, the loss of Sirius weighing heavily on his mind. He recalled Sirius's attempts to guide him, efforts that Aiden had ignored. He continued his internal monologue, justifying his actions. He believed he had acted in Sirius's best interest by imprisoning him, prioritizing his safety. But Alice, a powerful figure, judged his actions harshly. She declared that he was unfit to be the moderator. The scene shifted to show Aiden facing another individual, the tension palpable between them. The implication was clear, this was a confrontation about his role as moderator, once again. Aiden's face was etched with contemplation as he considered the weight of Alice's words and the impending conflict. His decision was made. Aiden resolved to step down from his position as moderator. A powerful, blue energy wave erupted from the center of the panel, obliterating everything in its path, leaving behind only scattered debris and a sense of unease. 3 figures watched in stunned silence as the barrier protecting their village vanished. They wondered what had just transpired. 2 of the onlookers, a man with silver hair and another with vibrant green hair, exchanged worried glances. A third, partially obscured figure, stood nearby, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a young man with fiery red hair appeared, his hand outstretched, a surge of energy emanating from him. He confronted the silver-haired man, his expression grim. The silver-haired man recoiled, shouting in alarm, "Moderator." A close-up revealed a man with spiky red hair, his eyes narrowed in anger. He seemed to be planning something. He muttered to himself, "If you're planning on just covering it up like this, then don't." A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair stared, wide-eyed, at a blonde woman in a regal cloak. The blonde woman's expression was one of dawning horror. The turquoise-haired woman, seemingly the more composed of the two, questioned the situation. She demanded an explanation for what she perceived as a shocking development, her words laced with disbelief. The blonde woman, her face etched with fear, calmly stated that she could be deleted. A sharp cry of protest escaped the turquoise-haired woman's lips as she vehemently rejected the idea. A clenched fist, powerful and ominous, appeared in the next panel, suggesting an imminent act of violence. A man with fiery red hair and a dark mask appeared, his words dripping with malice as he threatened the turquoise-haired man. He vowed to make him suffer as he had suffered. The red-haired man's words sparked immediate fury in another individual, who appeared to be defending the turquoise-haired man. He roared, demanding the red-haired man to stop. A new character, a man with dark hair and horns, appeared, wielding a glowing red sword. Beside him stood a man with gray hair, looking shocked. The dark-haired man's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the glowing red sword as a delete command. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. His face was obscured by shadow, but his eyes burned with intensity. He commanded, "Don't move." The question hung in the air, how could he wield the same destructive power as the system moderator? Aiden's inner monologue questioned his own actions. He wondered if his failure to use the delete command stemmed from his own stupidity. His eyes blazing, Aiden declared that he could make the entire place disappear if he wished. He warned that if they didn't heed his warning, he wouldn't leave them be. Aiden's threat was witnessed by Alice, his sister, who watched from a distance as 2 figures confronted each other in a burst of bright light. Alice, her face etched with desperation, pleaded with Aiden, begging him not to delete him. A narration box explained that for the sake of the world, Aster had no choice but to choose the hardest and most painful method. Because things kept piling up, and in the end, he started to deteriorate too. Alice, still pleading, proposed that if he couldn't understand, he should delete her instead of Aiden. Alice continued her desperate plea, begging for forgiveness for Aiden. Aiden, his face grim, retorted that even if he acted like this, it wouldn't change things. His thoughts turned to his deceased younger sister, and he despaired, questioning how he could let go of this resentment. Aiden, his face grim, clenched his fists. "If you want me to stop, bring back my sister. And if you can't, then I'll." His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, reflecting the rage that consumed him. A silent promise hanging heavy in the air. "I'll." Aiden stood before Alice, his sister, who appeared ethereal and distant, a stark contrast to his own shadowed form. The scene was otherworldly, a digital landscape of towering structures. Alice's face was etched with sorrow, her eyes reflecting a deep sadness. Aiden's gaze narrowed, his golden eyes burning with determination. A flashback revealed a younger Aiden and Alice, happy and carefree, a stark contrast to their current situation. The image transitioned to show Alice in her current state, alone and vulnerable. Aiden's face fell, his expression filled with grief and despair. He reached out, his hand outstretched towards Alice, a silent plea for connection. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Moderator." Aster. Aiden, a young man with vibrant blue hair, lay collapsed on the ground, his dark attire contrasting sharply with the bright cityscape behind him. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in white, reached out to him, her expression a mixture of concern and sorrow. The scene was one of chaos and destruction, hinting at a recent catastrophic event. As the woman, Alice, and another individual with fiery red hair watched over him with worried expressions. Alice's brow furrowed in concern, while the red-haired individual seemed to be assessing the situation with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Aiden slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the distant cityscape. Alice and the red-haired individual stood behind him, their silence heavy with unspoken anxieties. The 3 of them stood in a desolate, futuristic landscape, the remnants of a city that had been ravaged by an unseen force. Alice's face reflected the weight of their shared loss and the uncertainty of their future. Her eyes held a deep sadness, a silent testament to the tragedy they had both endured. The image shifted to a breathtaking view of a futuristic city, its buildings resembling giant, interconnected circuit boards, a stark reminder of the technological world they inhabited. The scene was both beautiful and unsettling, a testament to the advanced technology that had also been the source of their destruction. A desperate cry for help echoed through the desolate landscape. "Moderator," the word screamed from a thought bubble, a desperate plea for intervention in the face of unimaginable loss. The scene shifted to a tense confrontation. A group of individuals, their faces etched with anger and frustration, confronted Aiden. "Why on earth did you do that?" one of them demanded, their voice filled with righteous fury. Aiden, his expression unreadable, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the accusers. Another individual observed the scene, their thoughts revealing a shift in perception. "He used to be so indifferent, but he's changed," they mused, their voice laced with a mixture of surprise and concern. The question hung heavy in the air, what had caused this transformation? Aiden, seemingly anticipating this moment, calmly stated that he knew this day would come. His words carried a weight of foreboding, suggesting a long-held awareness of the impending catastrophe. He defended his actions, claiming that what he did were merely temporary solutions. A final panel revealed a stunning visual. A lone figure stood at the center of a vast, circular array of glowing symbols, surrounded by numerous shadowy figures. This was the moderator, the central figure of this world, and Aiden had failed in his role. The weight of his failure was palpable, the image a powerful visual metaphor for the consequences of his actions. Aiden, a young man with vibrant turquoise hair, wore a look of somber resignation. He reflected on the recent events. A new moderator, far more skilled than himself, had appeared. This was a consequence of Aria's decision, a choice Aiden had trusted implicitly, leading him to step away from the system's administration. His quiet contemplation was interrupted by Alice, a blonde woman with a concerned expression. She questioned his cryptic remarks about failure, her voice laced with worry. Aiden's explanation was delivered before a council of diverse figures, each with unique appearances and attire. He explained that his presence as moderator had been crucial in maintaining the world's stability until this point. One of the council members, a young man with dark hair and a serious demeanor, emphasized the potential catastrophe if the bugs and infected had spread unchecked. The situation had been precarious. The young man's gaze was intense, his red eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. He truly understood the weight of Aiden's actions. The weight of his past actions, the deletion of his village and the loss of his sister, Alice, pressed heavily on Aiden's heart. The panel showed the emotional toll of his decision. A flashback sequence showed Aiden's grief and the ethereal image of his deceased sister, Alice. The scene highlighted the profound emotional cost of his past actions. Aiden's face was etched with sorrow, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. The weight of his past actions was palpable. The scene shifted to reveal a shadowy figure, surrounded by a horde of monstrous beings, their eyes glowing ominously. This was the true scale of the threat Aiden had averted. The council members, now aware of the true extent of Aiden's actions, acknowledged his crucial role in preventing a catastrophic outbreak. The revelation of the true threat underscored the gravity of Aiden's past actions and his continued importance. A reassuring voice echoed, assuring Aiden that he had not failed. Aiden, a young man with striking blue hair and a cybernetic eye patch, stared pensively ahead. His expression was one of quiet determination. Alice, a blonde woman with a regal bearing, approached Aiden. She spoke to him with a hopeful tone, suggesting that they could still fix things. Aiden and Alice stood before a futuristic cityscape, their backs to the viewer. A third figure, a man with red hair, stood further back, observing them. The red-haired man, his expression unreadable, turned his gaze towards the sprawling metropolis. The red-haired man questioned Aiden, surprised that he was being asked to heal him. He pressed further, questioning why Aiden would ask for healing if he wasn't a bug in the system. Aiden acknowledged that his condition was already known to the other man. Alice interjected, pointing out that Aiden's ability to heal bugs was a unique skill, and that they could help each other. Two individuals, one with vibrant turquoise hair and the other with fiery red locks, addressed Aiden. They inquired about his intentions to dismantle and rebuild the system, emphasizing the numerous potential collaborators eager to assist him in this endeavor, given his newly acquired status as an administrator. They pledged their support, promising to bolster his skills as a moderator. A suggestion was made, a collaborative effort to begin immediately. Aiden, the young man with fiery red hair, was shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. Aiden, considering their proposal, finally agreed. The turquoise-haired individual and the blonde woman watched him expectantly. He declared his readiness to proceed without delay, his hand flaring with crimson energy. However, a word of caution was issued, there was no guarantee of a complete recovery. The turquoise-haired individual reassured Aiden, stating that his trust in the red-haired man was well-placed. She expressed confidence in the red-haired man's ability to restore Aiden to his original state. The red-haired man revealed his intention to relinquish his position as moderator. A young man with vibrant blue hair, his expression solemn, declared his trust in the newly appointed moderator. His unwavering faith stemmed from the moderator's consistently sound judgment. As a blinding light erupted, engulfing a group of figures standing before it. The intense radiance momentarily obscured the scene, before revealing a figure falling through a shower of light particles. Another individual, his eyes wide with astonishment, witnessed the radiant light. Remarking on its overwhelming intensity, as if all the world's light converged in one place. He acknowledged the light's power, but noted the precarious state of the fallen figure, who had persevered until this critical moment. A decision formed, to infuse the fallen figure with power, hoping for recovery. A brilliant, golden light erupted from Alice's bracelet, its energy coursing outwards in a dazzling display. The intense radiance momentarily blinding Aiden as he shielded his eyes. A wave of power washing over him, leaving him breathless and awestruck. Aiden stared, dumbfounded, at the source of the energy. He gasped, What is this?" He realized the light emanated from Alice's bracelet. A thought struck him, there's a light coming from Alice's bracelet. The golden energy swirled around Aiden's hands as he instinctively reached out. A voice, calm and reassuring, echoed in his mind, "Don't worry." Aiden's expression softened slightly as a translucent image of Alice appeared beside him. Another surge of golden energy erupted, this time propelling Aiden upwards. A light engulfing him completely as he ascended into the radiant glow. Aiden, his body engulfed in a fiery aura, clenched his fists, his face obscured by shadow, but a surge of power coursed through him. A radiant light enveloped him, revealing a vision of Alice, his deceased sister. He whispered her name, a mixture of hope and despair in his voice. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, stood before a colossal, shimmering blue gateway. The structure seemed to be embedded within a futuristic city, its architecture a blend of sharp angles and glowing circuitry. The camera shifted to reveal a woman of striking beauty. She possessed long, flowing white hair, a golden halo, and large, expressive eyes. Her attire suggested a celestial or angelic nature. Her serene expression fractured, replaced by wide, fearful eyes. A look of sheer terror washed over her face as something unseen approached. The scene shifted to reveal a nightmarish landscape of floating islands, each scarred and broken, under a dark, ominous sky. The woman, wings outstretched, stood amidst the ruins of a shattered city, the remnants of a cataclysmic event surrounding her. As monstrous, red-armored figures emerged from the wreckage, their forms radiating an aura of immense power. The hooded figure from the gateway appeared, observing the scene with cold, calculating eyes. The woman's face was shown in close-up, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Her expression was one of profound despair and helplessness. A thought bubble appeared above her, containing the words, "There's no hesitation when deleting, right?" The scene opens on a desolate landscape, the remnants of a village reduced to rubble. A young woman with long, white hair and large, expressive eyes, wings sprouting from her back, stands amidst the ruins. Her face is etched with grief and despair. A disembodied voice, cold and mocking, observes, what's left after deleting them at random. And adds, with a sinister chuckle, and he calls himself the moderator, Kikek. The camera shifts to a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, but a cruel smile is visible. They address the winged woman, oh, you're awake. What are your thoughts after witnessing this horrible scene? The woman's eyes well with tears. The cloaked figure continues, their voice dripping with malice, now you're all alone, how pitiful. The woman, driven by grief and rage, draws a sword. The blade gleams in the dim light. She lunges forward, attempting to strike the cloaked figure. The figure easily intercepts the attack, a smirk playing on their lips. You thought that would work against viruses, right? The woman's eyes widen in shock as a purple energy erupts from the cloaked figure's hand, striking her sword. The cloaked figure comments, you're very daring. The cloaked figure explains their actions, we're gathering those who want to take revenge against the moderator. That is why we woke you up during the inspection. The cloaked figure continues, well, up until now, we threw everyone away, of course, since they were useless. I'm looking forward to you, as you seem like you'll become someone of use long-term. A woman with long, white hair, angelic wings, and a golden halo appeared before Aiden. Her expression was serene, almost ethereal. The woman extended a hand towards a shimmering, blue portal, a sword materializing within her grasp. The portal pulsed with energy, revealing a complex, technological core. A crystalline structure emerged from the core, glowing with an intense blue light. The woman then sheathed the newly formed sword, its golden hilt gleaming. The woman, now holding the sword, stood before a glowing blue crystal, her expression unreadable. A closer look revealed intricate details on the sword's hilt, hinting at its power. The woman's gaze hardened, her eyes sharp and intense. She seemed to be assessing a situation. In the background, two figures emerged from the shadows, their identities obscured by darkness. The woman's eyes flickered with determination as a surge of energy emanated from her. A wave of energy, a brilliant blue and orange, erupted from Aiden's hands, shattering a crystalline structure into countless fragments. The resulting shockwave rippled outwards, a dazzling purple light engulfing the scene as a shadowy figure with wings materialized in the center of the explosion. The city, rendered as a digital construct, began to destabilize, its structures dissolving into a vortex of purple energy. Above the chaos, a woman with long, flowing white hair and piercing blue eyes watched serenely. A dark, crystalline shard pulsed with ominous energy beneath her. Elsewhere, three figures stood before a blinding light, their backs to the viewer. One had vibrant blue hair, another sported red hair, and the third had long blonde hair. The blonde-haired woman cautioned them, urging them not to approach the other two recklessly. The blue-haired individual observed that the moderators were at their weakest when their eyes were closed, a vulnerability. The red-haired one agreed, suggesting that this was their only weakness. A screen filled with flashing red warnings of danger and warning filled the screen. A critical error message appeared, depicting a futuristic city under attack. Several cloaked figures stood before a bright, ominous energy surge. Aiden, a man with silver hair, and another with bright green hair, stared in shock. What? Why is this happening? A message blared, virus has invaded. Aiden and his companion watched in horror as a dark-haired man with red eyes and a woman with long black hair reacted to the invasion. Fear etched itself onto their faces. Two more women, one blonde and one with bright blue hair, shared the same look of disbelief and dread. The scene shifted to a view of a digital cityscape, distorted and breaking apart. The group reacted to the system's warning. The blonde woman questioned how the viruses managed to breach the system's defenses. Another member of the group, seemingly concerned about Selena's security protocols, questioned her actions. A final panel showed the cloaked figures again, this time from a different perspective. A voiceover stated, "Isn't this such great timing?" A sinister smile played on the lips of a figure with long, flowing white hair, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. This moment, where the moderator was incapacitated, presented a unique opportunity. A God-given chance for them. A group of powerful figures stood together, their dark attire and imposing presence filling the frame. It had been a while since they had all been together like this. So they should all greet each other. Among them were Regan and Beetlejuice. Two more figures, Virus F and Virus E, were revealed, their imposing forms adding to the growing sense of power in the scene. The white-haired figure smirked, suggesting that those present might be disappointed if that was all the support they had. However, they needn't worry. As the white-haired figure gestured, and swirling purple energy coalesced into numerous portals, each revealing more figures. The white-haired figure explained that they had brought everyone along. From the portals, a massive army emerged, their numbers overwhelming. Aiden, along with Alice and two other companions, stood defiantly against a looming threat. His face contorted in anger, Aiden roared, "How dare you lowly viruses come to such a place?" He drew his weapon, a futuristic blade humming with energy. Readying himself for battle. Aiden's attack sliced through the air, and he declared, "This has worked out well." Alice and the others moved to join the fray. Alice stated their grim purpose, "We will use this chance to delete every single one of you." Meanwhile, a powerful sorceress with blonde hair watched from afar as dark energy pulsed from a mysterious structure. The structure seemed to be the source of the viral invasion. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light as she muttered the name, Beetlejuice. She turned to a young woman with bright blue hair, addressing her as Arya. The blonde sorceress made a request, "I'm sorry to ask this of you, but can I leave those two in your care?" Arya nodded solemnly as a powerful energy wave erupted from her, obliterating a nearby foe. Leaving her to ponder the strange circumstances. She thought, it's strange. It seems like the viruses knew that this was happening and invaded. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, dressed in a dark, ornate outfit, stood beside a red-haired man. A look of intense anxiety clouded her features. She wondered why she felt so uneasy, despite being unable to sense any immediate danger. The red-haired man, his expression one of quiet apprehension, silently hoped that nothing would go wrong. Elsewhere, a young man with short, light blonde hair appeared, his face etched with worry and surprise. A faint glow emanated from him. A radiant, ethereal figure emerged, bathed in a golden light. Her eyes held a knowing, almost unsettling calm. The blonde-haired man stared, speechless, as the ethereal figure appeared before him. He could only manage a gasp of disbelief. "Is that really you?" He lunged forward, a desperate cry of Alice escaping his lips as he reached out. The ethereal figure, revealed to be Alice, his younger sister, appeared before him. He realized, with a surge of disbelief and anger, that she had been right in front of him the whole time. A torrent of frustrated emotion washed over him as he cursed his own blindness. Fuck. To think that you were right in front of my nose. His rage intensified as he realized the true culprit behind his suffering. It was a familiar enemy, a bastard he knew well. Aiden, consumed by grief and rage after the loss of his sister, Alice, and his entire village, muttered a furious curse, that bastard is a Trojan. Alice's ethereal form shimmered before him, a ghostly reminder of the tragedy. The word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his loss and the dawning realization of the system's treachery. Aiden, a young man with vibrant pink hair, stared blankly ahead, his eyes wide with shock. He was being told something devastating. From the very beginning, his little sister never existed. The horrifying truth crashed down on him. It was all part of Trojan's plan. A young woman with blonde hair, seemingly radiating light, reached out with a hand glowing with intense energy. Aiden, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, felt the power coursing through him, a surge of overwhelming energy. The intense light intensified, threatening to consume him as the words permanent deletion appeared in a stark blue box. Aiden's hand, now glowing with a similar blue energy, began to crack and crumble, the power overwhelming him. He felt utterly useless, his body racked with pain and despair. The blonde woman's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that his reckless use of her power had caused this catastrophic failure. Aiden, consumed by grief and rage after the loss of his sister, Alice, and his entire village, vowed revenge against the system that had destroyed everything. His eyes, filled with a burning intensity, reflected his unwavering resolve. He channeled his grief into action, his mind focused on a single, desperate goal, to reclaim what was lost. A surge of power began to build within him. A power that manifested as a blinding light, a symbol of his burgeoning administrative authority. With a final, determined push, Aiden combined all his newfound power. A vortex of energy erupted, drawing in the remnants of his lost village and his sister's ethereal form. A radiant light engulfing everything in its path. Her hands outstretched, as if reaching for something beyond. Aiden's eyes glowed with a golden light, reflecting the immense power he now commanded. His transformation was complete. Clad in a dark, ornate robe, Aiden stood revealed, his new power evident in his regal bearing. The title NO_000001 Trojan appeared, hinting at his newfound status within the system. Aiden, a silhouette against a purple and blue energy storm, stood poised, his sword glowing with ethereal light. He unleashed a devastating attack, sending a wave of energy that obliterated his demonic foes. The force of the blow sent the demons scattering, their forms dissolving into purple dust. Alice, clad in dark red and black, joined the fray, her own blade a blur of motion as she cut down the remaining demons. Aiden, watching her, felt a surge of grim determination. He moved to support her, his movements precise and deadly as he carved a path through the remaining demonic horde. Alice, however, was already engaged in a desperate struggle against a larger, more powerful demon. Its dark form pulsed with malevolent energy. The demon unleashed a blast of dark energy, sending Alice reeling backward. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. It was the source of the demonic invasion. Aiden, seeing the true enemy, prepared himself for a final, desperate confrontation. A blinding flash of light erupted, a surge of energy tearing through the darkness. Revealing a monstrous, shadowy figure, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A beam of energy shot forth from its mouth, aimed directly at a lone figure wielding a glowing blue blade, who deftly parried the attack. From the shadows, another figure loomed, drawing a bow and aiming at the approaching horde. Releasing a volley of energy blasts that tore through the ranks of the approaching enemies. The archer, a young man with vibrant green hair, stood ready for the next wave. Amidst the chaos, one of the shadowy figures shouted, "Shouldn't we be targeting the moderator instead of fighting like this right now?" Another agreed, "Yeah, you're right." A third figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, declared, "We need to get rid of the moderator before he wakes up." Observing the scene from a distance, a new character noted, "These guys are after the moderator. We need to block them." He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, striking several of the shadowy figures. One of them groaned, "Shit, it's this again?" A woman with long blonde hair appeared, her eyes blazing with determination. "Break through no matter what," she commanded, her hands outstretched, radiating power. Alice, her face etched with worry, gasped. A wave of blue energy pulsed around her. As she issued a command to the remaining guards, they were to gather immediately. Responding to her summons, a heavily armored figure materialized from a swirling vortex of energy, followed by a legion of similarly clad warriors, each emerging from their own individual portals. The army stood before Alice, a formidable force ready to carry out her orders. Their red armor gleamed under the ethereal light. Alice's instructions were clear: eliminate all threats and protect the moderator. The guards immediately engaged the shadowy figures that appeared to be the source of the problem, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadowy entities. Powerful blasts of energy erupted from both sides. As the battle raged on, a voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the air. "Hey you, what's going on?" A figure with long, white hair speaks, their tone laced with frustration. They explain that altering the space with Trojan's power should have prevented any action, yet the operators remain just as strong. Another figure, partially obscured, acknowledges the unexpected situation, admitting it's a factor they hadn't considered. However, they point out that within this space, the delete command is unusable, offering a glimmer of hope. Regardless, they continue, the longer this conflict persists, the more advantageous it becomes for them. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts. A guttural sound, K-U-A-K, echoes through the scene. The white-haired figure and another, masked individual are shown, their expressions intense. A blonde woman in the background gasps, "Aster?" Elsewhere, a scene of chaos unfolds. A man with vibrant blue hair clutches his side, clearly injured. His sister, with similarly bright blue hair, cries out in alarm, "What's happening all of a sudden? Was there something wrong with the healing process?" The woman's concern focuses on her brother's eye, noticing a fresh wound. She observes the wound on his eye, a detail that holds significance. That's a good sign, she realizes, it indicates he's recovering. Alice, with her vibrant turquoise hair, observed Aiden. His condition, however, was far from ideal. Aiden's face was contorted in pain, his red hair a stark contrast to the purple energy swirling around him. Alice wondered what internal turmoil he was enduring. A growing sense of dread washing over her as she realized something had gone terribly wrong. A soft, golden light emanated from Aiden, resembling falling petals, as his internal struggle intensified. Alice watched, her own expression mirroring her concern as the golden light intensified. The golden light erupted from Aiden in a blinding flash, leaving Alice stunned and speechless as the sheer power of the event overwhelmed her. A woman with long, flowing white hair appeared, her voice laced with disbelief at the impossible event that had just transpired. 3 shadowy figures emerged from a purple, technology-infused platform, their presence ominous and foreboding. The woman with white hair, her face now visible, revealed a triumphant grin as she addressed the shadowy figures, finally locating the person she had been searching for, Trojan Nim. A wave of intense light engulfed the village, the system's critical damage evident in the chaotic energy radiating outwards. As the system's failure cascaded, leaving the villagers in a state of disarray. Aiden, his eyes closed, felt the weight of the malfunctioning system. Beside him, Alice's face was etched with worry, mirroring his own apprehension. As the system's instability intensified, a stark warning flashing across the screen, moderators had lost their authority, and all firewalls were disabled. The scene shifted to a bustling town square, where a group of adventurers stood, their expressions ranging from confusion to alarm. As a wave of disorientation washed over them, the very fabric of their reality seemingly unraveling. One adventurer, his blue hair a stark contrast to his worried expression, wondered aloud what was happening, while another, with fiery red hair, muttered about it probably being another inspection, interrupting his successful hunt. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, the remnants of a battle strewn across the ground. A large, monstrous mask lies broken, hinting at a recent struggle. A figure in blue armor, his face obscured, stands over a fallen comrade, issuing a sharp command. "Oi, stop pretending and hurry up and get up," he urged, his voice laced with impatience. The fallen soldier, a man with short, graying hair and a bloodied face, groans in response, but makes no move to obey. A wave of red energy pulses from the ground, obscuring the view, revealing the soldier's face, pale and etched with pain. Blood trickles from his mouth. The man in blue armor looks down at his companion, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. He seems to be struggling with a decision. Suddenly, a voice rings out, filled with derisive laughter. "Ha, ha, ha. Look at this bastard, doing this again." The man in blue armor tenses, his eyes widening in alarm. He turns to face the source of the laughter. As another figure, also in armor, approaches menacingly. "Hey, stop fooling around," the newcomer shouts, his voice sharp and threatening. The man in blue armor is thrown violently backward, a powerful force impacting him. Dust and debris erupt around him as he crashes to the ground. The attacker looms over him, his face obscured by shadow. The fallen soldier watches in horror, a single word escaping his lips, EU. A guttural cry escaped Aiden's lips as the system's protective barriers crumbled around him, the red lines of corrupted data spreading across the screen like a digital plague, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. A chilling message flashed across the screen: protection is no longer given by the system. The implications were clear, death was now permanent. Chaos erupted in the village. Error messages flashed across the screen as the townsfolk panicked, their cries of "what's happening" and "we can't resurrect" echoing through the streets. A chilling question hung in the air: what happens to them if they die? The horrifying truth dawned on them: the word dead meant deletion from the system. A friend list displayed on a screen showed the names of Arian and Claus, both marked as dead. Amidst the growing fear, one man urged his companion, "Hey, don't say stuff that will bring bad luck." But another, clinging to hope, insisted, "I'm sure, he's still alive." He attempted to contact Arian via voice message. Elsewhere, a wounded man received a voice message from someone named Jade. He coughed weakly, blood staining his face. He collapsed, his body weakened by his injuries. A survivor stared in disbelief. Unbelievable. How did the demonic beasts that are supposed to be in the dungeons get out? A monstrous creature's jaws snapped shut, a terrifying sign of the escalating chaos. A stark red warning flashed across the screen: warning, immediate action needed. A horde of monstrous creatures, their forms ranging from reptilian to bat-like, swarmed from a dark portal. A large, reptilian figure, clad in dark armor and a hooded cloak, led the charge. A stark red warning flashed across the screen: all of the monsters have broken out. A blinding light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. One of the figures, a man with dark hair, exclaimed in alarm. Another, a man with silver hair, confirmed his fear: the firewall was gone. A woman with long, white hair and piercing golden eyes appeared, her presence radiating power. She stated that everything had gone wrong since the appearance of a certain person. A blonde woman, her face contorted in a desperate cry, appeared in the next panel. Her voice a desperate plea to protect someone named Aster. Unleashing a surge of blue energy. A surge of energy, a blinding white light, shot through the air, leaving a trail of purple sparks in its wake. The raw power coalesced into a beam of pure energy, crackling with untamed force. Alice, her blue hair pulled back in a ponytail, watched with a mixture of shock and anger as the energy manifested before her. A hand, glowing with a golden light, emerged from the energy, its fingers outstretched. "I was sure that you lost your powers, so how?" she exclaimed, incredulous. Alice's eyes widened as she saw the form Aiden had taken. "And that form? Did you take drugs?" Aiden, his face etched with determination, responded calmly, "I only took back what was originally mine." A bright blue orb of energy hovered above Alice, radiating power. Alice's expression turned grim as she braced herself for the inevitable. Aiden unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking Alice with immense force. The resulting shockwave shattered the ground around them. A celestial spear, imbued with radiant, golden energy, descended from above. Alice, a young woman with long, flowing silver hair, stood serenely beneath its ethereal glow. The spear's power coursing through her, a faint blue light emanating from her outstretched hand. A sudden interruption shattered the calm. A woman with vibrant blonde hair and piercing yellow eyes appeared, her hand raised in a gesture of defiance. "Trojan, you cannot be here," she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Her command echoed across the scene: "All operators, protect the moderators." The culprit behind all of this is that person. A fierce battle erupted. Alice, now wielding the celestial spear, clashed with another figure, their silhouettes locked in a whirlwind of motion. A warning cry rang out, "You must not be careless." A group of figures, cloaked in shadow, advanced, their presence ominous and powerful. Their approach marked by a surge of purple energy. The blonde woman's eyes widened in recognition. "This is Beetlejuice's flame." "Ha, no can do," a mocking voice echoed as the shadowy figures unleashed a wave of dark energy. Alice and another figure, a man with long, dark hair, watched the scene unfold, a mixture of determination and concern etched on their faces. The man's voice cutting through the air, "How dare you try to get in that person's way? As long as we're here, it won't be easy." A regal woman with long, flowing white hair and piercing golden eyes stood bathed in a golden light. Her dark clothing, accented with gold, hinted at power and authority. A narration box above her declared, "The real owner of this world is Trojan." The camera focuses on the woman's chest, emphasizing her regal attire. A speech bubble below her stated, "She is someone you can't treat so carelessly." The scene shifts to a group of men confronting the woman. One, with dark hair and intense eyes, spoke with seething anger, "How dare a virus like you?" He declared, "We will see an end to this here." A surge of purple energy erupted from behind him, engulfing the group. The dark-haired man, along with his companions, launched a coordinated attack against the woman. Blades clashed, and energy crackled in the air. One of the attackers was struck by a powerful energy blast, sending him flying backward. The woman unleashed a wave of dark energy, countering the attack. Her eyes glowed with power. Another attacker lunged forward, his sword aimed at the woman. The dark-haired man's attack was deflected, and he was momentarily stunned. The woman smirked, stating, "Cookuk, it seems like that great firewall is now useless." Aiden's eyes blazed with newfound power, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. He declared, "Now we're on an even playing field." A fierce clash of energy erupted between Aiden and a mysterious, white-haired woman. The air crackled with power as their attacks collided. A sudden, booming voice commanded, "Stop." The scene shifted, revealing Aiden locked in combat with several shadowy figures, their forms barely visible against the intense golden light. Both Aiden and his opponent exclaimed in surprise. Aiden found himself paralyzed, unable to move. His opponent, the white-haired woman, gasped, "I can't move my body." "Trojan. You stopped us as well?" A powerful figure emerged from the golden light, their presence commanding attention. They declared, "The owner of this world. Stop saying such horrendous things. I have never wanted this world for myself. And stop deluding yourself. I have never once been a king to you all, so stop involving yourselves with me." The white-haired woman's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, "T Trojan?" She then calmly stated, "I have things to talk about with my appa, so." Alice's eyes widened in shock, her vibrant blue hair framing a face etched with disbelief. A wave of purple energy pulsed outwards, radiating from an unseen source. A violent surge that sent tremors through the very ground beneath her feet. Before her, Aiden lay lifeless, his body a stark contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding them. A woman with long, silver hair and a dark robe appeared, her golden eyes blazing with power. She commanded, "Stop interfering." A brilliant golden light erupted from the woman's hands, forming a swirling vortex of energy. A center of which a cube of light materialized. The energy intensified, threatening to consume everything in its path. The cube pulsed, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy that struck the woman's opponents with brutal force. One of them, a man with spiky green hair, roared, "Trojan." The resulting explosion engulfed the area in a blinding flash of light and a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Alice lay wounded, gasping for breath. A young man with fiery red hair rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. He asked, "Are both of you safe?" He looked down at Alice, his voice filled with worry. "Arya, you." Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, braced himself against a powerful blow from a woman with bright blue hair. Her attack sent a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, and he heard her declare, "You are the most important person in this world." The blue-haired woman, Alice, his sister, stood before him, her face etched with worry and determination. She was battered, but her eyes burned with fierce resolve. A mysterious woman with long, flowing white hair and a dark, elegant dress appeared behind them, a powerful aura emanating from her. Aiden, his eyes wide with apprehension, could only utter a single word, "So." Alice, her body trembling with exertion, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. But a surge of energy coursed through her, revitalizing her. A blinding light erupted from Alice, engulfing her in a radiant aura. The white-haired woman watched, her expression unreadable. She stood, clad in shining white and gold armor, a magnificent sword materializing in her hand. Alice, now a powerful warrior, was ready to face whatever threat lay ahead. A city, once vibrant, now lay in ruins, consumed by a fiery, apocalyptic glow. Smoke and ash billowed from the devastated landscape. A scene witnessed by a man with long, white hair, his face contorted in anguish. He gasped, "Trojan, how could you?" Nearby, a blonde woman in ornate armor, Aster, watched in horror. Her eyes widened as she cried out, "Aster." She was too far away to help, a desperate thought crossing her mind, "I'm too far away. I need to go back." A massive explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the already ravaged city. The ground trembled. As a brilliant, golden pillar of light erupted from the heart of the destruction. Aster, along with two others, watched in stunned silence. The pillar pulsed with raw energy, crackling with blue electricity as it expanded. A wave of immense power surging outwards in a breathtaking display of raw energy, culminating in a blinding flash of light that consumed everything in its path. Aiden unleashed a torrent of blue energy, a raw power crackling with untamed electricity. The attack colliding with a wave of golden light, the clash creating a blinding explosion of energy that shook the very ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards, debris flying in every direction. From the heart of the explosion, a woman with vibrant turquoise hair emerged, her eyes blazing with intensity. Below her, another woman with long, flowing white hair watched with a calculating gaze. The aftermath of the attack was devastating, the landscape was scarred, the earth cracked and broken. Aiden's attack continued to wreak havoc, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Three figures watched from a distance, their expressions grim. One of them, a young man with dark hair and horns, spoke, as expected, "Since the situation has become like this, the destruction around like this." A blonde woman, her face etched with worry, continued, "While Arya is taking on Trojan, we." Alice, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, stood poised, her expression resolute. She wielded two gleaming swords, crackling with electric energy, a storm brewing around her. Meanwhile, a woman with long, flowing white hair watched from afar, her face etched with concern. A golden light emanated from her, hinting at a hidden power. A powerful figure emerged, cloaked in darkness and adorned with golden accents. Thick, fiery chains, tipped with dark orbs, encircled her, radiating immense power. This was the administrator. The administrator unleashed the chains, sending them hurtling towards Alice. The fiery chains streaking across the landscape. In a blinding flash of light and fire, Alice met the attack head-on, her swords a blur of motion as she deflected the fiery chains. With a powerful swing, she cleaved through one of the chains, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Aiden, consumed by grief and rage after the loss of his sister and village, unleashed a furious attack. His blade, imbued with raw power, tore through the air, leaving a trail of burning chains in its wake. The intensity of his assault reflected in the steely glint of his eyes, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. The energy from his attack surged outwards, a wave of raw power that threatened to consume everything in its path. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the scene, before resolving into a series of precise, destructive strikes that shattered the crystalline structures before him. Alice, his sister, watched with a mixture of awe and concern as Aiden's power manifested itself in a breathtaking display of skill and might. A raw energy coursing through his body, shaping itself into a weapon of unimaginable power. Alice's eyes, sharp and intense, followed Aiden's every move, her expression unreadable. A wave of blue energy erupted from Aiden, the intensity of the power emanating from him causing the very air to crackle with raw energy. The surge of power coursing through him like a river, a torrent of raw administrative authority. A visible crack appearing in the fabric of reality itself, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. From the heart of the energy, a figure emerged, a woman with long, flowing white hair and a regal bearing. This was Alice, Aiden's sister, seemingly unharmed by the cataclysmic event. Aiden's power continued to surge, the energy shifting from a vibrant blue to a molten gold, the change reflecting the shift in his focus. The golden energy coalescing into a massive, crystalline structure, a testament to his growing control over his newfound abilities. A structure that seemed to defy the laws of physics, its very existence a challenge to the system he sought to destroy. Alice, her expression unreadable, spoke to Aiden, her voice carrying a hint of warning. She stated that his plans would not unfold as he intended. Alice, her silver hair shimmering, addressed her opponent with steely resolve. She declared that they would stop him, once again. A single, desperate thought echoed in Alice's mind, she wanted to go back. Another figure, a woman with vibrant blue hair, observed the scene. She acknowledged the low probability of success, but she had tried anyway, clinging to the remaining hope. But ultimately, she had failed. Alice's face was etched with defeat, her eyes shadowed with despair. A system message appeared, indicating a stat-down command had been executed. The blue-haired woman reacted with shock as the system message confirmed that all her stats had been lowered. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to her knees, the power draining from her. Arya, a powerful figure radiating golden energy, addressed her opponent. Arya, you are very strong, she stated, her voice filled with awe and a hint of apprehension. In terms of pure strength, you may even be stronger than Aster. Arya continued, her thoughts revealing a strategic calculation. I thought that if the two of you worked together, you could send me back to my original world, but Arya's face fell as she spoke, as expected, it was impossible. In the midst of my despair, I met Appa. The scene shifted to show Arya speaking to another individual, her expression a mix of hope and desperation. You're saying that Aiden can help you achieve your goal? What are you trying to do to him? Arya's eyes blazed with determination as a surge of energy enveloped her. A blue glow emanated from her, and a message appeared, stat down has been lifted. I won't let you use Aiden. The confrontation escalated, with Arya's opponent, a figure with long white hair, preparing for battle. The tension between them crackled in the air. Aiden, his silver hair gleaming, stood amidst a surge of golden energy. He had acquired administrator rights, a power he intended to wield to destroy the system that had taken his sister Alice and his village. The energy coalesced, forming a shimmering block, a visual representation of his newfound authority. A swirling vortex of dark energy opened before him, a terrifying manifestation of the system's power. Aiden braced himself, ready to confront whatever emerged. From the depths of the vortex, a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair appeared. She was Arya, and her voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air, stop interfering. Arya, wielding a glowing spear, warned Aiden. Even if it's you, it will still take time to get out of that. Aiden, undeterred, drew his own weapon, a blade that crackled with energy. He lunged forward, ready to challenge Arya's warning. His attack was swift and precise, a blur of motion that left a trail of blue energy in its wake. Arya's eyes widened in surprise. She cried out, Trojan. Aiden's attack struck its target, and the vortex began to destabilize. Golden sparks rained down as the dark energy dissipated. The chaotic energy subsided, leaving behind a column of pure light. Leaving Aiden to anxiously ask, is Arya all right? Aiden, cloaked in shadow, stood upon a precipice, his back to a radiant, golden city. A silent, powerful figure against a backdrop of light. The golden glow reflecting in his intense, wide eyes. His expression was one of grim determination. Suddenly, a woman with long, flowing white hair and a striking black and gold robe descended before him, radiating an ethereal light. Her eyes, a piercing gold, held a hint of both power and sorrow. Her gaze fixed on Aiden, she spoke, her voice echoing in his mind, it's been a while. A bustling medieval town square filled with people going about their daily lives. Among them, two figures stand out, a man with vibrant turquoise hair and a red-clad companion. They moved through the crowd. When a sudden collision jolted the turquoise-haired man. He stumbled, a look of annoyance flashing across his face as he muttered a frustrated curse. The source of the collision, a young man with fiery red hair, who immediately launched into a furious tirade. He shouted at the turquoise-haired man. But the red-haired youth quickly composed himself, letting out a sigh of resignation as he realized he was at fault. He casually tossed a small pouch into his pocket, a smirk playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, concluding that the loss was insignificant and easily replaceable. The red-haired youth continued his walk through the market, seemingly unbothered by the incident. He moved with a purposeful stride, stopping before a jewelry stall, his eyes scanning the various trinkets on display. He walks away from the stall, seemingly having made a purchase, and continues through the town's narrow streets. The scene opens on a desolate, debris-strewn warehouse. 3 shadowy figures are barely visible amidst the rubble, their forms indistinct. A hooded figure stands in the background, their face obscured by shadow. Alice, a young girl with vibrant red hair, looks up, her expression a mixture of apprehension and hope. The word Alice appears in a speech bubble above her. Aiden, her brother, enters the frame, carrying a bag. He says he's back, and Alice greets him with a cheerful appa. She asks if anything happened. Aiden tells Alice he has something to give her, instructing her to hold out her arm. He then presents her with a simple bracelet. He adds that he'll buy her a more beautiful one next time. Alice, however, is delighted with her gift, expressing her gratitude and contentment. Alice assures Aiden that she likes the bracelet very much, expressing her thanks. Alice beams, happily showing off her new bracelet. The panel is filled with a warm, golden light. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts, engulfing the scene in a swirling vortex of dark energy and bright light. The image suggests a catastrophic event is unfolding. A wave of blue energy erupted from an unseen source, its raw power crackling with electrical intensity, propelling a young woman with vibrant turquoise hair forward. She moved with a speed that blurred her form, a sword held aloft in her hand. She was clearly strained, a pained expression crossed her face as she muttered to herself about being delayed. Her thoughts raced, she needed to hurry before something happened to Aiden. A blinding flash of golden light illuminated the scene as a powerful energy wave tore through the landscape, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, watched in stunned silence. His eyes widened as he whispered a single name, Alice. Before him, a woman with long, flowing white hair and piercing golden eyes materialized from the golden energy. This was Alice, his sister. Alice's gaze was intense, her power palpable. Aiden felt a chill run down his spine. She seemed to sense his presence, her eyes narrowing slightly as she turned towards him. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared blankly ahead, his face etched with profound grief and despair. His eyes, wide and filled with a haunting yellow glow, reflected the turmoil within. Beside him, Alice, a woman with long, flowing white hair, her expression was one of quiet sorrow. She silently questioned the meaning of their shared past, wondering if their time together had all been leading to this devastating moment. Alice's resolve hardened. She knew she had to return, to confront whatever lay ahead. But she realized she couldn't face this challenge alone. A desperate need for assistance filled her. This was the only path forward, even if it meant making an unthinkable sacrifice. She would even delete her brother, Aiden, if necessary. Alice reached out to Aiden, her hand glowing with an ethereal light. The intensity of the moment was palpable. She reassured him, promising that this world couldn't truly discard him. Even if he were to destroy this world, Alice would ensure his survival. Because, despite everything, she would never abandon him. A mysterious woman with long, silver hair, clad in ornate gold and black robes, stood amidst a radiant golden aura. Her dark eyes held a steely resolve as she declared, "You are the updater, the only person who can change this world." The words permanent delete blazed in fiery orange, underscored by a stark black command line, /AT command _ permanent delete. A young man with vibrant red hair lunged forward, his attack aimed at a woman with bright turquoise hair. The force of his blow was immense. But she deflected it with ease, a golden light erupting from her hands as she countered his attack. A blinding flash of light engulfed the turquoise-haired woman as she unleashed a devastating counterattack. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips, Arya. The red-haired man, his face etched with worry, cradled the unconscious turquoise-haired woman in his arms. He cried out, Arya. Meanwhile, a young woman with gray hair, her face partially obscured by shadow, spoke to a cloaked figure. She revealed her sister's wish. I wanted Appa to go back to being the man he used to be. The gray-haired woman continued, her voice laced with sorrow, and to step down from being the moderator. When I stumbled upon you. Aiden, his face contorted in grief, wept openly. Below him, Alice's wide, fearful eyes stared up, reflecting the horror of the moment. Alice's voice echoed in his mind. She had hoped his unique powers could heal their brother. He had believed he could achieve his goal of destroying the system that had taken everything from him. Aiden, now imbued with newfound power, focused his energy, a faint glow emanating from his hand. A surge of energy coursed through him as he prepared to use his abilities. A woman with vibrant blue hair, her expression grim, revealed her true intentions. She had approached him to exploit his powers. The woman's body began to disintegrate, her form shattering into golden particles, leaving Aiden kneeling amidst the radiant debris, his own power seemingly depleted. A gloved hand reached out, seemingly absorbing the remaining energy. Aiden's face was obscured by shadow, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. He reflected on his actions, realizing the terrible cost of his actions. He had run headlong into a delete command. No matter how he thought about it, he had failed that girl. A shadowy figure, cloaked and imposing, stood silhouetted against a blinding golden light. The words, "You must have been an important person," hung in the air, a stark statement of the figure's significance. Below, a woman with long, flowing white hair, her face partially obscured, murmured, "It's better this way." The camera then shifted to a young man with vibrant red hair, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. He thought, this should be enough for your opportunity for awakening. The red-haired young man, Aiden, addressed the white-haired woman, Alice. Alice. You have all the power in your hands already. But she countered, but what more do you need? Alice's eyes glowed with an intense light as she pressed him. You keep saying that you need to return, but is deleting me really what you want? Answer me. Alice's expression softened slightly. She replied, no, it's different now. Now there is no need for me to delete you, Appa. You don't need to be so devastated. There might be a way. Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. He whispered, what? If it's for you, Appa, the system. Alice continued, her voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. I don't know how much time will pass, but when you... A disembodied voice echoed, urging someone to wake up and find them. The voice belonged to a woman with long, white hair and striking golden eyes. She waited patiently, addressing the unseen individual as Appa. Golden light cascaded down, obscuring the woman's lower body as she stood amidst a shower of digital particles. The light intensified, radiating outwards in a blinding display. Aiden, a man with vibrant red hair, awoke with a gasp, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and confusion. He clenched his jaw, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Aiden slammed his fist into the ground, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as he reacted to the chaotic energy surrounding him. He was utterly bewildered by the situation, his confusion evident in his anguished expression. Aiden questioned his ability to cope with the current circumstances, his voice laced with despair. Arya's face was partially visible, her expression unreadable. Aiden, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination, muttered to himself. He vowed that no matter how difficult the task, he would use his newfound power to restore what was lost. A mysterious hand reached out towards him, its touch imbued with a golden light. A visual interface appeared before Aiden, displaying the word command and a command line. A surge of energy emanated from the hand as it made contact with Aiden. Aiden's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the implications of the golden energy's touch. He could use commands? He recalled Alice, his sister, and the system's cruel actions. But then dismissed those thoughts. His focus shifted to a more pressing matter. Aiden's expression hardened. His priority was clear, saving Arya. He knew Alice wouldn't lie, her words were a testament to the urgency of the situation. Driven by this conviction, Aiden prepared to use his newfound power to rescue Arya. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood defiant, a surge of energy emanating from his hands. His face was contorted in a grimace of determination as he declared, "This is the only way." A stark red icon of a trash can appeared, emblazoned with the words permanent delete, signifying the irreversible nature of the action. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted from Aiden, a destructive force unleashed as he attempted to undo the system's deletion. He plunged into a void, a dark abyss swallowing him whole. Only to find himself back in the digital space. He was falling through a digital stream, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he reflected, to think I would be back here by my own will. He muttered, "Cook. I can endure it better than before. It's because I've grown so much." A sudden wave of panic washed over him as he realized, no way, Alice knew this would happen and left me. Hope flared in his chest as he exclaimed, "I found her." But his joy was short-lived. He cried out, "Arya." Aiden found himself falling again, this time through a digital landscape of glowing blue lines and particles. Aiden awoke in darkness. Disoriented and confused, he wondered what had happened. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, "Aiden." He heard his name again, a question forming in his mind, "Who?" A blinding light erupted, and a voice commanded, "Open." Aiden recognized the voice. A wave of memories flooded back, and he felt a surge of panic. His eyes snapped open, wide with fear and confusion. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to recall the events that led to this moment. Aiden and Alice, silhouetted against a blinding white light, sat atop a crumbling structure. The light pulsed with ethereal energy, radiating outwards in shimmering streaks. Aiden, his red hair a vibrant contrast to his pale skin, blinked in confusion. His eyes widened as a wave of disorientation washed over him. A stark realization dawning on him, he was alive. A single, intense golden eye reflected the inner turmoil of his awakening. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, frantically called out for Arya. He found Arya, a woman with striking blue hair, seemingly unharmed. Relief washed over him as she confirmed she was all right. Aiden's relief quickly turned to pensive contemplation, as he confessed that he thought he would never see her again. Arya, however, was confused by his statement, questioning his memory of past events. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as the gravity of the situation began to dawn on him. Arya then noticed a small, white dragon perched on her shoulder, exclaiming its name, Sirius. Arya expressed disbelief that Aiden had been deleted, while she and Sirius speculated that his sudden awakening caused his confusion. Arya prepared to explain the situation to Aiden, urging him to listen carefully without panicking. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, lay unconscious. His eyes, though closed, hinted at a deep weariness. A voice, disembodied yet clear, echoed in the silent space around him, "For 3 years, you did not wake up." A woman with striking blue hair and a small, white dragon perched on her shoulder appeared before him. A gentle smile played on her lips as she addressed him, her tone laced with curiosity, "Did you remember anything?" A soft blue light enveloped Aiden as the woman continued, her words carrying a sense of wonder, "You restored us." The scene shifted to a desolate, dark landscape, reminiscent of a digital abyss. Red error messages flickered across the screen, each one a testament to repeated failures, 59,864th time fail. More error messages appeared, each one a stark reminder of countless attempts gone wrong. Aiden lay lifeless on the ground, his body a testament to the relentless cycle of failure. The numbers continued to mount, 61,242nd time fail, 2,364th time fail, 64,584th time fail, 81st time fail. Aiden's eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the relentless stream of digital failures. A single, haunting question echoed in his mind, how much time has passed? He struggled to grasp the passage of time, his senses dulled and distorted by his prolonged unconsciousness. His thoughts were fragmented, a jumbled mess of uncertainty, 1 week? 1 month? I don't know anymore. My senses have gone weird. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he grappled with his lost memories and the weight of his forgotten purpose. A single, desperate question hung in the air, what was I supposed to be doing? Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood amidst a surge of bright blue energy. His expression was one of shock and confusion as he stammered a question, his voice barely audible above the crackling energy. The energy coalesced, forming a brilliant, crystalline shard that pulsed with an inner light. A celestial fragment of breathtaking beauty, radiating an ethereal glow. Aiden, eyes wide with dawning recognition, murmured to himself that the shard was Sirius Star. The next panel showed a flashback of a man with brown hair, his face obscured, recalling how this very star guided him during a time of great hardship. Back in the present, the shard pulsed again, launching a beam of energy that arced across the dark landscape, leaving Aiden wondering what message the star was trying to convey. His eyes widened further as the energy coalesced into a bright orb, his expression shifting to one of dawning understanding. The orb pulsed, revealing a name, Arya. Aiden's purpose solidified. He declared his intention to save Arya, but questioned how he could have forgotten such a crucial detail. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, cradled Arya, a girl with striking blue hair, in his arms. His face was etched with grief and regret as he reflected on her sacrifices for him. He realized the depth of his own failings. Aria's form began to disintegrate, her blue eyes dimming as a digital failure message flashed across the panel. Aiden's resolve hardened. This time, he vowed, things would be different. He would be the one to protect her. He reached out to her fading form, a desperate plea in his eyes, begging her to hold on just a little longer. A surge of dark energy erupted from Aiden's foot, a new power manifesting. A wave of dark energy coursed through his body, causing him to stumble and fall. Another failure message appeared, this time with a significantly higher number of attempts. Aiden's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he muttered, "What is this?" Aiden, the protagonist, found himself amidst a chaotic digital landscape, red error messages flashing across the screen. He wondered, as the system seemed to resist his movements, if it was actively trying to prevent his escape. No, he mused, perhaps the system was simply mistaking him for a virus or a bug, a common error in its complex code. A frustrated curse escaped his lips as the system continued to malfunction. The counter on the screen ticked upwards, marking another failed attempt to leave this digital purgatory. Aiden's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling upon his features. He realized that if this continued, his escape would remain impossible. But then, a calming voice cut through his anxiety. A woman's voice, soft yet resolute, assured him not to worry. The woman, Alice, appeared before him, her words echoing in the digital void. This world could not cast him aside, he was the updater, the only one capable of altering its course. For his sake, the system would grant any request, no matter how difficult. Alice's unwavering support bolstered Aiden's resolve. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he would overcome this challenge. A surge of power coursed through Aiden's veins as he prepared to confront the system's resistance. Aiden stared at the relentless stream of failure messages scrolling across his screen, each one a stark reminder of his repeated attempts to undo the system's deletion of his village. The numbers climbed higher and higher, a testament to his unwavering determination. That's right. I can't disappear like this without doing anything, he muttered, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration and resolve. Even the injustice of it all fueled his anger. A burning desire to see his sister, Alice, driving him forward. I need to meet Alice. I need to see and talk to her, he thought, his voice filled with a desperate hope. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, a bright blue light pulsating with raw power. He was reaching out, attempting to reconnect. But the system fought back, throwing up another wall of digital errors. So, he growled, his eyes blazing with defiance. Stop getting in my way. Aiden's power surged, overwhelming the system's resistance. A wave of crimson energy engulfed him. A chaotic maelstrom of data and code swirling around him as he pushed through the digital barriers. The restoration process had begun. Lines of red code cascaded down the screen, signifying the successful restoration of the village. Restoration successful flashed across the screen, a beacon of hope in the digital darkness. Aiden stood silhouetted against a backdrop of cascading blue light, a figure of quiet determination. He had done it. He had restored his village. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared blankly ahead, a look of utter confusion etched onto his features. His eyes, wide and filled with a dawning sense of disorientation, darted around, taking in his surroundings. He silently questioned the inexplicable events unfolding before him. How did this happen, he wondered, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality. And where is this? The disquiet in his heart intensified as a faint, ethereal glow emanated from his hands. Slowly coalescing into two distinct forms, a shard of ice and an orb of pure energy. Aiden watched, mesmerized, as the power pulsed within his grasp. Suddenly, a stark red notification appeared before him, shattering the quiet contemplation. No _ 000002 Aiden. His eyes narrowed, a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding flickering within their depths. He was taken aback. What did this mean? Aiden turned, his back to the viewer, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Then, another message appeared, this one far more optimistic. Congratulations. The message continued, revealing a startling detail. On the 890813RD attempt, the restoration was successful. The weight of those words settled upon him. Aiden's face, partially obscured, showed a mixture of shock and disbelief. The restoration? Successful? Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stared in disbelief. His voice, laced with confusion and anger, demanded an explanation. What do you mean by the restoration was successful? Who are you? Show yourself. A booming voice, echoing with authority, responded. It declared itself to be the operating system, the very foundation of this world. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. He muttered to himself, incredulous, system? The system is talking to me? The system explained that it had created a temporary consciousness to guide Aiden upon his arrival. This temporary guide clarified that its role was short-lived, and it needed to confirm something before proceeding further. Aiden, still reeling from the revelation, pondered the situation. Aiden's thoughts turned inward. He questioned his own existence. I'm sure I deleted myself, but how am I still alive? Did you? The system's response was immediate and resolute. It explained that it couldn't let him be deleted and had restored him, regardless of the cost. However, the system emphasized that the ultimate choice remained Aiden's. A dark, swirling vortex appeared behind him, symbolizing the weight of his decision. Aiden, resolute in his purpose, declared that he would make everything the way he wanted it to be, regardless of the choices he made. He felt a surge of power, recognizing it as the authority of the moderator. A fiery energy emanated from his hands. Aiden, his mind reeling from the recent tragedy, questioned his own authority. The system that had cruelly erased his entire village and his sister, Alice, was now somehow granting him power, or was it? A resounding electronic voice boomed, declaring Aiden the sole moderator of this world. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, stood resolute. The power surging within him was his alone. A weight of responsibility settled upon him, a solemn expression replacing the initial shock. He resolved to use this newfound power as he saw fit. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. With the power of restoration, could he save others besides himself? Aiden focused, a small orb of light forming in his hand. A tangible symbol of his newfound administrative abilities. His eyes widened, a surge of determination flooding his gaze. He could save his sister. Alice, a young woman with striking teal hair, is introduced. Her expression is serene, almost ethereal, hinting at a hidden strength. A close-up on Alice's determined face shows her resolve. The words "I can save Arya" burst from her in a determined shout. A stark warning appears, restoring Arya, who was permanently deleted, carries unknown side effects. Aiden, a man with vibrant red hair, is shown in profile, his expression grim. The system prompts him, "Do you still wish to proceed?" He responds, "I understand." Despite the warning, Aiden's resolve is unshaken. He declares, "I'm going ahead with the restoration." A surge of crimson energy erupts from Aiden's hand as he begins the restoration process. The energy intensifies, creating a dazzling display of light and power as Aiden channels his abilities. Alice's form begins to materialize from the energy, fragmented at first, then coalescing into a whole, though she appears disoriented and weak. Aiden's hand reaches out towards Alice, a silent gesture of support and care. Aiden, his red hair a stark contrast to his sister Alice's flowing turquoise locks, cradled her lifeless form. Alice, her face pale and serene in death, lay nestled against his chest. A profound grief washed over him, a cold wave that threatened to consume him entirely. The image of his destroyed village, a digital ghost town, flashing before his eyes. His face contorted in silent agony, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. A young woman with vibrant blue hair is shown from the shoulders up, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern. Her expression shifts as the panel changes, showing her embracing a young man with fiery red hair. The woman's surprise deepens as she whispers a name, barely audible: Aiden. Aiden, still embraced by the woman, looks down at her, his expression a mixture of confusion and relief. She asks what is going on, her voice laced with worry. He replies, his voice barely a whisper, that he is sure he was deleted. The woman, whose name is revealed to be Alice, expresses immense relief at his return, her voice filled with emotion. Aiden is startled by a disembodied voice, questioning its origin. Alice explains that it is the voice of the system. The voice explains that it used a restoration command to bring Alice back, assuring her that Aiden is under its control. Alice's eyes widen in surprise. Aiden, equally surprised, questions the meaning of the restoration command. Alice, her eyes wide with concern, questioned Aiden's ability to use the mysterious power he wielded, and worried about his well-being. Aiden, however, remained nonchalant, confused by her concerns. Alice warned him that such power was incredibly dangerous, emphasizing that no one had ever survived unscathed after using a skill related to restoration. Aiden ignored her warning. The excessive use of the restoration command triggered an overload within him. His body convulsed violently as a wave of intense pain washed over him. Alice rushed to his side, her voice filled with alarm as she cried out his name and checked on his condition. Aiden reassured her that he was fine, his breathing slowly returning to normal. Alice, though relieved, couldn't help but express her earlier warning. Despite the warning, Aiden knew he needed to use the power one more time. Revealing a shard of ice, the Sirius star, to Alice, who recognized it immediately. A final warning appeared, advising against further use of the restoration command. A system notification appeared, explaining that restoring someone who has been permanently deleted is usually impossible. However, Aiden, with his administrator authority, managed to do it twice, but at a great cost. A significant amount of energy was consumed in the process. Aiden, alongside a young woman with vibrant blue hair, was shown. The notification continued, warning that due to the excessive overload, Aiden's body was in poor condition and beyond self-recovery. The warning intensified, stating that attempting to restore someone permanently deleted again would cause even more damage. Aiden's expression reflected his internal struggle. He was told that any further attempts would be reckless. He remained silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. The blue-haired woman, Alice, pleaded with Aiden, her hand gently resting on his arm, begging him to stop. Alice questioned the point of bringing her back if something bad were to happen to him. Aiden reassured Alice, stating that he would not die or disappear. He explained that without the help of someone named Sirius, he might not have been able to save her. A burst of light was shown, suggesting Sirius's intervention. Sirius, a mysterious figure, was shown, explaining that he was merely returning a favor. Aiden, holding a glowing blue crystal, prepared himself, seemingly ready to continue his quest despite the risks. A warning blared across the screen, stark against the black background. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, grimaced. The warning continued, it was too dangerous to use the restoration function any further. He pleaded, despite the risk, begging for just one more try. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. He commanded himself to ignore the warning and proceed. A red symbol, resembling a swirling vortex, appeared on screen, accompanied by the word restoration. A soft, ethereal glow filled the panel, hinting at a magical restoration process. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair appeared, cradling a small, white dragon. She exclaimed in astonishment that Sirius, the dragon, was back. The woman continued, marveling at the power of restoration. Alice, her vibrant turquoise hair a stark contrast to the dark background, pieced together the puzzle. Aiden's ability to fix system errors stemmed from his newfound administrator privileges. Suddenly, Aiden, his red hair ablaze, clutched his chest in agony. A wave of intense pain washed over him, a searing energy erupting from his very being. As electrical currents coursed through his body, leaving him visibly strained and gasping for air. Alice, witnessing Aiden's distress, cried out his name in alarm. Desperate, Alice pleaded with Aiden, hoping he could hear her through the chaos. The system's critical damage alert flashed, confirming the severity of Aiden's situation. An emergency intervention was initiated. Alice, her face etched with worry, looked on helplessly. A radiant red gem pulsed with energy, signaling the start of a critical system repair. A system diagnostic was initiated. The search function was activated, analyzing possible solutions. Aiden, the protagonist, experienced a sudden surge of energy. An overwhelming power coursed through his body, causing him intense pain. The system analysis concluded. The system reported that Aiden, identified as NO_00002, had sustained critical damage. Alice, Aiden's sister, appeared beside him, her expression grim. She explained that his injuries were beyond self-repair. To save him, Alice resolved to transfer all her power to Aiden. She explained that this process would require a significant amount of time, and that her consciousness would be suspended during the operation. Before beginning, Alice made a final request, that Aiden be kept safe until the operation's completion. A swirling vortex of golden energy filled the panel, radiating intense heat and power. At its center, a bright, pulsating orb resembled an eye, watching intently. From this radiant core, the words "I will begin" echoed, a declaration of intent. The golden energy intensified, its tendril snaking across a shadowy figure, seemingly merging with its form. A blinding flash of light erupted, obscuring the figure completely. Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, awoke with a gasp. His eyes darted around, confusion and disorientation etched on his features. He clutched his head, a pained expression twisting his face. He looked utterly bewildered, his hand still pressed against his temple as if trying to alleviate the throbbing pain. A woman with striking turquoise hair appeared beside him. She asked if he remembered, her voice calm yet laced with concern. Aiden, still disoriented, admitted that he had been waiting. The woman, Alice, held a small, white dragon on her shoulder. Her expression was one of quiet understanding, her gaze fixed on Aiden. A flashback showed Alice standing before a glass pyramid, inside which lay a lifeless body. She murmured that she had been waiting a long time, before stating that Aiden had been asleep for a considerable period. Alice asked if Aiden felt any discomfort. He raised his hands, a fiery aura now surrounding him, a sign of his newfound power. Aiden, his body brimming with newfound power, vehemently denied any weakness. He declared himself full of strength. He considered the moment, a surge of energy building within him. And with a confident flourish, he realized he could accomplish anything. A fiery aura enveloped Aiden as he extended his hand, a swirling vortex of energy forming at his fingertips. A testament to his burgeoning administrative abilities. Aiden issued the command/command_build, initiating a construction sequence. Assembling into a complex structure. From the swirling energy, a colossal structure began to take shape, dwarfing everything around it. Alice, witnessing the scale of Aiden's creation, gasped in awe. Something of this size, built in one go. Aiden, his fiery red hair illuminated by an inner light, focused intently. His hand extended, cradling a swirling orb of energy, a miniature cosmos pulsating with raw power. The orb expanded, its light intensifying into a blinding supernova. Revealing a breathtaking vista, a shimmering, crystalline chasm, stretching into an ethereal expanse. Aiden and Alice, silhouetted against the radiant glow, stood at its edge, awestruck. The scene shifted, the crystalline chasm replaced by a vast, desolate plain under a crimson sky. Aiden and Alice remained, their forms stark against the bleak landscape. A nearby creature, its eyes wide with wonder, observed the siblings. I've seen a lot of things up till now, but this is truly incredible, it exclaimed, its voice filled with awe. Alice, her bright blue hair framing her face, stared in disbelief. This is, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The true form of Aiden's power. A surge of energy pulsed from him, a fiery aura enveloping his form. Aiden, a young man with fiery red hair, stood before a swirling vortex of digital code. His hand outstretched, he seemed to be manipulating the very fabric of reality itself. A red icon, depicting a sword and shield, materialized before him, signifying the initiation of an item creation process. The command/command_item appeared, confirming his intent. With a focused expression, Aiden grasped a newly formed, glowing red sword, its blade pulsating with energy. He swung the weapon, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. The sword's trajectory was shown in a dynamic close-up, emphasizing its speed and power. The weapon was christened Aiden's decapitation sword. Aiden, his face grim, stood amidst a chaotic landscape of shifting digital cubes. The command/command_build appeared above him. The cubes rearranged themselves with explosive speed, forming an unknown structure. Aiden, silhouetted against a vibrant, fragmented sky, stood firm, his sword held aloft. He cursed under his breath, the word Minecraft echoing in his mind. His gaze intense, his golden eyes burning with a fierce determination. A surge of energy erupted from him, shattering the ground around him in a chaotic display of cubes and sparks. As raw power coalesced into a blazing, crimson sword of pure energy in his hand. The weapon pulsed with an otherworldly glow. A red, circuit-patterned energy field expanded, obscuring the scene. Aiden compared his new weapon to the execution sword he remembered, a thought bubble revealing his internal assessment. This new sword was far stronger. Alice, observing from a distance, noted that Aiden could use his new abilities repeatedly without exhaustion. She mused that this was likely due to the power he had gained from the OS. Alice exclaimed in awe at Aiden's incredible power. Aiden questioned whether his new abilities were truly significant. Alice explained that creating personally attributed weapons usually required immense time and effort, even for top-tier operators. Alice further elaborated on the difficulty of crafting high-ranking items, highlighting the extensive effort required even for Aster, a renowned operator. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair addressed Aiden, commenting that while the task at hand seemed difficult, it appeared effortless for him. She then simply said his name, a question hanging in the air. The woman, her expression a mixture of hope and apprehension, explained that her weapon had been lost during a recent battle and asked if Aiden, given his newly demonstrated abilities, could create a new one for her. Aiden, a man with fiery red hair, revealed that his own weapon had been lost in the same battle. His expression was serious, hinting at the gravity of the situation. He questioned the woman's cautiousness as a small, white dragon-like creature floated nearby. Aiden, however, revealed that he had already been planning to create a new weapon for her. The energy coalescing into a weapon of immense power. The newly forged weapon, a katana with a crimson blade, materialized before the woman. Its aura pulsed with raw energy. The woman's eyes widened in awe and delight at the sight of the magnificent weapon. Aiden explained that he had attempted to replicate her previous weapon as closely as possible, ensuring its familiarity. As Aiden finished, Sirius, the newly created weapon, manifested a small, white dragon-like creature, similar to the one seen earlier. Aiden, the protagonist, received a mysterious gift. A voice, seemingly from the system itself, explained that this was an accessory to help him until he had fully grown. A small, white dragon-like creature with glowing yellow eyes and red bands around its wrists. The voice continued, explaining that it amplified mana and offered protection, making it a very useful tool. Aiden and his sister, Alice, stood on a beach. Alice, with her vibrant blue hair, announced that they no longer needed to remain there. Aiden, gazing towards a bright, ethereal light in the sky, agreed, stating that they should leave immediately. Alice suddenly called out to Aiden, halting his departure. She gently touched his shoulder, a thoughtful expression on her face. Expressing her happiness at leaving but suggesting they address something before they go. She proposed they do something about his unruly red hair. Aiden looked down, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he considered her suggestion. A young woman with vibrant turquoise hair, wielding a pair of scissors, hummed thoughtfully as she snipped at a head of fiery red hair. The red-haired individual, whose face was mostly obscured, watched the falling strands with a hint of anticipation. A satisfied smile gracing his lips as the woman finished. The transformation complete, the young man, Aiden, expressed his gratitude. The woman instructed him to wait. The woman, whose name is Alice, prepared to change clothes, leaving Aiden to wait patiently. Alice assured Aiden she would be quick. As he stood there, a small, white dragon-like creature appeared beside him, addressing him by name. The dragon voiced its concern about Aiden's plan to find Trojan, warning him of her danger. Despite the warning, Aiden remained resolute, confirming his intentions to the dragon. Aiden sat down, seemingly preparing himself for whatever lay ahead. Aiden, his back to the viewer, stood resolute. He declared his intention to understand Alice's true desires, promising to do whatever it took. A fiery energy erupted from Aiden's hand. A surge of power that intensified as he vowed to support Alice as her only remaining family member, seeing her cause through to the end. The intensity of the flames subsided, leaving Aiden with a determined expression. He simply stated, "So." The panel focuses on Aiden's newly acquired dark armor, hinting at his newfound power. Aiden's face, now visible, showed a serious determination as he stated his immediate need to meet with Alice. Aiden, accompanied by a small, white dragon, considered his next move. He voiced his frustration at being trapped in this white space, calling it their number one priority to leave. Another figure, cloaked and imposing, appeared, agreeing with Aiden's assessment. A woman with vibrant turquoise hair, her face partially obscured, smiled enigmatically. She then posed a question, inquiring about Aiden's thoughts beyond their immediate goal of escape. A woman with vibrant blue hair and striking dark armor stood poised, her expression unreadable. The intricate details of her attire hinted at a position of power or authority. Meanwhile, a man with fiery red hair and a similarly styled, though less ornate, dark armor approached her, his brow furrowed in concern. He questioned her silence, his tone laced with worry. How does it look? Why aren't you saying anything? The woman, startled by his sudden proximity, looked up at him, a question mark forming in her eyes. Her surprise was palpable. She stammered, her voice filled with alarm. What are you doing all of a sudden? The man gently touched the ornate pendant at her throat, his actions seemingly deliberate. He calmly stated, "I'm returning it to you." As he spoke, a brilliant red light erupted from the pendant, bathing the woman's face in an ethereal glow. Her eyes widened in shock and wonder. The light intensified, revealing the pendant's core as a pulsating orb of energy. The man's warning echoed in the air, "This has been attributed. Don't give this to anyone from now on." He smiled reassuringly, adding, "Always have this on you." A woman with vibrant turquoise hair and striking purple eyes stared intensely ahead. Her expression was serious, almost cold. She stated, in a calm but firm tone, that he was her first operator. A young man with fiery red hair and golden eyes urgently called out a name, Sirius. Beside him, a small, white, winged creature hovered. The turquoise-haired woman and the red-haired young man held hands. The image conveyed a sense of quiet intimacy and trust. A thought bubble appeared, simply stating, 3 years? A small, white creature, seemingly the Sirius mentioned earlier, rested on someone's shoulder. A narration box appeared, stating, "A lot of time has passed." The red-haired young man's face was filled with a grim determination. A powerful energy seemed to radiate from him. A command appeared, /command_exit. The red-haired young man and the turquoise-haired woman stood together, hand in hand, as a brilliant light engulfed them. A powerful beam of light shot out from the center of the explosion, seemingly piercing through some kind of barrier. The light intensified, revealing a complex network of lines resembling circuitry, suggesting a technological or digital system was being disrupted. A blinding flash of light erupted, filling the panel with an intense, radiant energy. The light subsided, revealing Aiden, a young man with vibrant red hair, and Alice, his sister, with striking blue hair. Both stood with determined expressions, a small, white dragon nestled beside Aiden. Aiden gazed upward, a thoughtful look etched on his face, the small dragon rested contentedly against his arm. A purple energy pulsed in the distance, a sign of the system's continued presence. A desolate landscape stretched before them, a testament to the system's destructive power. Two figures stood silhouetted against the purple sky, observing the scene.